Chapter 901, A Fight on Both Sides. Actually, the argument started when the Taurus divines were destroyed. The three clans didn't think that they would have this much loss in the war. Because of this, they became afraid. Thir and the others worked extremely hard. They were still young, but they were intelligent. Compared to the conservative elders, their ideas were different. Thir and the others knew that they were now closely tied with Zhao Hai. They had been able to destroy the Taurus divines thanks to Zhao Hai. Thir and the other also knew that destroying the Taurus divines will not keep their peace. It was impossible for the other divines to just leave the Taurus continent. It can be said that the destruction of the Taurus divines was just the start of an endless war against the divine race. Thir expected that such a day would come. In fact, Thir thought that Zhao Hai's report came a bit too late. Thir expected that after the Taurus divines were extinguished, the divine race would immediately retaliate. The reason why their clans hadn't met any attack was surely because Zhao Hai had kept the divines off. If it weren't for Zhao Hai, then the divine race's army would have came to retaliate. Now that Zhao Hai had asked them to send some troops to defend the spatial rift, no matter what purpose, the three clans couldn't refuse. It was because it will cause a crack between them and Zhao Hai. If Zhao Hai stopped helping them, then with the strength of their tribes, it was impossible to stop the divine race army. Moreover, Thir and the others were a little worried. Since Zhao Hai was able to defeat the Taurus divines, then this meant that Zhao Hai had the means to save himself. If Zhao Hai decides to leave, then the three clans would surely be finished. Thir and the others have been in contact with Zhao Hai for a long time. Although Thir didn't know about Zhao Hai's space, Thir could still understand that Zhao Hai was a person with many solutions. Being able to defend the Ark continent from the attacks of the demons and the divines, and eventually going to the divine realm to conquer a continent, this only meant that Zhao Hai had methods that Thir and the others couldn't understand. Thir hopes that, one day, once Zhao Hai decides to leave the divine realm, that he would help the three clans move. Even if he cannot move the three clans, then at least Zhao Hai could leave behind some means of preservation so that the three clans could continue existing. Thir, Ding, and Shan had experienced battles together many times, so they had developed a deep sense of friendship. Moreover, since Zhao Hai's messenger fish was with them, the three met for an exchange once in a while. Therefore, Ding and Shan knew about Thir's ideas, and they completely support Thir. Because of this, for the deployment of troops, the three of them worked extremely hard. The three were now the most accomplished people in each of their clans. Therefore, the three had enough clout in their family to make decisions. However, all of these conflicts were made in secret. All the while, the three clans were doing their best to keep a good relationship with Zhao Hai. Therefore, when Zhao Hai guessed the situation, Thir was somewhat surprised. The reason Zhao Hai managed to guess this matter was because the troops that Thir and the others led were devoid of any elders. This alone must be a type of signal. Therefore, Zhao Hai spoke his words as a probe. He didn't expect that there would be a result. When Zhao Hai saw the reaction of the three people, he placed a marker on his heart. Then he looked at the three and said, "In the decisive battle against the Taurus divines, the loss to your clans was great. It's natural for your people to develop war weariness. The reason I asked you for troops this time was to make you take a look at the kind of enemy that you will face. If I can't stop them one day, and your clans couldn't find any countermeasures, then you will suffer even bigger losses." When Thir heard this, he couldn't help but feel ashamed as he got up and said, "I've been unfair to Mr. Our people has been unfair." Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "It's fine. Your clansmen are just thinking about your people." At this point, my battle with the divine race had gone to the point of using ultimate weapons. Even if you participate in the war, there's not much that you can help. On the other hand, you need to be careful when facing the people from the Atlanta plain. Their way of fighting is something that you and I have never encountered before. Thir and the others nodded. They were still young, and they're still at an age that they looked up to someone. With Zhao Hai's strength, it's natural that the three would be deeply respectful to him. Zhao Hai looked at the three people and smiled. "All right, we'll not dwell on this anymore. Let's enjoy the meal today. Later on, I will provide you with supplies. If you need anything else, don't hesitate to tell me. I might not be here in the future. I heard that the divines are planning to deal with the foreign races. I will use this opportunity to go to their continents to cause trouble." When they heard Zhao Hai say this, Thir and the others couldn't help but laugh. Naturally, They could understand what Zhao Hai wanted to do. When the time comes, the divine race would have a hard time. They didn't know whether they became drunk or not, but they always relaxed in front of Zhao Hai. Since Zhao Hai didn't drink too much, he arranged some rooms for the three before returning to his room. Laura and the others were already there waiting for him. When Zhao Hai returned to his room smelling of wine, Meg immediately gave him a cup of strong tea. This was a habit that Zhao Hai developed. Every time he drank wine, he would like to drink tea right after. With the space's water, the tea would immediately solve Zhao Hai's drunkenness. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, how about we tell Fer and the others more of our secrets? From what I can see, they looked very respectful towards you. If we have their help, then we might be more successful in moving their clans to the space." Zhao Hai thought for a moment and said, "We'll look for an opportunity to tell them." "Right. How is the situation with the O'Neill family?" Laura smiled faintly and said, "They seem to be relaxed. It looks like they will enter the spatial rift tomorrow. How do we deal with them?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Since there is a defensive line by the spatial rift, then we might as well make use of it. Let's make the O'Neill family know that we are waiting for them here." At this time, a knock was suddenly heard outside the door. After that, Binya's voice came. "Mister, are you in?" Binya and the others haven't come out of their rooms today. They knew that Zhao Hai was having a meeting with Fer and the others, therefore they decided to stay inside. When he heard Binya, Zhao Hai stared for a moment. He knew that something must have happened. Otherwise, Binya wouldn't have come to disturb him at this time. Zhao Hai nodded to Laura, who went to the door and opened it before asking Binya to come in. This was the first time that Binya had entered Zhao Hai's room. Binya thought that Zhao Hai's room was just a bit bigger than the others, with nothing special inside. However, upon entering, Binya couldn't help but get shocked. This wasn't a room. This was a completely independent space. There was grass on the ground and there was even a villa not far away. However, when Binya saw Zhao Hai, he immediately recovered. Then he walked towards Zhao Hai and bowed. "Mister, the family had just sent information to me. The Divine Race's army has been prepared. By tomorrow, they will dispatch troops towards our continent." Zhao Hai couldn't help but knit his brows when he heard this. The O'Neill family would send their scouts in tomorrow. At the same time, the Divines would also send their troops. It seems like a fight on both sides wasn't something that he can avoid. Binya saw Zhao Hai frown. He thought that Zhao Hai was feeling some difficulty. Binya's heart couldn't help but tighten. Binya was confident that Zhao Hai could defeat the Divine Race, something that he didn't trust his own family to do. Therefore, when Zhao Hai frowned, Binya couldn't help but get anxious. Fortunately, Zhao Hai just slightly frowned and nodded. "All right, it seems like the Divines are ready to fight." "Right. Can you find out whether the Supreme Elders are coming to deal with the foreign races?" Binya nodded. "I've inquired. I heard from the family that 7 are coming." Zhao Hai nodded. This was what he expected, leaving 2 Supreme Elders to defend while the others would attack. This went according to what Elder Star and the others discussed. However, this was an opportunity for Zhao Hai. After seeing that Zhao Hai hasn't spoken for a while, Binya looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, do you have any words to send to our family?" Zhao Hai looked at Binya and smiled. "Not too much. Just tell them that they need to defend well. I will go to the continents of the Divine Race in order to deal with this matter." Binya nodded and said, "There is another thing. The vassal races had reached the foreign races. When their clans found out that they had fought with Mr. They were very ashamed. They had me come here to express their apology." Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "It's fine. No need to say sorry." "So, are they willing to fight against the Divines?" "Right. If your clan needs any weapons, I might provide some for you." When Binya heard this, he immediately replied, "Thank you, mister. Our family does need some weapons right now. Magic beast mounts, javelins, and some magic cannons would be good." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I can give you some magic beasts. However, I can't give you magic cannons. My blood lightning javelins are also quite deadly. They should be fine." Binya's face lit up as he thanked Zhao Hai before taking his leave. Chapter 902, Science and Technology Background and Universal Scanner. The reason why Zhao Hai didn't give Binya any magic cannons was because Zhao Hai's magic cannons used special crystals, and he didn't want the Divine Race to know about that. One day quickly passed by. The next day, Thur and the others were still tipsy. It was only after eating breakfast did they recover. They also knew from Zhao Hai that the Atlanta plane may attack today. Therefore, they immediately returned to their armies after eating. Zhao Hai also knew that the divines would attack the foreign races. However, he wasn't anxious to deal with them. He wanted the divines to fight against the foreign races for a period of time before he goes to give aid. In the meantime, Zhao Hai wanted to stay here and deal with the O'Neill family in order to get a couple of magic armors for himself. Although Zhao Hai wasn't planning to fight with the divines right now, he was preparing to deal with them. The most important thing for him right now was to get more god ranks and produce more Scorpio combat suits to be handed over to the Devil Legion. These days, Zhao Hai had already accrued several hundred Scorpio combat suits and had given it to the Devil Legion to use. Because of the added functions of the combat suits, the Devil Legion had yet to get fully accustomed to using them. Therefore, they needed to train for some time. Only then can Zhao Hai take them and then sweep the entire world clean. In addition to the combat suits for the demons, Zhao Hai also produced a lot of god rank potions. At this point, almost all of the Buddha clan's members were god ranks, even Laura and the others. But although they had reached god rank, their combat power was still a lot worse than a full god rank expert. The O'Neill family didn't let Zhao Hai wait for a long time. At around 9 in the morning, a 30-man team of magic armors flew in from the spatial rift. The reason why the O'Neill family failed to find Zhao Hai's defensive line was because the defensive line was covered by Zhao Hai's fog. This thick fog wasn't the dark mist but just an ordinary white fog. However, this fog can block the divine sense of god ranks and other means of detection. Therefore, the O'Neill family had no way of knowing what was going on inside the fog. It was because of Zhao Hai's arrangement that the O'Neill family wasn't able to discover that Zhao Hai had set up a defensive line. The 30 magic armors flew towards the white fog slowly and carefully. Moreover, they maintained their humanoid form and didn't transform. They needed to be prepared for battle at any time. Just as the team were being careful, a few blue lights suddenly went straight towards them. The O'Neill family immediately avoided the lights. This tactical avoidance was something that magic armor pilots must study. This was in preparation to avoid attacks made by both battle chi and magic. And since these scouts were the elites of the O'Neill family, their movements were extremely done well. No blue light was able to hit even a single magic armor. However, just as the blue light missed, another barrage of blue lights came in, and with greater magnitude. The O'Neill family's soldiers didn't have the means to hide immediately, so they quickly established their shields. At the same time, they also launched an attack towards the blue lights. The magic armor attacks came in the form of white energy beams that seemed more concentrated. When the white energy collided with the blue energy, a loud noise was immediately heard. The two energy beams collided together, causing a huge explosion that blew the fog away. This allowed the O'Neill scouts to see their enemies. Not far from them was a defensive line. There seems to be a lot of shadows on that defensive line, signaling how large the army was. Upon seeing this, the O'Neill family's scouts stopped. Then they went into a tactical formation and slowly retreated. However, it was too late for them to retreat at this time. Blue lights came in from behind them. The blue lights were woven into a light net, surrounding the magic armors. They can't even hide if they wanted to. However, the O'Neill family's scouts reacted very quickly. They immediately formed a circular formation. All the magic armors set up their shields and then sent out energy beams from their hands. The cooperation of these people were well coordinated. The blue lights were unable to hit them even once, but the blue light kept coming. The O'Neill family's scouts felt the pressure on them getting bigger and bigger. At this moment, someone from the team loudly said, "Explosive attacks will blow a path for retreat. Otherwise, we will get stuck here forever." It was obvious that his person was the commander of the team. As soon as he said that, the magic armors immediately moved. Something suddenly elevated from their shoulders, of which had 4 holes each. On each shoulder were 4 small missiles. The missiles were immediately launched and headed towards the source of the blue light. After a loud noise, the blue lights coming from that place evidently decreased. The O'Neill family scouts used this opportunity to retreat back towards the Ark continent. Meanwhile, blue lights kept coming towards the scouts, getting blocked by the shields all the time. Although the blue lights were lessened, Those left were still quite a lot. The scouts can only resist and block the blue lights. It was necessary for the blue lights to be blocked by the shield. However, using the shield to block the blue lights consumed energy. The energy on each magic armor was getting consumed rapidly. Then suddenly, two magic armors on the rear of the team were grazed by uniquely strong blue lights. Their shields flashed for a moment before it disappeared. There was no need to wait before the two magic armors were bombarded by the blue lights. The two magic armors didn't explode. Instead, they were frozen in an instant. The magic armors immediately fell, but before reaching the ground, a spatial rift took them in. The demise of the two magic armors were naturally seen by the other scouts. They became startled, but they also became more careful. They didn't know what the blue lights were, and they didn't know why the rift appeared. However, they can affirm that the two magic armors and their pilots were already gone. Actually, the two strong blue lights weren't anything special. They were just light beams made from combining several magic cannons. This time, Zhao Hai didn't attack from start to finish. He just let the undead attack the magic armors using magic cannons. He wants to see how capable the magic armors were. The result startled Zhao Hai. He didn't think that the magic armors would actually be this defensive. After taking the two magic armors, Zhao Hai immediately threw them to the space. When the two armors were sent in, a prompt immediately came. Magic and technology machine detected. The machine is the primary product of the combination between magic and science. The machine has fulfilled the requirements of opening science and technology backgrounds. Asking host for permission to open science and technology backgrounds. Zhao Hai stared. For a while he didn't understand what the space said. After a short time, an additional prompt came. Due to the discovery of a unified magic and technological item, a special item has been offered, the Universal Scanner. This machine can analyze, design, compute, and simulate various items from magic civilizations, science and technology civilizations, and even cultivation civilizations. The machine can be upgraded further. In order to use this item, host needs to achieve level 80 and above, has unlocked magic civilizations, and science and technology civilizations, as well as 5 million gold coins. Asking host for permission to unlock this item. Zhao Hai was stunned. The universal processing machine already gave him a surprise. Now, he didn't expect that a universal scanner would exist, and it could actually be upgraded. It looks like its functions were formidable. Zhao Hai went still. He felt that his head was turning. However, Zhao Hai managed to recover quickly as he said, "Open the background and the special item." After saying this, he can immediately feel the space taking more than 5 million gold coins from his wallet. After that, a building appeared right beside the processing machine. The processing machine's building looked just like a simple workshop. There's nothing magnificent about it at all. On the other hand, this new structure was 3 stories high. It had the standard architecture of a science and technology civilization. It was made with metallic frames and also had glass for windows. It appeared neat and clean. Zhao Hai badly wished to enter the space right now to look at this scanner. However, he stopped himself from doing so. He can only look at the scanner through the monitor. This was because Zhao Hai was afraid that if he entered the space, then he would ascend the moment he went out. This was something that Zhao Hai felt. He feels that if he entered the space, then he would have to ascend once he goes back out again. It was precisely because of this feeling that Zhao Hai doesn't dare to enter the space. He could only command the space through his mind and look through its situation through the monitor. As Zhao Hai processed the space's prompt, the O'Neill family's scouts were continually being hunted. Although some of them were shot down by the magic cannons, most of them eventually managed to get out. In addition to the magic armor's strength, the people outside the rift also played a role in assisting the retreating scouts. With the combination of magic armors and war tanks, they were able to escape smoothly. Thir and the others led their army and stood by the side, watching the undead as they fought against the magic armors. To be honest, the result of the fight was beyond their expectations, not only because they were happy that 5 magic armors were taken down, but also because they only had this much achievement. They knew how formidable the magic cannons were. Even the divines wouldn't dare to block them directly. However, Those magic armors actually suffered a lot of attacks from the magic armors without being wiped out. This startled Fear and the others. And then there was also the attacking strength exhibited by the magic armors. One must know that there were over 1,000 magic cannons who participated in the attack. In the end, they only managed to down 5 magic armors. This result was below expectations. And when the counterattack from the magic armors came in, they actually ruined 200 of Zhao Hai's magic cannons. These magic cannons were destroyed onto Zhao Hai's defensive magic formations. The attack not only depleted the energy of the formation, it also managed to destroy 200 magic cannons. Such attacking strength made Fear and the other feel cold in their hearts. Zhao Hai's defensive formations were very formidable. Even divines would treat them as a headache. Who would have thought that the magic armors would actually destroy them in one round of attacks? Once the magic armors retreated back to the Ark continent, Fear and the others began to loosen up. Although the time of today's battle was short, they had the sense of being breathless just by observing it. It was too fierce. It was to a degree that surpassed their imagination. After the fight ended, Fear, Ding, Shan, Benya, Ryder, and Ye looked at the battlefield, their expressions sunken. It was at this point that they finally believed Zhao Hai. The opponent was indeed difficult to deal with. Think about it. There were only 30 magic armors and they were under attack by 1,000 magic cannons. There was also the geographic advantage as well as the element of ambush. In the end, they only managed to shoot down 5 of the 30 magic armors. The rest ran away while also causing Zhao Hai to lose 200 magic cannons and more than 100 undead. Fear and the others knew that Zhao Hai only used 9th rank undead in order to man the magic cannons. In their opinion, 9th ranks weren't very strong. After all, Fear and the others were all god ranks. However, although these undead weren't strong in their eyes, 9th rank undead were still a threat. Even demigods wouldn't be able to easily deal with them. But now, an explosion caused by the enemy party actually managed to kill more than 100 of them. The undead under Zhao Hai's command were very hard to deal with. Fear and the others knew how Zhao Hai managed to destroy the Taurus divines. These undead were not only offensively strong, they're quite defensive as well. Under the undead attacks, no enemy would feel easy. This fact alone showed how formidable magic armors were. Shocked, frightened, and a feeling hint of despair, these emotions were running around Fear and the others' hearts. Chapter 903, Zhao Hai's Thoughts. Zhao Hai didn't know about what Fear and the others were thinking. Right now, he badly wanted to see the changes made in the space, but he still resisted. He still had a lot of things to do. He didn't want to ascend right now. Zhao Hai made the undead clean the battlefield before returning to the Taurus continent. At this time, Fear and the others also arrived on the Hell King's ship. As soon as Fear and the others entered the ship, Zhao Hai could see the evident weight on their expressions. It looked like they were the ones defeated in the battle. Zhao Hai gawked. He looked at Fear and said, "What's wrong? Why do all of you look so sad?" Fear looked at Zhao Hai and smiled bitterly before he said, "Mister, this enemy has gone beyond our expectations. They seem to be more formidable than the divine race. Can we really win against them?" After hearing this, Zhao Hai immediately understood why Fear and the others were looking so sad. To be honest, Zhao Hai was also startled at the performance made by the O'Neill family. However, he didn't think the same as Fear and the others. Although the attack power of the magic armors wasn't bad, to say that they were invincible was too much. Moreover, Zhao Hai knew that the magic armors of the O'Neill family scouts were high-level magic armors. It's impossible for the whole of O'Neill family's troops to have that kind of firepower. Zhao Hai looked at Fear and the others. He smiled faintly and said, "It's all right. There's no need to be worried about this matter. Those people didn't come in due to our provocation. And if they really did come, it's impossible for us to not resist. However, they are not invincible. I have some understanding about these people. Come and have a seat while we talk." Fear and the others nodded before they sat down. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "I have met with a person from the Atlanta Plain before. At that time, I didn't express my status. The only thing I told him was the fact that I'm someone from the Ark continent. I didn't tell him the state of the continent as well. I told him that the Ark continent only had 9th ranks and couldn't raise god rank experts. During that time, I was preparing to counterattack the Divine Realm." Fear and the others didn't expect that Zhao Hai to have met someone from the Atlanta Plain. This information startled them. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, the people from the Atlanta Plain are special. Actually, the Atlanta Plain is. Then Zhao Hai introduced the Atlanta Plain to Thur and the others, and the fact that only the O'Neill family were their enemies. Thur and the others silently listened to Zhao Hai. They didn't expect Zhao Hai to have looked into the enemy this much. He even managed to learn that Atlanta Plains language. Zhao Hai looked at them and smiled. Although the magic armors we saw today are very strong, those are already the elites of the O'Neill family. They are the strongest troops of the family. Defeating even a single one of them is already good, judging by how valued they are to the O'Neill family. In addition to this, magic armors have a fatal weakness. Thur and the others looked puzzled at Zhao Hai. They were waiting for what was next. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "The magic armors has a problem when it comes to long-term encounters. Inside those magic armors are people, yet those people don't supply energy to the armors. Instead, the magic armors have their own power supply. All of the power needed by the magic armors are also made by energy conversion devices. I don't know how the people of the Atlanta Plain did it, but the energy conversion device can extract energy to form magic crystals that can power magic armors. It can be said that without magic crystals, magic armors are just pieces of scrap iron." Upon hearing this, the eyes of Thur and the others shone. They understood what Zhao Hai just meant. They were people who had been in battles in the past and were experienced with matters of war. Therefore, upon hearing Zhao Hai speak about this energy source, they immediately knew about the magic armor's weakness. When he saw the group's expression light up, Zhao Hai smiled and said, "So now you know their weakness." Ha ha ha. Yes, the magic armors couldn't fight for a very long time. Moreover, when they make battle, their energy consumption becomes much stronger. This is our enemy's biggest weakness. Thur looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, those people didn't play for long and just ran. Is it because the magic cannons are too strong, consuming their energy? Is that why they retreated? If they didn't, then they would have been rendered useless. When the time comes, we can just round them up." Zhao Hai nodded. "Correct. Therefore, during their attacks, they always have war tanks following behind. Those war tanks might be quick and defensive, but their attacking strength isn't a lot. If we can constrain those war tanks, then we can cripple the advancing speed of those magic armors. And if the war tanks aren't available, then the magic armors wouldn't be able to fight. Most importantly, those war tanks aren't able to fly." Thur and the others had a smile on their faces. They thought that the magic armors were invincible, but it was just because they didn't have an understanding of them. Now, with Zhao Hai's information, there's no need to be afraid. After seeing his goal achieved, Zhao Hai didn't say anything more. Instead, he proceeded to discuss with Thur and the others about how to deal with the O'Neill family. Besides Thur's group, Binya's group was also in the Hell King's ship. Binya and the others had followed Zhao Hai ever since he attacked the Taurus divines. Therefore, they were also acquainted with Thur and the others. It can be said that their relationship wasn't bad. Because of this, sitting and chatting with each other wasn't an awkward event. Zhao Hai calmly looked at the group. It can be said that the people on board were all targets of Zhao Hai. He wanted to pull them to his side and become his people. However, Zhao Hai knew that he couldn't be direct to these people just like what he did with the demons. The reason Zhao Hai succeeded with the demons was because the demons wanted to change their environment in the first place. The demon realm was just too terrible a place to live in. On the other hand, the people of the Ark continent moved to the space because of many reasons. The first reason was due to them having 3 enemies at that time: the demons, the divines, and the underworld. Moreover, either one of these enemies wasn't something that the Ark continent could deal with. The second reason was Zhao Hai's high prestige among the people. Although Zhao Hai wasn't treated as a god at that time, there were people who placed his portrait on their houses. They were already looking at him as an idol. With these reasons combined together, the Ark continent's people decided to leave and move into the space. Meanwhile, the Thunder Clan, barbarians, and the Wing Pegasus had living environments much better than the Ark continent. Their respective planes could produce god-rank experts. Naturally, their planes weren't as good as the space. However, they also won't envy those living inside the space, making them very different than the demons. In addition to this, The Thunder Clan and the others had just broken out from being controlled by the divine race. Although they had cooperated with Zhao Hai's reputation among their people wasn't that high. Making the three clans migrate to the space would be quite difficult. Although Fer and the others were very respectful towards Zhao Hai, these three people were considerate to their own races. If Zhao Hai wanted to win them over, then he would have to be careful. The situation with Binya and the others was much more complex. Binya and the others' status in their clans weren't high. They didn't have too many rights to make decisions, and with them being very loyal to their people, winning them over wouldn't be very easy. Because he needed to consider all of these, Zhao Hai decided to refrain from telling these people many of his secrets. Zhao Hai knew that the space wouldn't be able to convince these people given the space's weak power over beings with wisdom. The reason why the Great Demon King, a person with extremely firm mental state, decided to move towards the space was only due to the space's highly beneficial environment, and the Demon King also believed that if Zhao Hai doesn't deliver on his promise, then the demons would surely retaliate. It was precisely because of these reasons that the Demon King decided to agree with Zhao Hai's proposal and moved the demons to the space. Moreover, after entering the space, the Great Demon King was still fighting for the interests of the demons. This wasn't the same as what Zhao Hai experienced before. Because of this, Zhao Hai was made aware that the space wasn't an all-powerful existence. With regards to intelligent life forms, the space's abilities were very limited. Fer's group as well as Binya's group were vastly different compared to the Great Demon King. The Great Demon King was the lord of the demon realm, an incomparably high existence compared to any other demon. One could say that as long as one persuades the Great Demon King, then the entire demon race would also be persuaded. And with Lu Wei's matter, Zhao Hai was able to take the risk and persuade the Great Demon King. On the other hand, Fer and the others weren't the leaders of their own people. There were still people with positions above them. Words spoken by Fer and the others wouldn't bear too much of a weight. Even if Zhao Hai managed to persuade them, it didn't mean that he had persuaded their entire clans. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't risk expressing all of his secrets. At this time, Zhao Hai was still observing Fer and the others. As long as Zhao Hai's position in Fer and the others' hearts stumped their feeling towards their people, only then would Zhao Hai try to make a move. Zhao Hai needed people at this time. Now that he had unlocked the science and technology background, this meant that he would have more space. If nobody occupies those backgrounds, then they would be wasted. Because of this, Zhao Hai wanted to recruit as many people as he can. However, he couldn't do this unreasonably. Making a lot of people aware of his secret wasn't a good thing to do. Chapter 904. Lesser Science and Technology Background. George felt like he had a nightmare as we walked out of his armor. He was a bit depressed. He didn't think that he would be beaten and lose 5 magic armors during a scouting mission. For him, this loss was not small. 1. Just as what Zhao Hai said, these magic armors were high-quality armors of the O'Neill family. Compared to ordinary magic armors, the construction costs of these advanced armors were many times more. Now that they had lost 5, the losses were very heavy. Besides the loss of magic armors, the damage to the morale was also very big. George was a man bent on winning, but when the clan didn't send him on the first scouting mission, George couldn't help but feel unpleasant. In big families, scouts were the most essential troops. Having the family send you on a scouting mission didn't mean that they want you dead. Instead, the family trusted you and has given you favor. This also meant that one wouldn't be far from being promoted. George was very ambitious. He wanted to be an officer and one with a very high position. Not being sent on the first scouting mission made him feel depressed. George thinks that his ability was no worse than Lewis. Moreover, to George, Lewis was just a fallen genius, not someone that can compare to him. Also, Penny was someone who was extremely careful. He will always pause before making a move. In George's opinion, these two people were inferior to himself. The first choice to be a scout should be him. In the end, he was left disappointed. Fortunately, the family sent him on the second batch of scouts. Because he had waited eagerly for this time, George wanted to perform well. The net formation before was George's doing. One has to recognize that George had talent, but his luck was very bad. Lewis met the underworld, and as long as one withdraws from the dark mist, then the underworld's creatures wouldn't pursue you. The underworld's range was only within its territory. Penny met the demon realm. Nobody was inside the demon realm. Therefore, Penny wasn't attacked like George. On the other hand, George entered the divine realm, Zhao Hai's backyard. Naturally, Zhao Hai wouldn't be polite to him. Although their losses weren't catastrophic, George was still furious. This was because Lewis and Penny brought benefits without any losses. Although George also managed to get information, the losses he incurred still stung. After George came out, he immediately turned to the person beside him and said, "Immediately arrange for people to report back to the family. Make the situation here clear and express our losses. Ask the family to send support as soon as possible." The man beside George immediately nodded before turning around to make the preparations. George looked around him and saw 20 war tanks and 300 or so magic armors. This number couldn't be underestimated. However, George still thought that this wasn't safe. At this time, they had no idea what kind of weapon the enemy was using. Because of this, George immediately said, "Transmit this command. Everyone retreat to the closest city for repairs. Give monitoring priority to this spatial rift." Although George was depressed, but as a competent scout he still made the correct decision. He might badly want to be an accomplished officer, but this wouldn't necessarily be a weakness. Sometimes, this mindset was beneficial because he would need to watch his every action, making sure that he doesn't make the wrong moves. He knew that his greatest asset right now was his ability to be a scout. As long as he performs well, he was likely to be a high-ranking official. Therefore, he always made sure to make the best moves. George's order was immediately performed. The war tanks quickly proceeded to retreat. George didn't actually enter the war tank. Instead he stood on the roof looking at the Divine Realm's spatial rift. His facial expression was somewhat complex. After some time, he coldly snorted and said, "Just wait, I will come back." After saying that, George jumped into his war tank and flew towards the nearest city. The city that George chose was the closest city to the rift. Departing from this city using a war tank, one would only need 2 hours before reaching the spatial rift. And while standing on the city's walls, one could clearly see the spatial rift. This was the reason why George chose this place. At this time, attacking the rift wasn't a choice. What they needed to do was to monitor the rift and report what happened back to the family. But what George didn't know was that Zhao Hai was keeping an eye on him. After giving relief to Thur and the others, Zhao Hai had the group go back and prepare. After this, Zhao Hai's attention was turned to the divine race. As for the O'Neill family, Zhao Hai was fine as long as they were outside the divine realm. Naturally, the defense of the rift was handed over to Thur's group. Zhao Hai believed that Thur and the others could block the O'Neill family, but amidst a few losses. In this case, it would be much easier for them to enter the space. After Thur and the others left, Zhao Hai didn't immediately turn his attention to George's group. He first returned to his room and opened the monitor. Then he called Care over in order to know more about the science and technology backgrounds. For Zhao Hai, both the magic armors and the divine race weren't as important as improving the level of the space. What surprised Zhao Hai this time was the fact that there were no prompts about leveling up. It just said that science and technology backgrounds were unlocked. Therefore, he called Care over to ask. Laura and the others didn't know that the space wasn't upgraded. They were somewhat confused about Zhao Hai suddenly calling Care. After Care came, Zhao Hai immediately asked, "Care, how is the space doing now?" Care smiled and said, "Young master, it's doing great. The science and technology backgrounds have been unlocked. The young master can now buy 10 backgrounds. But these could only be science and technology backgrounds." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's what I thought. Are these science and technology backgrounds useful?" Care smiled faintly and said, "Of course they're useful. They're very useful. Young master doesn't know about this, but at this time, you can only buy lesser science and technology backgrounds. In these backgrounds, there are some buildings that you can use. Once you buy a background, there would be things like gas manufacturing facilities and car-making sites available." Upon hearing Care, Zhao Hai's eyes immediately shone. This meant that buying a science and technology background was akin to buying technology. Means of making automobiles, mobile phones, and perhaps satellites would be available. All of these things were very useful for Zhao Hai. Take the present, For example, Zhao Hai's means of communicating with Binya and the others was through messenger fishes. If Zhao Hai could make mobile phones, then he could use those mobile phones to communicate, which was more convenient. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai said, "Care, this science and technology background, what level of technology has it reached?" Care smiled faintly and said, "Lesser science and technology backgrounds can explore the universe." Zhao Hai's expression lit up when he heard this. Exploring the universe was something that Earth's technology has reached. If this was the case, then Zhao Hai would be gaining equivalent to 10 Earth-like backgrounds. Thinking about this made Zhao Hai laugh. However, Laura and the others were still quite confused. To be honest, they didn't even understand what science and technology was, much less about exploring the universe. After some time, Zhao Hai calmed down and immediately said, "Care, I don't think that those magic armors are only up to this level. Why can I only buy lesser science and technology backgrounds now?" Zhao Hai can remember very clearly that although the Earth can explore the universe, it couldn't make magic armors, or mechas as they were known on Earth, only appear on fantasy novels. Magic armors should be part of an advanced science and technology civilization. Kair smiled and said, "Young master, you must know that magic armors aren't purely mechanical constructs. In the innermost core of magic armors are magic formations. It can be said that magic armors are a combination between magic and technology. Because of this, you can only get the lowest type of science and technology background." When Zhao Hai heard this, he nodded. Then he said, "How can we upgrade it?" Kair replied, "Only after the young master manages to find products made by advanced level science and technology civilizations. Once the young master receives those products in the space, the backgrounds would get upgraded." Zhao Hai then said, "How about the universal scanner?" Kair smiled and said, "The young master can find this out yourself. Put the Hell King's ship in the space and let the universal scanner analyze it." Zhao Hai nodded. He waved his hand and made the Hell King's ship smaller before throwing it into the space. After that, his magic staff increased in size as he stood on top of it along with Laura and the others. While on the staff, the monitor showed Zhao Hai the scene with the Hell King's ship. Since Zhao Hai cannot enter the space, he can only use this method to observe. After the ship entered the space, it immediately flew towards the 3-storied building. The door to the building opened automatically as the ship went in. The monitor immediately showed the situation behind the door. What Zhao Hai saw inside was not what he expected. Zhao Hai thought that the 3-story building was just one vacant room. Who would have thought that the small building was simply a huge machine? Upon passing through the door, the Hell King's ship descended to the ground. Then, that bright and clean floor suddenly turned into a transport belt, taking the ship around the room. As the ship went on, various lights were shining on top of it. "I think this George isn't mad dog." Chapter 905, Modern Era Women. Those lights were scanning the Hell King's ship. It took some time before the ship went through the building and went out on the other side. Not only Zhao Hai, even Laura and the others were curiously looking at the monitor. They wanted to know what the space would do. At this time, a prompt came in, "Analysis starting. Analysis will take 10 minutes. Then a number appeared on a window of the building and started to count down. Zhao Hai and the others weren't anxious and just waited there. 10 minutes quickly went by. When the counter reached 0, a prompt was immediately heard. "Analysis complete. Item is an intermediate cultivation civilization weapon. Item has undergone an upgrade, intermediate defense, intermediate attack, advanced speed. Materials used are golden sand, chaos crystal, iron essence, iron mother. On the hull are long-range magic cannons, weak attack. Improvements available. Suggestions for improvements are." Zhao Hai and the others were shocked as they listened to this prompt. In their eyes, the Hell King's ship was already formidable, but after being analyzed, aside from its advanced speed, all other attributes were only intermediate. Moreover, this specific Hell King's ship was an upgraded version of Lu Wei's treasure ship. Even so, the scanner still had means to improve it. Wasn't this ability too strong? While Zhao Hai was thinking about these, the space's prompt continued. Host may improve the item using the universal processing machine. After improvement, weapon speed will be increased by 20%, defensive strength by 40%, attacking strength by 40%, as well as magic cannon attack by 40%. Upgrade would need 1 million gold coins. Host would also need to provide gold metal wood, innate yin fire, heart of earth fire, and 120 magic formations. Upgrade will take 3 hours. After saying this, the space didn't say anything more. Meanwhile, Zhao Hai and the others were left standing there. They didn't expect the universal scanner to be this useful. After some time, Zhao Hai recovers as he laughed and said, "Good, very good. Immediately upgrade the Hell King's ship. Transform according to the universal scanner's recommendation." With this order, the Hell King's ship immediately flew towards the processing machine. A light shone on the ship before it disappeared. When the Hell King's ship disappeared into the processing machine, Zhao Hai turned and looked at Laura and the others before laughing. "This time, we gained a very good treasure." Laura and the others were also very happy. Lizzie quickly said, "Brother Hai, didn't Kair say that you can buy science and technology backgrounds? Go do it now. Let's see what they are." After being reminded by Lizzie, Zhao Hai remembered that they could also buy science and technology backgrounds. He immediately nodded and turned his head to Kair. "Kair, let's see what science and technology backgrounds we can buy." Kair waved her small hand and the image on the monitor immediately changed to the store. There were small pictures on this page, and some of them were in black and white while some were colored. Zhao Hai understood that those in black and white were things he couldn't buy. Some of the black and white pictures were from ordinary backgrounds and magic backgrounds. It looks like his level was insufficient to buy more of those. This time, the only thing he could buy were science and technology backgrounds. Zhao Hai looked at these science and technology backgrounds. There were some hints on those images, however, those were just introduction and weren't of much help for Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai carefully scanned the backgrounds, carefully looking for the 10 he would pick. However, this task wasn't easy. These backgrounds numbered more than 100. Looking for something that suited him would not be a simple matter. At the same time, Laura and the others were also looking at these backgrounds. Things on those images were something they had never seen before. There were over 100 tall buildings. There were automobiles present. There were even things they couldn't name. This caused them to be curious about those backgrounds. Kair haven't seen these things as well. However, she was tied together with the space. Because of this, once the science and technology backgrounds were unlocked, she immediately got some information sent to her head. It took half a day before Zhao Hai managed to pick 10 backgrounds. Although Zhao Hai wants to live in a modern setting, it was a pity that he couldn't enter the space now. Because of this, he could only look at the monitor with envy. Naturally, Laura and the others wanted to explore the backgrounds, and Zhao Hai didn't stop them. He let Kair take Laura and the others for a tour and see what things lay inside those science and technology backgrounds. After processing these matters, Zhao Hai turned his attention to George and the others. However, George's team was already at the city, paying attention to the spatial rift. At this time, they didn't have the intention to attack. After seeing that George didn't intend to attack now, Zhao Hai felt relief. He continued to sit on his transformed staff and calmly looked at the bustling army. Thur and the others went back to their clans to prepare for the next battle against the O'Neill family. At the same time, Binya and the others were at the defensive line. It was because of this that Zhao Hai had the confidence to send the Hell King's ship for scanning. Upon thinking of the universal scanner, Zhao Hai's heart couldn't help but feel hot. He immediately thought of things that the scanner can analyze. Can it scan the undead? After thinking of this, he immediately opened the monitor and made an undead enter the scanner. The undead walked into the door of the building before a white light covered it. Then the undead became smaller and smaller until it reduced to the Hell King's ship at that time. After that, it underwent the same process as the ship. Zhao Hai stared blankly at the process. He didn't expect that this would be the case. The scanner actually needed the subject to be small. It was too strange. However, upon thinking that the scanner was the prize given by the space and that these abilities were no big deal, Zhao Hai decided to not care about it anymore. What he wanted to know right now was the result of the scan done to the undead. Once the undead came out of the back door, it immediately turned into its normal size. After that, a prompt came. Analysis starting. Analysis would take 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8. Analysis completed. Item is a robotic type object. Item made from ordinary minerals. Attacking strength is weak. Item can be upgraded by the space. Host is currently using the method of placing the item in the hell background in order to upgrade. This is the recommended method. An alternative method can use the universal processing machine. Required materials are Yin iron mother, golden sand, primal chaos crystal, 100,000 gold coins. Since host can only provide golden sand, host can buy materials. After paying 5 million gold coins, the robot will be upgraded. After the upgrade, robot-like item will improve attack and defense by 200%. Note that after this improvement, robot can no longer be strengthened. Asking the host to think carefully, Zhao Hai blankly stared at the result. He didn't expect the space to have another means of upgrading the undead. But although the fast approach could improve the undead, Zhao Hai didn't want to use it. After seeing this result, Zhao Hai returned the undead to the hell background. Then he thought about the Scorpio combat suit on his staff, so he had the scanner analyze it. When the Scorpio armor went to the back of the building, a prompt was heard, starting analysis program. This item is a defensive combat suit produced by the space. Currently, the item is perfect. Host's level is insufficient. Host is unable to improve it. Zhao Hai stared. He didn't think that the scanner would have a high evaluation of the combat suit. However, if Zhao Hai were to think about it, he could understood what was going on. Now that the space was making these combat suits, then it's natural that they would be perfect. Moreover, if the combat suits could be upgraded right now, the processing machine wouldn't be able to do it. Therefore, the analysis would give this answer. Zhao Hai thought for a moment before he had a domain weapon scanned. Zhao Hai had always wanted to improve the domain weapons for a while, but there was no time. Although the processing machine can improve items, it couldn't compare to the scanner. Because of this, Zhao Hai wanted to see if the scanner would have any results regarding domain weapons. The procedure went on as before, then a result came in. Analysis results. Item is a rough and inferior level weapon. Weapon's design is unreasonable. Energy usage is too big. Attacking power is weak. Defensive strength is weak. Speed is weak. Materials used are ordinary. Host is recommended to destroy this weapon in order to get raw materials. Then host can use the raw materials to make weapons or other items using the universal processing machine. Zhao Hai felt depressed. Domain weapons, both in the lower realms and in the divine realm, were extremely powerful items. Even in the divine realm where combat suits existed, warriors would still scamper around just to wield a domain weapon. The result that the scanner brought up had no merit to speak of. Everything said about domain weapons were negative. Zhao Hai didn't even know if there were any redeeming values. Zhao Hai smiled bitterly as he stored the domain weapon. He thought about it. If the scanner could tell the shortcomings of the Hell King's ship, then the domain weapons naturally wouldn't be spared. The reason why the scanner didn't have any means of improving the combat suit was because the combat suits were now a product of the space. Once the space levels up, then it's natural that the combat suits would follow. Because of this, the analysis didn't say anything about improvement. But still, the results of the scanner had aroused Zhao Hai's interest. He immediately threw a magic armor towards the scanner. The procedure came in as a prompt came. Analysis starting. Time for analysis, 30 seconds. After the timer finished, another prompt arrived. Item is an armor-type weapon made by a magic and science civilization. Attack strength is low, speed is low, defense is low. Unable to provide means of improvement due to the materials used. Zhao Hai gawked. He didn't think that the result would be this. It seems like the scanner wasn't all-purpose. It can only analyze items within the space's range. All other materials cannot be scanned. One must know that Karen and the others were still trying to improve their magic formations in hope of using them for the magic armors in the future. However, the scanner actually can't do this. It seems like talents were still needed during crucial moments. At this time, Laura and the others walked out from the space. To Zhao Hai's surprise, each one of them had mobile phones on one hand while having laptops on the other. Their clothes were also from the modern era. If Zhao Hai didn't know, he would have thought that he had returned back to Earth. When Laura and the others saw Zhao Hai's reaction, they couldn't help but chuckle. After that, Each one of them chirped about their adventures through the science and technology backgrounds. Inside these science and technology backgrounds were these things called malls. These were the same malls that can be seen everywhere on Earth. Naturally, these malls had clothes, jewelry, and tech products. Since Kare had information about all of these, she introduced them to Laura and the others. Laura and the others were very curious about these things, so they took some phones and laptops along with clothes with them before going out of the space. Of course they didn't forget about Zhao Hai. When they came out, they also gave Zhao Hai a mobile phone and laptop. Laura thought that Zhao Hai was also clueless about mobile phones and laptops, so when she took out the phone she said, "Brother Hai, look, come here, let me teach you. With this thing, you wouldn't be using messenger fishes anymore." Then she proceeded to hand a phone to Zhao Hai and explained its functions. Zhao Hai looked strangely at Laura, then he turned to Kare and said, "Kare, can we use these things here?" Chapter 906, Mysterious Hell King's Ship. Kare nodded and said, "These mobile phones can be used in any backgrounds inside the space. If outside, it can only work in an area 10,000 meters around young master. Beyond this range, the phones cannot be used." Zhao Hai nodded. The current monitor also has a range of 10,000 meters with him as the center. It seems like because of its relationship with the space, the mobile phones can also work on the same range. Zhao Hai looked at the mobile phone in his hand. He couldn't see what brand it was, but it was beautiful. There weren't a lot of buttons on the device. Aside from normal buttons on typical mobile phones, there weren't anything else. The screen was very large, black, and simple. Zhao Hai gave a satisfied nod before pressing the power button. The screen of the phone immediately lit up. It had a different boot animation from the other phones that Zhao Hai had seen before. Once the phone was turned on, the boot animation was a farm. Then the farm slowly disappeared into a background of a clear sky, white clouds, and green grass. At the same time, an image of an ordinary home screen appeared. Zhao Hai was very satisfied of this mobile phone. During his time on Earth, he had used a lot of mobile phones. He could say that there wasn't any phone like this one. Zhao Hai turned his head to look at Laura and said, "Laura, what is your number?" Laura and the others were looking blankly at Zhao Hai's movements. Zhao Hai looked more skilled than them when using the phone, looking like it wasn't his first time using it. This made them puzzled. Now that Laura heard Zhao Hai, she immediately gave him her phone number. Once he heard the number, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. It was because Laura's number didn't have 11 digits. Instead it only had 7. The number belonged to a phone that wasn't upgraded. However, Zhao Hai didn't care. He conveniently dialed Laura's number on his phone. It didn't take long before a delightful sound was heard. It was Laura's phone that made the sound. Laura took her phone out and saw Zhao Hai's number plastered on the screen. Zhao Hai looked at his number and almost gasped. Goodness, this number was too overbearing. 611. This was the first time Zhao Hai saw this number on a phone. Zhao Hai looked at his number and said, "You didn't get to choose your numbers? You need to have one like this." Then he referred to his mobile number. The number that Laura had wasn't very easy to memorize, being 7 numbers. When Laura heard Zhao Hai say this, she smiled faintly and said, "It's fine, it looks interesting this way." "Right, Brother Hai, how are you able to use mobile phones?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Don't forget, I'm the host. It wouldn't be strange for me to use mobile phones comfortably." When they heard Zhao Hai, Laura and the others nodded. Naturally, Zhao Hai cannot tell them that he was from Earth. This was his deepest secret, and he wasn't prepared to tell anybody yet. Zhao Hai saved Laura's number. The phone could also take pictures, so he took Laura's picture to save with the phone number. Upon seeing Zhao Hai skillfully using the phone, Laura and the others couldn't help but surround him. This way, Zhao Hai could help them get used to the phone. Zhao Hai didn't decline and saved everybody's number on his phone. Then everybody took everybody else's pictures. Seeing Laura and the others happily playing around with their phones, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile bitterly. Actually, Laura was still quite young at 20 years old. Meanwhile, Meg and Nair were the youngest, being 18 years old. Back on Earth, women of their age would still be thinking about what to wear when they go out. They would still be quarreling with their boyfriends. On the other hand, Laura and the others were currently working like mature women. The disparity was too big. Seeing the women play around with their phones, Zhao Hai didn't disturb them. He can understand their current mood. He was the same with his very first mobile phone. He even couldn't sleep the following night. He was much worse than Laura and the others. Zhao Hai took the laptop that Laura handed him and confidently opened it. The inside was the same as any other computer, but unlike the one he had on Earth, this laptop didn't have as much programs installed. There were only default programs and it didn't even have a way to connect to the internet. Zhao Hai then asked Care, who was sitting on his shoulder, "Care, what other programs are installed in this computer?" Care replied, "Young master, aren't these the only ones needed to be installed?" "Right. I also saved information about magic formations on this computer." Zhao Hai also remembered that although he now has a computer, his situation still wasn't the same as back on Earth. There was no internet here, so he couldn't just surf the web freely. Only then did Zhao Hai nod and said, "How did you solve the problem of electric power?" Kair smiled and said, "Young master can rest assured. I have prepared a lot of solar panels so that we can charge the phones and laptops." Zhao Hai nodded. "That's good." "Right. Prepare to give father-in-law some of these laptops. The computers would surely help with their research on magic formations." Kair immediately complied. At this time, a prompt was heard from the space. Hell King's ship modification finished. Asking host for permission to summon. Zhao Hai stared, then he quickly said, "Summon." Just as Zhao Hai's voice fell, the Hell King's ship appeared right in front of him. Zhao Hai inspected the ship and couldn't see any obvious change. It didn't look different than before. This confused Zhao Hai. Laura and the others had also discovered that Zhao Hai had summoned the Hell King ship. Since he couldn't see anything different with the ship, Zhao Hai immediately went in, but the moment he made the ship move, it was then that Zhao Hai felt the difference. In the past, when the ship started to move, it would undergo the process of acceleration. In other words, the ship wasn't fast in the beginning. Only after a few seconds would it reach its quickest speed. But now it was different. As long as Zhao Hai made the ship move, it immediately reached its maximum velocity. Moreover, the ship was steady and more flexible. When the Hell King's ship moved, magic formations would appear on its sides, almost covering the entire ship. In turn, this made the ship look more mysterious. Zhao Hai tried moving the ship a few more times. He can now assure that the ship had become more flexible. In the past, due to the ship's speed, turning would be very difficult. You would need to make a huge bend. Currently, the ship would immediately turn when Zhao Hai issued his command. The ship was now more like a fish swimming in the sea. Besides its speed, the Hell King's ship's attacking power has also been improved. In the past, the ship's ram wasn't too agile when attacking the enemy. It wasn't the same case now. The pole and the magic cannons were also similar. Zhao Hai tried them and knew that the ship's fighting strength had indeed been promoted. At the same time, although the Hell King's ship's water didn't look like it changed, Zhao Hai could see the changes once he commanded it to move. The water of the new Hell King's ship now had more volume in every action it made. Now, the water underneath the ship would roll with each action. Magic formations would also appear with each action, aiding the water to keep rotating in place. One could see at a glance that this was much better compared to before. Zhao Hai was very satisfied with the changes to the Hell King's ship. After testing, he led Laura and the others to enter their room. There were no major changes made in their cabin, but it became larger than before. It was now like a small space. Zhao Hai liked the recent changes. After returning to their room, Zhao Hai immediately turned the monitor on to see the situation with the O'Neill family. George's letter had yet to be delivered to the O'Neill family, so Zhao Hai still wasn't clear of their reaction. But since the reinforcements had yet to come, it can be said that George wouldn't make a step further into the rift. This made Zhao Hai relieved. What he needed to do right now was to wait for the news coming from the foreign races. As long as they can drag the divines for a while, then Zhao Hai can be sure to upturn the divine race's continents. At this point, nearly 10,000 Devil Legion soldiers were fitted with Scorpio combat suits. They were still adapting to the combat suit, but Zhao Hai could see that their combat power seemed to be inferior compared to the divines. However, Zhao Hai changed his mind once he understood why. The Devil Legion were already inferior in strength compared to the Supreme Elders. At the same time, the Supreme Elders wouldn't be able to use the combat suits for a long time since it consumed too much of their energy. The space may have thought of this shortcoming when it transformed the combat suit into a seed. Right now, these combat suits were unable to exert as much power as the ones the divines had. This was not only due to their wearer being weaker, it also came due to the changes made to the combat suits. In return for its reduced performance, Zhao Hai's combat suits didn't have the same side effect as the ones the divines had. One could say that the combat suit in the hands of the Supreme Elders was just like giving a 3-year-old child an 18-inch sledgehammer. Even if the child was quite strong, it would still be exhausted after using the sledgehammer for a few times. Zhao Hai's combat suits didn't have such a weak point. His combat suits were more like clothes than a heavy weapon. If in the hands of a child, the combat suit would just be like a small stick. Only when wielded by an adult would the combat suit become the best weapons. Chapter 907. Can it be a trap? After thinking through this point, Zhao Hai moved on. Although the Devil Legion couldn't reach the strength of the Supreme Elders in a short time, he was still very happy. Zhao Hai could understand that 100 birds in the forest was still not as good as a single bird on one's hand. Although the Devil Legion with combat suits were inferior compared to the Supreme Elders, the strength of the Devil Legion was still greatly improved. To Zhao Hai, this was already enough. Zhao Hai regarded the Devil Legion to be important. Their potential couldn't be measured. If the Devil Legion suffered any side effects when using the combat suits, then Zhao Hai wouldn't deploy them. Although they were weaker than the Supreme Elders, at the very least Zhao Hai could still use them. At this time, Zhao Hai wanted to find weapons that could be used by the undead. He wanted the undead to increase in strength. However, Zhao Hai had yet to find an appropriate weapon for them. Originally, Zhao Hai planned the undead to join the Devil Legion and be equipped by combat suits. However, the amount of combat suits needed would be enormous. Zhao Hai might not be able to afford it. Because of this, Zhao Hai can only delay this matter to a later time. 3 days later, Zhao Hai was still observing the situation with the O'Neill family. George traveled too far this time, so it wasn't so easy to send the letter back to the family. 3 days have passed but the letter had yet to arrive. However, Zhao Hai had no time to consider this right now. Binya just came to Zhao Hai bearing news. The divines had sent their troops. The divines were now heading out with their army but had yet to make contact with the foreign races. However, Zhao Hai understood that he now has to make preparations. After sending Binya away, Zhao Hai sat inside his room, staring at the O'Neill family. He didn't move for half a day. Laura and the others were sitting next to each other as they fiddled around with their laptops. After learning how to use it, they had come to like the computers. Although there weren't any games installed, the machine was still able to make things convenient for them. In the past few days, Laura and the others were busy trying to import their materials to the computer. This wasn't a simple job. The information they gathered up to this point was a lot. Just trying to sort through the information would take quite a while. At the same time, Zhao Hai was currently thinking about how to tackle the divine race and find a way for the divines to be unable to deal with him. The divines now had some sort of understanding regarding Zhao Hai's strength. It wouldn't be good for Zhao Hai if the divines had prepared something for him. However, whether the situation was good or not, Zhao Hai still needed to make a move. The divines were faithful dogs of Lu Wei. They needed to be cleaned up. When facing the other 9 continents, Zhao Hai needed to pick which one to attack first. After Zhao Hai attacks, he would immediately attract the attention of the divines. The divines would then retreat, and by then, Zhao Hai needed to solve the encirclement of the divines. Zhao Hai was currently suspecting that this large divine race army wouldn't have any supreme elders with them. Binya's report that said they would send 7 supreme elders might be false information that the divines deliberately released. The divines released this information so that Zhao Hai would be compelled to attack the divines. They might be preparing an ambush there, waiting for Zhao Hai to bite the bait. If this was the case, then the discussion made by Elder Star that time might have been intentionally made in order for Zhao Hai to listen in. Upon thinking about this, Zhao Hai's brain couldn't help but run faster and faster. Every single fight Zhao Hai had with the divine race were won with the help of the space. It would be acceptable if the Supreme Elders were to find something out. Although they might not know about the space, they still should have noticed that Zhao Hai had special methods of finding things out. Therefore, Elder Star might have deliberately discussed their plan for Zhao Hai. Meanwhile, they would stage an ambush in the divine race territory, attacking an enemy's rear in order to compel them to retreat. This might be a simple statement, but it was something that everyone understood. Elder Star and the others couldn't contend with Zhao Hai even if there were 5 of them. But now, they decided to leave 2 Supreme Elders to defend their rear. This was completely unreasonable. Because of this, they could be waiting in the divine race territory for Zhao Hai to sneak attack. At the same time, they wanted Zhao Hai to believe that they were attacking the foreign races. The more he thought about this, the more it seemed true. Zhao Hai's fight with the divines didn't only take 1 or 2 days. Although most of the divines they defeated had been thrown to the space, it was difficult for all the fishes to be captured by the net. At this time, information about Zhao Hai should have come out. Thunder Yun used an all-out attack before in order to deal with Zhao Hai. At that time, Zhao Hai attacked the Radiant Church, causing the divine army to be in chaos. Because of this, Thunder Yun drew back, incurring heavy losses along the way. With such losses, the divines certainly wouldn't fall for it a second time. For the divines to use the same method right now would be too strange. After thinking up to here, Zhao Hai turned to Lizzie and said, "Lizzie, this attack towards the foreign races, can it be a trap?" When she heard Zhao Hai, Lizzie couldn't help but frown. After a moment she said, "It's possible. If that is really the case, then we would meet trouble when we attack the divines." "Brother Hai, how about we directly deal with the divine race army?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "No need." Now that the divines had lost 1 supreme elder, they should also understand that if the elders were to be separated, then they would only be dealt with. Therefore, the supreme elders could only lay in ambush inside the divine race territory. With them being together, this might also be an opportunity for us. Lizzie thought for a moment and said, "But at this time, the divines have 9 continents. How will we know which one they had set a trap in?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "That is not important. The divines had been the overlord for many years, so they should have a very firm foundation. The Radiant Church had a few pieces of spatial items, so the divines should have some as well. If they have a weapon that can allow them to travel from continent to continent, then choosing which continent wouldn't be a problem. Although we haven't seen the divines use such things before, that doesn't mean that they didn't have them. Don't forget, our enemy is Lu Wei. Even if the divines don't have such items, then Lu Wei might have some. Lu Wei's avatars have been destroyed by me twice. He hates me. I don't know why he didn't descend anymore, but with his status he shouldn't let this enmity go. He can use the divines instead in order to deal with me." When Lizzie and the others heard this, their expressions couldn't help but sink. Their faces weren't attractive. Lu Wei was their archenemy, and he worries them. If not because of Lu Wei, then they wouldn't have this much trouble living. Laura said, "Brother Hai, so what do we do now? Do we just let them ambush us?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Correct. Even if we know about the ambush, we still need to push on. We need to make the divines know that no ambush can deal with us." Laura looked puzzled at Zhao Hai as she asked, "Brother Hai, what do you mean?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Now that the Hell King's ship has been upgraded, its speed had become much quicker. It's impossible for them to overtake the Hell King's ship before, much less now. In any case, the war had begun. We don't need to be polite. It would be better for the war to end as soon as possible." Laura and the others nodded. Then Laura said, "Brother Hai, if Lu Wei gave the divines a weapon, then wouldn't it be dangerous for us?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Even if Lu Wei gave them a powerful weapon, they still need to be able to use it. If they couldn't, then that weapon would just be useless. Lu Wei already managed to give us 2 items. If he gave the divines some items, then who would use it?" "Hee, don't worry about it." Lizzie nodded. Then she said, "Big Brother Hai, so which continent are you planning to attack?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "The central continent." This answer made Lizzie gawk. She was puzzled as she asked, "The central continent? That is very far from here. If we attack the central continent, then we would be very deep into the divine race's sphere of influence. Wouldn't that be dangerous?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly. "If you thought about that, then the divine should be the same. Everyone would think the same. Because of that, the central continent would have the most lax defenses. Although the divines treated all continents equally aside from the ones controlled by the foreign races, one could see that the central continent is the foremost continent of them all. Lizzie thought about it for a moment and said, "So it's like this. In the previous battle, it also looks like the other Supreme Elders are listening to the Central Continent's Supreme Elder. If that is the case, then attacking the Central Continent would be a good choice. Once we succeed, then we can eliminate the Divines bit by bit." At this point, Lizzie and the others weren't afraid of ultimate weapons. However, they were also clear that if Zhao Hai were to go all out in fighting the Divines, then he would immediately ascend. This would leave the Divine Realm in an awful mess. Most importantly, they would get to meet Lu Wei much earlier than they anticipated. Because of this, they can only do as they planned. As much as possible, they wouldn't let Zhao Hai make a move. They needed to defeat the divine race little by little. Chapter 908, Sneaking on the Seabed. To deal with the enemy, one shouldn't be merciful. One must find their life point and strike a heavy blow on it. And where was the divine race's core? Where do they think it was safe? The only answer to the question was the Central Continent. This sounds credible, and in fact the Central Continent had always been a special existence in the Divine Realm, and it wasn't only because of its location and ultimate weapon. The Central Continent was placed in the exact middle of the Divine Realm. At the same time, their ultimate weapon was the most handy weapon in the divine race. Because of this, the Central Continent had a different status compared to the other continents in the Divine Realm. Most people in the Divine Realm looked at those living in the Central Continent with respect. In fact, the reason why the Central Continent has such a position was due to their ultimate weapon. Their ultimate weapon had a certain restraint on the other ultimate weapons. If Gold Ben and Elder Star were to fight, then Elder Star's ultimate weapon would be able to suppress Gold Ben's combat suit. Gold Ben could only fight with 80% of his strength, while Elder Star would be strengthened to 120%. This difference could spell the fate of any battle. The reason the Divines were yet to deal with the foreign races was because the foreign races' Supreme Elders didn't dare to face Elder Star. The three Supreme Elders knew that Elder Star was able to suppress their power. Therefore, every time they wage war with the Divines, they always make sure to not face Elder Star. Moreover, the three Supreme Elders generally acted together while also fighting with the Divine Supreme Elders as little as possible. Just like Zhao Hai's approach, the three Supreme Elders would make an attack on the rear once the Divine Army attacks. Because of this, the Divines had no way to deal with the foreign races. Although the three foreign races suffered losses, they could still persist for many years. It was because of the Central Continent's special status that the foreign races didn't attack it despite repeatedly attacking the other continents. Due to this, the Central Continent was able to develop quite well over the years. It had the largest population and the strongest fighting power. This added to its special status as the central location of the Divine Realm. Zhao Hai was now heading to the Central Continent. He now suspects that the Divines might be waiting there for him, staging an ambush. Although he has to find a way to deal with them, he still didn't think about changing his plan. Zhao Hai attacked the Divine Race army and he saw the Supreme Elders there. Then it only meant that they didn't stage an ambush. If that was true, then Zhao Hai would have to smack himself in the head. When that time comes, the initiative would fall into the hands of the Divines. This wasn't something that Zhao Hai wanted to see. Because of this, Zhao Hai decided to go on with his plan. While the Divines dispatched their army to the foreign races, he would go and attack the Divine Race territory. In the past, Zhao Hai planned to deal with the outside continents, but now he decided to head directly to the Central Continent. Wasn't the Central Continent the strongest? If that was the case, then they needed to be defeated to serve as an example. Let's see how the Divines rescue themselves then. After making up his mind, Zhao Hai left the defensive line to Fer and the others. After that, he took Binya and the others prepared to leave. Zhao Hai wasn't worried about leaving Fer and the others behind. After all, the spatial rift was quite large. It would be impossible for the O'Neill family to muster up enough forces to claim the entire area. Zhao Hai also left magic cannons and undead behind, and if needed, he could still provide help. There shouldn't be any problems in the defensive line. After talking things over with Fer and the others, Zhao Hai proceeded to leave the Taurus continent. But this time, they didn't fly in the sky. That would be too revealing. Zhao Hai believed that even if the Divines were attacking the foreign races, they would still pay attention to the Taurus continent. If the Divines discover that Zhao Hai was heading out, then they might make arrangements in advance. There was no need for Zhao Hai to make things harder for himself. Because of this, Zhao Hai immediately released Bubble upon leaving the Taurus continent. Bubble wrapped the Hell King's ship as it entered the seabed before heading towards the central continent. This was exactly what Zhao Hai wanted. Bubble was the source of myriad water. He was just like any other drop of water in the sea. Even if the divines were powerful, it would still be impossible for them to distinguish the difference between two drops of water. Because of this, there wouldn't be any problems with Bubble traversing the sea. Additionally, Bubble was very fast. Zhao Hai just sat on the ship's deck and watched the surrounding waters. Actually, the seascape before Zhao Hai was fairly the same as the ones back in the Ark continent. After seeing this scenery for a long time before, Zhao Hai was already quite tired of it. At this time, Zhao Hai was looking at a map stretched on a table. This map was provided by Binya and the others. It showed the general layout of the divine realm. Laura and the others were also present and were looking at the map. On the other hand, Binya and the others were focused on looking around them. They looked like countrymen who never managed to see the world before. While looking at the map, Zhao Hai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The map was too crude. It didn't even have a scale. There weren't even sea landmarks shown. For Zhao Hai, the map wasn't really that great. Zhao Hai looked at the map for some time, but after understanding nothing, he decided to give up. He turned to Binya and the others, who were still enthralled with their surroundings, and said, "Binya, are you sure that our current direction isn't wrong? Will we really arrive at the central continent this way?" It was at this time that Binya recovered. His admiration towards Zhao Hai had become very high. Zhao Hai could actually traverse the seabed. Moreover, the numerous aquatic magic beasts didn't even attack them. It seems like the ship didn't exist. This move by Zhao Hai made him feel shocked. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Binya immediately said, "Mister, there shouldn't be any mistakes. If we don't deviate from our heading, then we will surely arrive at the central continent." Zhao Hai nodded. He wasn't worried much about deviating from the central continent. Others might deviate from going at a straight line, but Bubble wouldn't. Zhao Hai also looked at the aquatic magic beasts. He understood why these beasts didn't attack them. It was all due Bubble. Bubble was the sea, and the sea was Bubble. Have you seen aquatic magic beasts attacking the sea? Therefore, these magic beasts naturally wouldn't attack Zhao Hai. Laura and the others continued to study the map for a longer while. In the end, they gave up. Lizzie rolled the map and lobbed it over to Binya before she said, "I really doubt that you managed to defend your domains with such a map. Can that be really used for war?" When Binya and the others heard Lizzie, their face couldn't help but turn red. They didn't dare to refute. The reason for this was because they saw Zhao Hai's map of the Taurus continent. This map was something Zhao Hai had care make. The space's ability to analyze was very high. Moreover, there were scales and all landmarks could be seen. When Binya and the others saw that map, they couldn't help but get shocked. They didn't expect that such a map would exist. They could read the map very clearly. The cities were depicted very well. This was another aspect that made them admire Zhao Hai. Therefore, when Lizzie criticized their map, Binya couldn't refute. Their map was too inferior. He would just shame himself if he were to defend it. Sailing underwater was actually very interesting. One could see all kinds of plants and animals in the sea. One would feel like they were sent to another world. However, Zhao Hai didn't idle all this time. He was currently in his room paying attention to the O'Neill family. It was early morning and the O'Neill family had started to receive the letter that was sent by Penny. When the discovery of the demon realm was announced, the people from the O'Neill family couldn't help but feel wild with joy. The O'Neill family invaded the Ark continent because of resources. At this time, the O'Neill family had managed to discover a lot of minerals in the Ark continent. This information made them feel ecstatic. And now, there was actually another plane connected to the Ark continent and wasn't any smaller in comparison. For the O'Neill family, this was an unexpectedly good news. But at the same time, when the report came to the part where Penny discovered the undead and iron armor beasts, the patriarch of the O'Neill family couldn't help but flinch. In his opinion, they needed to obtain the resources in the Ark Continent and the Demon Realm. They might encounter war with this result, but they were already prepared for this. Their reaction was completely seen by Zhao Hai. To be honest, Zhao Hai had expected this. Zhao Hai had long known why the O'Neill family invaded the Ark Continent. Their current reaction was just confirming what he knew. Zhao Hai was prepared to withdraw the magic beasts and the undead from the Demon Realm. In any case, the space wasn't lacking in metals right now. There was no need to mine for more. Most importantly, Zhao Hai thought of another way of acquiring ore. That was to rob. Didn't the O'Neill family want to mine the ores? Then Zhao Hai might as well have them mine it. After they got the ores, then Zhao Hai would sweep in and take it for himself. Zhao Hai had long planned to do this. He was never polite to his foes. Since the O'Neill family were now his enemies, then he would have to be impolite. The third day after Zhao Hai entered the sea, George's letter was finally delivered to the O'Neill patriarch's desk. After looking at the letter, the O'Neill patriarch's heart couldn't help but race. From the Atlanta plain to the Ark Continent, everything for the O'Neill family had gone smoothly. They didn't find any enemies and they even found so many minerals. Additionally, there was even an additional plane. The only thing that was bugging the O'Neill family's mind was where the people of the Ark Continent moved. The disappearance of the people from the Ark Continent was an extremely huge mystery. If they couldn't discover the reason, then this would only be an ongoing threat. Now, they had finally ran into an enemy. The O'Neill family patriarch believed that the enemy that George had ran into was related to the Ark Continent's people. Chapter 909. We've gone astray. The current pressure on the O'Neill family has been great recently. There was the disappearance of the Ark Continent's people as well as the slowly encroaching innate yin domain. Although the innate yin domain wasn't very fast, a day would come that the O'Neill family would need to face it. The most troublesome thing was that the innate yin domain was too big. It wouldn't be very easy to deal with it. The disappearance of the people from the Ark Continent was a huge mystery. This has become a hidden threat to the O'Neill family. The O'Neill patriarch needed to keep this thing in mind at all times. The O'Neill family had already invested too much in the Ark Continent. They had already discovered minerals in the Ark Continent, something that they needed in the very beginning. But at the same time, this was the exact reason why the patriarch couldn't help but worry. He was very eager to know why the people of the Ark Continent decided to move, and where they went to. George's report to the family was a crucial one. An unseen enemy was the most dangerous. Once you can make clear of your enemies, only then can you make countermeasures to defeat them. When he read George's report, the patriarch couldn't help but feel excited. Even if they had suffered some losses, these were unimportant to the patriarch. When he read this information, the patriarch immediately called for the family's generals. He arranged for people to go and assist George's team. George needed to be reinforced. After all, the enemy has been spotted. Moreover, the O'Neill family was still clueless about what was behind that spatial rift. Penny also needed support. There were a lot of mines in the Demon Realm and these mines were being worked on by the undead and iron armor beasts. To the O'Neill patriarch, this was an unacceptable thing. Those mines already belonged to the O'Neill family. Anyone who wanted to touch their property would be provoking the family. Zhao Hai was also paying attention to the response of the O'Neill family. He expected this reaction, but also didn't think that they would reinforce the Demon Realm. When this happened, Zhao Hai immediately withdrew his undead and iron armor beasts. Zhao Hai only left a few undead in the Demon Realm in order to attract more attention from the O'Neill family. Zhao Hai did this in order to reduce the pressure on his defensive line in the Divine Realm. Additionally, this would also make the O'Neill family think that the undead only had to do with the Demon Realm. The Hell King's ship was still traversing the seas. One could see new sceneries every minute. Even if these sceneries weren't that attractive to Zhao Hai, they also weren't annoying to look at. The group has been living comfortably in the past few days. However, Zhao Hai also found out that the Divines were a bit smarter than he expected them to be. They had also arranged for people to monitor the seas. It was just because they didn't go too deep that they failed to discover Zhao Hai. The Ark Continent had the Fishman race, so the Divine Realm would surely have them as well. However, the Fishman race of the Divine Realm wasn't a single power. In the Ark Continent, the Fishman race has been under the control of the Mermaid race, an independent entity. On the other hand, The fisherman race of the divine realm were under the control of the divines that were nearest to them. Because of this, the divine realm's fisherman race has been divided into 13 clans. Naturally, Zhao Hai didn't know about this. It was Binya who told him. Binya was able to come in contact with these fishermen before, so he managed to find things out about them. Although Zhao Hai had been at sea for several days, his communication with Fer and the others didn't get interrupted. Moreover, Zhao Hai even told Fer about the O'Neill family's situation in order to have them prepare. Another 2 days passed by, but Zhao Hai felt that they were still on the same state. According to Binya's map, if they really were going on a straight line, then they should be close to the central continent judging by their speed. Zhao Hai walked out from his room and saw Binya and the others still looking at everything they passed by. Zhao Hai knew that Binya was also thinking the same thing as him. Zhao Hai looked at the expression of the three and smiled. "What, are you worried? Don't worry, we'll go up soon to see where we are." After that, Zhao Hai directed the ship to slowly head up. Actually, Zhao Hai already looked at the monitor and saw that there weren't any fishmen around. Only then did he decide to go into the surface. Zhao Hai had the ship shrink while still being wrapped by bubble. They needed to bring the least attention to them as possible. After Zhao Hai and the others emerged on the surface, they saw a piece of land in the distance. With how large that land mass was, it couldn't be an island, but a continent instead. Zhao Hai turned to Binya and said, "Is that the central continent?" Binya smiled bitterly as he shook his head. The foreign races knew very little about the central continent since none of them had gone there before. They had been isolated by the divine race for so long. After seeing Binya's appearance, Zhao Hai didn't say anything more. He smiled faintly and said, "It's fine if you don't know, Bubble. Go back down first and proceed slowly. Find a large body of water. Maybe a river. Let's go see which continent we've bumped into. It would be best if that is the central continent." Bubble complied before diving down once more. To be honest, Bubble was very glad to do this. He was always comfortable around bodies of water. He was the same back at the space. He would only stay on places with water, never any other place. Not like Care, who always flew from one place to another. At this time, Laura and the others were still together inside the room. Binya and the others couldn't understand why the women kept themselves in all the time. They were able to stay there for days on end. Binya and the others even thought that Zhao Hai's group had been doing shameful things inside their room. However, ever since Binya entered Zhao Hai's room, they completely dropped this idea. To be honest, if they were given the same room, they could also stay there for days at a time. Bubble moved for 2 hours before reaching the shore. The shores of the continent looked very lively. Zhao Hai could even see some fishermen swimming around while ships were coming and going, but none of those people managed to spot Zhao Hai and the others. Bubble couldn't be easily seen in his own habitat. Bubble followed Zhao Hai's instruction and investigated the shore. He was feeling for a current of water and headed towards it. Before long, he entered the riverbed. Zhao Hai and the others don't know much about this river. However, this river was indeed deep. Originally, Zhao Hai wanted to shrink the Hell King's ship before entering, but Bubble stopped him from doing it. Zhao Hai asked Bubble why this was the case, and Bubble said that his own body can shrink just like the Hell King's ship. Those inside Bubble's body would be subjected to the space inside. Although Bubble had shrunk, the ship still remained its original size. It was at this moment that Zhao Hai remembered the time where he got Bubble in the northern ice field. Bubble was able to absorb a lot of things into his own body. Moreover, Bubble's size remained the same regardless of the size of the item. The Hell King's ship wouldn't be a problem for Bubble. After listening to Bubble, Zhao Hai decided to go along with it and had Bubble go into the big river. Upon entering the river, Zhao Hai suddenly had the feeling about its importance to this continent. This was because he saw how much ships were coming and going in this river. What surprised Zhao Hai the most was the presence of fishmen on this river. The fishmen were working here. They rode their magic beasts here and there, helping the ship stock as well as transporting freight. They were busily going about their jobs. After seeing this, Zhao Hai said, "Bubble, go towards that port. Let's listen to their conversation." Bubble complied and slowly floated up. This caused Binya and the others to get nervous. They still had no idea that they had shrunk right now. Before long, Bubble had floated to the river's surface. They were several meters away from the port. Although they weren't near the riverside, The distance still allowed them to hear conversation. The hubbub of shouting and haggling was easily heard, the voices of many people mixed with each other. There weren't too much useful information, but Zhao Hai wasn't worried. He just kept listening in for keywords that might be useful. In the end, they managed to hear some names of the cities. Upon hearing the city names, Binya and the others couldn't help but change their expression. Binya turned to Zhao Hai and said, "I've wronged, mister. We have reached the wrong place. This isn't the central continent but Leo continent. If we head east, we should arrive at the central continent." Zhao Hai nodded. He couldn't blame Binya and the others. After all, the Divine Realm's map-making technology wasn't that great. It's completely reasonable for the maps to deviate by a few degrees. Zhao Hai turned to Binya and asked, "How many days will it take?" Binya paused before saying, "With our speed, we should be there in 3 days. I'm sure of it this time." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he said, "Bubble, I'll leave it to you. We need to reach the central continent in 3 days." Bubble complied and sank to the river's bottom before going towards the sea at full speed and then heading east. The reason why Zhao Hai let Bubble wrap them wasn't because the ship couldn't travel underwater. Instead, it was because Bubble doesn't cause any ripples when traversing the sea. This was something that the Hell King's ship couldn't do. Chapter 910, Along the River, Through the Center. 3 days quickly went past, but in these 3 days, the O'Neill family weren't idling. Their reinforcements had entered the Radiant Empire while another had reached the Buddha Empire to reinforce the Demon Realm's troops. However, Zhao Hai was already prepared for these two situations. As long as he can connect himself with fear, then everything would be fine. There would be no need for him to manage things at this point. After 3 days, Zhao Hai and the others has yet again resurfaced to see a piece of land, a continent. This time, Bubble didn't need Zhao Hai's instruction as he sank back down and looked for a river to enter into the continent. Bubble initially wanted to find a small stream to enter, but Zhao Hai instructed him to find a large river instead. They would enter the continent through that big river. After entering, Zhao Hai found a place with a lot of people in order to listen to conversation. After listening for a while, he finally was able to hear several names. When he heard these names, Binya immediately turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, there's no mistake. This is the central continent. Do we make a move now?" After hearing the confirmation from Binya, Zhao Hai smiled but shook his head as he said, "Don't worry about it. But if we act now, our harvests wouldn't be too big." Binya looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Did you know why I made Bubble look for a big river to enter the central continent?" Binya shook his head. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "It's because great rivers are lifelines to any civilization. If we enter a small river, then we might not reach too far into the continent. But if we enter a big river, then it's possible that we can enter the middle of the continent stealthily. We need to attack important cities. And if we can attack their capital city, then that would even be more perfect. What result would we have if we settle on small cities? In addition to not affecting their system, they can also react immediately and encircle us. On the other hand, if we attack their important cities, then how much damage would we cause?" Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Binya and the others paused for a moment before their eyes shone. Binya laughed as he said, "Mister, the heavens are truly helping you. The central continent's capital city isn't too far from its largest river. Even ordinary magic beasts would take a few days of travel. It would take much less if we fly. If the river we going into was Divine Gift River, then we can immediately go to the capital, central city." Zhao Hai didn't know about this matter. Now that he heard Binya, he immediately became interested. "Binya, is that true? Then we should head there." Binya smiled and said, "Mister shouldn't worry about this. Central City has 4 satellite cities outside. Divine Gift City is right next to Divine Gift River. As long as we get to Divine Gift City through the river, then we can directly head to Central City." Zhao Hai's expression shook. He nodded and said, "All right, then that would be the best." "Bubble, don't go back down. We need to pay attention to things on shore." Bubble complied and moved forward along the river. Their speed actually slowed down as they paid attention to the things on shore. Zhao Hai wanted to pay attention because, 1, he wanted to find Divine Gift City, and 2nd, he wanted to see if the central continent was prepared. If the central continent had made preparations, then Zhao Hai would have trouble advancing. But if they didn't, then everything would be fine. Although Zhao Hai and the others were thinking that they weren't going fast, they were already very quick compared to the ships in their vicinity. Very soon, Zhao Hai and the others were ways along the river. In the process, they had also confirmed that they were in Divine Gift River. This discovery made Zhao Hai glad. This time, they weren't on the wrong path. Every time they met a city, they would stop to listen for a while and see if they had reached Divine Gift City. However, they were quickly disappointed. They had yet to reach Divine Gift City. Upon arriving in the central continent, Binya and the others could no longer offer Zhao Hai any help. This was because they had never been to the central continent before. Therefore, they had very limited information regarding its geography. Naturally, Zhao Hai wouldn't want to make any wrong moves at this time. Because of this, he asked Laura and the others to head back to their room and look at the monitor. As long as they reached Divine Gift City, they would immediately know. Only then could they act. But what surprised Zhao Hai was the fact that they had yet to reach the city despite traveling for an entire day, and on a speed much faster than average. If they weren't able to confirm that they were in Divine Gift River, then Zhao Hai would have thought that they had taken the wrong route. After the day passed and the skies turned dark, Zhao Hai stopped advancing. Then he had everyone rest. Their trip would continue tomorrow. Zhao Hai has a reason to do this. They will soon fight against the divines. At this time, they need to be in their best condition. Although it wouldn't be a problem for them to not rest for a few days, Zhao Hai still wanted to make sure that everyone gets enough rest. After taking a rest, Zhao Hai and the others continued onward. But this time, they weren't left disappointed for long. After 2 hours, they had finally arrived at Divine Gift City. The ones to discover the city first were Laura and the others. Zhao Hai hadn't even approached the city when Laura and the others walked out of their room. As soon as they came out, they immediately told Zhao Hai that they had reached their destination. Because of this, Zhao Hai decided to not go ashore. Instead, he commanded Bubble to go down. They would survey Divine Gift City and see where there were only a few people. Only then would they go and head directly towards Central City. In the beginning, Binya and the others didn't know why Zhao Hai suddenly stopped. However, they didn't say anything. They knew that Zhao Hai may have something on his mind. Bubble's advancing speed wasn't very fast. Looking for a place with a few people wasn't very easy to find. Divine Gift River was the largest river in the central continent. A lot of people rely on this river for their livelihood. Naturally, this river was the busiest one in the central continent. Zhao Hai already made some calculations and they were now quite a distance away from Divine Gift City. However, they were yet to find a place with a few people. This caused Zhao Hai to knit his brows. Lizzie looked at Zhao Hai's expression and knew what he was thinking about. She smiled faintly and said, "Big brother Hai, I think looking for a proper place at daytime wasn't a good idea. How about we wait until evening comes?" With Central City being the central continent's biggest settlement, it should be brilliantly illuminated. When the time comes, we can use the lights to guide us. Upon hearing Lizzie, Zhao Hai couldn't help but tap his own head. He was too focused on getting ashore and didn't think about the opportune time to do so. Although the strength of the people here in the Divine Realm was much greater than the people in the Ark continent, they still needed to take a sleep and rest. When night comes, then that would be a good time to attack. After thinking through this point, Zhao Hai immediately turned to Binya and the others and said, "All right. Then everyone should go back and take a rest. We'll move in the evening." When Binya and the others heard this, they all looked at each other before turning to Zhao Hai with confused expressions. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "We can't waste too much time looking for a proper place. Moreover, going out at daytime would attract too much attention. We will go at night." Binya and the others immediately understood what Zhao Hai meant. They gave Zhao Hai a nod before going to their own rooms. They didn't know why Zhao Hai was so confident, but they knew that Zhao Hai wouldn't just say things without reason. Zhao Hai's group also returned to their rooms. Inside the room, Zhao Hai turned the monitor on. Seen on the monitor were the divines who were bustling about. They looked no different to the people from the Ark continent. All of them were rushing here and there for their livelihood. One couldn't see the legendary image of the divine race in them. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, are you feeling regret?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and shook his head. "There's no time for regrets. Our enmity needed to be settled. If the enemy exists in the future, then we wouldn't be able to feel free. If we show compassion today, then we might be the ones to suffer tomorrow. Laura gave out a sigh, then turned to the monitor. If the divines didn't provoke us into war, then we might still be doing business in the Ark continent, visiting Brother Whales from time to time in order to have a drink. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "What's there to reminisce? We can just go to Brother Whales now and have some drinks." Laura shook her head and said, "Forget it. We have a big night ahead of us. We don't have time to go drinking. Let's take a rest. Who knows what things the divines have in store for us." "Brother Hai, we shouldn't take them lightly." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Rest assured, I won't drink. Go and take a good rest. I still need to count on you for the battle ahead." The women nodded before they turned around and left. It can be said that they were now quite used to wars. They knew that they needed to take a rest since nobody knew when they could after the battle starts. They rested for the rest of the day and then had dinner in the evening. When Zhao Hai and the others came out of their rooms, the skies were already dark. The shores were brilliantly illuminated and was still quite lively. Chapter 911, Connecting Heaven Palace, Attack It. Looking at the lights on the shore, Zhao Hai was unexpectedly calm. He knew that as the leader of their team, he couldn't show too much emotion or else it would affect the morale. Fortunately, Zhao Hai had other people to take command. Zhao Hai really didn't have the talent for strategy. At the same time, Binya and the others also came out of their rooms. Their expressions were tinged with excitement. As members of the foreign races, they had never dreamed that they would be able to attack the capital of the central continent. This was something impossible for them before, but now they were actually here. How could they not feel excited? Zhao Hai wasn't anxious. He stood quietly on the Hell King's ship as he looked at the shore. Slowly, the clamor became smaller and smaller, the people on the shore becoming less and less. Before long, the place had gone quiet while the lights had become sparse. Zhao Hai was still unmoving. This caused Binya and the others to be anxious. They looked quite uneasy. In the end, Binya couldn't help but take a step forward and approach Zhao Hai. After Binya arrived by Zhao Hai's side, Zhao Hai looked at him and said, "What's wrong? Worried?" Binya gawked. Then he immediately nodded and said, "I'm quite worried." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Don't think about it too much. People had just fallen asleep. It's possible that there are some people who are still up. We can't risk being discovered at this time. Let's wait. Then we make our move." Binya nodded and didn't speak anymore. However, he was still somewhat restless as he walked back and forth. Zhao Hai gave him a glance a few times before he said, "Just calm down." At this time, the one who has a weaker heart would take the bigger blow. In any case, we're already here. They cannot run no matter what they do. Binya and the others' faces turned red as they turned speechless. Their mood was totally different from Zhao Hai's. In the past, they were always the ones being attacked by the divines. Now, it was the divines who were going to be attacked. After waiting for about an hour, the shores finally became completely peaceful. Seeing that there were less lights, Zhao Hai knew that the time has come. He turned to Bubble and said, "Bubble, let's go up." Bubble complied as they ascended towards the river's surface. Bubble went up until he finally separated from the river. Bit by bit, he went towards the sky. Due to being small, it was close to impossible to spot Bubble. Because of this, he managed to attract no attention. Upon reaching the skies, Zhao Hai immediately made Bubble withdraw. After that, he increased the Hell King's ship's size. At the same time, they were also flying horizontally along the central continent. They were heading towards a place with red lights. Zhao Hai knew that this wasn't the sky being red. Instead, it was a reflection coming from the city with no evenings, Central City. In less than an hour, Zhao Hai arrived outside the city. This city was incredibly big. Zhao Hai looked dumbfoundedly at its size. He couldn't even estimate how many people were inside such a settlement. After some time, Zhao Hai recovered. Then he looked at the city and bitterly smiled. It was because he can see huge letters on the city's gates that spelled Central. With these letters, nobody would suspect that this was Central City. However, what made Zhao Hai surprised was the construction of the city. There were broken walls, and there were places with no walls, disconnecting the line altogether. It looked more like a cultural site than a completely defendable establishment. Such a city was both good and bad news. It was good because there were no walls to block them, but it was bad because there definitely were key places that needed to defend it in this city. It was only hard to spot because of the city's structure, but before long, Zhao Hai managed to find his target. In the center of the city was a very high mountain. On the mountain were palaces. Of all the sectors in Central City, this area had the most magnificent lighting. It looked like the imperial palace of the central continent. While Zhao Hai was pondering over this, Binya suddenly exclaimed, "Central Continent's Connecting Heaven Palace." Zhao Hai turned to Binya and said, "Connecting Heaven Palace?" Binya nodded, his two eyes shining as he said, "There was no mountain there in the first place, but later on, the people of the Central Continent used a lot of experts to build that mountain there. The mountain symbolizes that the palace can connect to the heavens." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Connecting Heaven Palace. Interesting. Let's attack that place today." "Biniga, get ready. I'm afraid we'll be spotted as soon as we enter the city." "We'll go with the fastest speed and head directly to the mountain. I want to lay waste to that palace." When Binya and the others heard Zhao Hai, they immediately got up and got excited. Connecting Heaven Palace was the face of the Central Continent. Thinking about that place being ruined would naturally make them feel excitement. Zhao Hai also made his preparations as he took his staff out and called care over. He didn't dare treat this matter lightly. The last time, Zhao Hai was separated from Care. Thinking about this made Zhao Hai wipe a cold sweat. He needed to be ready for any encounter. Zhao Hai didn't send Bubble back to the space. Bubble was now resting on top of his head. Inside the Hell King's ship, there were also massive amounts of undead prepared. If the other party uses another method to disconnect him from the space, then the undead on board would at least provide him with some support. After everything was prepared, Zhao Hai began to lead the Hell King's ship to move forward. When the ship crossed the city's walls, the word Central began to make grating squeals. Along with the squeal were red lights flashing all around the city, warning the populace of an incoming danger. Zhao Hai didn't expect the city's defenses to be this good. Although the walls were torn down, the warning system was actually still this sensitive. Moreover, the range of this alarm encompasses the whole torn-down wall. Immediately after an intruder passes the walls, the alarm would immediately blare up. However, what happened next made Zhao Hai confused. In Zhao Hai's mind, since Central City's alarms were this developed, then it meant that its citizens and soldiers were similarly as alert. But instead, the reaction of the people inside the city was very strange. All of them wore their clothes as they went out with expressions of confusion and anxiety. They were looking around blankly while the alarm was sounding out. Aside from the residents, the army also disappointed Zhao Hai. Their response was too slow. Zhao Hai had noted several garrisons around the city. However, he didn't care much about them. His present target was Connecting Heaven Palace. These military compounds were not his priority. After the alarm sounded out, the soldiers actually had the same response as the commoners. They were somewhat at a loss upon hearing the alarm. Even the senior officers had the same response. Upon seeing this situation, Zhao Hai was shocked. The army that would protect this city was actually this incompetent. Zhao Hai couldn't help but feel disappointed at the divines. However, this was a good thing for Zhao Hai. He didn't care about them anymore as he led the Hell King's ship towards Connecting Heaven Palace at the quickest speed. Compared to before, the Hell King's ship's speed was much greater. The commoners could only feel a flash of shadow above them as it passed by. Even if they wanted to look for it, their eyes wouldn't be able to catch up. Although Central City was very big, the Hell King's ship managed to quickly arrive by Connecting Heaven Palace. The army stationed inside Connecting Heaven Palace actually had a faster response compared to those soldiers outside. Because of this, the palace's defenses have been established. Their magic cannons were also at the ready. During his fights back at the Taurus continent, after crashing into the divine race's base, Zhao Hai discovered that he really preferred to destroy his enemy in the most violent and simple way. He felt like it was more satisfying that way. The troops inside Connecting Heaven Palace soon discovered Zhao Hai's ship. Naturally, since the ship was very fast, the moment the troops decided to make an attack was the moment the ship hit their magic shield. While the troops were dumbfounded, the Hell King's SHP proceeded to bulldoze the shield defending the palace. The protective shield around Connecting Heaven Palace can be said to be the most firm defense in all of the Divine Race territories. The defense uses God-rank magic beast cores as power while other cities only use 9th rank cores. The disparity on both was naturally clear. However, this firm defense was actually treated by the Hell King's ship as mere paper as it broke through with little to no difficulty. After that, The Hell King's ship hit a wall and drove through it. The wall didn't even scrape the ship as a huge hole bore into it, and the Hell King's ship didn't stop there. After boring a hole through the wall, the ship kept advancing. Everything in front of it was demolished. Houses, walls, people. It didn't matter. The Hell King's ship was like a bullet being shot through a watermelon. The ship headed forwards and continued on towards the mountain where Connecting Heaven Palace was. It was intent on going through it. Chapter 912. They should have thought about it long ago. Boom. A heaven-shaking sound was heard, shaking the entire central city. The people who were awoken by the alarm and had come out saw their holy place being penetrated by a golden light. These people didn't know what just happened. They were dumbfounded for some time. What was going on? Was the deity punishing them? While they were puzzled, that golden light made a turnaround, heading towards Connecting Heaven Palace once more. This time, people were able to see it clearly. It was actually a huge golden ship. What made the divines dumbfounded was that this ship was like a child that had found a new fun toy to play with. It hit the Connecting Heaven Palace again and again. It started at the top of the mountain and gradually went down. Their prided mountain was being smashed to pieces. Every divine had lost the ability to think. They didn't know what was happening. They didn't know what the ship was doing and why was it attacking the palace. At this moment, the soldiers of Central City finally responded. All divine soldiers took their weapons and went towards the palace with the quickest speed they could muster. These soldiers knew what the destruction of the Connecting Heaven Palace meant. Losing the palace meant losing the dignity of the central continent. It would be a huge blow to the central continent. At this point, the divine soldiers had gone mad. They all rushed towards the palace and tear apart the one who dared to make an attack. However, the soldiers had no opportunity to do so. Connecting Heaven Palace was not a natural mountain, it was artificially made. In terms of strength, it was still inferior to ones made by nature. After being hit by the Hell King's ship multiple times, the mountain finally couldn't withstand it and just collapsed. But Zhao Hai wasn't finished. He didn't intend to let anybody go. He commanded the ship's cannons to shoot towards the palace's direction. All the divines who flew out of the mountain were killed on the spot. This time, Zhao Hai can finally see how the improved magic cannons performed. If the previous cannons of the ship were to be ordinary magic cannons of the Arc Continent, then the improved cannons were like the huge cannons of the divine race. The Hell King's ship's cannons weren't just a bit more powerful. In fact, in the ship's recent upgrade, the cannons received the greatest improvement in power. First, the cannon's materials have changed. The magic cannons that Zhao Hai used were made by iron, making them useless after being used for some time. However, the magic cannons of the Hell King's ship were now made from specially synthesized materials. Its strength had increased by a lot. Even if they were used for a long time, they would still remain undamaged. Second, the raw power used by the cannons. Zhao Hai's cannons used magic crystals as a power source. On the other hand, the Hell King's ship's cannons used the yin-yang bond as a power source. The energy contained inside the yin-yang bond was much greater compared to the energy inside magic crystals. With this, it was natural for the Hell King's ship's cannons to be more powerful. And third, the magic armors that Zhao Hai gained helped a lot. Although Zhao Hai didn't have the time to study the magic armors and just handed them over to Karen, the magic formations on those armors were still used to improve the Hell King's ship. The magic formations on the magic armors helped the cannons to increase their output. Among the three improvements, this one was the one that benefited the cannons the most. At this time, Zhao Hai was confident that as long as the cannons hit a god rank expert, then that expert would certainly die. If 10 magic cannons combine their power, then even supreme elders in their ultimate weapons wouldn't be able to block them. Zhao Hai had the ship circle around the rubble that was Connecting Heaven Palace. Every divine they discovered were immediately attacked and killed. Even if there weren't any people in sight, the cannons were still firing. Everything that was the Connecting Heaven Palace was destroyed. Nothing good was left. This process might look like it took a long time, but everything had just happened in less than an hour. In this 1 hour, Central City's soldiers had slowly encircled the Hell King's ship. After Zhao Hai saw that the Connecting Heaven Palace was almost destroyed, he decided to leave. He turned the ship and went straight to the Divine Race soldiers. When the troops saw that Zhao Hai was heading towards them, instead of retreating, They actually proceeded to clash. They took up their arms and charged towards the Hell King's ship. They were like warriors carrying swords and spears charging towards an enemy tank. Zhao Hai didn't care about these soldiers. He wasn't planning to fight with these people as he just drove the ship through them. The golden streak of light vanished from the horizon soon after, leaving the maddened soldiers with nothing to do. At this time, the commoners started to respond. They wept and wailed as they ran towards the connecting heaven palace. The palace was too important for the people living in the central continent. This was their source of energy, their pride. But under their gazes, it was mercilessly destroyed. Nothing noteworthy was left. The divines began to congregate towards the place where the palace was located. The majestic structure was destroyed. Not even a tile was left. All of the divines in the capital cried. There were even some soldiers who couldn't bear the thorn in their hearts and committed suicide. The symbol of the central continent, the pride of the central continent, the strength of the central continent, the connecting heaven palace has been destroyed, and the culprit was Zhao Hai. After Zhao Hai's assault on Central City, he got rid of the pursuers before returning to Divine Gift River. Then he had bubbles surround the ship and sank to the bottom of the river without coming out. The duration of the assault was too short. It only took an hour or so from beginning to end. To be honest, Binya and the others weren't expecting Zhao Hai to use this method to deal with the palace. Before they could even move their hands, Zhao Hai had already made an attack and the battle was over. Actually, it wasn't only Binya's team. Laura and the others weren't expecting Zhao Hai to do this as well. In fact, Zhao Hai didn't think that this was what he would be doing too. After he heard Binya mention the Connecting Heaven Palace, he was suddenly struck by an idea. Connecting Heaven Palace was a symbol of the central continent's strength. If it was destroyed by him, then it would certainly be a huge blow to the central continent. Even if Elder Star was quite the schemer, he would still be compelled to return to the central continent to handle this matter. Otherwise, the central continent would be sunk into chaos. The divines were proud, and this was even more true for those who lived in the central continent. With how resounding the slap that Zhao Hai gave them, nobody could blame the central divines if they were to go insane. In this case, if Elder Star didn't make a move, then the central divines would meet their end. Because of this, Zhao Hai decided to demolish the Connecting Heaven Palace. With this, Elder Star should be forced to return to the central continent. After Bubbles sank to the bottom of the river, Zhao Hai finally gave out a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that the divines would use a special weapon to deal with him. But now, it seems like his worries were unnecessary. Binya's team, as well as Laura and the others, stood by Zhao Hai's side. When Laura saw Zhao Hai sighing in relief, she smiled and said, "Brother Hai, were you really that nervous?" Zhao Hai turned to Laura and smiled bitterly. "Really nervous? It's natural. We're in the central continent, a place known as the most formidable in the divine realm. Moreover, we are attacking its capital city. How can I not be nervous? However, it's great that they weren't as formidable as we thought." Binya looked at Zhao Hai. His eyes shone as he said, "Mister, did you know how important the Connecting Heaven Palace was? Not only in the central continent, but the entire divine race looked up to it. Connecting Heaven Palace was the divine race's symbol of authority and strength. Now that Mr. destroyed it, then it meant that Mr. has announced his eternal enmity against the divine race." When he heard Binya, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile bitterly. When the divines attacked the Arc continent, they should have known that our enmity is irreconcilable. This is just the start. Binya didn't know what to say. Zhao Hai surely had the strength to back up his words. If those words came out from another person's mouth, then people would just laugh at them. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Binya suddenly felt that the divine realm might have no divines left in the future. After seeing that Binya had stayed silent, Zhao Hai opened his mouth and said, "Binya, tell your people about what just happened. Remind them to be extra alert. After knowing what we just did, it's possible that all the divines would go crazy. If they couldn't find us, then they might shift their rage to your clans. Have your people tread carefully." Binya's expression changed. Then he made a nod. He knew that Zhao Hai was telling the truth. After knowing this information, the divines would surely go mad. They will rush to the central continent to look for Zhao Hai. And if they failed to find Zhao Hai, then they would shift their attention to the foreign races. Given that Zhao Hai was allied with them, the foreign races might have a bad time coming. Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "All right, Go take a rest. Have your people help us in paying attention to the divine race's response. The more details, the better. Binya nodded before returning to his room along with Ryder and Yida. They immediately relayed the information to their clans, telling them about the event that happened in the central continent. They instructed their people to be ready at all times. After seeing Binya and the others leaving, Zhao Hai turned to Laura and said, "Inform Thra about this as well. Tell them that they might suffer for a while." When Laura heard Zhao Hai say this, she paused for a moment before her eyes shone. "Brother Hai, are you ready to make a move on the three clans?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "It's about time, isn't it?" Chapter 913, Elder Star's Plan. Elder Star quietly stood on the balcony of his room. He was currently in the Leo continent's Imperial Palace. The structure of this palace was very grand, but compared to Connecting Heaven Palace, it still had some shortcomings. However, Elder Star didn't care. Although he lived in Connecting Heaven Palace, he settled on a small side residence. He didn't involve himself in politics. He just stayed in cultivating. He was waiting to ascend one day. At this time, if it wasn't for Jiyu's letter asking for his help, he wouldn't have come out. He knew that he was required this time. Zhao Hai's strength was something that surpassed his imagination. In the past, Elder Star wouldn't have even thought that a person would be able to escape an attack made by 5 Supreme Elders. They made ample preparations for the ambush. The enemy was even captured inside Sealing Star Disk. However, the enemy was actually able to come out. Moreover, after withdrawing, he even managed to destroy their base. This person was too dangerous. After clashing with Zhao Hai, Elder Star understood how terrible Zhao Hai was. Elder Star believes that if Zhao Hai keeps being in the divine realm, then the entire divine race would be endangered. Not only was Zhao Hai strong, he was also vicious and merciless. The people of the Taurus continent has been slaughtered by Zhao Hai. It was startling even for Elder Star. Naturally, Elder Star knew about what the Taurus divines did back in the Ark continent. However, Elder Star was a member of the divine race, and he had the pride of a divine. In his view, the people of the Ark continent were lesser beings. It didn't matter how many of those people were slaughtered. It was just like how people from the Ark continent didn't treat slaves as equals. The divines didn't look at the people from the Ark continent as beings that were on the same level. But after Zhao Hai's slaughter, Elder Star began to feel a sense of dread. If Zhao Hai wasn't dealt with soon, then more divines would fall. There were 2 reasons why Elder Star decided to eliminate Zhao Hai. First was the rebellion of the Thunder Clan, Barbarians, and the Winged Pegasus, and second was the alliance with the foreign races. The rebellion of the 3 clans had caused the large-scale rebellion of the Divine Realm's vassal races. This effect can still be felt up to this time. There were still people from the other continents that were yet to deal with their vassal races. The Divines were caught unprepared. Next was the alliance with the foreign races. The battle between the foreign races and the Divine race had lasted for tens of thousands of years. Their hatred for each other has been engraved on their bones. In this case, if Zhao Hai cooperates with the foreign races and succeed, then what would happen to the divines? Because of these reasons, Elder Star has to cooperate with the other Supreme Elders in order to eliminate Zhao Hai. Just like what Zhao Hai guessed, Elder Star and the others' deployment of the troops was a ploy. Zhao Hai had fought with Gold Ben before, and the Taurus divines also clashed with Zhao Hai back in the Ark continent. Therefore, they already have some sort of information about Zhao Hai. They had discovered that Zhao Hai was a sly person. If the divines were to really attack the foreign races, then Zhao Hai definitely wouldn't help. Instead, Zhao Hai would just go to the divine race continents and cause trouble. And when the divines retreat, they would also need to watch for their backs. Because of this, Elder Star needed to make advance preparations. After studying Zhao Hai, he found out that Zhao Hai was a person who didn't like taking risks. He would carefully plan things out before making the first step. Elder Star knew that Zhao Hai wouldn't support the foreign races if the divines were to attack them. So Elder Star decided to speak his words back in the Taurus continent. However, it can be said that it wasn't a planned act. Only Elder Star was pretending. The others weren't. Elder Star only thought about this plan when he was on his way to the Taurus continent, so he didn't have time to discuss it with the others. Because of this, he could only act by himself. Only after they retreated from the Taurus continent did he reveal his plan to the others. Elder Star did all of these because he discovered that Zhao Hai seemed to be one step ahead of them at all times. Therefore, Elder Star suspected that Zhao Hai might have a method to monitor them. This thought stemmed from what happened with the second supply transport. Although they wanted to deal with Zhao Hai, they still decided to change their course. Delivering the supplies was much more important than facing Zhao Hai. However, even if they changed their route, Zhao Hai was still able to encounter them. If Zhao Hai didn't have means to monitor them, then this outcome wouldn't have happened. Elder Star didn't know how Zhao Hai did it, but he still didn't dare to take it lightly. In the end, he chose a conservative approach and deceived everyone. It wouldn't be too late to discuss things when they returned to their territory. Therefore, Elder Star and the others only discussed after reaching the Leo continent. The reason Elder Star dared to do his current plan was because he has a treasure in his hands. Without this treasure, Elder Star's plan would have been impossible to accomplish. One can say that they were already on the path of defeat from the very beginning. Of the 13 continents in the Divine Realm, 3 of them belong to the foreign races while one has been conquered by Zhao Hai. This left 9 continents for the divine race, and the divines were also left with 9 supreme elders. The Scorpio supreme elder had already fallen into Zhao Hai's hands. This loss also informed Elder Star about Zhao Hai's strength. 1 or 2 supreme elders wouldn't be a threat to Zhao Hai. Instead, it would be a gift to him. Because of this, Elder Star decided that everyone would move as one. With the strength of 9 supreme elders, Zhao Hai would surely be destroyed. However, an issue had arisen with this arrangement. With 9 people going together, this meant that all of them could only stay in one continent. If Zhao Hai chose to attack a continent besides where the supreme elders were, then the supreme elders wouldn't be able to do anything. In the end, when Elder Star presented his treasure, the other supreme elders began to feel relief. The treasure that Elder Star had was known as the 7-star Heaven Lock. This treasure was actually several formation discs. It looked like the star sealing disc but has inferior offense. The sealing star disc can injure the enemy while the 7-star Heaven Lock can only trap them. If one talks about killing the enemy, then the sealing star disc was naturally very formidable. Moreover, with more ultimate weapons, the disc would become more powerful. But if one wanted to seal a person, then the sealing star disc was actually inferior to the 7-star Heaven Lock. The 7-star Heaven Lock was divided into 8 formation discs, the 7 stars and the core. And these 8 discs can be used separately, even if they were used individually, as long as the 7-star Heaven Lock formation was established. The effects would manifest. Moreover, its might wasn't low. Elder Star took this set of formation discs and gave one to each continent. The continents would house these discs, and as long as they use it to surround Zhao Hai for several days, then the Supreme Elders can rush over and deal with him. The reason why Elder Star was confident that these discs can surround Zhao Hai was due to the testing that he did before. These formation discs have their own characteristics. Once one was trapped inside a 7-star Heaven Lock formation, then one would be trapped inside for 7 days. Elder Star had tried it before. No matter if it was a Supreme Elder or an ordinary person, one could only be trapped for 7 days, and nobody was able to break the formation. If 2 formation discs were used, then the trap would last 14 days. If 3, then 21 days, and so on. If one uses 8 formation discs, then the victim would be trapped for 56 days. After 56 days, whether the victim was dead or alive, the formation would unravel. Only when the formation was set up once more could it be used again. Elder Star used this formation one time to trap the 3 foreign race Supreme Elders for 56 days. That was the time where the foreign races suffered the heaviest loss. If not for Elder Star being unsure of eliminating the 3 Supreme Elders, then the foreign races would have surely been slaughtered. Because of the 7-star Heaven Lock, Elder Star was assured that they could deal with Zhao Hai. In his opinion, no matter which continent Zhao Hai attacked, he would still be surrounded and trapped. 7 days was enough for the Supreme Elders to travel to any continent and eliminate Zhao Hai. And just to be sure, in addition to the true 7-star Heaven Lock, Elder Star also made imitations of the treasure. However, these imitations weren't very useful. If these imitations were to trap Zhao Hai, then they would only last a short time. However, A short time was a huge factor when it came to the battlefield. If Zhao Hai was trapped inside an imitation, then the one who held the true formation disc would be able to go to where Zhao Hai was and trap him. After that, Elder Star and the others would soon arrive to kill Zhao Hai. This plan was very good. Naturally, there was a 7-star heaven lock disc in the central continent. However, whether they be an ordinary divine or Elder Star, nobody expected Zhao Hai to attack the central continent. This was because it was very far from where Zhao Hai was. Zhao Hai wanted to solve the attack on the foreign races, but attacking the central continent was the slowest method. Because of this, nobody expected Zhao Hai to target the central continent. Instead, he would choose a continent that was much closer to the Taurus continent. Besides these arrangements, Elder Star also informed all of the fishermen to thoroughly monitor the seas. As soon as they spot Zhao Hai, they would immediately make a report. The fisherman race's news was the quickest in the divine realm. Therefore, Elder Star was confident in his plan to deal with Zhao Hai. However, despite all of these, Elder Star still couldn't help but feel uneasy. Their army had already departed and had clashed with the foreign races, yet there still weren't any news about Zhao Hai. This caused Elder Star to feel restless. He reviewed his plan carefully once more and there shouldn't be any flaws. This allowed him to loosen up a bit. At this time, the sound of rapid footsteps can be heard. Chapter 914, Madden Divine Race. Naturally, Elder Star was able to hear those footsteps. Judging by the cadence on each step, it should be Goldben. Goldben was now a stray dog. His strength was inferior to Elder Star, and now he had become the Elder's faithful subordinate. This was because Goldben knew that if there was someone that can help him take revenge in the divine realm, then it would be Elder Star. This didn't pertain to Elder Star's strength. Instead, it was because of his identity. Elder Star was the Supreme Elder of the Central Continent. He was a Supreme Elder that held more power compared to the other Supreme Elders. Because of this, the Supreme Elders have him as their center. If Goldben wanted to have his revenge, then he can only depend on Elder Star to organize the other Supreme Elders. Only Elder Star had this ability. Goldben was a decisive person. He was very willing to be Elder Star's subordinate in order to make Elder Star move. Because of this, when Elder Star heard that it was Goldben, he went back to standing in the balcony. He thought that since Goldben has come, then Zhao Hai should have appeared. Goldben entered the room. When he saw Elder Star just posing there, he didn't know whether he should laugh or cry. In the past, Goldben didn't know about Elder Star's temper since they didn't have much contact. But now, Goldben discovered that Elder Star wanted to make poses in order to highlight his extraordinary points. Elder Star was doing that same thing right now. I don't know if he can still make a pose when he hears this news. Goldben thought of this as he walked towards Elder Star. Elder Star didn't wait for Goldben to open his mouth as he asked, "What happened? Did you find any traces of Zhao Hai?" Goldben nodded and said, "Yes. Zhao Hai has appeared. He attacked the central continent and ruined the connecting heaven palace. The mountain was knocked down by his ship. From what I had heard, nobody from the palace survived." Elder Star just stood there and quietly listened. Seeing little reaction from Elder Star, Goldben actually started to admire him. But at this moment, Elder Star turned around, fierce expression plastered on his face. He glared at Goldben and said, "What did you just say?" "Zhao Hai attacked what?" Goldben couldn't help but scold his heart. He really thought that Elder Star had a good control over his emotions. As it turns out, he was just too stunned to respond. Although he had unspoken criticisms, Goldben repeated his report. Although it was already his second time hearing this, Elder Star stood there, looking at Goldben. Then Elder Star muttered, How can this be possible? Didn't the connecting heaven palace have a 7-star heaven lock disc? How can this happen?" Goldben shook his head and said, "At present, we still don't know everything. But this matter has already been spread outside. We need to head to the central continent to have a look." When Goldben said this, Elder Star looked at him and said, "Yes, you're right. We have to go and have a look." After that, Elder Star's figure disappeared. Goldben saw Elder Star flying out of the balcony and headed directly towards the central continent. Goldben didn't immediately follow Elder Star. Instead, he quickly went to inform the others. The other Supreme Elders couldn't sit still too. Although Zhao Hai didn't attack their continents, Connecting Heaven Palace was the pride of the divine race. They couldn't just let Zhao Hai go after he destroyed it. The news didn't only arrive at the Leo continent. It didn't take long before the entire divine realm got wind of what happened. When the divines heard this, they couldn't help but turn crazy. Those who'd gone mad first were the citizens of the central continent. They couldn't believe it. Someone actually dared to attack them. Moreover, under their gazes, their sacred palace was destroyed. This was without a doubt a slap on the face of the central continent. It would be strange if they didn't go insane. However, the worst thing about this situation was the fact that the crazed residents of the central continent were left with no leader. The members of the central continent's imperial family lived in the palace. Now that they had been eliminated, the central continent became a headless dragon. Nobody had the authority to lead the angry mob of central divines. At the same time, their reason has already been burned by the anger that they felt. A person's anger was a terrifying thing. This was especially true for people with great strength. With the central continent in its current state, the first to lose their reason were the capital city's soldiers. They started to destroy everything around them and murder people. The entire capital city was soon plunged into chaos. After that, the entire central continent turned insane. When evening neared, the central continent had long lost its peace. Zhao Hai didn't expect the result to be this drastic. He just destroyed a structure in the central continent, yet the entire continent had gone to chaos. Zhao Hai blankly stared at the monitor, dumbfounded at what was happening. Laura and the others had the same thought. This scene was far from their imagination. After some time, Zhao Hai turned to Laura and forced a smile. "It seems like we've stirred a hornet's nest." Laura smiled bitterly and said, "How can it turn into this? Can Brother Hai ask Binya and the others?" Zhao Hai smiled and shook his head. "There's no need to ask. Didn't Binya already tell us the answer? The ruined palace seems to be really important for the divines. Otherwise, the divines wouldn't have this much reaction. However, this result if good for us. If the divines start to go mad at the foreign races, then wouldn't that be great? What do you think?" Laura smiled and said, "That is truly good news, but to be honest, this has been too cruel to the divines." Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "This situation isn't about us being cruel to them, but them being cruel to us. Alright, no matter what, if Elder Star is really planning to make a move, then I think he would arrive very soon." Laura nodded and said, "I think Elder Star had also gone mad. He should already be heading here at the fastest speed. What do we do next?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Us? How about we pay a visit to the Leo continent? If they come to the central continent, then we'll go to the Leo continent and make a mess there. The Leo continent is also the best place to contact the foreign races." Laura nodded. "That is a good idea. But did the Leo continent make any preparations? What are we going to do about that?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Then wouldn't it be better if they were prepared? What do we need to fear? First we make a mess of the Leo continent and then we see what kind of reaction the divines would have." Laura frowned and said, "With this current situation, the divines would surely attack the foreign races. Maybe they'll even attack the Thunder Clan and the others, or even eliminate the vassal races." Zhao Hai just smiled and said, "They will certainly make a move on the Thunder Clan and the others. They know that those three clans are our earliest allies. If those three clans were to be in trouble, we certainly couldn't just ignore it. Moreover, compared to the foreign races, the three clans are much easier to deal with." Laura stared, then she nodded. But Lizzie frowned as she said, "If I'm a divine, then I would deal with the vassal races first, eliminating any disturbances behind." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Then it's a pity that you're not a divine." This time, we had truly hit a sensitive nerve of the divine race. What they want to do right now is to deal with us. From what I can see, the vassal races had yet to make a result even after a few days. For the divines, as long as we are dealt with, going for the vassal races would be very easy to do. I reckon they will come to us first." Lizzie nodded. She thought that Zhao Hai was correct. These vassal races truly weren't a big threat to the divine race. Even if the divine race army didn't attack them, as long as a supreme elder was sent in, then the vassal races wouldn't be able to resist. However, Zhao Hai's group was different. They had the strength to contend against ultimate weapons. In this case, Zhao Hai's demise would need to be prioritized. It can be said that using ultimate weapons required a certain price to pay for the Supreme Elders. If they waste this opportunity and deal with the vassal races, then what would they do in order to face Zhao Hai? In this case, they can only wait for their deaths and the end of the divine race. Because of this, the divines would want to find Zhao Hai and compel him to a decisive battle. After thinking about this, Lizzie immediately said, "Big Brother Hai, I think we should tell Fer and the others about this as soon as possible. If they are unprepared, then their losses would be very big." Zhao Hai nodded. "We certainly need to inform them. However, the three clans won't listen to us. There's nothing much we can do. Forget it. Let's just have fate decide." I hope that after they eat some losses, they would come to trust me and agree to enter the space. Lizzie and the others smiled bitterly. They knew that this won't be easy. The Thunder Clan and the others were very tenacious people. It was close to impossible for the three clans to trust Zhao Hai completely. It would take quite the effort to have them move to the space. But as the matter stands, the three clans would surely lose big after facing the divines. This wasn't something that Lizzie and the others wanted to see. This caused them to be in a dilemma. To be honest, Lizzie and the other didn't intend to push the three clans to a corner when they attacked the central continent. This development was just not under their control. Chapter 915, Destruction and Regret. Zhao Hai didn't immediately tell Fer about what he had speculated. After all, these were just his guesses. Moreover, Zhao Hai wouldn't let the Divine Supreme Elders to easily deal with Fer and the others. Currently, Zhao Hai was able to equip more and more Devil Legion soldiers with combat suits that were grown in the space. To be honest, even if the Supreme Elders were to gang up on him, Zhao Hai could just mobilize the Devil Legion. He wasn't really afraid of the Divine race. However, that would also cause huge losses to the Devil Legion. This wasn't something that Zhao Hai wanted to see. Zhao Hai hoped to preserve the Devil Legion as much as possible. If Zhao Hai didn't plan to use the Devil Legion to deal with the O'Neill family, then it was the same for the battle against the stronger Supreme Elders. Although it can be said that the Devil Legion was under the command of the Great Demon King, the Great Demon King has slowly undergone a change, and this change was something that Zhao Hai hoped for. The Great Demon King's change began when Zhao Hai gave the Devil Legion the combat suits. After giving the combat suits, Zhao Hai actually didn't give them anything to do. The Great Demon King thought that Zhao Hai gave them combat suits in order to command them. Instead, it was actually to give help. Because of this, the Great Demon King began to look at Zhao Hai in a different light. Further down the line, with the space's help, the Great Demon King would look favorably towards Zhao Hai. But now, the Great Demon King was still at a crucial moment. Zhao Hai didn't want to move the Devil Legion at this time lest he waste all of his previous efforts. Besides the Devil Legion, Zhao Hai also took great care towards the people from the Ark Continent. At this moment, Zhao Hai had already raised a lot of people into god ranks using his potions. Moreover, Zhao Hai also selected some of them and had them sent to the Hell background for some tempering. However, it would be impossible to form an army out of the Ark Continent people in a short period of time. Their strength was still not up to par. Forget about Supreme Elders. None of them had even fought against other god rank experts. Even if they had combat suits, they still didn't have the ability to join the fight in the Divine Realm. Besides the Ark Continent and the demons, the other army that Zhao Hai can use was his undead. At this time, Zhao Hai had collected a large quantity of god rank undead. These undead were mostly demigods, but there were still a lot of them who had reached true god rank strength. But Zhao Hai found a problem. After equipping the combat suits, the undead couldn't actually use 100% of their strength. The combat suits were completely unsuitable for the use of the undead. This worried Zhao Hai. Of all the combat suits made by the space, save some for Zhao Hai, everything was given to the Devil Legion. If Zhao Hai wanted to equip the entire Devil Legion with combat suits, then it would take him a very long time. Because of this, Zhao Hai decided to give combat suits to his god rank undead, further improving their strengths. However, Zhao Hai was left disappointed. After putting the combat suits on, these god rank undead did improve in strength, but compared to Supreme Elders, they were still vastly inferior. Moreover, these undead would move awkwardly inside those suits. This might not look serious, but in a real combat situation this was fatal. Forget about improving their strength. The undead would be hindered by the combat suits. This forced Zhao Hai to abandon his plan. Because of these reasons, if Zhao Hai wanted to fight the Supreme Elders, then he would have to make a move himself. But the issue with this was that Zhao Hai couldn't make a lot of moves. Just like how the Supreme Elders couldn't use their combat weapons for a long time, Zhao Hai also couldn't move a lot, or else he would be kicked out by the realm and descend with no way of coming back. To be honest, Zhao Hai still didn't want to leave. The Divine Realm still had a lot of good things that were yet to be taken. At the very least, Zhao Hai wanted to get the sealing star disc that was in the hands of Elder Star. Zhao Hai resumed to watch the Divines. They were still in chaos. At this time, not only the central continent, the other continents went insane as well. Even the continents of the foreign races were affected. When Binya and the others told their clans that Zhao Hai destroyed the connecting heaven palace, their clans thought that this was a joke. But when they noticed that the attacking army retreated quickly, even discarding their supplies, they understood that it was real. This caused an uproar among the foreign races. There were a lot of people from the foreign races that haven't seen Zhao Hai. They allied with Zhao Hai entirely because they thought that he was competent. Being able to destroy the Taurus Divines was an evidence to this. But Zhao Hai was actually able to destroy the Connecting Heaven Palace. Although the Connecting Heaven Palace wasn't a sacred landmark of the foreign races, the foreign races knew what the palace represented for the divine race. The foreign race's 3 supreme elders immediately convened in order to discuss how to deal with this matter. In their opinion, this was an opportunity, but at the same time it may become a maelstrom. It was an opportunity because of the accident with the Connecting Heaven Palace. At this time, the divines were in chaos, so the foreign races might be able to use this to make an attack. However, it may become a maelstrom because this event was just too huge. The degree of randomness in this situation was quite high. It wasn't even sure if the divines were to continue being chaotic or if they were going to band together. The foreign races weren't sure if they were to gain from this maelstrom or if they would be flattened. The ordinary members of the foreign races didn't have these complicated thoughts. They hated the divines because the divines always bullied them. Now that the divines were having a disaster, it was natural if they were happy. These ordinary members weren't stupid. They were also able to think that the divines were in chaos. Because of this, they unanimously demanded to send troops to the divine race territory. But the biggest beneficiary of this matter would be the vassal races. With what has happened, the divines didn't have the time to deal with the vassal rebellion. As long as they don't taunt the divines, then the divines wouldn't care about them. This made the vassal races, who had been suppressed by the divines, feel strange. They didn't know what happened. They even thought that the foreign races had sent troops in order to help them break through. 3 days after Zhao Hai destroyed the Connecting Heaven Palace, Elder Star arrived in the central continent. At this time, the central continent was a land of chaos. All the cities were almost in ruins. In the past, the central continent was very lively, but now it was reduced to this state. This made Elder Star pale. Elder Star's expression was dark. On the road, he managed to see divines fighting and carrying out meaningless massacres. Those people seemed to have lost their minds. Although Elder Star wanted them to stop, these people simply couldn't hear anything. Their eyes were blood red. The only thing they knew right now was murder. They were already beyond help. After the destruction of the Connecting Heaven Palace, these people went crazy. Some of them even killed their own families. After the anger in their hearts was quenched and they realized what they had done, they turned insane once more. When he saw this situation, Elder Star knew that the central continent had come to its end. Restoring the continent to its former state would be almost impossible. Moreover, the economy and cultural situation of the central continent has been turned back at a minimum of 200 years. Of course, Elder Star wasn't without harvest. He still met people who were sober. These people were weak and didn't dare to stay in the cities. They were afraid of those madmen, so they could only run to the wild. They haven't eaten, nor they had any change of clothes. They were having difficulties getting by. Elder Star couldn't help but feel helpless when he saw this. In the end, he arranged these people to settle on one of the cities. As for the madmen that were in that city, Elder Star had to steal his heart and kill them all. Following close behind Elder Star were the other Supreme Elders. They were startled at what the Central Continent had become. They didn't think that the Central Continent would turn into this wasteland. Their hearts bled for the people, and they were also scared. The plan was set up by Elder Star, and although Elder Star was the one who proposed it, it was discussed repeatedly and the Supreme Elders thought that it was perfect. And it wasn't only because of the 7-star heaven lock, it was also because of the arrangement of the divines and the fishmen as well. The divine realm's fishmen race survived in the sea for a long time. Moreover, they can command their magic beasts to defend each continent. One could say that there was no way for Zhao Hai to escape their eyes. However, Zhao Hai actually managed to slip through, and even destroyed the connecting heaven palace. Such skill was something that the divines didn't have. Facing this mysterious enemy that was able to appear and disappear at will, the Supreme Elders couldn't help but feel frightened deep inside. Zhao Hai only managed to see Elder Star 5 days after Elder Star arrived at the Central Continent. The reason for this was because Elder Star had been gathering refugees and killing those who had gone insane. Upon seeing Elder Star, Zhao Hai couldn't help but jump. The last time he saw Elder Star, the elder still looked like a lordly middle-aged person. He spoke clearly and had a great demeanor. But now, Elder Star's appearance was completely different. His hair had almost turned white. His clothes were ragged. He had 2 blood-red eyes and looked thin. He looked crazy and didn't have his lordly look anymore. However, Zhao Hai can understand Elder Star's mood. Elder Star was a native of the Central Continent. After becoming the Supreme Elder, he regarded everyone in the Central Continent as his juniors, his children, his family members. Now that his home has been turned to this, he found it hard to accept it. Zhao Hai lightly sighed. He didn't really expect the Central Continent to turn into this. He only attacked the connecting heaven palace because it was the Central Continent's imperial palace. Moreover, Binya also said that the place was an important landmark. Zhao Hai only wanted to cause panic in the Central Continent, compelling Elder Star to come back. Then Zhao Hai would hide in some place, waiting for a convenient time to make a move. However, the situation had turned into something that exceeded his imagination. Zhao Hai didn't expect the reaction to be this severe. The entire continent actually turned frantic upon the destruction of their connecting heaven palace. Take Divine Gift City for example. When Zhao Hai arrived here, the city was still a bustling hub. But in the past few days, the city basically destroyed itself under Zhao Hai's watch. Zhao Hai saw the city's residents destroy their homes bit by bit. They killed their family members, then went insane before killing each other. Even if Zhao Hai had a heart of stone, he still couldn't look at this calmly. If one compares these people to the captured Taurus divines, the Taurus divines would look to be the happy ones. Although there were Taurus divines who were killed, only a small number of commoners died. There were still people among the Taurus divines who had the capacity to hate, and those who can still think about revenge. On the other hand, the people from the Central Continent were different. They hated Zhao Hai, yes, but after becoming sober, they hated themselves even more. They hated themselves for ruining their homes and killing their families. They couldn't bear this shock as they just turned insane once more. Afterwards, Zhao Hai managed to see the other Supreme Elders. These Supreme Elders appeared distressed. However, their complexion was still better compared to Elder Star. After counting 9 Supreme Elders, Zhao Hai felt relief. Laura and the others had also seen what happened. Every time they see a divine turn crazy, they also couldn't help but lose a bit of their sanity. Zhao Hai felt that this wasn't good, so he sent Laura and the others to the space. He told them to do something else in order to waste time. Meanwhile, Zhao Hai stayed and looked at the monitor. When he discovered Elder Star, Zhao Hai immediately called Laura and the others back. But before they arrived, Zhao Hai turned the monitor off. When Laura and the others came out, they saw Zhao Hai sitting in the living room. There was a bottle of liquor in front of him. The bottle only had half of its contents left. Zhao Hai was someone who drinks minimally. This was something that Laura and the others knew. After seeing this, they understood that Zhao Hai was also feeling ill. This caused the group to feel bad. Meg immediately went to the kitchen and prepared some good food that would go great with wine. Meanwhile, Laura and the others sat down with him. Chapter 916. Don't offend a dark mage. One couldn't always do what one likes. There's always a consequence in every action. This statement was in Zhao Hai's mind at his time. He knew that he was in an irreconcilable situation with the divine race now. Even if he was willing to give up, the divines wouldn't let him off. To be honest, Zhao Hai didn't care about murder, but after seeing the current state of the divines, Zhao Hai was shaken. Laura and the others were able to understand Zhao Hai's thoughts. Zhao Hai wasn't a stone-hearted person. Although he was indifferent towards the enemy, he would still have a soft heart for ordinary people. Because of this, Zhao Hai was sad regarding the current situation. Laura and the others didn't say anything and just accompanied Zhao Hai. They wanted to let Zhao Hai feel that he wasn't alone. At this time, Meg arrived with the side dishes and then placed them on the table. After taking a sip of his wine, Zhao Hai said, "Elder Star and the others have arrived. It seems like the central continent would start to calm down soon. Moreover, it seems like they really did have a plan to deal with us. We thought that they had a teleportation device, but we were wrong. We still don't know what method they had prepared for us." Laura and the others slightly frowned. The appearance of the group of Supreme Elders meant that they had confidence and means in dealing with Zhao Hai. But what was their plan? It was still a mystery. Lizzie turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, aren't we going to attack the Leo continent? How about we go through with that plan? If we attack the Leo continent, then we would be able to see what methods they had prepared. No matter what, they need to use that method sooner or later. When the time comes, wouldn't we be able to find out?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "It seems like that is the only way." "Alright, now that Elder Star and the others are here, I guess it's time to go to the Leo continent." The next moment, they already appeared inside the Leo continent's Lion River, the continent's largest river. Zhao Hai and the others arrived here with the help of the space. In the past, they entered the Leo continent through this river. Because of this, the space already recorded the place down. After arriving at Lion River, Zhao Hai didn't immediately go and attack the Leo divines. He knew what his goal was, and that was to attack the place that the Leo divines hold dear. Only in this way would the Supreme Elders be moved, and only then could Zhao Hai find an opportunity to defeat them. Zhao Hai and the others walked along the river while observing the situation with the Leo continent. What Zhao Hai saw was something different from what he imagined. Zhao Hai thought that it was only the central continent who had a chaotic result. After all, the attack was made in the central continent. Other places shouldn't be affected. However, there were some troubles in the Leo continent as well, but the situation here was much better compared to the central continent. Although there were still people who caused trouble, they were still able to be controlled. After seeing this, Zhao Hai wasn't sure if he should make a move. It was clear that if he acts now, then that would be the spark that would light a fire on the Leo continent. At this time, the Leo continent was like a barrel of gunpowder with a fuse. As long as a spark came in, the barrel would explode. Zhao Hai looked at the monitor and frowned. Lizzie and the others looked at the screen as well. After a few moments, the group turned their gazes towards Zhao Hai. Feeling everybody else's gaze, Zhao Hai clenched his teeth and said, "We go through." Then after that, Zhao Hai went outside and said, "Binya, come here." Binya and the others stayed inside their room in the past few days. They contacted their clans from time to time, so they knew that the Divine Race army had retreated. This allowed them to feel relief. Binya and the others were unable to see the situation outside, so they weren't aware about what the central continent turned into. However, when they saw Zhao Hai's state, they chose the right decision and just stayed in. Now that Zhao Hai called him over, Binya, as well as Ryder and Yida, immediately ran out. They knew that Zhao Hai wouldn't call them out for no reason. After seeing Zhao Hai, the three couldn't help but stare. Zhao Hai's expression was heavy. This caused their hearts to sink. They didn't know what caused Zhao Hai to be like this. Zhao Hai looked at the trio and said, "What is the most important place in the Leo continent? Where should we attack?" Binya was stunned. He didn't expect Zhao Hai's question. However, Binya carefully gave his answer. "Mister, did something happen? Isn't it too risky to attack the Leo continent? Did Elder Star and the others go to the central continent?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Correct, they already arrived there. We're now in the Leo continent. Tell me which place to attack." Binya thought for a moment and said, "The Leo continent is quite special. From what I learned from the family, their most important landmark isn't their imperial palace, but Lion Rock." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Continue." Binya gave a nod. Lion Rock is a giant tomb where the Leo emperors are buried as well as the warriors who died for the continent. It is a place where the spirit of the Leo continent resides in. Zhao Hai couldn't help but frown. He wasn't a grave digger. However, this target only comprised of dead people, so there weren't so many murders, but in exchange they could plunge the Leo continent into chaos. Binya saw Zhao Hai's expression and then said, aside from Lion Rock, the Imperial Palace is also quite important. However, the palace is heavily guarded. At least, an army is stationed there. Zhao Hai looked at Binya and said, where is Lion Rock? Binya responded, it is 50 kilometers east of Lion Palace. The name of the rock came from how it looks like a lion lying on the ground. I heard that the Leo royals bury their emperors there. At the same time, that is also the place where they bury the brave warriors who defended the Leo royals. Zhao Hai nodded and said, where is Lion Palace's specific location? Binya answered, Lion Palace is on the east bank of the Lion River. It isn't close to the river, but there is a satellite city nearby called Thirsty Lion City. If we don't plan to go to Lion Palace, then we can just continue going along the river to reach the head part of Lion Rock. Its position makes it look like the lion is drinking by the river. Zhao Hai gave a nod. Good, then let's go and destroy Lion Rock later today. Binya and the others didn't dare to say anything. They knew Zhao Hai's way of doing things, and they also wouldn't oppose to the idea. Their hatred towards the divines was too deep. They couldn't wait to destroy the divine race's grave. What Zhao Hai and the others didn't know was the fact that Elder Star and the others were in the Leo continent during the time they went astray. Luckily, Zhao Hai didn't think of making a move at that time. Binya saw that Zhao Hai's expression didn't go any better. On the contrary, Zhao Hai looked distant. In the end, Binya couldn't help but ask, Mister, did something happen? Zhao Hai looked at Binya and smiled, don't worry, nothing is wrong. The situation is greatly beneficial to us. But Binya was still confused. But why is Mr.'s expression heavy? I just couldn't help but think that something bad has happened. Is Mr. really fine? Zhao Hai shook his head and said, it's fine. Go and prepare. We'll arrive at Lion Rock soon. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Binya couldn't help but stare. Then he asked, Mister, we're nearing Lion Rock? That quick? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, of course we're fast. Don't worry, even if we arrive at Lion Rock, we won't begin immediately. We'll do the same as before. We attack at night. This time, I'm planning to turn all the Leo emperors into undead. As soon as Zhao Hai said this, Binya and the others couldn't help but shiver in fright. Zhao Hai's means were too ruthless. It was at this time where they understood why the clan didn't want to offend dark mages. One shouldn't offend a dark mage. Before long, the Hell King's ship stopped. Zhao Hai turned to the three and said, all right, go and take a rest. We've reached Lion Rock. We make our move this evening. After saying that, Zhao Hai went to return to his room. Binya and the others looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. They didn't know why Zhao Hai was in a bad mood today. When Zhao Hai returned to his room, Laura and the others immediately went to welcome him. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, Brother Hai, will we really turn the skeletons in Lion Rock into undead? Those undead wouldn't be that strong. They're quite useless. Even if they are transformed by the space, their strength could only be as strong as ordinary undead. Zhao Hai steeled his heart and said, yes, we'll turn every skeleton there into undead. Moreover, we won't have the space improve them and just let them attack the Leo continent. In any case, the divines are now our enemy. We need to refrain from showing pity. We need to deal with the divine race. After that, there's still the O'Neill family and the underworld. Perhaps we can even use the divines in the future. As soon as they heard this, Laura and the others gawked. Then they began to understand Zhao Hai. It was indeed like what Zhao Hai said. Maybe they can save more people this way. Chapter 917. This also costs money. Just like what Zhao Hai said, more people would be saved if the divines were dealt with much sooner. Zhao Hai was very clear that the underworld was still encroaching. Although the O'Neill family was present, it would be impossible for them to stop its advance. In this case, the dark mist would reach the divine realm, and that day wouldn't be too far. From the moment the underworld appeared to the present, about 1 year has passed. But these days, the dark mist had already spread towards the Wuxia Empire. This speed was nothing short of quick. It would be soon before the O'Neill family would clash with the underworld. Judging by the speed, The dark mist would surely reach the divine realm. When that time comes, more people would certainly die in the divine realm. Zhao Hai wasn't expecting the divines to deal with the underworld. The dark mist's expansion was like the law of the heaven and the earth. The dark mist suppresses all light while darkness was strengthened by it. In this case, it would be hard for the divines to deal with the underworld. If the divines failed to deal with the underworld, then the divines would get exterminated. With this eventuality, Zhao Hai might as well finish the war as soon as possible. Perhaps he can rescue the divine commoners and send them to the space. After expressing this thought, Laura and the others didn't speak anything. Attacking Lion Rock at this time was indeed the better choice. This method might have some unexpected effects. Zhao Hai kept silent and just sat down as he looked at the monitor. Binya and the others returned to their rooms. They went on to contact their clan for updates. They wanted to find out why Zhao Hai's mood was terrible. When Binya got the result, he finally found out how messed up the central continent had become. The vassal races even used this opportunity to grab some territory. However, the divines didn't do anything about it. After knowing this result, Binya couldn't help but get shocked. He never expected it to be like this. He immediately called Ryder and Yetta over to his room and told them about the information he received. When Ryder and Yetta heard Binya, they were stunned. Then Ryder whispered, "The central continent is now under chaos. But why is Mr. unhappy?" Yetta also frowned. She was similarly confused about this matter. Normally, with this outcome, the one who would be the happiest would be Zhao Hai. Instead, Zhao Hai was actually not. Binya thought for a moment and said, "I thought of one possibility. It's possible that Mr. is thinking that it's too excessive. Remember, back in the Taurus continent, Mr. only killed those who dared to rebel. As for the commoners, Mr. would just send them to another place using his ability. In the past, I thought Mr. just killed them, but now, I realize that he just sent them to another place. This time, the central continent's chaos not only included the soldiers, it affected the commoners as well. It's possible that Mr. didn't want to see this. Therefore, Mr. had a bad mood." Yetta and Ryder nodded. They thought that this explanation was reasonable. However, Ryder suddenly saw Binya frown. He couldn't help but feel puzzled as he said, "Binya, what's wrong?" Binya frowned and said, "I always thought that Mr. came to the divine realm in order to exact revenge. However, with Mr.'s strength, he should have already caused a big mess to the divine realm. Why is this the case?" Ryder and Yetta couldn't help but frown as well. They had followed Zhao Hai for some time already, so they were very clear about Zhao Hai's strength. Zhao Hai's abilities exceeded their explanation. Even if the Supreme Elders were sent in, he still wasn't compelled to use all of his strength. This was a completely different conduct for someone who wanted revenge. They didn't think about it before since Zhao Hai had killed a lot of divines. But after Binya said this, they also thought that Zhao Hai's actions were a bit strange. It didn't look like he was out for revenge. Zhao Hai wasn't paying attention to Binya and the others. After he saw Binya and the others return to their rooms, Zhao Hai made his move. He commanded his ship and drilled underneath Lion Rock. Drilling underground wasn't an easy task, but Zhao Hai was able to find a method. He used the magic cannons of the Hell King's ship to shoot at the river, vaporizing the rocks and allowing him to pass through. Zhao Hai took Bubble back, but the Hell King's ship didn't become bigger. Because of this, even if Zhao Hai had disturbed the bottom of Lion River, he didn't attract any attention. Zhao Hai slowly moved forward as it penetrated the ground under Lion Rock. Then Zhao Hai stopped. He was waiting until night comes. The reason why Zhao Hai had the ship go under Lion Rock wasn't just because he wanted to stage an attack. He also wanted to see if there were any defenses in the vicinity. Zhao Hai soon discovered that he did the right thing. Although there weren't a lot of divines here, there was a huge magic formation surrounding the rock. At the same time, there was an army of 10,000 divines stationed at one corner. As soon as there was little movement, they can react immediately. Moreover, Zhao Hai found out that every other hour, the army would send out 1,000 soldiers to survey the area around Lion Rock. One could say that the defense was quite strict. This place was very deep into the Leo continent. For the Leo divines to arrange an army in this place only shows how important Lion Rock was. But this only caused Zhao Hai's idea to destroy Lion Rock to be strengthened. With the current atmosphere, The destruction of Lion Rock would surely push the Leo divines to insanity. When the Leo divines go mad, Zhao Hai would benefit no matter which party they decide to attack. If they attack the foreign races and cause the foreign races to be in a dangerous position, then perhaps Zhao Hai can use this opportunity to send the foreign races to the space. If the divines act on the Thunder Clan and the others, then Zhao Hai would choose to entangle them in the Taurus continent. After that, Zhao Hai could use the divines to pressure the Thunder Clan and the others. This way, they might be compelled to move into the space. No matter which move the divines make, Zhao Hai's move this time would be worth it. After knowing about the defense situation of Lion Rock, Zhao Hai moved on and carefully examined the defensive formation. When Zhao Hai saw this formation, he couldn't help but pause. This magic formation didn't follow the convention used by the other formations of the divine race. Although Zhao Hai wasn't skilled in magic formations, he had a lot of interactions with them in the past few days. In this case, he had some understanding with regards to them. Moreover, defensive formations were the most commonly used formations, making Zhao Hai even more familiar. And even if there were a lot of defensive formations in the divine realm, Zhao Hai found out that those defensive formations were the most basic types. At the most, there were more complicated ones, but they can still be readable. Meanwhile, the magic formation on Lion Rock was something that Zhao Hai had never seen before. This formation comprised of several formation discs. From what Zhao Hai counted, there were 8 discs in this formation. Zhao Hai looked at the 8 positions carefully. He found that their placement seemed to be very new and was arranged not too long ago. After seeing this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but get curious. He immediately made Kair record the formation and send it to the scanner to be analyzed. When the formation went out of the building, the scanner immediately issued a sound, because formation is higher than host's level, asking host to pay 1 million gold coins. Upon hearing this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but gawk. He didn't think that the scanner would have this ability. Moreover, it also asked for payment. Zhao Hai turned to Kair and said, "Kair, how does this work? Why does the scanner require money? If the formation is higher than my level, then wouldn't it just say nothing, just like the combat suits?" Kair smiled and said, "Young master, it seems like you didn't read the universal scanner's description. The scanner can also improve itself, and since you are the host, the scanner would cater to your convenience. You are level 85 now, as long as the item is less than 50 levels above you, then you can spend money in order to analyze it." Zhao Hai stared. He didn't expect it to be like this. He nodded and said, "So it's like that. I didn't read the description properly." "Good, then scan it immediately." In any case, Zhao Hai wasn't short on money. 1 million gold coins was only a small number to him. Naturally, he wouldn't want to miss this opportunity. After the scanner has been ordered, it immediately deducted 1 million gold coins from Zhao Hai's account. It didn't take long after that for a response to come out. The original formation is a cultivation civilization trap. Formation has 8 discs altogether, 1 main disc and 7 sub-discs. If someone unknowingly enters the formation, then they would be trapped for up to 56 days. Host can print the formation and methods of cracking it, suggesting host to find the genuine formation disc and combine it with the Hell King's ship in order to oppose the enemy. Chapter 918. Strange Undead. Valuable. Too valuable. Spending those 1 million gold coins was extremely worth it. This was the only thing that was booming in Zhao Hai's mind this time. He never imagined the scanner to be this powerful. It even gave the method to break the formation. For Zhao Hai, this was too important. The information about the formation and the method to break it was too precious for Zhao Hai. At this time, he didn't have too much knowledge regarding the cultivation realm, especially formations. From Lu Wei's fragment, Zhao Hai learned that formations were very important in the cultivation realm. It was almost impossible to leave a formation. Moreover, the magic formations of the cultivation realm were fundamentally different compared to the ones that Zhao Hai had seen before. If Zhao Hai ascends to the cultivation realm, then the enemy could surely use magic arrays in order to deal with him. This formation's appearance was an absolutely good thing for Zhao Hai. This would allow him to better understand the formations of the cultivation realm. In the past, Zhao Hai was able to gain items from the cultivation realm. Both the pagoda and the Hell King's ship were items that Zhao Hai stole. They also had formations inside them, but they were too complex. Zhao Hai had no way to use them. It was like having a primary school kid write a university-level thesis. But this time, the magic formation wasn't that complex. It could be said that this formation was a very common one. Most importantly, the space was able to give the method to set it up as well as how to break it. This information were very useful in studying formations. Additionally, the scanner also mentioned that this formation had formation discs, which were made from cultivation realm materials. For these materials to combine with the Hell King's ship was good news for Zhao Hai. The Hell King's ship wasn't all powerful. Once Zhao Hai arrives at the cultivation realm, he would need to survive. This was something that Zhao Hai cared the most about. Zhao Hai quickly said, "Print it. Immediately print it out." The space's prompt wasn't only heard by Zhao Hai. Laura and the others were able to hear it as well, and they were glad. They had been with Zhao Hai for a long time. Naturally they knew what would be good for him. Lizzie quickly turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, do you think that this is the method the divines prepared for us? It's obvious that the formation is quite new. Even if they can only hold us for a few days, Elder Star would be able to come and kill us." Zhao Hai stared, then he nodded and said, "That seems to be so. But how could they be sure that the formation would be able to trap us? This newly made formation seems to be unable to do 100% of its strength." At this time, Kair came in and said, "Young master, here are the printed pages." Held in her arms were a stack of papers. Zhao Hai quickly received the stack of papers and carefully examined it. When he saw that the formation could be used separately, he immediately confirmed that this formation was prepared for him. Zhao Hai turned his head to Lizzie and smiled. "Lizzie, it seems like you're correct. This formation is a set called the 7-Star Heaven Lock. It's certain that the divines had prepared this for us. What a pity. Back when we attacked the connecting Heaven Palace, we didn't look carefully. Perhaps we might be able to find a 7-Star Heaven Lock formation disc." After saying that, he handed the stack of papers over to Lizzie. Lizzie looked at it and nodded. "It seems like this formation was given by Lu Wei to Elder Star." Zhao Hai nodded. "But now these formations are useless to us. They might as well be decoration. Later on, we can get the discs and integrate them into the Hell King's ship." Laura faintly smiled. "I think there should be an original disc in the Leo continent. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to make full use of the formation. We should look for it here." Zhao Hai thought about it, but he shook his head and said, "Forget it. Our main goal now is to cause chaos to the divines. If we take too long in the Leo continent, it's very likely that Elder Star would be able to react. In any case, with those things in Elder Star's hand, we should be able to get them soon." Laura nodded and said, "That is also a good idea. Tonight, we'll give the divines a good surprise." Zhao Hai smiled faintly. However, his expression turned ice cold. Zhao Hai wasn't thinking about the divines right now. Instead, he was thinking about Lu Wei. The divines have Lu Wei as their backer. If Lu Wei couldn't stop Zhao Hai here, then he would surely make his move in the cultivation realm. The sky slowly went dark. Just like before, Zhao Hai was very patient and didn't immediately make a move. At the same time, Zhao Hai wanted to see how the army acts when night came. It didn't take long for Zhao Hai to discover that the army's situation was also quite good at night. While they would send a patrol every hour during the day, during the night, they send patrols twice every hour. Other than that, everything else was the same. Zhao Hai was currently sitting inside the Hell King's ship, but at the same time, he ordered the ship's cannons to begin firing up towards Lion Rock. During the daytime, Zhao Hai saw that the Lion Rock was a mountain covered with a forest on top. This made Lion Rock look like a green lion. Unlike what Zhao Hai imagined before, the tomb wasn't built on top of Lion Rock. Instead, the tomb was made inside a cavern carved out inside the mountain. Lion Rock was quite special. Although it was on water, the flow just stopped outside. The cavern that was carved out was very dry. After the Leo divines carved the mountain up, they proceeded to build the tomb inside. The tomb was decorated luxuriously. It was like a palace inside. Inside the tomb were a few coffins. The coffins were made out of fine white stone. Zhao Hai knew that this stone was a kind of radiant mineral, completely suitable for light attribute magic. In the divine realm, it was quite a precious mineral. In the middle of the tomb were two coffins made out of this radiant stone. These two coffins were made of big and small stones. One looked sharp and angular, giving one a strong and hardened aura. The other had rounded corners, giving a soft feeling. These two coffins were in the very center of the tomb. The two coffins were propped up by a platform made entirely out of radiant stone. The platform was carved beautifully, making it the main structure of the tomb. Below these two main coffins were the other coffins. These coffins revolved around the two coffins. After seeing this, Zhao Hai could deduce that inside the two coffins were the two most respected members of the Liu imperial clan. The other coffins were their children. Outside the imperial tomb were more coffins. The materials of those coffins weren't as good. Some of them were made of gold, some were silver, while some were bronze. There were also more coffins further out made from iron and wood. The materials probably referred to the owner's status. Because of this, it took Zhao Hai quite a long time before reaching the tomb. Zhao Hai had the ship fire as he made a passage leading to the tomb. Making the passage wasn't for Zhao Hai. He had the passage made in order for his magic to go through. Zhao Hai planned to send the underworld's dark mist into the passage and see what the result would be. The underworld's dark mist had the ability to turn dead people into undead. Zhao Hai wanted to see how long the dark mist would turn these skeletons into undead. Naturally, Zhao Hai wasn't planning to go all out with his cannons. That would make too much sound, alerting the people outside. Zhao Hai didn't want to make his presence known. Because of this, Zhao Hai adjusted the power of his cannons to be low, just enough to drill a hole while making the least sound. At around 9 p.m., the magic cannons finally made a connection to the tomb. This passage wasn't very big. It could only allow a big mouse to go through. Zhao Hai immediately fed the dark mist into the passage. He had the dark mist enter the passage and go into the tomb. The dark mist entered the passage and began to get thicker and thicker. Before long, the wooden coffins rocked slowly as each skeleton got up. After that, the iron coffins were next, then the bronze coffins, then the silver coffins, and the gold ones. But when the dark mist met the tombs made out of radiant stone, it began to experience difficulties. The radiant stone seems to have a resistance towards the dark mist. When the dark mist met the coffin, the radiant stone began to light up, pushing the dark mist away. Zhao Hai stared for a moment before he frowned. He didn't expect that the radiant stones were able to block the dark mist of the underworld. If this was the case, then the divines might be able to defeat the underworld. While he was thinking about this, Laura suddenly said, "Brother Hai, quick! Look!" Zhao Hai quickly turned to look at the monitor. What he saw made him shocked. The dark mist seemed to be irritated. It rolled and smashed towards the radiant stone, causing it to become weaker and weaker. Before long, the repelling light disappeared and the dark mist surrounded the coffin. Soon after that, the coffin shook as skeletons came out one by one. These skeletons were quite tall and the clothes they wore were very magnificent. However, there were also some differences on the clothes they wore. Although some were wearing white robes, there were some who wore armor and some just wore ordinary divine race clothes. What made Zhao Hai surprised were the two coffins in the middle of the tomb. It seems like they weren't affected by what was happening around them. They remained motionless, not moving at all. As Zhao Hai was thinking that the two skeletons were already turned into dust, the two coffins began to move. The rocking became more and more violent until the cover of the two coffins flew out and smashed into the ground. After that, 4 pure white bony hands extended from the coffins as two people slowly sat up. It only took one glance for people to see that the two skeletons were of a man and a woman. Both of them wore beautifully made white long gowns. Embroidered on their gowns were golden lions. The man had a lion on his gown while the woman had a lioness. Then something out of Zhao Hai's expectation happened. After the two skeletons sat up, they simultaneously stood up and walked together hand in hand. After seeing this, Zhao Hai and the others were dumbfounded. But regardless of what they were thinking, the two skeletons continued to move. One must know that Zhao Hai didn't use any magic. Instead, he just released the underworld's dark mist. From what Zhao Hai can remember, although the dark mist had formidable abilities, it couldn't grant wisdom to the undead. In other words, the undead would be just like puppets. However, from what Zhao Hai could see, this doesn't seem to be the case. Not only were these undead quite strong, they seemed to have awareness. What was the meaning of this? As Zhao Hai was puzzled, another event happened. After seeing the two skeletons that were holding hands, The other undead suddenly bowed down. It was as if they had seen their king. This startled Zhao Hai and the others once more. Then Zhao Hai's expression changed. It can be said that it was Zhao Hai who turned them into undead. If they were able to give respects, then it should be towards Zhao Hai. So how could these undead bow down to the two skeletons? Were these undead not under the control of Zhao Hai? Chapter 919. Heart Bond. The undead can overthrow their masters. Such matters had occurred even back in the Ark continent. If the undead was stronger than its master, then it could wrestle control even if they were bound by some law. When Zhao Hai saw the undead act like this, he couldn't help but think about this situation. However, Zhao Hai still felt a bit strange about this. He didn't understand how this could happen. The dark mist of the underworld could turn people into undead. But the undead wouldn't be smart. Undead were divided into different kinds. The most common undead were the ones that Zhao Hai was using. They were just people being turned into undead. Since these people haven't died for a long time, their flesh and blood can still be absorbed into their bones. Because of this, the undead were still able to preserve most of their strength. The second type of undead were those who had died for a long time. After a long time, the corpses would decompose, only leaving the bones behind. At this time, there wouldn't be any blood and flesh left to absorb, causing the skeleton to be weak. Therefore, these kinds of undead became the weakest types. Since Zhao Hai was only using the undead in Lion Rock to cause chaos, he didn't care if they were strong or not. Zhao Hai wanted to let the Leo Divines know that he had desecrated their Lion Rock, causing them to be mad. But now, the situation caused Zhao Hai to be puzzled. However, when Zhao Hai was beginning to calm down, he understood that the undead didn't break his control. This was because every time the undead wanted to leave the control of their masters, the master would immediately suffer injuries. One of the more severe cases were the masters completely losing their senses, directly turning into people with no sense of self. Zhao Hai discovered that he wasn't harmed at all. One should know that Zhao Hai was the one who released the dark mist. Although it was the dark mist of the underworld, it was a dark mist that was reformed by the space. The dark mist carried Zhao Hai's imprint, which essentially meant that it was Zhao Hai's dark mist. If these undead really got out of Zhao Hai's control, then Zhao Hai would have been injured. But he wasn't. Zhao Hai looked at the undead and then appeared inside the tomb. He wanted to see what was going on. While Laura and the others were still startled at the scene, they suddenly discovered that Zhao Hai appeared on the monitor. This caused their expressions to change. They were afraid that the undead might attack Zhao Hai. However, the matter actually went opposite to what they expected. When Zhao Hai appeared inside the tomb, the two skeletons immediately turned towards Zhao Hai and proceeded to kneel. Zhao Hai loosened up and waved his hand, making the two undead stand up. Then Zhao Hai tested the two undead with his spiritual force to see if they can communicate. This communication allowed Zhao Hai to know the identity of these two people. These people weren't simple. They were the first-generation monarchs of the Leo continent. Additionally, they have another status, cultivators from the cultivation realm. However, they weren't especially strong cultivators. They were young trainee pharmacists in their own sect. In the cultivation realm, each sect would have their own pill divisions. Pill making always went hand in hand with martial cultivation. Almost every cultivator would take pills in some point in their lives. There were a lot of pills in the cultivation realm, but the most common of them were pills that increase cultivation. Each sect would find children who were skilled in pharmacy and teach them simple refining methods. After that, the sects would provide them with medicine furnaces and give them some pill-making knowledge. When those children grew up, they would become qualified pharmacists. The two skeletons studied pill-making at a very young age. When they were about 10 years old, an enemy sect suddenly went to attack their sect. While the two groups were fighting, the two 10-year-olds were spectating them inside the pill division. Then all of a sudden, the two sides made a huge attack on each other, causing a spatial crack to appear. Naturally, the strong experts were fine, but the two weak 10-year-olds actually fell into the crack, ending up in the divine realm. When they arrived in the divine realm, the place where they fell into was the Leo continent. Later on, they were rescued by an old soul, a wealthy merchant. They also found that the divine realm was very different compared to the cultivation realm. Therefore, they didn't dare to reveal their true identity. The two were young pill makers. Their refining talents were very good, but their cultivation talent wasn't. However, after arriving in the divine realm, they had found out that they were very rare cultivation talents. Moreover, battle chi and magic that was practiced here wasn't too different to the most basic skills that a cultivator would learn. Therefore, the two just went to cultivate according to what they learned and then ended up as the rulers of the Leo continent. But although their cultivation was quite good, they didn't get too far in their cultivation since the heaven and earth aura of the divine realm wasn't sufficient. In the end, the two weren't able to ascend to the cultivation realm and finally passed away in the Leo continent. At the same time, the two were also able to find out that the divine realm was ruled by a cultivator. However, they didn't dare to reveal their identity. They knew that if their identity as cultivators were to be known, then they would be hunted down and killed. Because of this, they brought this secret with them to the grave. At that time, their descendants and most trusted people were able to learn some cultivation methods of the cultivation realm. These methods of cultivation placed great importance to one's own body. This caused these people to have bodies that were more formidable compared to the other divines in the divine realm. And before the two died, they also arranged for this tomb to be built. There wasn't much on this tomb other than an array that would keep a physical body intact for a very long time. In general, a body would survive here for a millennium without rotting. At the same time, the flesh and blood would also slowly integrate with the bones, leaving a skeleton that was much stronger compared to others. Now, Zhao Hai turned them into undead. Although Zhao Hai used the underworld's dark mist, this dark mist was improved by the space. This allowed the dark mist to preserve an undead's wisdom. If it was any ordinary person, then their spiritual wisdom might have already dissipated. However, the people on this tomb were different. Since their bodies had united with their skeletons, their wisdom got preserved. This explains why, after being turned into undead, the skeleton still had the mind to kneel upon seeing the two undead cultivators. They were still aware that the two were their ancestor kings. Although the two were already turned into skeleton and couldn't be identified using their faces, their garments alone described their status. Most importantly, the division between undead were very strict. Therefore, the undead immediately bent their knees upon seeing the two. After coming to know about this, Zhao Hai relaxed. Although these undead were able to preserve their wisdom, they were still loyal towards him. However, there was still one thing that made Zhao Hai quite confused. There should be no feelings between undead creatures. Even if they stood in front of their parents or children, their sentiment towards each other should have ended after they died. So this begs the reason why the two undead immediately held hands together after being resurrected. Zhao Hai asked the two undead about this and immediately got his answer. The answer made Zhao Hai stare. The two undead casted a spell on each other when they were still alive, and the spell was called Heart Bond. This spell wasn't a divine realm spell. It came from the cultivation realm. They unintentionally learned this spell back when they were young, but due to their small age, they didn't know what the spell represented. However, when the two became married, they realized what Heart Bond really was. Heart Bond was a spell that manifests all throughout the caster's life. The casters needed to be a man and a woman, and they need to be in love with each other, otherwise the spell would not work. This spell was quite special. Once one party became injured and was about to die, the other person can use this technique in order to make the injured recover in an instant. However, this action would cause the healthy party to lose half of their life force. It was a very overbearing spell. Actually, the two had a chance to ascend. However, the woman was injured in a fight once. In order to treat his partner, the man used Heart Bond's effect. The woman recovered, but this reduced the man's life force. After this event, neither of the two were able to ascend. In addition to healing, Heart Bond also had another feature. Once one of the casters die, the other cannot live. Moreover, even after they died, the two were still affected by the spell. Never in their whole life, and death, would the two be separated. After hearing this spell, Zhao Hai became very curious. He immediately asked the two for the spell's details. Since the two were now Zhao Hai's subordinates, they immediately told him everything. Not only the spell, they also divulged some pill-making information as well as things about the cultivation realm. Chapter 920, Too Hateful. Zhao Hai sat inside his room and looked at the monitor. He took a token from his staff and handed it over to the two undead cultivators. The two were already famous in the divine realm. However, Zhao Hai wanted to know them by their names in the cultivation realm: King Feng and Minayu. At this time, King Feng and Minayu were bringing the undead to head out of the tomb. Zhao Hai increased their strengths while turning their coffins into weapons. The bronze and iron coffins were made into weapons while the silver and gold coffins were stored in the space. Zhao Hai was a frugal person, so how could he just waste silver and gold? Because of this, the weapons equipped by the undead were all iron and bronze weapons. As Zhao Hai got stronger and stronger, his control over metals became greater and greater as well. Hai's divergent ability was actually good for combat. However, since the weapons of the opponents were always covered with battle chi, using metals to fight was generally useless. Zhao Hai spectated the undead as they attacked the military encampment. The undead inside was beyond what Zhao Hai expected. Inside the tomb were nearly 100,000 undead. All of them powerful experts when they were alive. The weakest of them were at full god rank. Moreover, there was King Feng and Minayu, two ascendant-level experts back when they were alive. And with the formation that King Feng and Minayu used in the tomb, the flesh and blood of the undead were integrated into their skeletons. This allowed them to preserve their strength. This caused the near 100,000 undead to have incredible strength. King Feng and Minayu were now at the foot of the mountain, getting ready to attack the army. But as they got close, the camp's alarm suddenly activated, alerting the entire army camp. Because of what happened in the central continent, the nerves of the other divines were quite tight. Now that the alarm had sounded out, the soldiers immediately jumped up at the fastest speed. They grabbed their weapons and ran out without even wearing their armors. They didn't have time to. The soldiers in the compound were getting extremely alert. The magic lamps in the compound were now being lit up, allowing them to see the scenery inside and outside. What they saw startled each and every one of them. They were all soldiers, elites at that. They could see the number of their enemies in just a glance. Therefore, upon heading out of their camp, they immediately knew that they were surrounded by no less than 10,000 undead. While the soldiers were stunned, the undead were already rushing over. The soldiers were surprised because they felt that the clothes the undead wore were quite strange. A lot of these undead were dressed like noble divines. Moreover, some of them were wearing ancient robes. Nevertheless, the undead looked gorgeous, causing the soldiers to feel very strange. Just as the soldiers were preparing to clash with the enemy, the undead's strength surprised them once more. All of the undead were god rank. Carvalho stood in the center of the compound as he inspected the undead. The clothes on these undead seemed to have been worn for a long time, and their style was very old. However, the weapons that they were using looked newly made. This puzzled him. Then suddenly, Carvalho noticed where these undead were coming from. They could be seen coming out of Lion Rock. Carvalho looked at Lion Rock as his expression changed. He looked at the undead carefully before he suddenly spotted an armored undead. Carvalho's eyes focused even more before it flashed an ominous light. He immediately turned to his subordinates and commanded loudly, "Brothers, join me. We need to kill our way out." Carvalho's command made the other soldiers stare. These people weren't Carvalho's subordinates for a day or two. They knew Carvalho and were very loyal to him. However, his order this time was not something they expected to come out of his mouth. One must know that guarding Lion Rock was an important matter for the Leo divines. Moreover, the Leo clan had an order that was specifically directed at the troops guarding Lion Rock. Fleeing during battle is punishable with 9 generations execution. This meant that once you are assigned to Lion Rock, you will die in battle there. Once you flee, then 9 generations of your family would be killed. This was the order that caused the soldiers to feel confused at Carvalho's order. Upon seeing the strength of the undead, the soldiers were already prepared to die here. They understood that if they retreat, then their families would be implicated. But if they die here, then their families might be protected. Carvalho immediately knew what the soldiers were thinking. After all, they were longtime friends. However, Carvalho commanded once more, "Brothers, I couldn't promise anything, but we need to head out of this place. This matter is related to the fate of our Leo continent. Quick, gather together." Zhao Hai sat on his room and looked at Carvalho. He knew that Carvalho had already guessed what was happening, but instead of impeding Carvalho's escape, Zhao Hai wanted to release him in order to spread the information regarding what happened to Lion Rock. Carvalho's men chose to believe in him, so they immediately grouped up and proceeded to rush out. But when Carvalho's group went on to clash with the undead, they suddenly discovered that the undead weren't as powerful as they thought. Although Carvalho lost about half of his people, they still managed to escape. After the clash, Carvalho quickly rushed towards Thirsty Lion City. Carvalho knew that Thirsty Lion City was a satellite of Lion City. Because of that, there were a lot of defenders there that could block the undead. Moreover, he also needs the city to send a signal back to Lion City, asking for reinforcements. At the thought of this, Carvalho's mood improved. He turned his head and glanced coldly at the slowly retreating undead. At this time, an aide beside Carvalho said, "General, where did those undead come from?" Carvalho smiled bitterly. He didn't know how to answer. He was very clear that those undead were their buried ancestors inside Lion Rock. If this news was spread to the continent, then its effect would be resounding. Since he knew what the outcome would be, he thought twice about informing his men. Carvalho's aide looked at him and said, "General, what's wrong?" Carvalho sighed. He didn't have the guts to hide the truth from his brothers, so he whispered, "Those undead came from Lion Rock. I'm certain that this is Zhao Hai's doing." The aide froze for a moment, then he said, "Lion Rock? Why would they come from Lion Rock?" "General, you mean, Zhao Hai is here? The one we are at war with?" Carvalho looked at his subordinate and sighed. "I'm 80% sure." "Remember the clothes that those undead wore? Although we still wear robes up to this time, our style changed a lot. However, the robes worn by those undead seem to be from ancient times. Additionally, they appeared near Lion Rock. I'm quite sure that Zhao Hai went to Lion Rock and turned our ancestors into undead." Upon hearing this, the aide's eyes turned blood red. "Zhao Hai went too far. I will tear him to pieces." Carvalho calmly replied, "Zhao Hai is truly an archenemy of the divine race. If we don't deal with him, then the divines would be in peril at this time." Flames suddenly flashed outside Thirsty Lion City. "The reinforcements have come." Carvalho immediately went forward and said, "May I meet the general?" "This one is Lion Rock's General Carvalho." The opposite party gave way before a voice was heard. "Carvalho, you brat, you want to die, do you? How dare you run away from the camp? TSK, tell me what happened." As the voice came in, a huge figure appeared in front of the reinforcing army. Upon seeing this person, Carvalho began to loosen up. He quickly replied, "Gale, you old fatty, don't waste any time and come over to help us. I have an important matter to see His Majesty. This is a matter of the Leo continent's life and death. We need to be careful." It's clear that the opposite party was a friend, judging by the jokes they threw at each other. The reinforcing army immediately planned to head towards Lion Rock to surround it. At the same time, scouts were also sent in to see the situation at Lion Rock. As the reinforcing general reached Carvalho, the latter turned his head and said, "Gale, let your people retreat. It's useless. Come with me to Lion City. We need to report this matter to His Majesty." It's obvious that Gale trusted Carvalho's decision, so he looked at him and said, "All right, let's go immediately." After that, he commanded his people to stay put while also recalling the scouts. At this time, Carvalho's aide reminded him, "General, we need this to be hidden from as many people as possible. It's best to have an encirclement around Lion Rock just to make sure nobody goes there." When he heard this, Carvalho stared for a moment before he nodded and said, "All right, go send people to surround Lion Rock. Make sure nobody approaches the area. However, make sure to keep a safe distance." Chapter 921, A Change in Temperament. Although Kale didn't fully understand everything, he still decided to trust Carvalho. The order was passed, but the reason why he believed Carvalho was because Carvalho managed to save his life during the time they were in a unit together. This allowed Kale to give Carvalho his unconditional trust. After giving the order, Kale looked at Carvalho and said, "Carvalho, what happened to Lion Rock? How could it be this serious?" Carvalho turned to Kale and said, "Zhao Hai is here." Kale stared, then he said, "Zhao Hai? What is his relationship with Lion Rock?" Wait, the undead. Are those Zhao Hai's doing? Carvalho nodded and said, "Right, I've seen the undead. They're from Lion Rock." Kale's eyes turned blood red. He looked straight at Carvalho and said, "I remember that your family's ancestors have been buried in Lion Rock. Are they among the undead?" Carvalho's eyes turned ominous as he nodded and said, "I have seen the ancestor, but he doesn't know me." The volume of the two wasn't that small, allowing those around them to hear. When they heard Carvalho, They were astonished before their expression was changed to anger. But Kale and Carvalho didn't care about it. It was just like what Zhao Hai said. The emotions of the Leo divines were like a barrel of gunpowder. As long as a small spark comes, then it would immediately blow up. Even the calm soldiers would have a change of expression, much less anybody else. Carvalho wanted to restrict the spread of this information, but just as he was made to tell Kale, other people would have to tell other people as well. In the end, it wouldn't take long before Lion Rock's matter would spread throughout the Leo continent. Meanwhile, King Feng and Minayu led the undead to enter the Hell King's ship and occupy the undead cabins. There were plenty of other undead here, but Zhao Hai sent them to the space in order to make room. King Feng and Minayu's group of undead were the most powerful ones that Zhao Hai had. Naturally, Zhao Hai would have them follow him to enhance his own strength. Zhao Hai couldn't use his full power, and King Feng and Minayu's appearance just supplemented that shortcoming. At this time, Carvalho and Kale were heading towards Lion City. They wanted to inform the Leo Emperor about Zhao Hai's presence in the continent as soon as possible. Their aim was to solve this issue as quickly as possible. Zhao Hai wasn't finished. After he took care of the undead, he directed the Hell King's ship to go under Lion Rock once more. He must destroy Lion Mountain and make it known to the Leo divines that he was the one who did it. He wanted to make sure that this matter wouldn't be hidden. Shaking the foundation of Lion Rock wasn't difficult for Zhao Hai. He had plenty of undead as well as numerous iron armor beasts. If he wanted to destroy something, then that would be an easy matter. Just as Zhao Hai was about to begin demolishing Lion Rock, the Leo soldiers also began to surround the place. Naturally, they wouldn't be able to enclose the entire mountain. They just stationed themselves at crucial points to make sure that nobody enters the area. The soldiers were still clueless about what happened in Lion Rock since they weren't given much information other than the Carvalho's order. Zhao Hai wasn't polite. He immediately released a large number of undead and iron armor beasts to begin excavating Lion Rock. They dug holes in the mountain in preparation for collapsing it in one go. Presently, Zhao Hai had hundreds of millions of undead. It wouldn't be hard for these undead to dig up a huge mountain. Moreover, these undead were god rank. They could just use earth element magic in order to excavate quickly. At this time, Zhao Hai was sitting inside the Hell King's ship. He was looking at the ongoing excavation that was happening in Lion Rock. It was only after a while did he call King Feng over in order to tell him about his cultivation method. Although King Feng and Minayu studied the most basic cultivation method, it was still much better compared to magic and battle chi. Because of this, Zhao Hai wanted to learn it for himself. Laura and the others were also by Zhao Hai's side, looking at the cultivation method. After taking a glance at it, Zhao Hai said, "Really mysterious. It's more delicate compared to battle chi and magic. If we practice according to this method, then we could control our strength more freely. Moreover, our abilities would get a huge increase." Laura nodded. "Right. I can't believe that this is just a basic cultivation method. Currently, we could still fight with the strongest people in the divine realm. But if we face people who used this cultivation method, then we might encounter a few problems." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he turned to Laura and said, "Laura, I'll leave you to observe the undead. As long as the excavation is done, topple Lion Rock. Meanwhile, I will try to practice this cultivation method. I want to see what effects it may have." When Laura heard Zhao Hai, she couldn't help but look at him and said, "Brother Hai, are you sure? Practicing those methods seem to be risky. You should wait." Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "It'll be fine. Sooner or later, we'll be entering the cultivation realm. The situation there is different from what we have right now. A good basic cultivation method can give you a good foundation. I have already asked King Feng. He said that their sect was quite famous in the cultivation realm. Their basic cultivation methods are quite well known as well. Therefore, there shouldn't be any risks practicing their cultivation method. I'll practice this first to gain some experience. Later on, you'll cultivate as well. Also, Kair will be with me. There's no need to worry." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Laura knew that any further persuasion would be useless. Therefore, she just nodded and said, "All right, but you need to be careful." Zhao Hai smiled faintly as he nodded at the women and proceeded to enter his room. Inside his room, Zhao Hai immediately sat cross-legged and went along with the instructions stated in the cultivation manual. The instructions weren't that complex, but Zhao Hai still had some difficulties. The cultivation method was harder to practice than any battle chi manual that Zhao Hai has ever seen. However, Zhao Hai was still confident that he would be able to practice well. One shouldn't forget, Zhao Hai was already on the boundary. His strength had already reached a stage where he would have to ascend to the cultivation realm. This cultivation method would just serve to refine his own energy. To Zhao Hai, practicing this cultivation method was just like perfecting a half-completed work, not adding something new. And even if the cultivation method wasn't able to perfect Zhao Hai's strength, at the very least it could still chisel his strength into a more appropriate form. As for what his strength would turn into, then it was up to Zhao Hai to find out later on. It didn't take long for Zhao Hai to practice the cultivation method. He was now going along the routes that the method had described. Upon completing one cycle of the cultivation method, Zhao Hai was suddenly startled. The cultivation method actually managed to stabilize his strength, making Zhao Hai tranquil, calming his mental state. At the same time, Zhao Hai couldn't help but get startled at how his strength became more formidable. Because of this, the heaven and earth's suppression on him began to strengthen. This might be dangerous for average people, but for Zhao Hai, it was still within controllable range. Moreover, Zhao Hai knew that after ending his cultivation his strength would begin to calm down, lessening the pressure on him. When he was finished practicing the cultivation method, Zhao Hai felt that his body start to become calm. Even the laws had lessened their rejection. Zhao Hai let out a sigh of relief. He finally felt how profound the cultivation method was. Zhao Hai slowly opened his eyes and let out a long breath. It can be clearly seen that his temperament had undergone a change. It can be said that Zhao Hai had no presence before. He was just like an invisible person. But now, his presence had become very clear. Zhao Hai was like an envoy of peace as he just stood there. He gave people the feeling of meeting a gentle breeze, soft, warm, and amicable. His magic robe also accentuated this image. Although the robe was black, there was no evil feeling emanating out of Zhao Hai. Instead, it gave a sense of maturity and stability. A sage-like person. If someone were to describe the Zhao Hai right now with 4 words, then it would be a sage-like person. These 4 characters described Zhao Hai's current appearance. Zhao Hai's 2 eyes looked very peaceful and distant, evoking a sense of mystery about him. Once you stare at them, one would be lost. His skin looked like radiant stones. Just by standing there, Zhao Hai looked like he was one with the world. Zhao Hai didn't know the changes to his temperament. He just felt like he was never as calm as this in the past. The laws around him seemed to calm down as well and wasn't rejecting him as much before. Zhao Hai knew that this was because of how his energy has been transformed. As soon as he begins to use his powers, then the laws would heavily reject him once more. This was because his strength was something that shouldn't exist in this realm. But even if Zhao Hai's temperament had calmed down, this didn't mean that his judgment has been affected. He still had matters to attend to, people to kill. He wouldn't be lenient. His temperament was only changed because of the cultivation method. Zhao Hai looked at the time. 1 hour had passed. He smiled faintly as he walked out of his room. Upon heading out, Zhao Hai saw Laura and the others staring at the screen. Lion Rock was seen on the screen. At this time, Lion Rock was already turned to dust, thoroughly collapsed. Zhao Hai saw this and smiled. "We're almost done here." When they heard this, Laura and the others immediately turned their heads. When they saw Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but get stunned. Every single one of their expressions was shock. Zhao Hai found their expressions strange, so he asked, "What's wrong? Did something happen to me?" When Laura heard this, she couldn't help but laugh. Then she went to Zhao Hai and grabbed his hand. "Brother Hai, there's nothing wrong, but you seem to look better compared to before." Upon hearing this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but gawk. Then he smiled and said, "Look better than before? Why, was I ugly, or did I become more attractive?" Megan chuckled as she ran to Zhao Hai and grabbed his other arm. "You looked good before, but you also didn't become more handsome. Your temperament just changed. You seem more mature now compared to before." "Brother Hai, we need to make an agreement. You're not allowed to see women outside alone anymore. Otherwise, those women would be swept up by you." When Lizzie and the others heard Megan, they couldn't help but chuckle as well. Zhao Hai loudly laughed and said, "Is that so? Did my charisma improve? Alright, you go practice the cultivation method as well. When you're all done, you will become the same as me." Meg smiled and said, It looks like the cultivation method is very good. How did the cultivation go, Brother Hai? Did you have problems? Is it difficult? Zhao Hai shook his head and said, it wasn't too difficult. The cultivation method is very easy. All of you should be able to succeed. Alright, no need to stare at me. After you finish, go to the space and give the cultivation method to Grandpa Green and the others. I reckon it would be helpful for them. Laura and the others nodded before they took a copy of the cultivation method and went to practice. Zhao Hai knew that the cultivation method would be good for Grandpa Green and the others because he noted that the method was of Taoist origin. Moreover, it was a moderate and peaceful method. This kind of method wasn't quick, but Taoist practices generally had the most benefits. People who practice this method would not be possessed by devils and would generally have more life force. Chapter 922, The Lion King. Although Green and the others were god-rank experts, they were already quite old and their lifespan was limited. They only practice magic and battle chi, so even if it had a help of increasing their strength, it won't increase their lifespan that much. Compared to a Taoist method's means of preserving life, it still fell a bit short. Green and the others were Zhao Hai's family members. Back when Zhao Hai was on Earth, he didn't have a family. He never felt the warmth of home. It was only after arriving at the Ark continent did Zhao Hai know the feeling of family, the feeling of being home. Zhao Hai treasures this feeling very much. No matter what he does, he would always put his family members first. If he gains any benefits, he would always think of his clan. Back in the Ark continent, Zhao Hai was a rich person, and his family was always full. But now he was different. He was a family patriarch and also had a lot of people inside the space. He had to be responsible for all of these people. Therefore, he had to look for benefits all the time. If he wanted to achieve his goals, he can only do this. Zhao Hai was sitting inside his room while looking at the monitor. There was a dust cloud over where Lion Rock was. The people of the Leo continent should know about this before long. Hiding such a huge sound would be very difficult. At this time, Zhao Hai wanted to see the response of the Leo continent. At the same time, he also knows that the Leo continent's reaction wouldn't be as severe as the central continent. The reason Zhao Hai was able to cause that much reaction to the central continent was because he also eradicated the central continent's imperial clan. This turned the central continent into a headless dragon. Nobody was able to suppress the populace, contributing to how chaotic everything became. Like Zhao Hai thought, chaos had arrived at the Leo continent. The mood of the Leo divines haven't been that great lately. They felt that, as divines, they shouldn't have suffered a loss against someone from the Ark continent. All these years, connecting Heaven Palace had always been the spiritual pillar of the divine race. How could these people bear the damage of their holy place being destroyed? And now, Lion Rock, a sacred place for the Leo divines, has been ruined. At the same time, the remains of their ancestors have been turned into undead. It didn't take a long time for the Leo continent to explode. Although the scale of the Leo continent's reaction wasn't as worse as the central continent, the chaos was still out of Zhao Hai's imagination. It wasn't only Zhao Hai whose expectations were surpassed. The Leo divines didn't expect it as well. Fights among the civilians happened frequently. Some fires also began to appear. After that, the army joined the chaos. The matter became bigger and bigger. In the end, it couldn't be controlled anymore. However, the chaos in the Leo continent was somewhat different from the chaos in the central continent. In the central continent, the chaos stemmed from people completely losing their sense. On the other hand, the Leo continent's chaos came from the population's suppressed emotions. The arrogance of the divine race had exceeded Zhao Hai's expectation. In their view, Zhao Hai's attack on connecting Heaven Palace and now on Lion Rock was completely because of the incompetence of those in power. Not being able to find and deal with Zhao Hai was the biggest insult. The people could only vent their emotions in this way. Most importantly, this sentiment didn't only exist among the commoners. The soldiers thought the same as well. In the end, this caused the trouble in the Leo continent to be more uncontrollable. Zhao Hai went to Thirsty Lion City in order to take a look. He wanted to see how chaotic the Leo continent had become. However, he didn't relax on observing Lion Rock. He knew that the powerful Leo divines would surely go and see the situation. The reason Zhao Hai wanted to keep his attention on Lion Rock was because he wanted to obtain a genuine 7-star Heaven Lock disc. The disc can be installed on the Hell King's ship. so Zhao Hai needed to obtain them. Although the chaos in the Liu continent had become uncontrollable, and some opportunists had used this to gain benefits, the Liu royals still didn't take it too seriously. This was because they already reported this matter to their Supreme Elder. They believed that as long as the Supreme Elder comes back, then this unrest would immediately die down. Because of this, the royal family sent people without bringing a 7-star heaven lock disc. Not that they didn't, but they couldn't because they didn't have one. The 8 discs of the formation was sent to the other 8 continents. Since Elder Star and the others were staying in the Liu continent, there was no disc present here. This was something that Zhao Hai didn't take into account. However, the person that went this time was someone special. It was the Liu continent's Lion King. Lion Rock was equivalent to the imperial tomb of the Liu clan. Now that their ancestral grave was dug out, how could the Lion King not go to investigate? Although the Liu continent had gone chaotic, the Liu clan still controlled quite a number of troops. This army comprised mostly of the royal clan's juniors. They're quite numerous and were very loyal. It was because of this army that the Liu royals weren't afraid that someone would make a move on them. Lion City wasn't very far from Lion Rock. It didn't take long before the Liu clan was able to arrive. Meanwhile, Zhao Hai calmly observed the situation at Lion Rock. After seeing the Liu royals, Zhao Hai knew that their identity wasn't simple. At this time, Laura and the others were training, so Zhao Hai didn't plan to bother them. However, Zhao Hai didn't think about giving up this time. He wanted to use this opportunity to deal with the Liu royals. Therefore, he released King Feng and Min Yuan out. Then he ordered them to attack the royal clan. This might be cruel, but it wasn't. Although the Liu royals were descendants of King Feng and Min Yu, their blood has been extremely diluted after many generations. This allowed Zhao Hai to have the confidence to send the 2 powerful undead out. The Lion King's expression was ugly as he looked at Lion Mountain. To be honest, the other royals didn't care much about the destruction of connecting Heaven Palace. They weren't from the central continent, and even if the effort the 10 continents did to build the palace wasn't small, it was just to the point of sending average god ranks to help. For the Lion King, that matter was already too long ago. If the palace was destroyed, then it was destroyed. For him, it wasn't a very important event. Zhao Hai slapped the face of the central continent. It had nothing to do with him. But now that Lion Rock was destroyed, the slap was on the faces of the Liu divines. In this case, how could the Lion King just remain calm? Most importantly, the Lion King understood what the destruction of Lion Rock meant. Lion Rock was their ancestral grave. Even a small damage to the grave was a stain on the Liu royal clan's reputation. The man wearing a helmet next to the Lion King had an even uglier expression. This person was the highest-ranked military person in the continent, a Liu royal prince, the younger brother of the Lion King. He was called the War Lion. War Lion's expression was very ugly. He thought that this matter was his responsibility. He was the most decorated general in the continent, and the defensive plan was arranged by him. However, under his own gaze, the Lion Rock was silently destroyed by Zhao Hai. This was the greatest shame that he had experienced. At this time, the 2 suddenly heard sounds of disturbance. The Lion King and War Lion turned to see a group of undead. Upon seeing these undead, the expression on the faces of the 2 immediately turned uglier. War Lion and the Lion King were members of the royal family, so they were more acquainted to the members of the royal clan due to the portraits that were made. On those portraits, the members wore their imperial robes, of which they also wore to their graves. Because of this, War Lion and the Lion King both recognized King Feng and Min Yu. Judging by their clothes, their thought shouldn't be wrong. After understanding this, it's natural that the 2 would be extremely angry. However, the 2 suddenly had a headache. It was because attacking these undead would be the same as attacking their ancestors. They didn't know how to go about this situation. Even if they managed to destroy the undead, this meant that their ancestors' skeletons would be ruined. On the other hand, how could they just receive the attack without retaliating? This made War Lion and the Lion King frown at the same time. War Lion turned to the Lion King and said, "Brother, what should we do?" The Lion King frowned. He still couldn't make up his mind. After some time, the Lion King said, "We fight. We'll clash with them sooner or later. We cannot just wait for Zhao Hai to release them." War Lion couldn't help but sigh. To be honest, he really didn't want to fight. But in this case, they didn't have a choice. War Lion wanted to disagree with the Lion King, but he hated Zhao Hai more. Along with the Lion King's order, the army began to move and head towards King Feng and Minayu. Following the Lion King were his personal guards. They were quite strong, and they numbered about 100,000. But when the personal guards rushed over, they suddenly discovered their mistake. Every undead suddenly established their domains as they proceeded to attack. The guards didn't expect the undead to be this formidable. The undead were actually god ranks, and they were even able to use their domains. For the personal guards, this was a disaster. Although the personal guards weren't weak, they were only god rank experts. On the other hand, the other party were peak god ranks. The guards were surely to be pressured by the undead. Chapter 923, Is this the end of the divine race? However, the guards weren't necessarily unable to counterattack. These people were among the best of the Leo continent's soldiers, and considering domain weapons, the group had about 20. This number wasn't small. On the other side of the battle, the Lion King was protected inside his domain weapon. It wasn't as if he didn't have the strength to fight. After all, he was also a god rank expert. However, in the end, he was the king. He couldn't be put into any danger. The Lion King's guards were already fighting against King Feng and Minayu. One was strong while the other wasn't afraid of death. Although one side was a bit weaker because of their weapons, the two sides were still equal. At this moment, the Hell King's ship suddenly appeared beside the Lion King's carriage. The Lion King's domain weapon was also a carriage known as Lion Chariot. It had the appearance of a lion with the tail being the handle. The Leo divines didn't expect the Hell King's ship to appear. Just after going out, the Hell King's ship immediately fired its cannons towards the Lion Chariot. The chariot didn't even have time to block. It was immediately vaporized along with the Lion King that was inside. The current strength of the Hell King's ship's cannons were already far from the original. No domain weapon would be able to block its attacks. And since the Lion King wasn't prepared, he didn't have any chance of defending against Zhao Hai. Despite eliminating the Lion Chariot, Zhao Hai didn't stop. He immediately released a large number of undead and attacked the Lion King's personal guards. Zhao Hai didn't release 10 or 2 million undead. He released 5 million. 5 million undead against 100,000 guards, with the latter being surrounded at all sides. In this case, the guards had no hope of escaping. In less than an hour, the battle was over. Nobody from the side of the Leo divines survived. Even War Lion fell. After the fight ended, Zhao Hai immediately began to take all of the domain weapons and handed them over to King Feng and Minayu's group. Zhao Hai intends to have their group be the Second Devil Legion. The reason for Zhao Hai's confidence was his discovery about King Feng and Minayu's group. Their increase in strength was much more than the other undead. Although undead were strong beings, their weakness lies in increasing their power. Compared to ordinary people, their cultivation speed was much worse. However, King Feng and Minayu's group were different. It's possibly because of the formation in Lion Rock, preserving their blood and flesh, unifying it with their skeletons. Because of this development, they weren't able to turn into zombies like the other undead. But this also caused them to be stronger and be more talented when it came to cultivation. They were the strongest undead units that Zhao Hai had in hand. Upon this discovery, Zhao Hai immediately paid special attention to them. He even tried to equip them with combat suits to see if they were compatible with it. However, this experiment ended up disappointing Zhao Hai. Even if these undead were stronger and more talented than the others, they still weren't able to utilize the abilities of the combat suits. Zhao Hai would still need to find a suitable weapon for the undead. If Zhao Hai can find something good to equip them with, then the power of his undead would improve by at least a few layers. The undead were different compared to other people when it comes to weapons. Other people would need to train and would be affected by whatever they experience in the battlefield, weakening their overall strength. On the other hand, as long as an undead summoner was good, then their abilities wouldn't fall short against a competent army. After taking care of King Feng and Minayu's group, Zhao Hai returned to Thirsty Lion City. He wanted to see how the Leo divines would act upon knowing that their king was killed. It didn't take long before Zhao Hai saw the reaction. It was chaos. Originally, the Leo divines were still able to suppress the chaos because of the presence of their king, but now it was different. The Lion King was dead. The final dam was gone, drowning the continent in chaos. Zhao Hai also found out that the chaos here was different compared to the central continent. In the central continent, The chaos was due to overwhelming emotion. In the Leo continent, however, it seems like there were some social issues that had accumulated to a certain degree. It was through Zhao Hai's action that the issue began to burst out. Zhao Hai can only shake his head regarding this situation. He had already achieved his goal in the Leo continent. At this time, the only thing left to do was to wait for the Leo Supreme Elder to appear. If the Leo Supreme Elder came back without the other Supreme Elders, then Zhao Hai would use the opportunity to deal with him. At this time, Laura and the others came out of their room. They practiced longer than Zhao Hai, but had gained less from the method. Moreover, the refinement of their energy wasn't as good as Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai turned and observed them. Their temperament had subtly changed. They were currently wearing home clothing from the science and technology background. The clothes looked like sportswear, and it was colored with bright tones. Wearing these clothes would make one feel lively, and when Laura and the others wore it, it makes one feel a noble gentleness, an elegant atmosphere. After seeing the group, Zhao Hai's eyes couldn't help but light up. Their change made them even more beautiful, and with the education they learned since childhood, they look even more eye-catching. If they were stars in the sky before, they had now become moons. Upon seeing his wives like this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but heat up. Laura and the others had some understanding of Zhao Hai. Upon seeing his expression, they immediately understood. All of their faces couldn't help but turn red. Laura turned to look at Lizzie and the others. They also looked at each other before seeing the teasing smiles on their eyes. Then they turned to look at Zhao Hai and slowly went forward. Before long, Laura and the others arrived by Zhao Hai's side. Then suddenly Laura said, "Sisters, hold him." Then the women grabbed Zhao Hai, lifting him up. Zhao Hai struggled and said, What are you doing? Let me go." "Help." Laura sneered and said, "Save your voice, calling until you have a broken throat wouldn't even help." But Zhao Hai continued to yell, broken throat, you there? Help me quick." When they heard Zhao Hai, Laura and the others chuckled and then pinched him in the waist. However, they didn't let go of him and just brought him to the hot spring. After that, boundless spring arrived. The Leo Supreme Elder, Sinli, was currently standing on the ruins of Connecting Heaven Palace. The entire mountain had been completely crushed. Not even a single tile went undamaged. Although Sinli wasn't from the central continent, his heart still felt heavy upon witnessing this. Even without the 7-star heaven lock, the defenses of Connecting Heaven Palace was still very formidable. Otherwise, it wouldn't have become a sacred land. However, Zhao Hai was actually able to demolish it within an extremely short period of time. Add this to Zhao Hai surviving 5 Supreme Elders, destroying the Taurus continent base, and completely eradicating the Taurus divines. All of these only expressed how formidable Zhao Hai was. Zhao Hai was so powerful that he was actually a great threat to the divine race. At this point, his enmity with the divines was irresolvable. The stronger he was, the more trouble the divines would be in. And now, they still had no way of finding out where Zhao Hai was. It can be said that they were completely beaten by Zhao Hai. Moreover, Zhao Hai can attack them at any place and at any time. This made the Supreme Elders very unhappy. Most importantly, Sinli and the others were worried since they didn't know what Zhao Hai's next target would be. It's probable that when they arrived at the central continent, Zhao Hai was already elsewhere. They were always slower than Zhao Hai. After thinking about this, Sinli's heart couldn't help but turn heavy. He looked at Elder Star, who wasn't that far away. Elder Star had gone senile. He had become skinny to the point of skin and bones. He looks like he would fall over at any moment. His state was made worse by the fact that his whole family has been killed. Upon seeing this situation, Sinli couldn't help but sigh. In the past, Elder Star was a high-spirited and vigorous man. Since he was the Central Continent's Supreme Elder, he held the highest status among the Supreme Elders. Because of this, his appearance seemed always amicable, but still held some arrogance within. But now, that person had turned into this appearance. Everybody who saw this change couldn't stop themselves from sighing. At this time, Elder Star suddenly said, "Do any of you have any ideas on how to deal with Zhao Hai?" Sinli and the others frowned. They didn't have any good idea. Because of this, Elder Star's question made them feel embarrassed. Perhaps because he didn't hear a reply, Elder Star spoke after some time. He sighed and said, "Is this the end of the divine race?" At this time, Goldben spoke. I have a way to deal with Zhao Hai, but the sacrifices needed for this method would be very huge. Chapter 924. Can't decide. Everybody turned to look at Gold Ben. They were aware that Gold Ben was the earliest one who had fought with Zhao Hai. Moreover, Gold Ben had lost the entire Taurus clan to Zhao Hai. Because of this, Gold Ben had the lowest status. Now that he decided to talk, the group couldn't help but be curious. Elder Star looked at Gold Ben. This caused Gold Ben to unconsciously turn his eyes away. It wasn't that he felt guilty, but it was because he didn't want to see the face of Elder Star. Elder Star was now too thin. His body looked like a skeleton covered by a layer of skin. It gave people a very terrible feeling. Additionally, he had an ominous look in his eyes. He was like a skeleton, but was actually a person. This caused Gold Ben to be uncomfortable, making him look away unconsciously. Elder Star didn't care about this. He still looked straight into Gold Ben and said, "Elder Gold Ben, if you have anything to say, please say it." Gold Ben nodded and said, "At this moment, Zhao Hai has the ability to cause trouble wherever he wants in the divine realm. Our previous plan is obviously not working. Instead of being slowly killed by Zhao Hai, we might as well think of another way. As long as we're willing to make some sacrifices, then Zhao Hai will definitely come to us." Elder Star looked at Gold Ben and said, "What is your plan?" Gold Ben replied, "We can begin now. We'll directly fly towards the Taurus continent, all the way with no stopping. No matter which continent gets ruined, we still go on. When we arrive at the Taurus continent, we will immediately deal with the Thunder Clan, Barbarians, and the Winged Pegasus. No matter what happens, we attack the three clans. Zhao Hai will certainly come over and help them." As soon as Elder Star and the others heard this, they immediately gawked. This idea was similar to Elder Star's, but with a different target. Moreover, they would give priority to the task and just sacrifice the other divines. Attacking the Thunder Clan and the others means that the divine race territory would be left with no defenses. When the time comes, who knows how much damage Zhao Hai would cause? The group hesitated somewhat. Elder Star looked at Gold Ben and said, "How sure are you with this plan?" Gold Ben said, "I'm certain that it will work." Although the Taurus continent has been annihilated by Zhao Hai, this didn't come out without the assistance of the Thunder Clan and the others. Their alliance gave Zhao Hai the means to deal with us. But at the same time, since Zhao Hai wanted to save some face for the three clans, the battle also caused the three clans no small amount of loss. Because of this, the three clans are now in their planes, healing. Zhao Hai's relationship with the three clans is surely more than simple. Without the three clans, the Taurus divines wouldn't have fallen this quickly. Elder Star and the others nodded. They knew that what Gold Ben said was right. Although Gold Ben's Taurus continent wasn't the strongest, they also weren't the weakest. Nobody would believe it if someone said that Zhao Hai's side had no losses after dealing with them. After seeing the group agree to him, Gold Ben continued, "Because of this, we will go and attack the three clans. We wouldn't care if Zhao Hai attacks the divine territory. If we don't go back, then the ball would be in Zhao Hai's hands. If he didn't help the three clans, then his relationship with the vassal races would have problems. If that happens, then the vassal races would not cooperate with Zhao Hai wholeheartedly. This way, we can deal with the vassal and the foreign races one by one. Zhao Hai will surely come to help the three clans, and when that time comes, we can have a decisive fight against him. We wouldn't have to find him. He would be the one who needs to come to us." Upon hearing this, Elder Star and the others couldn't help but nod. Truthfully, the divines didn't have any means to hold Zhao Hai down. His escaping skill was just too good. Although they would suffer some losses on several continents, Gold Ben's method was their only choice. If they don't do this, then Zhao Hai would grind them down until nothing was left. Elder Star looked at the other Supreme Elders and said, "I agree with Gold Ben's suggestion. Does anyone have other ideas?" "From what I can see, the central continent is already finished. It would be impossible for the continent to recover even in 100 years. If we don't deal with Zhao Hai, then your continents will become the same as the central continent. When the time comes, the foreign races will also make their move, causing us even more losses. I ask everyone to think this matter carefully through." Sinli and the others silently ruminated about the idea. To be honest, they already knew that this was the best plan to deal with Zhao Hai, but this loss was something that they didn't want to see. Suddenly, a person came running in. This person was from Central City's garrison troops. Although the city was seriously damaged, there were still some people who stayed sober all this time. Because of these people, Elder Star made a refugee camp inside the ruined city. Officers have also been assigned to some of these people in order to maintain public security. This person's expression was quite ugly as he kneeled in front of Elder Star and the others, reporting to the Supreme Elders. We've just received a report. Zhao Hai attacked the Leo continent and destroyed Lion Rock. The Leo divine ancestors have also been turned into undead. The Lion King and Sir War Lion has been killed. The Leo clan is inviting the Leo Supreme Elder to return in order to stabilize the situation. This report made Sinli and the others turn blank. They knew what Lion Rock represented to the Leo divines, but now, Zhao Hai actually destroyed it and even turned their ancestors into undead. Most importantly, the Lion King and War Lion were killed. The entire Leo continent have been plunged into chaos. Sinli's face was pale as he looked at the person and said, "This report, is this accurate?" The person immediately replied, "This report has been sent by the Fishman race. They said that the Leo continent is now a mess." They asked the elder to return and stabilize the situation. With clenched teeth, Sinli growled, "That brat, he went too far." Then he turned to Elder Star and Gold Ben. "I agree with Elder Gold Ben's plan. After stabilizing the Leo continent, we should head to the Taurus continent and deal with the three clans." After Sinli said this, the other Supreme Elders looked at each other before agreeing as well. From what happened to the Central Continent and the Leo continent, they could see how heartless Zhao Hai could be. If they don't go with the plan, then they would be killed by Zhao Hai sooner or later. Instead of being killed, they might as well fight. When Elder Star saw the other elders agree, he immediately said, "Good, we still have time. We will immediately leave for the Leo continent. But before we do that, we should look for the 7-star Heaven Lock disc. With our strengths and the 7-star Heaven Lock, we should be able to kill Zhao Hai on the spot." The group nodded before they looked through the ruins. Elder Star held the 7-star Heaven Lock formation for the longest time, so he had the most understanding about it. Because of this, after looking at the ruins, he gave a rough location of the disc. After digging for a few times, they finally recovered the formation disc. After digging the formation disc out, the group immediately set off for the Leo continent. Just as planned, they would take care of the matter with the Leo continent before heading to the Taurus continent. But before going to the Taurus continent, they took a short trip in order to recover all of the other 7-star Heaven Lock discs. Zhao Hai was currently sat in his room. He looked at Laura and the others and couldn't help but sigh. He thought about how charming they were back in the hot spring, but now they had this gentle and noble look. Zhao Hai couldn't help but lament how fickle women were. However, after thinking about the hot springs, Zhao Hai couldn't help but look at it fondly. Although Zhao Hai had been squeezed in by several people, he still believed that not many men were able to experience that. Laura and the others were also able to notice Zhao Hai's gaze. The group couldn't help but go red in embarrassment. To be honest, they had been impulsive that day. If they were to think about it again, they definitely wouldn't do it. Zhao Hai looked at the group and smiled. He didn't say anything about his thoughts as he turned to Laura and said, "Laura, do you think that the Leo Supreme Elder would come back alone? If he does, then we would be able to deal with him." Laura shook her head and said, "I think the other elders would follow him. Moreover, they will certainly make adjustments and find ways to solve their current situation. They can't go on like this. Otherwise, they would be killed by us sooner or later." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he looked at the others and said, "What do you think they will do?" The group frowned, but after some time Lizzie said, "I think they will head to the Taurus continent and deal with the three clans." Zhao Hai became stunned for a moment, then he frowned and said, "Is that so? But if they deal with the Thunder clan and the others, aren't they afraid of me attacking the other continents?" Lizzie shook her head and said, "If I were them, I wouldn't care about the other continents anymore. I will focus on dealing with the three clans so that you would have to go back and help them. When that time comes, they would get what they want. A direct fight with you." Zhao Hai frowned. He felt that Lizzie was correct. Now he wanted to think about ways in order to deal with the enemy. Lizzie looked at Zhao Hai and knew what he was thinking about, so she said, "Big brother Hai, it seems like we won't be able to think of a way to escape from this. In any case, we need to save the three clans. Otherwise our relationship with the vassal races and the foreign races would be affected. Zhao Hai nodded. I'm aware of this, but I'm still unwilling. If we do go against them, then I'm afraid the fight wouldn't be short. After all, I still can't go at full force. It seems like we have no way to deal with the other divine race continents. Lizzie smiled faintly and said, Brother Hai, how could you forget about our allies? We managed to drag the 9 Supreme Elders to the Taurus continent. This will allow the foreign races to make a move. The divines wouldn't be able to do much when their Supreme Elders aren't present. The foreign races could also send their own Supreme Elders to clean each continent as well as help the vassal races. When he heard Lizzie, Zhao Hai stared for a moment before he patted his head and said, Right. Right, that's good. We can bind the Supreme Elders in the Taurus continent while the foreign races go and deal with the divines. Without the Supreme Elders, the divines would find it hard to defend. Laura looked at the two and smiled. Brother Hai, don't celebrate too early. We still don't know if the Supreme Elders did intend to do this. If they don't, then wouldn't our plan be wasted? Zhao Hai thought about Elder Star and then shook his head. No. I think the divines will certainly do what Lizzie said. They had been pushed to a dead end. It's just a pity that as the matter stands, we won't have a way bring the Thunder Clan and the others to the space. At this time, Megan smiled faintly and said, Elder Brother Hai, I don't think so. This depends on what Brother Hai wants to do. If you can bear with it, we can still push the 3 clans into the space. Zhao Hai looked at Megan and said, What do you mean? Megan smiled and said, Didn't Lizzie just say it? The Supreme Elders are going to deal with the 3 clans in order to lure us in. In return, they will ignore whatever happens to the divine race territory. So why can't we pretend to be blind for a moment? While the Supreme Elders are in the Taurus continent, we shall linger in the divine race continents for some time. Only when the Supreme Elders discover that we are only pretending should we go and confront them. The 9 Elders should be furious right now, so they would certainly cause quite some losses to the 3 clans. When that time comes, we can ask the 3 clans to move to the space. But when they are inside the space, we will tell them that the O'Neill family had attacked again as well as the growing threat of the underworld. We can use that opportunity to have them settle inside the space. That wouldn't be difficult to do, right? Chapter 925. Another angle. Zhao Hai carefully listened to Megan's words. Although her method was quite black-hearted, Zhao Hai could see how it would work. If Zhao Hai did what Megan said, then the 3 clans would suffer losses again. And along with the pressure brought by the O'Neill family, it's very likely that they would agree if Zhao Hai asked them to move to the space. Additionally, there wouldn't be any flaws in this plan. After all, he was helping the foreign races to break through. This way, nobody would have any suspicions. However, this plan would cause huge losses to the Thunder Clan and the others. One must know that Zhao Hai had turned the Supreme Elders mad. They will certainly be impolite to Zhao Hai's allies. When the time comes, a lot of people from the 3 clans would die. There was no doubt about this. Just as Megan said, this can only be done if Zhao Hai can endure. Zhao Hai wasn't a black-hearted person. Although he had goals he needed to be done, he did so in a reasonable manner. But this time, the 3 clans will encounter a calamity because of him. Megan and the others were clear about this, and Zhao Hai as well. Because of this, Megan only brought this idea up. Laura understood Megan's point. Because of this, everybody looked at Zhao Hai in order to reach a decision. Zhao Hai frowned as he sat. He can understand Megan's plan. Naturally, he also knew the consequences. Because of this, he couldn't help but hesitate. Zhao Hai wanted to get the 3 clans to move to the space, but if he achieved it through Megan's method, the losses of the 3 clans would be great. They were even in danger of being destroyed. Zhao Hai was afraid of the 3 clans being exterminated. This outcome would be unfair to them. This troubled Zhao Hai's heart. At this time, Meg suddenly said, Young Master, I'd like to express my opinion. Young Master, I don't know if you've already thought about this, but have you thought about what would happen to the 3 clans after we ascend? When he heard Meg, Zhao Hai couldn't help but gawk. He looked at Meg with a confused expression. Meg looked at Zhao Hai and said, Young Master, don't forget that even if we defeated the divine race, this plane is still under Lu Wei's control. Lu Wei can definitely support another race to replace the divines. No matter where we are, the Thunder Clan and the others still offended Lu Wei. When the time comes, What would happen to them? Could they block Lu Wei's attack? Megan and the others were also stunned. To be honest, they never examined this matter in this angle. They always thought that if they defeated the divine race before they ascend, then Lu Wei would just let their allies go. Zhao Hai and the others thought that it was them who would be unlucky. After staring at Meg for some time, Zhao Hai suddenly laughed and said, "Meg, I haven't thought about that, but you actually noticed it, right? If we ascend one day, then the Thunder Clan and the others would be the most unfortunate. They would be eliminated by Lu Wei. People as petty as Lu Wei would certainly do it. We might as well do our best to relocate the three clans to the space." Megan turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Then we should go with the plan. We'll monitor the Supreme Elders first. If they go and deal with the three clans, then we'll rampage throughout the divine race territory. If the Supreme Elders don't retreat, then that's when we provide support. I believe the three clans would come to the space. Besides this, we should also send a letter to the foreign races. While we support the three clans, the foreign races would deal with the divine race." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, then we'll do that. We wait for the Supreme Elders first. Don't tell Binya and the others about this yet. Only reveal the matter when we head back to the Taurus continent." Laura understood what Zhao Hai wanted to do. If they told this matter to Binya and the others prematurely, then Binya and the others would know about Zhao Hai's plan for the three clans. When the time comes, their relationship with the foreign races would surely be affected. Zhao Hai wasn't a person who easily backs out of plans. Upon reaching a decision, he will immediately do his best to accomplish it. Now that everything has been planned out, Zhao Hai stopped worrying. He just quietly waited for the Supreme Elders to arrive in the Leo continent. Zhao Hai didn't go too far and was just right by Lion Rock. He believed that if the Leo Supreme Elder were to return to the Leo continent, then he would certainly come and inspect Lion Rock. If he was alone at that time, then Zhao Hai would be impolite. Zhao Hai and the others were already used to staying inside their rooms. But this time, Laura and the others were inside the space. They wanted to give the cultivation method over to Green and the others. Sinli didn't let Zhao Hai wait too long. Soon, his figure was seen in Lion Rock. However, he wasn't alone. The other Supreme Elders were with him. After seeing this, Zhao Hai knew that he wouldn't be able to make an attack. Because of this, he just looked at Sinli's pale expression as he looked at Lion Rock. Lion Rock was his clan's imperial tomb. Not only was it destroyed, the Leo divines weren't even able to protect the skeletons of their ancestors. Sinli slowly fell to the ground and walked over to where Lion Rock was. Then he slammed his head to the ground multiple times before he straightened up and loudly declared, "Ancestors, this unfilial Sinli swears to completely destroy Zhao Hai and offer his soul to you." The other Supreme Elders didn't kneel down. They just looked at Sinli as he handled his matters with Lion Rock. To Sinli, this attack was quite huge. After doing his respects, Sinli stood up and turned to the other Supreme Elders. "Everyone, we'll stabilize the Leo continent first, then we'll carry out our plan." The group nodded before flying away with Sinli. The Supreme Elders flew towards the center of the continent. Although Zhao Hai didn't follow them, he still managed to guess what Sinli and the others planned to do. They wanted to stabilize the Leo continent first. As for their other plan, Zhao Hai still didn't know. However, Zhao Hai wanted to use the following days to map the Leo continent's coastline as he waited for Sinli and the others to leave. Only then would Zhao Hai know what the divines were planning. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai immediately had Bubble lead him to map the Leo continent's coastline, allowing the space to monitor the continent's border. Sinli held a high position in the Leo continent, so when he came back, the situation with the continent stabilized very quickly. Moreover, since the Leo Imperials weren't completely exterminated, Sinli was able to appoint a new Lion King. With that, the Leo continent quickly went under control. 5 days after Sinli and the others returned to the Leo continent, their traces were found in the southeastern coastline of the continent. Only the 9 elders were traveling as they went out of the continent and headed towards the southeast direction. Zhao Hai immediately had Bubble go up. At this time, Laura and the others came out of the space. They entered the space not only to teach Green and the others about the cultivation method, they also selected some talented goblins to be sent to Karen's laboratory in Wild Dragon Island. At this moment, Karen's laboratory had beastmen, dwarves, goblins, elves, humans, and even some demons selected by the Great Demon King. At the same time, there were also fishmen sent by the Mermaid Queen. It can be said that aside from the divines, Karen's laboratory had every race present inside Zhao Hai's space. Naturally, in addition to the goblins, there were also other races who decided to settle in the island. The laboratory had long been built. It only needed people to occupy it. Laura and the others proceeded to sit down and look at the screen. The monitor showed Elder Star and the others flying in the sky. Meanwhile, Zhao Hai was following behind them, matching their speed. Zhao Hai also saw that Elder Star and the others didn't immediately go to the Taurus continent. This made Zhao Hai somewhat puzzled. Don't they want to deal with the three clans? Was Megan's guess wrong? However, in order to determine what the Supreme Elders were doing, Zhao Hai decided to continue following behind them. When they entered a continent, Zhao Hai proceeded to map its coastline. Attacking the continent at this time would be risky even for Zhao Hai. He only wanted to see what the Supreme Elders were planning to do. Fortunately, Sinli and the others didn't let Zhao Hai down. After inquiring the situation with of the continent, he realized that this was the continent of the Supreme Elder that he just killed, the Scorpio continent. After the Scorpio continent, Sinli and the others went to continent after continent. This almost turned Zhao Hai dizzy. In the end, Zhao Hai discovered that after circling through the 9 divine race continents, the Supreme Elders finally proceeded to head towards the Taurus continent. Although Zhao Hai didn't know why Sinli and the others went in a roundabout way, he can affirm that the Supreme Elders were planning to deal with the Thunder Clan and the others. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai immediately took his messenger fish out. This messenger fish was used to Chapter 926, Thur's Worry. Thur was currently at the defensive line. He didn't know about what happened outside, nor was he aware of the O'Neill family's movements. On the other hand, the defensive line was very good. The undead were skilled at using the magic cannons. Although the O'Neill family had sent several attacks, none of them yielded any results. But even then, Thur didn't dare to underestimate the O'Neill family. They were yet to send a substantial amount of troops. All recent attacks were scouting runs. Moreover, the scouts that were sent forth were very difficult to deal with. Besides the time where Zhao Hai was present, no magic armors have fallen. They used to send out some cavalry to deal with the scouts, but the scouts have already made some plans to deal with them. Because of this, carrying an attack on the scouting parties had become useless. Thur was currently having headaches about the defensive line. He wasn't a fool. They were already having difficulties with the O'Neill family's scouting runs. If they decided to attack aggressively, would the defensive line be able to hold on? This caused Thur to worry. At this time, his messenger fish suddenly voiced out, Thur, are you there? It's Zhao Hai. Thur stared, then he immediately took his messenger fish and said, Mister, it's me. What's the matter? Zhao Hai's voice replied, Thur, I have something important to tell you. I went out last time because the divines are going to deal with the foreign races. In order to solve the problem, I went to the central continent and destroyed their connecting heaven palace. I also went to the Leo continent to ruin their Lion Rock. The divines have already retreated while the central and Leo continents are in chaos. However, this also caused the divines to hate me. After hearing Zhao Hai, Thur gawked. He had followed Thunder Yun in the past, so he had some understanding about the divine race. Connecting Heaven Palace and Lion Rock were sacred sites. Because of this, Thur knew how important they were. Now that he heard Zhao Hai, Thur was able to vent his frustrations, but he also became worried. His frustration came from the constant oppression the vassal races had received all these years. Their hatred towards the divines had been inscribed into their blood and bones. Zhao Hai destroying the connecting Heaven Palace as well as Lion Rock allowed Thur to vent. However, Thur was also worried precisely because he knew how important those two places were. Destroying those two places might allow him to vent, but this will also turn the divines mad. Thur was worried about Zhao Hai, so he quickly said, Mister, are you alright? Those two places are too important to the divine race. After losing those, the divines would surely go for Mister. You should be careful from now on. When Zhao Hai heard Thur say this, his heart couldn't help but warm. He actually thought about giving up on his plan. However, he steeled his heart as he said, Thur, there's no need to worry about me. I'm fine. It wouldn't be easy for the divines to deal with me. However, I'm afraid that the Supreme Elders would go and deal with your 3 clans in the Taurus continent. Their's expression quickly changed. Mister, are you sure? Zhao Hai replied, almost certain. At this point, the Supreme Elders are heading towards the Taurus continent. I think they want to deal with you instead in order to lure me in. There was startled at this news. Mister, what can we do? The Supreme Elders are very strong. If they use their ultimate weapons, then we would have no chance to resist. Zhao Hai's voice turned serious. I know this. However, I can't fight them now. I'll go and attack the other continents. I just hope that they'll retreat once more. Thir thought for a moment and said, Mister, what if the Supreme Elders don't go back? If they decide to seriously attack us, then what do we do then? Zhao Hai turned silent for some time before he said, Thir, I'll present these facts to you. The people from the Ark continent and the demon realm have been sent to another place by me. That place belongs entirely to me. Everyone there needs to listen to my commands. I haven't said this to you before because I'm afraid that you would misunderstand. However, the current situation is critical. I couldn't afford to withhold this information from you. I hope that you can go to that place to seek safety. There was silent. He completely understood the elders of his clan. These people were very hard to move and wouldn't want to be under someone's control. This was the precise reason why they decided to go against the divine race. The elders would certainly disagree being under Zhao Hai's command. Zhao Hai was aware of Thir's difficulty, so he said, Thir, in a moment I'll have an undead deliver 3 command tokens to you. You can bring those tokens to your clans. The command tokens are able to open spatial rifts so that your people can enter the place. If your people agreed, then you can send them in. If they don't agree, then it's fine. If the Supreme Elders are really intent to eliminating the 3 clans, then I will immediately return to the Taurus continent. However, I'm afraid that you cannot withstand the Supreme Elders. I won't say anything more. Time is tight. Wait for the undead to send you the tokens before returning to your clans. After he said that, Zhao Hai no longer made a sound. Thir can hear the indignation from Zhao Hai's words. But Thir knew that Zhao Hai was right. In the past, he thought that it was strange for Zhao Hai to not worry about the people from the Ark continent. As it turns out, the people of the Ark continent have already moved. Afterwards, the demons actually dealt with the divines along with Zhao Hai. This made Thir confused. Why would the demons listen to Zhao Hai? But now he knew, the demons have already submitted to Zhao Hai. If the demons and the people from the Ark continent surrendered to Zhao Hai, then why can't they do the same? During the war, the Ark continent and the demons hardly lost any people. Meanwhile, the 3 clans suffered a lot. Even if they had the right of equal dialogue with Zhao Hai at this time, was it worth sacrificing that many people? If they made the same decision with the Ark continent and the demon realm, then wouldn't they have lost less? Looking at the demons, Zhao Hai didn't treat them the way the divines treated their vassals. Zhao Hai was always respectful to the great demon king. Even if he made an order, he still had a polite tone. This was also the reason why Thir wanted the Thunder clan to submit to Zhao Hai. Now, Zhao Hai had overturned the skies of the divine race. Being the first allies of Zhao Hai, the 3 clans would definitely be targeted by the divines. The 9 supreme elders of the divine race were stronger than a divine race army. Under such circumstance, how could the 3 clans resist? The divines surely wouldn't be merciful to them. They were the main influence of the vassal race rebellion. The divines would surely eliminate them. In the past, Zhao Hai knew that they didn't want to surrender to him, so he gave them the right to have equal dialogue. But now, the situation was related to the life and death of the 3 clans, so Zhao Hai could only present this proposition. For believed that Zhao Hai would surely save them and have a decisive battle with the Supreme Elders. If the time comes and Zhao Hai was defeated or killed, then the 3 clans would meet the retaliation of the entire divine race. When that time comes, they definitely wouldn't be able to resist. Thir knew that the best way to solve this situation was to go to the place that Zhao Hai presented. But will the elders agree? Thir can understand Zhao Hai's indignation. Zhao Hai had looked after the 3 clans for a long time, yet the 3 clans were still guarded against him. Think about, if you give unconditional help to a person and they still feel threatened against you, then wouldn't you be angry? Besides these things, Thir was also worried about the O'Neill family. If Zhao Hai was defeated, putting the divine race aside, what would happen to the O'Neill family? If Zhao Hai and the divines managed to injure themselves heavily, Then who would be able to fight against the magic armors? One must know that the ones who managed to hold the O'Neill family off were the undead. These undead were from Zhaohai. If Zhaohai was defeated, then the undead would definitely vanish. When the time comes, with both the O'Neill family and the divine race attacking them, the three clans would surely be done for. After thinking about this, Thir couldn't help but feel a cold sweat. At this time, an undead came to Thir's side. The undead had 3 blood red command tokens on its hand. These command tokens had the wild dragon insignia on one side while a picture of a skeleton on the other. There were no characters on the token, only the marks and some decorations. It looked very refined. Thir didn't have time to admire the tokens as he quickly took them from the undead and immediately went to see Ding and Shan. He knew that they would have similar thoughts as himself and wanted to discuss the matter. No matter what, their clans couldn't afford another huge loss, otherwise, the clans wouldn't be able to recover even after 100 years. Most importantly, the clans were in risk of extermination. This matter was of extreme importance. Chapter 927. The Might of the Taurus. Zhao Hai calmly put away his messenger fish. However, his expression was quite ugly. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and comforted him. Brother Hai, don't think about it too much. At the worst, we could just abduct the 3 clans and go. Zhao Hai nodded and said, rest assured, I'll be fine. Lizzie smiled faintly and said, Brother Hai's performance was very good. If we didn't know, we would have believed that you were really angry. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, alright, let's not think about that anymore. What we need to think about is how to deal with the divines. Right now, the divine race territory is completely undefended. I think the reason Elder Star and the others went to the continents was to take the other 7-star Heavenlock discs. It seems like the discs have been divided among the other continents in order to deal with us. Now that the Supreme Elders decided to deal with me in the Taurus continent, they decided to take the discs with them. Laura nodded and said, so what does Brother Hai plan to do? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, we'll begin with the central continent. At this point, the central continent had just been pacified. There's close to no defenders left there. The ones that survived are the children and the elderly. We can turn the central continent into another Taurus continent. Lizzie nodded and said, that's good. But Brother Hai, there are also vassal races in the central continent. Do you want to contact them? Zhao Hai shook his head and said, forget it. Those vassal races will be handed over to the foreign races to manage. We can't just approach them at this time. They still don't trust us. Lizzie agreed. Alright, so do we start now? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, yes, let's begin right now. After he said that, Zhao Hai commanded the Hell King's ship to appear in Central City. Central City had just calmed down, but after they saw the Hell King's ship, the people were immediately shocked before their expressions changed. A lot of people from Central City were familiar with the Hell King's ship. This ship was the cause of their current nightmare. Zhao Hai wasn't polite and immediately released large numbers of undead in order to capture the populace. Just like Zhao Hai said, the people of the central continent had lost their ability to resist. When the central divines saw the Hell King's ship, they were reminded about the horrible things that happened in Central City. This caused them to collapse and completely lose their strength. Zhao Hai was successful in abducting the citizens. It took almost no effort to do so. After grabbing all the divines, he proceeded to the next city. Zhao Hai's operation in the central continent went easier compared to the Taurus continent. This was because in the past, the Taurus divines still had their city defenses as well as their central government. Meanwhile, the central continent almost lost all of their soldiers. This made it too easy for Zhao Hai to capture the citizens. The central continent was very big. It was much bigger than the Taurus continent. However, Zhao Hai was very swift. It was as if he was catching sheep. Upon arriving at a city, he would quickly capture everyone. The process was very fast that it only took 3 days before he managed to wipe the entire central continent clean. Binya and the others followed every procedure. Zhao Hai didn't hide everything from them as well. He also told Binya and the others that the 9 Supreme Elders have already decided to attack the Thunder Clan and the others. At this time, Zhao Hai was attacking the divines in order to compel the other Supreme Elders to head back. Binya and the others didn't object to Zhao Hai's move. They thought that Zhao Hai was doing a very good job. Zhao Hai also used this method when the divines were attacking the foreign races. Because of this, Binya and the others didn't even think that Zhao Hai would have plans for the three clans. After cleaning the central continent, Zhao Hai didn't proceed towards the Liu continent. Although the Liu continent had also experienced chaos, they weren't actually that easy to deal with. It can be said that the Liu continent didn't suffer any major damage. Their main forces were still left basically untouched. Additionally, the Liu divines hated Zhao Hai to the bones due to what he had done with Lion Rock. If Zhao Hai attacked the Liu continent, then the Liu divines would surely go all out in resisting him. Because of this, Zhao Hai opted to leave the Liu continent alone for now. Instead, Zhao Hai went on to attack the Scorpio continent. The Scorpio continent's supreme elder was already dead and the Scorpio divines were already aware of it. This had a huge effect on their morale. Although the continent wasn't chaotic, their motivation to battle was at an all-time low. Moreover, in order to deal with the Scorpio continent, Zhao Hai had come up with a good idea. Zhao Hai had turned the Scorpio continent's Supreme Elder into an undead. He plans to use that Supreme Elder and his ultimate weapon to attack the Scorpio continent. He would also send the Devil Legion. He believed that once the Scorpio continent's soldiers see their Supreme Elder using his ultimate weapon to attack them, their confidence would immediately be gone. This way, it would be very convenient for Zhao Hai to capture them. Zhao Hai followed Elder Star and the others when they went to the other continents. Because of this, Zhao Hai only used the space to reach the Scorpio continent. He didn't waste any time being on the road. Elder Star and the others didn't have the same ability. They can only hurry along, flying from continent to continent. Even if they were Supreme Elders, they still needed to use 2 days for travel. When Zhao Hai attacked the Scorpio continent, only then did the Supreme Elders arrive at the Taurus continent. In these several days, Thur and the others returned to their own clans. They sought an audience with their patriarchs and relayed Zhao Hai's words. Moreover, Thur and the others reached an agreement. They would urge their patriarchs to have their people enter Zhao Hai's space. Thur knew that this matter wouldn't be easy. However, he didn't think about how difficult it would be. Upon returning to his clan, almost everyone opposed to Zhao Hai's idea. They thought it was just Zhao Hai's scheme. It was impossible for 9 Supreme Elders to unite just to deal with them. No matter how Thur urged his people, they remained unmoved. Thur's time with Zhao Hai was quite long, so Thur understood that Zhao Hai wasn't the type to joke around with these matters. Because of this, Thur and the others completely believed Zhao Hai's words. Thur still had quite a reputation in his clan, so even if he wasn't permitted by the patriarch and the elders, he still talked to his family as well as those close to him and have them prepare for relocation. At the same time, Thur also called Zhao Hai on his messenger fish, asking for permission to use the command token. Zhao Hai knew the situation with the 3 clans. This was how much Thur and the others trust him. Naturally, it was impossible for Zhao Hai to not give Thur any face. Because of this, after being contacted, he immediately opened a spatial rift. Those who were willing to move were immediately allowed passage. Since Thur was also well known among the youth of his clan, some of them were willing to follow. There were also some women as well as some elderly people who moved. However, Thur wasn't able to move that many people. This was because Zhao Hai just told them that the 9 Supreme Elders would soon arrive. Thur immediately directed those who wanted to move to enter the space. Thur never entered the space before, so he was trusting Zhao Hai's word. But when he arrived inside the space, he couldn't help but get stunned. The environment inside was very good. There were even some picturesque mountains and rivers inside. And as it turns out, Zhao Hai prepared this place for the 3 clans to settle in. This was an ordinary background that Zhao Hai bought before. Inside this background were a lot of houses as well as bread trees and bamboo rice. Because of this, the 3 clans wouldn't have to worry about survival once they move in. Even if there were a lot of them and some weren't able to stay inside the ready-built homes, there was still no problem. The space's environment was just too good. It far surpassed Thur's imagination. Even if they were to lie down outside, the grass was soft and fragrant. It was actually more comfortable to lie down on the grass than to stay indoors. The actions of Thur and the others managed to anger the patriarchs and elders of their clans. This caused them to be more strict, forbidding people to relocate. In the end, they even sent an army to stop this. At this time, the total number of people who moved inside the space was still less than 100,000. It was too small. Thur and the others had no way to fight against the Patriarch's decision. In the end, they had to close the spatial rift, and Thur, Ding, and Shan were imprisoned. They weren't even allowed to come in contact with the outside world. During all of this, Zhao Hai attacked the Scorpio continent. Zhao Hai had the Scorpio Supreme Elder head the attack. Along with the Devil Legion's help, they went to deal with the Scorpio Divines. Upon seeing their dead Supreme Elder as well as the Scorpio ultimate weapon, the Scorpio soldiers collapsed immediately. With only a thought, Zhao Hai took them into the space. While Zhao Hai was absorbing the Divines into the space, Elder Star and the others had set foot on the Taurus continent. Gold Ben didn't even hesitate as he led the group and headed towards the spatial rifts of the three clans. The Thunder Clan and the others weren't vassals for a day or two. Because of this, Gold Ben was completely clear about their location. With no effort, Gold Ben found the spatial rifts. The spatial rifts of the three clans were close together. However, the first spatial rift that Gold Ben and the others came upon was the one that belonged to the Thunder Clan. Although the Thunder Clan's patriarch didn't believe that the Supreme Elders would attack them, he still had some precautions. He arranged a large army to the spatial rift and reinforced their defensive line. When Gold Ben arrived at the spatial rift, this was the scene that they witnessed. The 9 Supreme Elders went into a formation before slowly pressing towards the Thunder Clan's spatial rift. The Thunder Clan's garrison troops were also able to see Gold Ben and the others. Although the soldiers didn't know who Gold Ben was, they could still see that the 9 people were here with evil intentions. Someone from the defensive line loudly said to the people in front, "You have entered the Thunder Clan's defensive zone. Please retreat immediately or else we will identify you as an enemy and we will proceed to attack." Upon seeing the Thunder Clan's people, Gold Ben's anger quickly flared up. He gave a menacing smile as he laughed and said, "You Thunder Clan slaves, you aren't this unyielding in the past. Who gave you such courage? You actually dared to drive us away. I really don't know whether you want to live or die." When the garrison troops heard Gold Ben's words, their expression changed. The name Thunder Clan slaves rang too familiar. In the past, the Taurus Divines always called them by this name. Therefore, the troops quickly knew that Gold Ben wasn't here to be friendly. At this moment, the garrison commander immediately said, "Prepare the javelins for attack. Don't let them get close." Upon seeing this situation, Gold Ben turned to the other Supreme Elders and said, "Everyone, these people are my Taurus continent's slaves. Although the Taurus clan no longer exists, please leave the punishment to me." Elder Star and the others nodded. They didn't oppose Gold Ben's method. With this defensive line, there was no need for any one of them to make a move. After seeing that the others agreed, Gold Ben turned to look back at the Thunder Clan. The Thunder Clan's reinforced defensive line simply wasn't a threat to him. Because of this, Gold Ben immediately equipped his Taurus combat suit and slowly headed forward. Then he pulled his fists towards his waist before launching a punch with his right arm and shouting, "Taurus charge!" Upon launching his attack, a huge bull appeared in front of his fist and directly soared towards the defensive line. The golden bull rushed forward. It grew bigger and bigger as though it was absorbing the surrounding energy. When the golden bull appeared in front of the Thunder Clan army, it was already 20 meters high. The golden bull slammed towards the defensive line, causing a large explosion. The defensive line wall, which was nearly 10 meters tall, was torn apart like paper. At this time, Gold Ben's left fist punched out. The second golden bulls tore another part of the wall. Now, the Thunder Clan's defensive line had a huge 60-meter wide gap. Elder Star was standing right behind Gold Ben. He gave a nod and said, "Gold Ben's 2 punches seemed to be 3 times more powerful than before." His emotion really allowed his power to soar. The other Supreme Elders couldn't help but agree. They could also see that Gold Ben was fiercer than before. The reason he was like this was naturally the extermination of the Taurus continent. In addition to his raw power, Gold Ben's fists now carry his resentment towards his enemies. Chapter 928. You think the Divines are stupid? 2 fists. It only took 2 fists before the Thunder Clan's reinforced wall to collapse. Dozens of people were killed as well, a cruel death by being smashed to paste by a fist. Besides the destroyed wall, the construction around and behind it was razed completely. The support troops that were there, about 100 soldiers, were also killed. The might of just 2 fists? Nobody thought that this would happen, but although the Two Fists killed dozens of people, the garrison commander managed to survive. The commander quickly made some adjustments, removing all ThunderClan troops from the wall. The ThunderClan's defensive line was made in stages. This meant that even if one wall collapses, not everything will be turned to waste. Naturally, Gold Ben can see the onion-like construction of the ThunderClan's walls. When he entered the broken walls, he was immediately met with a rain of javelins. Gold Ben didn't dare to neglect these attacks. He knew that these javelins could explode and their strength might compare to blood lightning beads. Gold Ben always thought that it was strange. The divines were the ones who used blood lightning beads first. However, Zhao Hai actually managed to learn how to make them. Additionally, Zhao Hai's blood lightning beads were much better than the ones made by the divines. Gold Ben waved his hand, forming a crouching bull that blocked the javelins. When the javelins exploded, Gold Ben moved his two arms to support his shield. It can be said that the ThunderClan's defensive line was made magnificently, and it was even layered. However, Gold Ben's strength was terrifying. After exerting more attacks, Gold Ben managed to destroy the entire defensive line. Gold Ben received his ultimate weapon before flying towards the ThunderClan's plane. As Gold Ben attacked the ThunderClan's defensive line, the defenders also sent the news back to the ThunderClan. In the past, Zhao Hai dealt with the Taurus divines with the cooperation of the three clans. During that time, Zhao Hai provided them with messenger fishes. Naturally, Zhao Hai didn't take them back, so the messenger fishes were still in their possession. Although the ThunderClan's people didn't know any Supreme Elders, Gold Ben's strength alone was a testament to his status. And with Zhao Hai's earlier reminder, the ThunderClan was able to affirm who Gold Ben and the others were. After confirming that it was Gold Ben, the ThunderClan couldn't help but get flustered. The strength of the Taurus Supreme Elder was known to be world-shaking. Now, he was here to attack them. How could the ThunderClan resist? It was at this time that the ThunderClan's people discovered that they didn't have the qualifications to be treated as Zhao Hai's equal. Zhao Hai managed to defeat a Supreme Elder. Moreover, in order to deal with him, the 9 Supreme Elders actually united. On the other hand, the whole ThunderClan wasn't even a match to one Supreme Elder. If Zhao Hai wanted to ruin the ThunderClan, then that would be too easy to do. In this situation, the Patriarch had no choice but to release fear. Upon hearing the present situation, Fear's expression couldn't help but turn difficult. Fear looked at the Patriarch and said, "Patriarch, we can only find a way to constrain the 9 Supreme Elders. We need our people to enter Mr. Space. I think we should select 100,000 people to do the sacrifice ritual. Use the Thunder Net in order to block the 9 Supreme Elders. We need time to transfer everyone towards the space." Upon hearing the words, the Patriarch's face couldn't help but change. The ThunderClan really did have a sacrifice ritual. Almost every ThunderClan member can use this method. This ritual would allow a person to undergo a massive increase in strength for 10 days. However, after 10 days, that person would turn to ash. Most importantly, this ritual was irreversible. This meant that as long as someone used this ritual, that person was as good as dead. The collective strength of 100,000 people using the ritual would amount to an astonishing amount. Even Supreme Elders wouldn't be able to deal with them in a short period of time. However, these 100,000 people would die after 10 days. For the ThunderClan, this was no doubt a huge damage. The Patriarch looked at Fear and said, "Do you have any other methods? Isn't 100,000 people too much?" Fear forced a smile and said, "Patriarch, 100,000 people isn't a lot. We might even add more people in the future." During the past battles, we witnessed Mr. Fight with the Taurus Supreme Elder. The Supreme Elder was very strong. His attack strength was formidable. This 100,000 people might be able to block the Supreme Elder. However, we shouldn't forget that there are 8 other Supreme Elders. 9 Supreme Elders couldn't be blocked that easily. I'm not even certain that those 100,000 would be able to block the 9 Supreme Elders. The Patriarch's face became quite difficult as he looked at Fear. His expression sunk and said, "Is Mr. Zhao Hai unable to rescue us?" After hearing the Patriarch say this, it was Fear's turn to have a difficult expression. He looked at the Patriarch and said, "Mr. Zhao Hai is currently attacking the Divine Race territory in the hopes that the Supreme Elders would retreat. If the Supreme Elders don't come back, then Mr. might come and have a decisive battle with the Supreme Elders. But if Mr. becomes defeated, then wouldn't the result the same as the one we're facing right now? It might even be possible that our escape route would disappear. The Patriarch hesitated. He became silent for quite a while. Thur looked at the Patriarch's expression and couldn't help but feel angry. Thur said, "Patriarch, there's no need to think about it anymore. What duty does Mr. have for him to die for us? Are we worthy for him to go all out against the 9 Supreme Elders? If it was you, would you fight someone powerful for someone who didn't even have great trust towards you? Will you sacrifice yourself for someone who is always guarded against you?" Thur's words were very impolite. This caused the Patriarch's expression to turn uglier. He coldly snorted and said, "Are you really sure that the Supreme Elders won't let us go? If we go under Zhao Hai's command, then we might as well surrender to the divine race." Not only Thur, even the some elders couldn't help but doubt what they just heard. This statement was just too stupid. Everyone was clear about the result. Thur looked at the Patriarch, disappointment evident on his face, and said, "Is this the Patriarch's decision? Do you really want to punish our Thunder Clan?" After hearing this, the Patriarch's expression worsened. Then he slammed his hand on the table and shouted, "Even if we are killed, we will never be Zhao Hai's slaves. Come, lock him up for me." Several of the elders who were present didn't do anything. Among them, the one who was the most unwilling was Elder Zen. He had cooperated with Zhao Hai before, so held some understanding regarding the man. At the same time, Elder Zen also discovered that ever since they had defeated the Taurus Divines, the Patriarch had become more and more like a dictator. He started to believe that he was an emperor. He became a Patriarch that didn't consider what his people thought. Elder Zen looked at the Patriarch before grabbing Thur. He couldn't just stay quiet as he stood up and said, "Patriarch, the situation is already very clear. If we wait any longer, then all of us would only die. Do you really want to sacrifice the entire Thunder Clan like this? If that is the case, then you are no longer qualified to become the Patriarch of the Thunder Clan." Elder Zen was the Thunder Clan's great elder. His status in the clan was very high. Every word he spoke had a certain weight behind it. This was because the Elders' Assembly had the ability to impeach a Patriarch. When the Patriarch heard this, his face turned for the worst. He slammed the table with even more force and said, "Elder Zen, do you know what you just said? Do you want to rebel?" Elder Zen looked at the Patriarch and coldly snorted, "Patriarch, are you serious? Rebellion? Don't forget, the Elders' Assembly has the right to impeach a Patriarch. You don't have the capabilities to call me a rebel." "I support Thur's plan. We should immediately organize people to do the sacrifice ritual and block the 9 Supreme Elders. We don't have much time left. We need to relocate to Mr. Zhao Hai's space. I've met Mr. Zhao Hai before. He certainly won't treat us as slaves. He hates slavery." The Patriarch coldly snorted and said, "Who knows if he was just acting." At this time, another elder stood up and angrily shouted, "So what does the Patriarch want? Do we just wait for our deaths?" Then another elder stood up and countered, "And what about you? Is becoming another person's dog that good? I'd rather die in battle than become someone's slave." Elder Zen looked at that elder and irritated, "You watch your mouth. Who said we would become slaves? And do you really want our clan to perish for this courageous spirit that you have? Mr. Zhao Hai will not enslave us." The demons and the people from the Ark continent subordinated themselves to Mr. Zhao Hai, and they didn't become slaves. "So why can't we do the same?" That elder sneered and said, "Zhao Hai didn't enslave the demons and the people from the Ark continent, but did that mean that he didn't have slaves? If we surrender to Zhao Hai, then we might as well just surrender to the divines. At the very least, we can still live in our plane without going to a strange place." Upon hearing this, Thur couldn't help but sneer. "Surrender to the divines? Do you really think that you have the qualifications? The vassal rebellion is all because of us, and at this time, you want to surrender? Who do you think we are? Can we just revolt whenever we want to revolt and surrender whenever we want to surrender? When did the divines become that forgiving? You really think that the divines are that stupid?" Chapter 929. Dealing with the Cancer Clan. Both sides were unyielding. Nobody can make anyone change their minds. A brawl almost happened in the hall. In the end, Thur could only shake his head as he left the room full of indignation. After leaving the hall, Elder Zine immediately called the elders who were close to him. Then he proceeded to urge their clansmen to leave the clan while also organizing a suicide troop. The troop would perform the sacrificial ritual together in order to deal with the supreme elders. 1. As the Thunder Clan's great elder, Elder Zine held a high prestige in the clan, and with Fear by his side, their influence was not lower compared to the patriarch. Moreover, with Fear's military authority, it didn't take too long for them to find people willing to sacrifice themselves. Before, when Fear was rallying his people, the majority of those who came with him were the young members of his clan. On the other hand, most of those with elderly age weren't convinced by Fear's words. Because of this, the people who were sent to the space were very small compared to the Thunder Clan's total population. The suicide troop of 100,000 was quickly organized. At the same time, about 500,000 households became willing to enter Zhao Hai's space. 500,000 households was quite a lot. This was equal to an entire province back in the Ark continent. These people were also the only ones who were convinced by Fear despite his best efforts. There were still a lot of Thunder Clan members who didn't want to leave their ancestral home. The Patriarch's group was also planning to organize their own suicide army. However, their purpose was different compared to Fear. Fear wanted to organize a troop in order to hold the Supreme Elders long enough for the Thunder Clan clansmen to enter the space. On the other hand, the Patriarch wanted to organize a troop in order to make the Divines understand that the Thunder Clan weren't easily dealt with. With this, the Thunder Clan might have more talking power when they surrender. Fear and the others had already separated themselves from the Patriarch's rule. Fear organized his people to move together and headed towards Thunder Valley and opened a spatial rift there. Then the people proceeded to head inside the space. Outside the valley, Fear personally led the 100,000 suicide troops to block the entrance to the valley. They would block the Supreme Elders from attacking the migrating households. All the Thunder Clan members who entered the space immediately fell in love with the environment. On the other hand, those who were yet to enter started to panic. They knew that their enemies were the 9 Supreme Elders. They also knew that their Patriarch was prepared to surrender to the Divines. After the commoners knew about this information, they immediately ran to Fear. If they go with Fear, they believed that their future would be safe. These commoners weren't stupid. Most of them knew how miserably they offended the Divine race. Even if the Divines accepted their surrender, what would happen next? If they would return to their past state, then they might as well go to Zhao Hai's space. As the matter stands, more and more people decided to enter Zhao Hai's space. It already came to a point where the Patriarch could no longer stop them. At this time, a problem arose. The 9 Supreme Elders had already started to attack the Thunder Clan. Moreover, they seemed to be intent in the elimination of the entire race. They didn't even try to take captives. This meant that those who went to battle would surely die. This made the Thunder Clan Patriarch finally realize that the situation wasn't good. He immediately organized themselves and prepared to use the sacrifice ritual in order to block the Supreme Elders. However, the Thunder Clan's Patriarch discovered something. Unexpectedly, nobody on his side was willing to become members of the suicide troop. It was a huge contrast compared to Fear's side. The Thunder Clan's Patriarch didn't have the time to organize a proper army to resist the 9 Supreme Elders. After all, he was preparing to surrender and negotiate with the Divines. This was where the Thunder Clan's Patriarch had forgotten about something. Only those with leverage had the power for negotiation. If you weren't strong and you were on the side of the defeated, then what right do you have to discuss terms with the enemy? Naturally, the Thunder Clan's Patriarch hadn't thought about this. In his opinion, the Divines wouldn't dare to destroy them. Otherwise, the Divines wouldn't be able to rule the vassal races. However, the Patriarch had forgotten the fact that they were the main cause of the vassal race rebellion. If the Divines didn't eliminate them as a punishment for the others, then they wouldn't be able to control the other vassal races. Moreover, Gold Ben and the others only came here because of Zhao Hai. They would eliminate the Thunder Clan first, then the Barbarians, and then the Winged Pegasus. They planned to make Zhao Hai retreat. Because of this, Gold Ben and the others didn't even think about getting captives. They intend to exterminate the Thunder Clan. They weren't interested in surrender, negotiations, and the like. All they want to do right now was to attack and kill. Although there were only 9 of them this time, these people were more terrifying than 90 million people. Even if they numbered only 9, their individual and collective might wasn't weak. Therefore, The Thunder Clan would certainly eat a huge loss once the battle starts, but the Patriarch's group could only resist. At this time, Thor was transferring 500,000 households to the space. This was more than 2 million people. Moving this number of people to the space wouldn't take a day or two. Because of this, Thor could only lead the suicide troop to defend the valley's entrance. Even if Thor and the others were defending the valley entrance, they were still receiving news from the battle between the Thunder Clan and the Supreme Elders. At the same time, more and more Thunder Clan members began pouring towards the valley. This only meant that the situation had worsened to a certain degree. Thor didn't have the means to solve this. If he went to attack the Divines, then the valley would turn dangerous. If he went out, then the Patriarch might even use them. The Patriarch was still hoping to surrender. Thor already told Ding and Shan about the current situation. Ding and Shan weren't having good times either. They had met people from their clans and were met with the same outcome as Thor. A lot of people were against moving, especially their patriarchs. Thor wanted them to move as soon as possible. He told them that the Divines weren't intending to take any survivors. Ding and Shan needed to send their people to the space at the earliest time. However, Ding and Shan's present situation was the same as Thor. Those who were close to them and those who respected them were the only ones who agreed to move towards the space. Ding and Shan could only break out from the cells with no consideration for the clan's face. They were afraid that it would be too late for their people to move towards the space. A civil strife began in their clans. Thor felt very awkward regarding this situation. He didn't want to urge them to revolt. After all, this was a different clan's matter. It wouldn't be good for him to meddle. However, Thor was worried about the barbarians and the winged Pegasus. The population of the two clans was much greater compared to the Thunder Clan. In this case, it would take an even longer time for their people to move towards the space. Now that the Supreme Elders were mowing through the Thunder Clan, it was the best time for the barbarians and the winged Pegasus to make their move. If they delay, then they would be risking the lives of their people. Thor didn't have better means to express this thought towards Ding and Shan. Because of this, he could only tell it to Zhao Hai. But Zhao Hai was currently attacking the Cancer Continent right now. The Cancer Continent was quite difficult to deal with. This was because their Supreme Elder Jiu had some reputation among the Divine race. Although Elder Star held the highest position among all the Supreme Elders, Elder Jiu was the foremost expert of the Divine race. This caused his clansmen to have a certain arrogance towards their strength. In their opinion, they couldn't afford to have Elder Jiu lose face. Because of this thought, the Cancer clan's defense was quite hard to deal with. But because of the current circumstances, Zhao Hai would naturally be impolite. He released his undead, the Devil Legion, and his cavalry army. He sent them to all directions in order to deal with the Cancer clan as soon as possible. Zhao Hai's method was very successful. After releasing his army, even the Cancer Divines wouldn't be able to resist. The Cancer Divines could only defend for 3 days before they were cleaned up. Nobody could blame them for falling so fast. Zhao Hai's undead were as strong as they were. Moreover, there was the much stronger undead troops under King Feng and Minayu. Then there was the ultimate weapon-equipped Devil Legion. There simply was nobody that could defend against them, and with their Supreme Elder absent, the Cancer clan's fall was inevitable. Most importantly, Zhao Hai's army outnumbered the Cancer Continent's troops. There simply was no chance for the Cancer Divines. Zhao Hai also received the news from Thor. However, he didn't immediately return to help. He would wait until Gold Ben attacks the barbarians and Wing Pegasus before he turns back. He needed to make the barbarians and Wing Pegasus be willing to submit. If the two clans still refused, then Zhao Hai would wait for some time. Up until now, the three clans were still unwilling to trust Zhao Hai. The three clans' patriarchs were very ambitious people. If the space accepts such people, then they would certainly cause trouble. Because of this, Zhao Hai changed his mind. He would use Gold Ben and the others to teach the three clans a lesson. Zhao Hai would make the three clans understand that without him, they would easily fall to the Divines. Zhao Hai didn't give Thor a concrete answer. He just expressed his acknowledgement of the report. Thor couldn't blame Zhao Hai. To be honest, even Thor was disappointed of his people. Because of this, he could only accept this result. Chapter 930. Sagittarius Clan's Magic Formation. Although Zhao Hai had conquered the Central, Scorpio, and the Cancer continents, He didn't actually touch their fisherman tribes. He wanted the fishermen to spread the information to the other divines. He needed Goldben and the others to be aware of what was happening. Goldben and the others were now forcing Zhao Hai to fight them by attacking the Thunder Clan and the others. But Zhao Hai continually eliminates the divines. Would Goldben and the others keep being calm? At this time, Zhao Hai and the Supreme Elders were in a battle of who would lose their composure first. The one who returns would be the loser. After cleaning the defenders of the Cancer Continent, Zhao Hai proceeded to capture any remaining divines. Zhao Hai couldn't just let go of this opportunity. Zhao Hai wanted the divines to get a hold of his movements. However, he didn't anticipate that this news would also reach the ears of the foreign races and the vassal races. After hearing this information, the foreign races and the major vassal races immediately exerted pressure on the divines. The divines and the vassal races were now irreconcilable. At the same time, the foreign races wanted to take their revenge for tens of thousands of years. Even if one side wanted to solve this enmity, it would be impossible to do so. Therefore, when they heard that the divines were being cleaned up by Zhao Hai, they immediately burst with joy. While the divines were flustered, the vassal races immediately launched a full-force attack towards the divines. On the other hand, although the foreign races also sent their armies, they didn't send their supreme elders along. This was because the foreign races were still afraid of Elder Star and the others. They knew that if Elder Star and the others made a move, then they would definitely target the foreign race's base. After Zhao Hai dealt with the Cancer divines, he immediately turned his attention to another continent. This time, Zhao Hai intends to attack the Sagittarius divines. The Sagittarius divines were quite a different type of people. Their archers were trained from a very early age. Because of this, their archery was the strongest among the other divines. At the same time, their weapons were also special. What they used for combat was the bow and arrow. However, these bow and arrows weren't ordinary ones. The bows were inscribed with magic formations. The same was true for their arrows. The magic formations inscribed on the bows allowed the Sagittarius divines to condense energy into the arrow. On the other hand, the formation on the arrow increased its lethality. The energy arrows of the Sagittarius archers wasn't their most powerful means of attack. The magic formation inscribed on their bows also allowed them the ability to use energy to bend their arrows. If one had enough energy to charge both bows and arrows, then they would be extremely lethal. However, if one was weak, then their arrows might not even be able to injure anyone. At the same time, their arrows also had more than one type of magic formation. Wind element formations could allow the arrow to fly a longer distance. Fire element arrows would cause a powerful explosion. Wood element formations would poison the target. Water element formations made the arrow's trajectory unable to be predicted. Metal element formations increased the arrow's penetrating power. And finally, light element arrows made it very hard to evade. This didn't mean that the Sagittarius divines were advanced in terms of magic formations. In fact, almost all of the Sagittarius clan's magic formations were passed down from generation to generation. Modifications on these magic formations were practically non-existent. This was because of the deity's order to stop research on magic formations. Although Lu Wei did forbade them to research magic formations, the divines didn't have any interest in researching them anyways. Even if their magic formations were from ancient times, given the skills of the Sagittarius archers, they were still a terrifying existence in the divine realm. They can augment their archery using their own energy. As long as they don't use all of their power, they would be able to fire arrows endlessly. Even if they run out of arrows, as long as they had energy, they could still kill. Although they were called the divine race, this didn't mean that they were true gods. The items of the divine race might not be found in the Arc continent, but they weren't unlimited in the divine realm either. Because of this, the arrows of a Sagittarius archer can be exhausted. This discouraged the archers on being too reliant on their arrows. As for energy, it belonged to their own. Through the inscriptions on their bows, the archers were able to shoot hundreds to thousands of energy arrows in succession. Because of this, archers would only carry 1 or 2 quivers of arrows, and each quiver only had 12 arrows. Even with these restrictions, nobody in the divine realm was willing to provoke the Sagittarius divines, not only because of their arrows, but also due to their peak capability for assassinations. An archer could hide inside a location, and when one let their guard down, the archer would immediately unleash a fatal arrow. This was something terrifying to think of. In the past, Zhao Hai didn't have that much understanding when it came to the Sagittarius divines, but after asking Binya and the others, he was finally able to have a clear idea. Now, Zhao Hai was curious about the Sagittarius divines, especially their ancient magic formations. One must know that these magic formations were strictly hidden so that no outsider would know about them, and even if other people got a hold of their weapons, they still wouldn't be able to know how to use the formations. Although the Sagittarius bows and arrows had magic formations inscribed in them, almost all of these formations were deeply hidden. These formations were also wrapped with other magic formations in order to hide their image. Moreover, if one wanted to destroy the bows to see inside, a magic formation inside would activate and blow the weapon. The arrows also had self-destruct functions. As long as an arrow was used, then it was ruined. One would only recover a useless arrow shaft. If one were to open the arrow, it would also explode. This caused Zhao Hai to be curious about these bows and arrows. He wanted to know what magic formations were inscribed on these weapons. Once he knew about these magic formations, then Zhao Hai's undead cavalry would be able to display an even more terrifying strength. Zhao Hai's attack on the Sagittarius continent began immediately. This was because he didn't need to spend time on traveling, unlike Goldben and the others. After cleaning the Cancer continent, he immediately teleported towards the Sagittarius continent. When Zhao Hai started to attack the Sagittarius continent, he was immediately faced with a resistance from the Sagittarius archers. A wave of arrows came crashing down on Zhao Hai. These arrows were really strong. They were actually able to hurt the undead. Zhao Hai didn't expect this. However, it was still impossible for the Sagittarius divines to block the attack. And even if Zhao Hai didn't have their magic formations, he still had magic cannons and the javelin-throwing cavalry undead. This allowed Zhao Hai's undead to suffer the least amount of damage. Most importantly, even if the undead were hurt, it still wouldn't affect their combat prowess. At the same time, the Devil Legion were protected by their combat suits. Even if the Devil Legion's strength wasn't able to display a monumental increase, the combat suits were still able to block the Sagittarius divines' arrows. Just as Zhao Hai was attacking the Sagittarius divines, information about the fall of the three continents reached the ears of Goldben and the others. Upon hearing this, the Supreme Elders couldn't help but be startled. They have yet to conquer the Thunder Clan, but Zhao Hai already eliminated 3 continents. It wasn't strange for Goldben and the others to be surprised. Originally, Goldben and the others wanted to slowly attack the Thunder Clan in order to wait for Zhao Hai's response. But now, it looks like Zhao Hai was more cruel than them. Naturally, the Supreme Elders could no longer hold back. 9 people fully exerted their powers and attacked the Thunder Clan. In about 5 days, the Thunder Clan was almost razed to the ground. At this time, the only surviving members of the Thunder Clan were inside the mountain valley where Thur and the others were. At this time, the mountain valley had refugees that numbered to about 1 million households. These people were the ones who didn't follow Thur early on. When adding this number to the households that followed Thur in the beginning, the people that needed to be moved to the space had numbered 1.5 million households. It was impossible for this valley to hold 1.5 million households. However, this mountain valley wasn't small either. Luckily, more than 800,000 households had already transferred inside the space. Otherwise, this mountain valley would have already overflowed. However, Thur's group was now faced with a difficult problem. At this time, there was still about 600,000 households inside the valley, and Elder Star's group was heading towards them, as Goldben and the others were heading towards the mountain valley. Thur decided that he would lead the 100,000 defenders and use the sacrifice ritual. They needed to block Goldben and the others in order to give their people enough time to get inside the space. Just as Thur was about to do the sacrifice ritual, Elder Zine suddenly appeared and stopped him. Thur looked confused at Elder Zine and said, "Great Elder, why did you stop me? Leave this place to me, go and lead our people into the space." Elder Zine shook his head and looked at Thur. "Thur, you go, guide our people to the space, leave this place to me." Thur stared, then his expression changed as he said, "That wouldn't happen. Great Elder, just leave me here. This is my idea, I should be the one who sees it to the end." Elder Zen just calmly replied, "Thur, Don't be hard-headed. I'll defend. You are still young and you have the best relationship with Zhao Hai among us. Go and take our people to a brighter future. I can't do that. I'm already too old. I'll leave the clan to you. I should have believed in you from the very beginning, yet I didn't. This caused us to miss the best opportunity to move towards the space. Remember, after going inside the space, never strive to become Mr. Zhao Hai's equal. We're only his subordinates. After he said that, Elder Zan's body started to shake. Then his aura exploded, surpassing his original one. After seeing this situation, Thir couldn't help but gawk. This was because he knew that Elder Zan just performed the sacrifice ritual. Thir understood that it was already too late. Once Elder Zan used the sacrifice ritual, the other 100,000 members of the suicide troop also used the ritual. Nobody hesitated. All of them were fearless. Thir looked at his people, already knowing that they were practically dead. Tears started streaming down his face as he banged his head to the ground 3 times. Then he straightened his body and loudly said, "Brothers, in behalf of the Thunder Clan, this Thir expresses our deepest gratitude. Rest assured, this Thir will definitely lead our people to a much better future." Elder Zin loudly laughed. Mixed in that laughter was his overwhelming heroic spirit. Then he said, "Thir, we'll leave our clan over to you. Don't let our sacrifice go in vain. Be relieved. We will make those Supreme Elders know that the Thunder Clan wouldn't easily fall. Go tell Mr. Zhao Hai that I apologize. I should have believed in him from the very beginning. Tell him to take revenge for me." Thir gave a nod. Then he said, "Great Elder, rest assured, I will certainly relay your message. I will be engraving everybody's name down. The Thunder Clan will never forget you." Elder Zen laughed. Then he pat Thir's shoulder and said, "Go, lead our people to leave this place. I'll be leaving the clan over to you." Then after that, Elder Zin took an object and gave it to Thir. Thir looked at the item. It was a magic formation plate. Thir knew that this was a treasure of the Thunder Clan. Unfortunately, this formation plate didn't have any attacking power. Instead, it had the ability to create a large amount of fog, enough to hide an entire city. Upon seeing this formation plate, Thir immediately understood what Elder Zen wanted to do. Elder Zen wanted Thir to use this formation plate to block the valley. This would hide the mountain valley from the Supreme Elders. This way, the Supreme Elders would be clueless about what was happening. If the Supreme Elders knew that they were moving to the space, then they will certainly go all out in attacking. For the Thunder Clan, this wasn't a good outcome. Most importantly, Gold Ben and the others were still waiting for Zhao Hai's response. It's possible that they were still holding back. Both Thir and Elder Zen didn't want any other mishap to occur. Chapter 931, Firm like a rock, unmoving like a mountain. Upon seeing the fog on the mountain, a sneer appeared on a corner of Jiyu's mouth. They turned to Elder Star and said, "Elder Star, it seems like these guys still have some courage left inside them. They still want to do a final defense. Then we would have to be impolite. Let's make them understand what extinction means." Elder Star, through gritted teeth, replied, "Zhao Hai has already destroyed several divine clans. It's time to make him taste what losing someone feels like. Let's begin." Elder Jiyu had the same ugly expression as Elder Star. This was because he didn't think that after dealing with the Central and Scorpio continent, Zhao Hai would target the Cancer continent. Moreover, Zhao Hai directly exterminated his clan. This was a huge attack to Jiyu. After knowing about the elimination of the Cancer clan, Jiyu as well as the other elders began to be more ruthless towards the Thunder Clan. Besides those who died on the spot, those who didn't resist were treated miserably by Jiyu. Elder Star and the others didn't say anything about Jiyu's actions. In fact, they were also very cruel towards the Thunder Clan. After being beaten by Zhao Hai time and time again, their hearts couldn't help but feel constricted. Because of this, they could only vent their anger on the Thunder Clan. As the Supreme Elders flew towards the mountain valley, a troop suddenly flew out. Naturally, these people were Elder Zen and the others. Elder Zen slowly flew to face Gold Ben and the others. His face was as calm as it can be. At this point, their only wish was to block Gold Ben and the others for 10 days so that Thir would have enough time to evacuate. Because of this, Elder Zine and the others held no emotions towards Gold Ben anymore. They needed to buy time. It didn't matter who they were facing. They needed Juicer to do their duty. Gold Ben and the others didn't attack immediately. They stopped and observed Elder Zen's group. In the past few days, The Thunder Clan members who blocked them were too many to count. However, none were successful. Because of this, Gold Ben and the others were no longer worried. They just wanted to see the desperate expression on these people's faces. However, they were left disappointed. Elder Zen and the others were extremely calm. Elder Zen only spared Gold Ben a glance before he turned to his 100,000 troops and said, "Brave warriors of the Thunder Clan, we are the last hope of our family. For the Thunder Clan, let's do our best." All of the Thunder Clan soldiers behind him simultaneously shouted, "For the Thunder Clan." Gold Ben couldn't help but look at Elder Zen's troops with disdain. However, he could also note that this Thunder Clan army wasn't the same as the ones they had met in the past few days. Although those people were also blocking the Supreme Elders, they lacked an imposing manner. However, the ones in front of him right now had very formidable heroic auras. Gold Ben looked at Elder Zen and sneered, "Starting this day, the Thunder Clan would no longer exist." Elder Zen looked at Gold Ben and coldly said, "Supreme Elder of the Taurus Clan, ha ha ha. Even if the Thunder Clan ends today, the Taurus Clan still perished first. What are you being proud about?" Elder Zen's words hit Gold Ben's most sensitive spot. Gold Ben clenched his teeth and said, "Enough wasting words. I will personally kill you today." A strange smile suddenly appeared on Elder Zen's face as he said, "Then try it." After that, he turned to his troops and said, "Thunder Net formation." These soldiers were already waiting for this order since the very beginning. So without any hesitation, they took their totem sticks and went into a formation. After that, they all exerted their strengths into the totem sticks. As they poured their strength into their sticks, the totem sticks began to shine. Then every Thunder Clan soldier closed their eyes as they held their totem sticks. All of them were motionless, including Elder Zen. What made it strange for Gold Ben and the others was the fact that these 100,000 people only organized themselves into a formation and did nothing else. Aside from their shining totem sticks, there was no other reaction. Gold Ben and the others looked puzzled at Elder Zen's group. They didn't know what these people wanted to do. Elder Star looked at Elder Zen and said, "Enough playing tricks. I don't believe that you have the ability to resist us." After saying that, Elder Star took out his star disc. The disc immediately shone with white light as it shot towards Elder Zen. This light had no exact shape, but it looked like the energy beams of Zhao Hai's magic cannons. When this energy beam reached near Elder Zen and the others, an electric glow suddenly appeared on the Thunder Clan's formation. An electric strike met the white glow before Elder Star's attack vanished entirely. After seeing this situation, Elder Star couldn't help but stare for a moment. He didn't hold back. That was his full strike. However, this attack was actually rendered useless. It was no wonder that Elder Star was surprised. Elder Star's ultimate weapon was the best among the ultimate weapons. One shouldn't underestimate that white light. Actually, that attack was no different to the two fists that Gold Ben used to destroy the defensive wall. Such an attack was enough to eradicate a Thunder Clan troop. However, it was actually useless against Elder Zen and the others. Gold Ben and the others were naturally aware that Elder Star wasn't holding back. The central continent had just been cleaned up by Zhao Hai. Holding back for Elder Star was basically impossible. Elder Star's attack being blocked was out of their expectations. Gold Ben said, "So you have your methods. Let's see if you can block this." Then he immediately put on his Taurus combat suit and continually rained fists towards Elder Zen's group. As the first attack reached Elder Zen, their formation immediately emitted an electric flow, blocking each attack. Gold Ben released nearly 100 attacks, but he still wasn't able to break through. This caused Gold Ben's expression to change. Elder Star and the others' expression changed as well. All of them were clear about Gold Ben's strength. Receiving 100 attacks from him would surely hurt. In the past, these 100 hits was enough to kill tens of thousands of Thunder Clan members. However, these attacks were actually useless. The other side didn't even budge. As soon as they saw this, Elder Star and the others' expression turned very heavy. Elder Star released another attack using his star disc, but the result was the same as Gold Ben. An electric strike just made the white light disappear. When Jiu saw this, his expression sank. He didn't know how the Thunder Clan managed to do this. After Elder Star launched about 100 attacks, he stopped. After all, they were already in the Thunder Clan, and Zhao Hai could come back at any time. Moreover, the Thunder Clan could also counterattack. It wouldn't be a great idea for him to waste energy. He still needed to save some strength to protect himself. When Ji-Yu saw Elder Star stop, he immediately took a step forward. But this time, he didn't attack Elder Zen's group. Instead, he waved his hand, equipping his ultimate weapon, and then attacking the mountain valley instead. However, Elder Zen's formations still sent forth electric strikes in order to negate the attack. Ji-Yu slightly knit his eyebrows, then he flew forwards, and before long he was about 100 meters away from Elder Zen. However, Elder Zen's formation had yet to make a response. Ji-Yu couldn't help but smile. Then he got closer and closer to the formation. 50 meters, 30 meters, 20 meters, but Elder Zen and the others still didn't respond. However, when Ji-Yu was about 10 meters away from Elder Zen, the formation quickly lit up and sent a strike towards Ji-Yu. The electric strike arrived too quickly. Before Ji-Yu could defend, the attack already struck his body. Fortunately, Ji-Yu had his cancer combat armor on. The combat suit's defensive capability was very good. When Ji-Yu felt his chest being caved in, he immediately retreated and didn't dare to go forward anymore. The reason Ji-Yu retreated was because he only wanted to find a way to bypass the formation in order to attack the mountain valley. But now it seems like it was impossible. Elder Star turned his head towards the others and said, "It seems like their formation is primarily used for defense. Everyone take turns to attack. I don't believe that we can't break through. When the Thunder Clan is eliminated, we'll proceed towards the barbarians and the winged Pegasus." The group nodded before they took turns attacking, but amidst all the attacks, Elder Zen and the others were still standing there. Nobody made any moves. A day passed by, but Elder Star and the others still didn't have any progress. They continued to take turns to attack the Thunder Clan's formation. However, they were still standing there, unmoving. 2 days went by. The Supreme Elders began to worry. However, Elder Zen and the others were still standing there. They looked like dead people, just stood there without any reactions whatsoever. On the 3rd day, Elder Star and the others had forgotten to worry. At this point, the thing inside their minds was to break through this formation and see what the Thunder Clan did in order to block attacks for such a long time. 4th day, Elder Star and the others already had blood-red eyes as they looked at Elder Zen and the others. The Thunder Clan's defenders were still unaffected. At this point, the Supreme Elders couldn't wait to extinguish all of the Thunder Clan. In the evening of the 4th day, white lights poured down on Elder Zen's formation. An electric strike proceeded to cancel everything out. But then, Elder Zen and the others' totem stick began to darken. The radiance began to disappear bit by bit. Chapter 932, Cursing Before Death. When Elder Star and the others saw this situation, they couldn't help but feel ecstatic. However, they didn't lower their guard. They were afraid that Elder Zen was just playing with them. However, their worries quickly vanished. After the light on Elder Zen's totem stick vanished, Elder Zen's body began to flake into ashes. When the wind passed by, Elder Zen and the others' body slowly scattered before totally vanishing. Upon seeing this result, Elder Star and the other immediately understood. The opposite party certainly used a self-sacrificing method. Because of this, they were able to block the attacks for 4 days straight. To be honest, matching the Supreme Elders for this long was worthy of respect. Originally, Elder Zen and the others used the sacrifice ritual in order to buy Thur and the others 10 days of time. However, after being attacked continuously for 4 days, and by Supreme Elders at that, they weren't able to hold on anymore. The constant attacks completely depleted their energy. Elder Star looked at where Elder Zen and the others were. He couldn't help but feel a trace of fear. If the entire Thunder Clan went all out, then it might be impossible for the Supreme Elders to stand where they were. They would surely be dragged on while Zhao Hai was attacking the entire Divine Race territory. After thinking about this, Elder Star and the others couldn't help but turn to where Elder Zen and the others vanished and then gave a short bow. But although Elder Zen and his troop became respected foes, war was war. Elder Star and the others couldn't just let the Thunder Clan go. Therefore, they immediately rushed towards the mountain valley. Elder Star took his star disc out and launched several attacks towards the valley. Rumbles were heard as the mist on the valley disappeared. However, Elder Star and the others were left stunned. Nobody was inside the valley. Elder Star and the others slowly approached the place. There were traces of people inside the valley. The traces revealed that everybody was heading in. Nobody was going out. The disappearance of the people in this valley had become a total mystery. When Elder Star saw this situation, his expression couldn't help but change. He took a glance at the surrounding before he said, "Go take a careful look around. There has to be clues. It's impossible for the Thunder Clan to just disappear into nothing." Gold Ben and the others nodded before they examined the entire place. They had fought many battles, so they were very experienced with analyzing terrain. After the group looked throughout the valley, they immediately found something suspicious. There were truly a lot of people inside this valley. What made Gold Ben and the others surprised was that all of the footprints lead to a certain place. They led to the innermost part of the valley, a place where there was a large piece of mountain wall. The group stood in front of the mountain wall. They saw that the footprints were headed here before they just cut off. The Supreme Elders inspected the wall, but they couldn't see anything special with it. This confused them. Gold Ben went forward and touched the wall. It was cold and made of stone. Besides that, nothing else could be seen. Gold Ben proceeded to punch the wall. A banging sound reverberated inside the valley as a 10-meter hole appeared. However, no new clues were found. It was still a mountain wall. Gold Ben returned to Elder Star's side. His face was ugly as he looked at the mountain wall and said, "What is happening? Did the Thunder Clan just stepped into this wall and vanished?" Upon hearing Gold Ben, Jiu's face quickly changed before he exclaimed, "Not good." Zhao Hai has a spatial divergent ability. It's possible that Zhao Hai used this valley in order to move the Thunder Clan. When Elder Star and the others heard this, their expressions turned ugly as well. Elder Star replied, "It's possible. Let's quickly leave this place." Gold Ben, between the barbarians and the winged Pegasus, which one is closer? Gold Ben replied, "We're closer to the winged Pegasus." "Let's go now. We can reach the winged Pegasus in 5 days. We're short on time. We need to attack them immediately." Elder Star and the others nodded. After receiving news that the Cancer Continent had been eliminated, Gold Ben and the others knew that they didn't have the opportunity to slack. If they couldn't compel Zhao Hai to return, then that would be the end of the divine race. They never expected this outcome when they came up with this plan, but now, it was already too late to feel regret. After the group reached a decision, they immediately took off and soared towards the winged Pegasus. Meanwhile, at this time, Thur was inside the space along with Ding and Shan. Thur's eyes were blood red. He hadn't slept in the past few days. He was finally able to settle his clan. But after looking at his people, Thur's happiness took a big blow. Although there were already several million Thunder Clan members inside the space, this was just about a 30th 1/30 of the original Thunder Clan population. In other words, only 1 out of 30 Thunder Clan members survived. Ding and Shan were also aware of Thur's situation. Their moods were also very heavy. Thunder Clan suffered today, and their clan might be the same tomorrow. If their clans didn't move towards the space soon, then their situation would become much worse compared to the Thunder Clan. Ding looked at Thur and said, "Thur, what are you planning to do now? Do you think Mr. will come back and help us?" Thur smiled bitterly and said, "How can we just ask Mr. to come back? Mr. is very strong, but the 9 Supreme Elders are ready to go all out. If Mr. loses, then not only us, the vassal races and the foreign races would be finished." Ding didn't answer. He also knew that Thur was telling the truth. But in this case, they don't have any other plan. Shan couldn't find a way either. Thur looked at the two and said, "We can only do one thing. I will go with you to see your clans. We need to persuade them. They need to enter the space immediately. The pressure on Mr. right now is too great. You should know about Mr.'s temperament. If Mr. has the means, then it would be impossible for him to withhold it from us." Ding and Shan nodded. They fully trust Zhao Hai. They believe that Zhao Hai has a reason for not coming back. Thur looked at the two before turning his head to Shan and said, "Shan, me and Ding will go with you to convince your patriarch. I hope that we can convince him to move to the space. If he agrees, then we'll immediately see the barbarians. The winged Pegasus are closer to the Thunder Clan. If the Supreme Elders wanted to deal with us, then their next target would be you." Ding and Shan nodded. At this moment, this was the best move for them. Moreover, they also thought that Thur was correct. The Thunder Clan can be described as eliminated at this point. At this time, the Supreme Elders would certainly attack the winged Pegasus or the barbarians next. However, the winged Pegasus plane was nearer to the Thunder Clan compared to the barbarians. Naturally, the Supreme Elders would go and deal with the winged Pegasus first. After deciding on their action, the three immediately left the space and appeared inside Shan's room in the winged Pegasus clan. Upon returning, Shan immediately led the two to see the Patriarch in the assembly hall. In the past few days, the Patriarch of the Winged Pegasus has also been receiving information from the Thunder Clan. When they were dealing with the divines with Zhao Hai, they were using the messenger fishes to communicate. Because of this, the Winged Pegasus Patriarch was aware of what was happening with the Thunder Clan. During those days, every information regarding the Thunder Clan made the Winged Pegasus Patriarch more and more disappointed. Even after the Thunder Clan was eliminated, Zhao Hai still didn't appear. In the end, even at the death of the Thunder Clan Patriarch, he was cursing Zhao Hai. The situation with the Winged Pegasus clan wasn't very good lately. After knowing about the fate of the Thunder Clan, the Winged Pegasus clan soon became flustered. It was getting harder and harder to control the situation. Because of this, the Winged Pegasus Patriarch felt more and more stressed. He didn't want to enter the space. He was already fond of having full power of his people. He didn't want to give that up. But if he didn't give it up, then their result would be the same as the Thunder Clan. If they were eliminated by the Supreme Elders, then what would be the use of his power? Upon hearing the Thunder Clan Patriarch curse Zhao Hai even at his death, the Winged Pegasus Patriarch became set on never entering Zhao Hai's space. At this time, a report came from the hall entrance. Shan, Ding, and Thur were asking for an audience. Upon hearing the names of these three people, the Patriarch couldn't help but knit his brows. He knew that these people had followed Zhao Hai for a long time. Moreover, they were adamant on entering the space. To be honest, the Patriarch didn't like them. However, these three people were the ones who spearheaded the attack on the Taurus divines. Their prestige was very high among the three clans. This was especially true for the young people. Because of this, the Patriarch needs to consider his attitude when meeting them. After thinking for a moment, the Patriarch finally said, "Let them in." The servant complied before turning around to leave. Before long, Shan and the others came in and gave a salute to the Patriarch. The Patriarch looked at Thur and said, "Thur, your family has been met with a terrible catastrophe. Why are you here? You should be with your people." When he heard these words from the Patriarch, Thur couldn't help but knit his brows. He discovered that convincing the Winged Pegasus Patriarch would be a very hard thing to do. It seems like the Patriarch didn't have a good impression of him. Chapter 933, Order for Arrest. Although he had discovered this, Thur still answered, "Patriarch, the environment inside Mr. Zhao Hai's space is very good. My clansmen are living very well. I visited the Winged Pegasus clan in order to persuade the Patriarch. Please don't go the same road as the Thunder clan." The Patriarch looked at Thur and coldly snorted, "Living very well, is it? So you think that living inside that place is very good?" At the point of your Patriarch's death, he told me that the crisis of the three clans was artificially created by Zhao Hai. When he attacked the divines, we even offered him some help. But when the divines attacked us, he didn't come to our rescue. You might be willing to go under that kind of person, but I couldn't. Thur looked at the Patriarch and sneered. The Patriarch is really good at making jokes. Because of his greed for power, the Thunder Clan Patriarch buried our people along with him. Such a person is not worthy for the Thunder Clan. The Great Elder even tried to persuade him, but he didn't listen. He still intended to hold on to his little power until the moment he died. He couldn't blame anybody for his decisions. Thur continued, "Patriarch, do you really think that you can deal with 9 Supreme Elders? Those people won't accept surrender. They never left anybody alive. They're here to eliminate the 3 clans." The Patriarch's expression turned ugly, but Thur didn't stop. Patriarch said that we helped Mr. Zhao Hai in the battle against the Taurus divines. But I want to ask the Patriarch this. Do you really think that Mr. Zhao Hai couldn't deal with the Taurus divines without our help? When Thur said this, the Patriarch couldn't reply. He knew that the 3 clans only sent their troops in order to have an equal standing with Zhao Hai. But even if they didn't send their troops, Zhao Hai was still able to defeat the Taurus divines. Thur went on, Patriarch might not see Mr. Zhao Hai's help, But Mr. is currently helping us avenge ourselves. Mr. didn't come here because he is currently dealing with the divine race territory. He wanted to cause pressure to the Supreme Elders. He even gave us 3 tokens so that our people could enter his space. Isn't this enough of a help? I ask Patriarch to think about it carefully. The Patriarch's expression was uglier than ever. After Fir finished talking, he slapped his table hard and said, "Quite a sharp mouth. Do you think exaggerating everything would make me move to the space? You Thunder Clan are low in population. That's why you cannot deal with the Supreme Elders. But with my well-trained and well-equipped winged Pegasus army, I can definitely go all out against the divine race." Fir, Ding, and Shan's expression changed. They looked at the winged Pegasus Patriarch as though he was an idiot. They couldn't believe what the Patriarch said. Does he actually plan to drive the winged Pegasus into extinction? Right, the Thunder Clan had the least population among the 3 clans. However, the Thunder Clan's abilities were the strongest among the 3. Even if there were more barbarians and winged Pegasus soldiers, they still wouldn't be able to easily deal with the Thunder Clan army. What the winged Pegasus Patriarch was talking about was completely nonsense. Fir looked at the Patriarch. Since the Patriarch says so, then we won't persuade you any further. This matter is your clan's. This Fir cannot just interfere. I have already said my piece. Since the Patriarch won't listen, then this Fir will have to say goodbye. When he heard Fir, the Patriarch couldn't help but stare. He didn't think that Fir would just walk away. But then he suddenly remembered something. When Fir fell out with the Thunder Clan Patriarch, a rebellion was started, causing the Thunder Clan to be unstable. This made the Thunder Clan unable to deal with the Supreme Elders. Now that Fir wanted to leave, would he start another revolt? When he thought of this, the Patriarch's expression immediately changed. All of a sudden, he loudly exclaimed, "Where do you think this is? Do you think you can just come here and leave whenever you want? Since you came here, then you might as well stay." Men, take them. Fir and the others couldn't help but stare. They never expected the Patriarch to do this. After Fir left, he initially wanted to have Shan talk to the Patriarch instead. Who would have thought that the Patriarch would want to seize them? Fir looked at the Patriarch and saw that the Patriarch's eyes were blood red. He looked insane. At this time, the sound of footsteps can be heard outside. The winged Pegasus guards have arrived. Fir looked at Shan before grabbed his command token. A spatial rift appeared, taking the 3 people in and then vanished. It looks like they weren't here at all. However, the Patriarch just sat there, the look of defeat on his face. He knew that he was in trouble now. Shan was held in high regard among the youths of their clan. If Shan decides to act, then the trouble would be big. The Patriarch immediately commanded his subordinates. His face flushed as he said, "Quick, immediately send this news. Shan brought the Thunder Clan's Fir and the Barbarian Clan's Ting to assassinate me. Immediately order their arrest." When his subordinates heard this, they couldn't help but stare for a moment. Shan's position in the clan was very high. This was the same for Fir and Ding. Why would they come here to assassinate the Patriarch? Was that even possible? After seeing that his men were unresponsive, the Patriarch roared, "Why are you just standing there? Immediately pass my order." The Pegasus guards looked at each other in dismay. They didn't dare violate the order of their Patriarch, so they turned around to fulfill their duties. Meanwhile, Shan and the others reappeared from the space. The place where they were in right now was inside Council Speaker Fang's room. Shan knew that he had already offended the Patriarch. Needless to say, he still needed to convince his people to move. Shan and the others were smart people. They knew that the Patriarch couldn't kill them. Because of this, they left the assembly hall to meet with Council Speaker Fang. Council Speaker Fang wasn't having a great time lately. To be honest, he really wanted the winged Pegasus to enter the space. After all, he had met Zhao Hai and saw how Zhao Hai treated the demons. Speaker Fang believed that after entering the space, Zhao Hai definitely wouldn't treat them unfairly. The Patriarch's firm disagreement made Speaker Fang feel awkward. Although the council speaker still held a great amount of authority, it still couldn't contend with the Patriarch. Moreover, the reason why the Patriarch's words held great control was because of the council members. If only those council members supported him, then Council Speaker Fang would have been able to confront the Patriarch. However, the Patriarch was a wise man and his hunger for control was much greater compared to the Thunder Clan's Patriarch. Because of this, he began to pull the council members to his side. In the past, the patriarch sent council speaker Feng to Zhao Hai in hopes that the speaker would be killed off by the divines. And even if the council speaker survived, with his absence, the patriarch could recruit more council members. So when Speaker Feng returned to the clan, he suddenly discovered that a lot of council members began to ignore his words. This caused Speaker Feng to turn passive. His authority was greatly reduced. As time went by, the Winged Pegasus clan began to move towards a dictatorship. When Zhao Hai sent word, Shan immediately approached Speaker Feng so that he could relay the information to the patriarch. The plan was to evacuate the Winged Pegasus plan to the space. However, the patriarch didn't agree. The council discussed this matter several times, but since the council was already under the patriarch's control, the result of the discussion always ended on bad terms. Speaker Shan's hair almost turned white from worrying about this matter, but he had yet to find a solution. At this time, a servant suddenly gave a report. Shan, Ther, and Ding were asking for an urgent audience. When Speaker Feng heard this, he immediately said, "Invite them in, quick." The servant ran and before long Shan and the others walked in. Speaker Feng looked at the three and said, "Shan, Ther, Ding, why did you come here?" Shan looked at Speaker Feng and sobbed, "Uncle Feng, you have to help us. We just went to see the patriarch and..." What followed was an explanation about what happened inside the assembly hall. When Speaker Feng heard this, his expression drastically changed. He slammed his table with force and angrily said, "Did the patriarch go mad? He is going to lead the clan into ruin." Just as he said that, a servant came with another report. The servant voice was heard from outside the door. "Old master, not good. There are a lot of troops outside. They said that they wanted to catch the young master. They said that the young masters Shan, Ther, and Ding attempted to assassinate the patriarch. At this time, the whole clan is looking for them." Speaker Feng stared, his face turned even uglier as he said, "Absurd, really absurd. Who would believe that? He's gone blind. Crazy. He's gone insane." Shan didn't expect the patriarch to really order for their arrest. Shan turned to Speaker Feng and said, "Uncle, this will enter Mr. Space. The patriarch wouldn't be able to get us there. I want to ask the speaker to bring the clan into the space no matter what. Find those who are willing. Send word to my room every midnight. I will be there. When the time comes, I will open a spatial rift. What do you think?" When Speaker Feng heard this, he understood what Shan wanted to do. He thought for a bit before he nodded and said, "All right, let's do that. Remember to wait inside your room every midnight." Shan nodded. Then Ther used the command token before the group entered the space. After seeing this, Speaker Feng felt relieved. After Ther and the others entered the space, the three of them couldn't help but look at each other in dismay. They didn't know what to say for some time. A few moments later, Shan sighed and said, "It looks like our clan wouldn't fare smoothly." "Ther, why do you think the patriarch turned into that? It wasn't like this when the divines are still in control." Ther sighed. He didn't know the answer either. He hadn't had the taste of authority. Moreover, he was taught from an early age that he must serve the Thunder clan. Upon seeing the patriarchs turning into that, he couldn't help but feel disappointed. Shan looked at the two and smiled bitterly. Their patriarch had caused this. He felt like he had shamed the whole clan. Ther looked at the two and forced a smile. "All right, let's go to the barbarians next. No matter what, we cannot give up. This matter is related to the life and death of the three clans." As soon as they heard Ther, the two nodded. This matter truly involved the survival of the three clans. They needed to grasp every little opportunity they could see. However, the three prepared themselves to get the same treatment from the barbarian patriarch. Ding sighed for a moment before he used his command token and appeared back inside his room. Just as the three appeared, they couldn't help but freeze. This was because there were barbarians in and around Ding's room. The trio stared for a moment before their expression changed. They suddenly thought that the barbarian patriarch might have come to capture them. Luckily, Ding still had the command token in his hand. In the worst case, he could use the command token to run away. Because of this, Ding looked at the patriarch and said, "Patriarch, what is this?" The barbarian patriarch looked at Ding and said, "You came out. Fantastic." "Ding, I just heard from the Winged Pegasus patriarch. He said that you tried to assassinate him. What is that about? Ding looked at his patriarch's expression and couldn't help but turn blank. They thought that the patriarch would capture them immediately, but that doesn't seem to be the case. Ding looked at the patriarch and said, "Patriarch, did the winged Pegasus patriarch talk to you?" The barbarian patriarch nodded and said, "He said that you three tried to kill him. He is currently ordering for your capture." "Did the three of you really try to assassinate him?" Ding smiled bitterly and said, "How could that be possible?" "Patriarch, we asked for the winged Pegasus patriarch's audience in order to persuade him to send the winged Pegasus clan to the space, but he didn't just disagree, he even tried to capture us. Fortunately, Mr. gave command tokens to the three of us, allowing us to escape to the space. I didn't expect you to get word about this immediately." "Patriarch, do you want to catch us and turn us in?" Chapter 934, Attitude Decides Destiny. The barbarian patriarch looked at Ding, Shan, and Fear. He could clearly see the wary expression on their eyes. A good indication for this was the fact that Fear and Shan hadn't opened their mouths after appearing in this room. The patriarch couldn't help but smile bitterly. He was clearly aware why these three would have such an expression. Both the Thunder Clan and Winged Pegasus patriarchs had treated them wrongly. It would be strange if they weren't careful this time. The barbarian patriarch gently shook his head and then forced a smile. He said, "Ding, I admit that I was wrong before. I shouldn't have been selfish and disagreed to moving towards Mr. Zhao Hai's space. But after knowing about what happened to the Thunder Clan, I decided to agree to the Barbarian Clan's migration. That's the reason why I'm here." Upon hearing the patriarch, Ding couldn't help but stare. He didn't expect the patriarch to say those words. In the past, the patriarch strongly disagreed to enter the space. Who would have thought that the barbarian patriarch would be different compared to the winged Pegasus patriarch? Instead of strengthening his resolve to disagree, he actually decided to change his mind. Similar event, but the barbarian patriarch and the winged Pegasus patriarch reached a different conclusion. Perhaps this had something to do with their character. The winged Pegasus were quite intelligent people. One could see this from their method of governance. Both the Thunder Clan and the barbarians had set up an elders' assembly. This congregation was headed by the Great Elder. The status of the Great Elder was quite high. Even if he had no elders supporting him, the Great Elder could still hinder the actions of the patriarch. On the other hand, the winged Pegasus had their council headed by the council speaker. Although the speaker had the authority to limit the patriarch, he still needed the support of the council members. When talking about distribution of authority, the winged Pegasus had it thinner compared to the barbarians and the Thunder Clan. However, the more intelligent one was, the more power one would desire. Because of this, the winged Pegasus patriarch has been blinded by his ambition. He would do his best just to cling on to his power and influence. Meanwhile, the barbarian patriarch was different. He wasn't as smart as the winged Pegasus patriarch. It can be said that the barbarian patriarch's character was blunt and honest. Because of this, he was quickly awakened from the illusion of power and prestige. What precisely woke him up were the curses of the Thunder Clan patriarch towards Zhao Hai. What Fear's group didn't know was the fact that the Thunder Clan patriarch completely believed that he had all the cards in his hands. And when the 9 supreme elders began to attack his city, the Thunder Clan patriarch still wasn't ashamed of what he'd done. Instead, he thought that their current suffering was entirely Zhao Hai's fault. The Thunder Clan patriarch believed that the Thunder Clan was essential during Zhao Hai's battle against the Taurus divines. He thought that Zhao Hai owed them a lot because of the losses that the Thunder Clan had suffered. He was truly convinced, up until the end, that Zhao Hai had been unfair to the Thunder Clan. The patriarch thought that it was Zhao Hai's unforgiving character that pushed the Supreme Elders to show no mercy to the Thunder Clan. When the 9 Supreme Elders attacked the Thunder Clan, Zhao Hai should have been there to provide help. But since Zhao Hai was absent, the Thunder Clan patriarch was compelled to fight. He didn't regret or even think about his decisions prior to the event. He fully believed that he didn't do anything wrong. Everything was Zhao Hai's fault. Because of this, the Thunder Patriarch maniacally cursed Zhao Hai in the messenger fish. He kept sending messages to the winged Pegasus and the barbarians about this sentiment. It must be said that the ravings of the Thunder Clan Patriarch had bore some fruits. At the very least, The winged Pegasus Patriarch was affected. The winged Pegasus Patriarch hadn't thought about this before. He thought that they had cooperated with Zhao Hai in order to gain benefits in dealing with the divines. Moreover, Zhao Hai went to attack the divine territories in order to block the revenge of the divines, allowing the three clans to live in peace. But now, Zhao Hai's action actually caused the three clans to be in mortal peril. In the minds of the Thunder Clan Patriarch and the Winged Pegasus Patriarch, Zhao Hai owed them while they don't owe anything to Zhao Hai. Because of this thought, both the Winged Pegasus and the Thunder Clan Patriarchs would resort to drastic measures just to not enter Zhao Hai's space. In their opinion, it was Zhao Hai's duty to come back and help them. If Zhao Hai didn't come, then he was ungrateful. At this point, entering the space and being under Zhao Hai's umbrella was something they couldn't accept. In this case, the Thunder Clan and the Winged Pegasus Patriarch chose to not enter the space. This idea went to the point of obsession, and because of this obsession, they had turned deaf and blind to the approaching disaster. On the other hand, the Barbarian Patriarch was different. The barbarians are simple and honest people. They knew how to repay gratitude as well as avenge enmity. Their distinction between right and wrong was very clear. Moreover, their opinions couldn't be influenced by anyone. The curses of the Thunder Clan's Patriarch was also heard by the Barbarian Patriarch. However, the only thing he heard was the Thunder Clan's Patriarch not having proper conscience. In the very beginning, even if they wanted to deal with the Taurus divines, they still didn't have the opportunity to do so. They were still unprepared. When Zhao Hai from the Ark continent came in, he made the divines suffer hard. Because of this opportunity, the three clans should be thankful to him. And during the fight against the Taurus divines, it was the three clans who willingly sent troops over. Zhao Hai didn't ask them to provide help. And since the three clans and Zhao Hai had a common grudge against the Taurus divines, the cooperation was just an equal exchange. There shouldn't be any talks about gratefulness to anybody. Zhao Hai needed to owe the three clans? Where did that come from? To say that Zhao Hai was having a hard time with the divines, was that really true? The three clans were aware of the divine race's strength. They had been preparing for a rebellion for many years, so they had made some investigations themselves. During the battle, the Taurus Supreme Elder even came to reinforce the Taurus divines. But in the end, he was driven away by Zhao Hai. With no Supreme Elder supporting them, the Taurus divines further fell into a critical situation. And even if Zhao Hai hadn't come back to rescue them, Zhao Hai destroyed the Central, Scorpio, and Cancer continents in the meantime. The destruction of these three continents would surely put an immense pressure on the Supreme Elders. The longer they stay in the Taurus continent, the more troubled their minds would be. If Zhao Hai returned to the Taurus continent in order to fight the 9 Supreme Elders, then he would plunge himself into a very hard fight. The odds of him winning should be very small. And if Zhao Hai was defeated, then the three clans would completely vanish off the map. Instead of saying that Zhao Hai didn't help them, Zhao Hai had given them the opportunity to escape to his space. As long as they enter, then they would be safe from harm. This was equal to extending the lifespan of the three clans. If they don't go through this process, then they would subject themselves to a very dark future. If you were asking for death, then why would Zhao Hai rescue you? How much friendship did the two of you have? Is it to the point of self-sacrifice? Because of these thoughts, the Barbarian Patriarch finally decided to allow the barbarians to move to the space. In this case, the person's character decided their destiny. Just a small but crucial aspect managed to sway the path for the barbarian clan. Ding stared blankly at the Patriarch. In the past, he was completely against moving to the space, but now it seems like the Patriarch had made a sudden full turn. This caused Ding to feel awkward. He looked confused at the Patriarch. He still wasn't sure if the Patriarch was speaking the truth or not. The Patriarch looked at Ding and smiled bitterly. "All right. There's no need to doubt me. I've already informed our clansmen to prepare their belongings for migration. Most of our people have already prepared their things. We've been waiting for you to open a spatial rift. We don't want to be here when the Supreme Elders arrive." When he heard the Patriarch, a smile immediately bloomed on Ding's face. His entire person seemed to glow with happiness. He immediately complied and began to prepare. The Patriarch looked at Fir Shan. Then he patted Fir's shoulder and said, "Fir, don't sulk. It's already good that you managed to survive. Moreover, You still have some of your family that managed to escape. You need to look after your people well. If you experience some problems later on, you can come and see me. I'll do what I can to help." A tear couldn't help but drop from Thir's eyes as he nodded and said, "Thanks, Patriarch. I will remember it." The barbarian patriarch sighed. Then he turned to Shan and said, "After taking care of things here, I will personally try to persuade the Winged Pegasus patriarch. I hope he'll understand if I'm the one to tell him." Shan just gave a small smile and a nod. He didn't say anything. Upon seeing this, the patriarch sighed once more before he turned around and left. Looking at the barbarian patriarchs departing back, Thur and Shan couldn't help but feel bitter. They really hoped that their patriarchs would be the same. If that was the case, then more of their clansmen would have been saved. Thur turned his head to Shan, who also returned the gaze. Then the two of them smiled bitterly before heading out as well. Although they were envious of Ding, he was still their brother for life. At this time, they would naturally help him take care of things. Thur and Shan didn't say anything else and just helped the barbarians. They already had experience in settling their people, so with their management, the barbarians were able to move smoothly. More and more barbarians entered the space. When night came, Ding's management was no longer needed. With a migration as huge as this, the barbarians naturally had departments made in order to replace Ding and the others. They were even doing a better job in organizing the population. Chapter 935. Fight for people we can fight for. Zhao Hai was aware of the matters of the three clans. Giving for the command tokens wasn't for nothing. Moreover, Kair can take over control over the space to help Thur and the others, and she was also better at spying at the three clans. To be honest, upon seeing how the Winged Pegasus Patriarch was adamant on not entering the space, Zhao Hai solidified his intention of not helping them. The Winged Pegasus clan needs to strive for survival. On the other hand, the response of the barbarian patriarch came unexpected. Zhao Hai didn't think that the patriarch would arrive at his decision this quickly. This truly shocked Zhao Hai. If the Supreme Elders suddenly changes their target to the barbarians, then Zhao Hai would not mind helping them. After all, with such an honest race, Zhao Hai couldn't just be unfair to them. However, since the 9 Supreme Elders went to attack the Winged Pegasus clan, then Zhao Hai wouldn't come and help. At this time he was currently dealing with the Sagittarius clan. But at this moment, Kair came to Zhao Hai with new information. The O'Neill family's army just arrived outside the spatial rift to the Divine Realm. They were now prepared to launch a large attack on the spatial rift's defensive line. After hearing this, Zhao Hai gawked. At this point, time was very important for Zhao Hai. He was still doing battle in the Divine Race territory. The Divines were too populous. If he wanted to deal with them all, then he would need quite some time. In this case, he wouldn't be able to muster up some strength to deal with the O'Neill family. Zhao Hai made some calculations. He had already destroyed the Taurus, Central, Scorpio, and Cancer continents, and in the meantime, he was battling the Sagittarius Divines. As long as he managed to deal with the Sagittarius Divines, then he might free up some military strength. However, this military strength wouldn't be able to cope with the O'Neill family's army. All this time, the O'Neill family had amassed more than 20,000 magic armors. This number shouldn't be underestimated. It would take Zhao Hai about 2 million undead in order to block them. Besides the magic armors, the O'Neill family also has about 5,000 war tanks accompanying the army. At the same time, energy cannons were also brought over. The strength of these energy cannons surpasses those on the war tanks. From Zhao Hai's estimate, he would need about 10 million undead to block the O'Neill family's army. Moreover, he would also need to use the defensive line effectively in order to succeed. This didn't mean that Zhao Hai didn't have confidence in his own undead. In fact, his undead has been increasing ever since he began attacking the Divines. Moreover, the overall quality of the undead have also been improving. At this point, all of the undead that Zhao Hai used in his battles were God rank, and the number of undead had reached an astonishing 400 million. However, Zhao Hai still wouldn't dare to underestimate the O'Neill family. The route of civilization that the O'Neill family took was different. The O'Neill family took the technological path while Zhao Hai and the others took the path to unlocking the human potential. One couldn't precisely say which of the two paths was better, but in terms of manpower, The O'Neill family was in the lead. They had hot weapons, and with the addition of magic formations, their weapons were much better compared to the magic cannons that Zhao Hai uses. In this case, Zhao Hai would have his undead fight the opposite party using their own bodies. This was akin to a fight between someone wielding a knife and someone who had a Gatling gun. Because of this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but frown upon hearing Kair's report. Although he had several 100 million troops, majority of them were used to deal with the Sagittarius Divines. The Sagittarius Divines were very hard to deal with. Their archers were very strong, so Zhao Hai was unable to end the fight in a short time. In this case, Zhao Hai simply didn't have the time to face the O'Neill family. Laura and the others were beside Zhao Hai. They were also aware of Zhao Hai's worries. The group frowned before Laura spoke after some time. "Brother Hai, should we take some troops in order to deal with the O'Neill family?" Without even waiting for Zhao Hai to speak, Lizzie shook her head and said, "If we do that, then we would be stuck in the Sagittarius continent for even longer. When the Supreme Elders are done with the winged Pegasus, they will immediately know about the disappearance of the barbarians. Then they will certainly return here to look for us. When the time comes, we would have lost the best opportunity to deal with the divine race. Our losses would be too great." Laura nodded. She was aware of this result. But aside from what she suggested, what other methods could they use? Laura couldn't help but turn her head to Zhao Hai. Seeing that everybody was looking at him, Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Why would we block them? Just let them come. The barbarians are already moving to the space. Since the winged Pegasus doesn't want to enter, then there's no need to waste time on them. What we do next is to fight for what we can fight for." When Laura and the others heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but gawk. Laura looked puzzled at Zhao Hai and asked, "Fight for what we can fight for? What does Brother Hai mean?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "The foreign races." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Laura and the others immediately understood what he meant. At this time, the three foreign races were stable. It can be said that there's no need for them to worry. What Zhao Hai and the others needed to do right now was to finish off the divine race and then proceed to the next step. This was to have the foreign races enter the space. However, how could they make the foreign races enter the space? This was a major problem. At this time, the foreign races were having the best moment of their lives. Zhao Hai was dealing with the divines. The foreign races had already sent troops to battle. It can be said that with Zhao Hai's existence, the foreign races had gained an upper hand against the divine race. Under such circumstances, why would the foreign races enter the space? So the only way for it to be possible was to introduce an even more powerful enemy. Obviously, it can be seen that the O'Neill family was extremely strong. The divine realm was much bigger compared to the Ark continent, and was even bigger than the demon realm. If the O'Neill family discovers the divine realm, would they be willing to let go of it? The answer was number. They will never give it up. In this case, they will surely explore the divine realm. When they confront the foreign races, then the foreign races would surely suffer a loss. When that time comes, it wouldn't be impossible for them to enter Zhao Hai's space. Zhao Hai didn't dare to let the O'Neill family into the divine realm before. This was because the O'Neill family would be appearing in the Taurus continent. When the time comes, the one who would face them first wouldn't be the foreign races nor the divines, it would be the Thunder Clan, Winged Pegasus, and the barbarians. But now, the situation was different. The barbarians were migrating to the space. Since they had made ample preparations, the move went smoothly. In a few days, their move would be complete. As for Goldben and the others, Zhao Hai wasn't worried about them. They would enter the Winged Pegasus plane anytime soon. Therefore, when the O'Neill family arrives in the divine realm, the barbarians should have finished moving while the Winged Pegasus were entangled with the 9 Supreme Elders. At that time, the Winged Pegasus should be on the cusp of extinction. In this case, the first ones to meet the O'Neill family would be the 9 Supreme Elders. Because of this, Zhao Hai decided to allow the O'Neill family to enter the divine realm. The existence of the O'Neill family would make the divine realm's situation even muddier. When the time comes, Zhao Hai would be able to catch fish in muddled waters. Upon exposing his plan to Laura and the others, Zhao Hai quickly got their approval. They also thought that it was time for the O'Neill family to stir things up. At this time, the O'Neill family had divided their troops into 3, one against the underworld, one to the demon realm, and the last one was to attack the defensive line, the latter being the one with the most manpower used so far. If the O'Neill family discovers the large plane behind the spatial rift, would they still be interested with the Ark continent, the demon realm? It's highly probable that they would slowly shift their whole attention towards the divine realm. This wouldn't only turn the divine realm's waters muddier, this would also allow Zhao Hai to acquire more magic armors. It was because of all these reasons that Laura and the others fully supported Zhao Hai's plan. In their view, there wouldn't be any harm done to Zhao Hai if the O'Neill family arrived in the divine realm. Zhao Hai looked at the group and smiled. The O'Neill family is about to attack. We'll call the undead creatures back for now. However, we can't just make them have a good time. We'll proceed to harass them constantly. When Laura heard this, she couldn't help but smile and said, "Good, we should harass them. This will inform them that the Ark continent's people aren't useless. This would attract their attention even more." Lizzie nodded. "Moreover, we can buy more time. We can even use our ambushes to lure the O'Neill family over to the Supreme Elders. This way, we wouldn't worry about them not meeting." Zhao Hai nodded. "Then it's settled. I want to see how the O'Neill family deals with our harassment. Although their magic armors are fast, they still fall short compared to the space. I'll make the O'Neill family taste how terrifying our ambushes are." Megan smiled. "I also want to see how the 9 Supreme Elders would react upon seeing the O'Neill family's magic armors. In the past, when they discovered the goblins making magic armors, they immediately exterminated them. Compared to the goblins, the O'Neill family's magic armors are more advanced. The reaction of the Supreme Elders would certainly be worth watching." Chapter 936. 1,000 troops are easy to get, but finding one good talent is difficult. Axe was calmly looking at the spatial rift. Compared to before, he was now more familiar with the world. Arriving at the Ark continent made him understand a lot of things. He was very clear about how much the family had invested in the Ark continent. If the family couldn't recoup the cost, then the O'Neill family would greatly suffer. What makes this situation funny was the fact that the O'Neill family's greatest desire at this point was to see their enemies. Ever since they arrived at the Ark continent, they had never seen a single person. Even if it was an enemy, they badly needed to see one. Since the discovery of this spatial rift, the O'Neill family finally managed to calm down. At this moment George went to the side of Axe and said, "Junior Patriarch, we have tried attacking the other side several times. However, their counterattacks were very fierce. But at this time, we have a general observation of their troop positions." Axe turned his head to George and nodded. "All right, good work. If we succeed, then the clan will remember your great contribution." A glint flashed in George's eyes. He quickly gave a salute and said, "I thank Junior Patriarch Axe." Axe nodded and said, "We've just arrived, so we'll rest for 2 days before attacking. In those 2 days, draw me a map of the area. It'll be useful for our operation." George nodded. "Young Patriarch, the map has been prepared. I will send it to you in a while." A glint of praise appeared on Axe's eyes. He patted George's shoulder and said, "Good job, George. You handle things very well." Upon hearing Axe's praise, George's body couldn't help but feel light. He quickly replied, "Thank you, Junior Patriarch. I'm just doing things I'm meant to do." Axe nodded. "All right, I'll be waiting for the map. Go back and rest well." George nodded. "Then I'll ask to be excused, Junior Patriarch. I'll immediately have the map delivered." Axe nodded before he turned to look at the war tanks. Nobody knew what kind of thoughts were running in his mind. Axe had been inside a war tank for several days. They were hurrying along without stopping, so he was very tired. Magic armor pilots weren't strong themselves, so they get exhausted more easily. But although he was very tired, he still wouldn't dare to fall asleep. There were too many things running along Axe's mind. His head has been processing them non-stop. There was no time for sleep. In the end, Axe's thoughts drifted to Zhao Hai. After thinking about how they met, Axe couldn't help but feel stupid. Every time Axe thought of Zhao Hai, he would always feel anger. At that time, he thought that Zhao Hai was the fool. But as it turned out, it was Axe who had been played. Axe had an inkling that Zhao Hai was on the other side of this spatial rift. This feeling was very strong. Because of this, Axe heavily lobbied to be allowed to come here, even if his father didn't agree. While Axe was deep in thought, the war tank suddenly stopped. The war tank driver turned to Axe and said, "Junior Patriarch, We're here. You should go to your room and take a rest. Axe slowly opened his eyes and looked all around. Then he nodded and said, you go rest as well. Then he opened the door and left. Just after Axe entered his room, his servant's voice was suddenly heard outside. Young master, Mr. George is seeking an audience. He said that he had brought the troop deployment of the spatial rift. Axe nodded. Let him in. Before long, George entered Axe's room. In his hand was a map of the spatial rift's defensive line. Axe waved his hand to the servant and said, go prepare some food and drinks with me. George, stay here. Let's eat while discussing the map. Although George was happy, he didn't let it show outside. He just nodded and sat on the table as he unfolded the map. It was a very detailed map. Terrains and landmarks were properly labeled. One could see George's attentiveness from the map. After looking at the map, Axe gave a favorable nod and said, very good. This map is very well made. Are you certain that this is the location of all the enemies? George shook his head and said, I'll be honest to the junior patriarch. I cannot guarantee that this complete. The enemy is very strong. Moreover, we discovered that the other party was very prepared to fight with the magic armors. I'm afraid of being entangled by them, so we didn't dare to go too far for scouting. However, the general situation depicted here shouldn't be wrong. Axe nodded. It's fine. There's no need to worry about it. Right. How is their attacking power? George complied. He pointed at the map and said, Junior Patriarch, the enemies on the other side of the spatial rift uses an inferior version of our energy cannons. It seems like they're quite big and heavy. They aren't easily movable. The attacking strength seems to be average, but there was a lot of them. At the same time, they also have a kind of explosive javelin. The explosion the javelins produce is stronger than the energy cannons, and the most difficult to deal with were the operators of these energy cannons and javelins. They were all used by the undead, and those undead are very strong. Axe frowned. I didn't expect the other party to use undead as cannoneers. Perhaps the undead are related with the dark mist. From what you can see, how many troops would we need in order to break through the enemy line? George thought about it and said, I probably need 1,000 energy cannons, 200 war tanks, and 1,000 magic armors. If we have those numbers, maybe we can control the casualties to about 100. Axe moved his eyebrows and said, oh, you're that confident? George nodded. Although their defense is quite strong, I can see that they still fall short compared to the magic armors. More importantly, although the spatial rift wasn't small, it wasn't big either. We can't send a lot of people at a time, but this also meant that the other party wouldn't be able to send a lot of troops to defend. So 1,000 magic armors should be enough. We could use energy cannons as covering fire while the magic armors and the war tanks slowly push forward with their shields. We should be able to take control of the area in a short period of time. We can also establish our own defensive line in case the enemy sends reinforcements. Axe nodded. Good. Go back and write a detailed plan for me. I will let the general see your plan, and if it is feasible, we'll have you lead the operation. After all, compared to any of us, you are the most familiar with the situation. Although George was a well-mannered person, he still couldn't help but conceal the glee on his face upon hearing Axe. He quickly gave a salute and said, George thanks the junior patriarch for the promotion. Axe patted George's shoulder and said, I promoted you because I can see that you're competent. All right, go and prepare. Remember to call me young lord from now on. George became even happier. One shouldn't underestimate this name change. The address Junior Patriarch can be used by everyone to address Axe. However, only a few people could call him by the name of young lord. Only those with good relations with the O'Neill family, the older generations, and trusted subordinates were able to call Axe this name. Being able to address Axe this way was a sign of status. For George, this was an extremely good news. George happily replied, Yes, young lord, I will go prepare right away. After he said that, he turned and left. Although he had already left Axe's room, George was still very motivated. His family wasn't powerful, so everything he achieved up to this day was due to his hard work. George was very familiar of the O'Neill family, judging by the fact that he had climbed his way up from being the lowest-ranked soldier. He knew that for people like him with no background, he would need to rely on powerful people. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to go far in life. Axe giving his favor was akin to George getting a powerful backer. What better backer was there other than the junior patriarch, the future leader of the O'Neill family? With the junior patriarch at his back, reaching his dream of being an official wouldn't be that far off. After looking at George's departing back, Axe couldn't help but smile faintly. After having a deep understanding about the family's matters, Axe knew how important it was to train competent subordinates. Yes, the family already had loyal and devoted elder officials, but because their qualifications were established long ago, it wasn't certain that they would be by the junior patriarch's side. With the pressure of these elder officials, people like George would find it hard to go high up the ladder. So as long as Axe provided people like George with support, then they would be loyal and devoted to him. They would become Axe's personal strength, something that belonged to his own. These were matters that his father had taught him. Since his father was aware that Axe was coming here, he sent several young and capable men with no backgrounds along. These people had been pressured by old officials. Their statuses weren't able to bring them to the rank of general. Because of this, Axe would find it easier to command them. At the same time, they would also do their best to curry favor with the junior patriarch. Axe was very grateful for this procedure that his father had laid out. He knew that his father was already paving the road for him in order to smoothly transition into the position of patriarch. After thinking about this, Axe couldn't help but lightly sigh. He turned and left to rest in his bedroom. The meal that the servant sent was left uneaten. The next morning, just after Axe finished having his breakfast, a servant's voice was heard. "Young master, Captain George is asking for an audience." Axe nodded and said, "Let him in." The servant complied as George walked in not long after. Although George's eyes were blood red, his facial expression shows that he was extremely motivated. After seeing Axe, George immediately bowed and said, "Young lord, I've finished the battle plan. Please take a look at it." Axe looked at George and frowned. "George, have you been busy since yesterday evening? Didn't I tell you to take a rest?" After seeing Axe frown, George couldn't help but stare and quickly replied, "Yes, I ask the young lord for forgiveness. I'm afraid of causing the young lord's mission to make mistakes, so I worked overnight to finish the battle plan." Axe looked at George and sighed. "George, don't do this in the future. The battle plan isn't an immediately need. You need to take care of your body. The only thing you truly own is your body. You can contribute more in the future. When the time comes, I don't want your body to be unwell if I need you." As soon as he heard this, George's expression loosened. Then he gave a sharp bow and said, "Yes, young lord." This George thanks the young lord for the concern. Axe nodded and said, "Leave the plan behind. You go back and rest well. Come to me after." "Go." George nodded before he placed the plan on the table. Then he gave Axe a salute and left. When George left, Axe took the battle plan and gave it a glance. After a while, a smile couldn't help but appear on Axe's face. George's battle plan was very good. It was very detailed and had considered a lot of aspects. The combat process was divided into several parts. The first part was the attack. The main goal was to break through the spatial rift's defensive line. The second part was seizing the defensive line. Upon doing so, they would be able to make a counterattack on the enemy. The third part was exploiting their victory. After defending their ground, they would immediately send the energy cannons and war tanks in to attack the other party through the fog. This way, they would be able to see what lies behind. It can be said that the plan was beautifully made. The first step was very clear and George even calculated how much people they would need. It included the estimated time it would take, their route of action, and reactions to certain levels of progress. If the enemy strongly resisted, then the battle plan would describe how to deal with it. All these things were carefully considered. Axe was very satisfied with the report. Axe only gave George a small opportunity, but who would have thought that George would bring in such a huge surprise? Although this was only a battle plan, one could see a lot of things from it. With how well it was made, it showed the caliber of George's skill. For Axe, this was very important. Finding 1,000 soldiers was easy, but looking for a good talent was very difficult. Those with talent are extremely crucial to any military. At this point, George became more valuable in Axe's eyes. Chapter 937, Superior and Subordinate. Zhao Hai was aware of the happenings in the O'Neill family, but even if they had plans against him, he still didn't care. After all, He was ready to deal with them. At this time, he was busy with the Sagittarius continent. The battle was still going on. He didn't have time to waste on anything else. Zhao Hai couldn't help but recognize how hard it was to deal with the Sagittarius divines. Their main characteristic was their speed. They were very good at hit and run. They were doing guerrilla warfare against Zhao Hai. This made it harder for Zhao Hai to deal with them. At this time, Gold Ben and the others had entered the plane that belonged to the Winged Pegasus clan. Naturally, the Winged Pegasus were resisting hard. However, their strength simply couldn't compare to Gold Ben and the other Supreme Elders. The Winged Pegasus had prepared themselves, unlike the Thunder clan who had been decimated by the Supreme Elders. However, they still weren't able to pose a threat to Gold Ben and the others. The resistance of the Winged Pegasus was much better compared to the Thunder clan. It would be impossible for Gold Ben and the others to deal with the Winged Pegasus like the way they did with the Thunder clan. Although the Supreme Elders were very strong inside their combat suits, they still couldn't wear them for too long. Because of this, after attacking the Winged Pegasus for a while, they would immediately retreat. They would find a place to rest before attacking once more. In any case, with their extremely small number, they would be able to evade the eyes of the Winged Pegasus. But one shouldn't underestimate the method used by the Supreme Elders. They were very lethal. Even if the Winged Pegasus dispatched 10 million people, the Supreme Elders could kill 7 million of them before retreating. It can be said that the situation of the 9 Supreme Elders in the Winged Pegasus clan was the same as Zhao Hai and the Sagittarius continent. Both of them were being tied down. One must know that the Winged Pegasus were very quick. Among the 3 clans, they had the most mobile troops. Because of this speed, as well as the blood lightning javelins that Zhao Hai gave them before, the Winged Pegasus were able to cause some problems to the Supreme Elders. However, Zhao Hai finally had a method to deal with the Sagittarius divines. The main reason why he wasn't able to clean the Sagittarius divines up was because he had yet to map the entire Sagittarius continent. Because of this, Zhao Hai had a hard time finding the positions of the Sagittarius divines. But after several days, Zhao Hai finally mapped the entire continent. Because of this, he was now able to see where the divines were hiding. Upon seeing the enemy, Zhao Hai would immediately release his undead to engage them in close combat. One must know that although the Sagittarius were formidable in ranged combat, their close combat capabilities were inferior compared to most divines. With this disadvantage, the undead were able to easily kill them off. After Zhao Hai completely dealt with the Sagittarius divines, Axe and the others had also finished resting and were now ready to attack the spatial rift. Axe decided to use George's battle plan. However, it was a pity that the battle plan would have to be wasted. This was because Zhao Hai already withdrew all of his troops guarding the defensive line. Axe stood in a place not far from the spatial rift. He looked calm, but deep inside he was actually excited, and a faint trace of killing aura was starting to come out. Right, killing aura. Axe's heart was feeling more and more agitated. He felt that Zhao Hai was just behind the spatial rift. Therefore, this attack was like a head-on collision with Zhao Hai. George was standing by Axe's side. This was Axe's request. Axe needed to tell everyone that George was his trusted aide, which made George very excited. However, George still looked worriedly at the spatial rift. Although he was very confident in his battle plan, George still felt unease. After all, this was an opportunity for him to prove himself. If his battle plan went smoothly, then he would gain a stable footing inside Axe's heart. But if it fails, then it was likely that Axe would give up on him. Without anyone backing him up, he wouldn't be able to make something of himself. Axe looked at the time. After seeing that it was appropriate, he looked at George and said, "George, pass the order to attack." George nodded. He took a deep breath before turning his head and loudly said, "Pass the young lord's order. Begin the attack." Axe looked satisfied at George. He rated George's battle plan as very good, but Axe also knew that he was just a rookie commander. Therefore, he had the battle plan sent to the generals that came with him. He didn't have the confidence to see if it was really good or not. Very good. After looking at the plan, the captains thought that it was perfect. This caused Axe to feel relieved. He had also paid more attention to George. What made Axe feel more satisfied was George's performance. George's actions were quite good and well measured. George could just say, "Pass the order, begin the attack." Everyone would still be aware that it was Axe's command. However, pass the young lord's order, begin the attack. sounded much better to Axe's ears. Axe was just a rookie commander. He still needed to increase his prestige. In fact, Axe had little to no help regarding the attack on the spatial rift. The battle plan was made by George while the operation was left to the captains. It can be said that the thing Axe did was just to issue the order to attack. Axe hoped to increase his prestige using this attack. Because of this, he wished for people to know that he was the one in command. After gaining experience, Axe knew that he wasn't an average youth. Doing laborious tasks was not something he ought to do. He was a superior, and superiors wouldn't be able to worry too much as long as his people were doing well. The battle plan was made by George, but George was found by him. This was already enough. With this action, he was already able to gain merit as a superior. This was also something that his father had taught him. Before a superior gains influence, they would need to increase their prestige. Once your influence was unshakable, only then would you be able to relax. At this point, Axe still needed to increase his influence. Because of this, Axe wouldn't have liked it if George just said, "Pass the order, begin the attack." This would lessen Axe's merit. But since George said the right thing, pointing out that Axe was the commander, the subordinates would place Axe's name in their minds. As long as the fight was won, Axe would gain a certain status inside the hearts of these subordinates. This was gaining prestige. Because of this point, Axe was very satisfied with George. George was a thoughtful person. That's why he decided to word his command properly. George was an intelligent man. He was clear about Axe's status in the O'Neill family. This young man, who used to be unpopular because of his risk-taking attitude, didn't have a good reputation in the family. Fortunately, since he was the patriarch's first wife's son, and had never wronged the family, his position as the junior patriarch was still quite solid. However, the junior patriarch's involvement with the Ark continent made everyone startled. Although this was due to Axe's risk-taking attitude, entering an unknown plane was still regarded as a courageous move by the family. Because of this, the members of the family began to see the junior patriarch in a new light. Moreover, the patriarch had started to make his move and train the junior patriarch and enhance Axe's influence. So after thinking about it, George decided to word the order that way. After the order was passed on, George turned to look at Axe. Axe had a faint smile on his face. He looked very satisfied. George couldn't help but become happy. He knew that he did the right decision in addressing the young lord with the command. With Axe's order being passed on, the O'Neill family's attack finally began. The first to move were the energy cannons. The energy cannons of the O'Neill family were much bigger than the ones used by Zhao Hai. Naturally, these energy cannons had some differences. The energy cannons don't fire beams. Instead, they fire shells. Naturally, with shells being the ammunition, the energy cannons were used differently compared to Zhao Hai's magic cannons. The O'Neill family's cannons looked just like the ones on Earth. A lot of magic formations were inscribed on the shells, and instead of gunpowder, a magical powder was used. This magical powder had the same explosive property as gunpowder, however its might was much stronger, making them more lethal. There were 1,000 energy cannons in total. After Axe's order, the magic cannons immediately made waves of attacks. Flames emitted from the cannons as it fired towards the spatial rift. After 5 rounds of firing, the cannons stopped. After that, the war tanks and magic armors, looking like ants and mosquitoes, threw themselves into the spatial rift. Chapter 938, I'll certainly find you. Axe looked at the spatial rift. He didn't know what the battle would be like, but one thing was for sure. The battlefield was a never-changing entity. Nobody would know what would happen next. George's plan might be very well made, but sometimes the unexpected would happen. Axe didn't participate in the battle. Although he had participated in battles during his explorations, he was still inexperienced when it came to large fights. Also, he didn't join because he knew how anything can happen in the battlefield. George was as nervous as Axe. If the attack didn't go well, Axe wouldn't be affected too much. He could just launch a second attack. However, for George, it would be a disaster. He would lose the trust that Axe had given him. For George, who had no background, he might not even be able to keep his position of captain. Under the two's gaze, the magic armors and war tanks rushed towards the spatial rift. Axe and George held their breath at the same time. It was only after some time did the two recover, but they still kept their eyes on the spatial rift. 1 minute passed by and there weren't any sounds of fighting from the spatial rift. 5 minutes went by, there was still nothing. 10 minutes, half an hour, no sound could be heard. Axe couldn't help but turn to George and said, "George, go send someone to take a look. See what's happening on the other side. Why aren't there any noise? Are we carrying a silent attack?" George nodded, but just as he was about to prepare, a black spot suddenly emerged from the spatial rift. It was a magic armor. George stopped and immediately went to protect Axe. Axe looked at George's action and nodded. However, his attention was still concentrated on the magic armor. He really wanted to know what happened to the spatial rift, why there was no sound. Before long, the magic armor flew until it was 500 meters away from Axe before it was stopped. Then the magic armor descended to the ground as its pilot went out. After confirming the pilot's identity, the man was taken to see Axe. Axe looked at the man. Naturally he didn't know him. The messenger arrived in front of Axe and then gave him a salute, reporting to the Junior Patriarch. "Lion Combat Unit's 2nd Squad Messenger Bill is here on the captain's orders. I'm ordered to report the situation to the Junior Patriarch." Axe nodded. "Tell me what's going on. Why can't I hear any fighting?" Bill immediately replied, reporting to the Junior Patriarch. "There simply isn't any fighting on the other side. We didn't discover any enemies. We rushed through the fog and were surprised by what happened. The captain is asking the Junior Patriarch to take a look and see the situation." Axe stared, then he nodded and said, "All right, I'll take a look." George quickly replied, "Young lord, please allow me to ask a few questions." Axe turned his head to George and smiled. "George, what do you want to ask? Go on." After George expressed his gratitude, he turned to Bill and said, "Bill, are there really no enemies, or have they been destroyed by us? Also, since you're asking the young lord to head inside, is the situation absolutely safe?" Bill immediately replied, "We were unable to defeat the enemy. There simply aren't any. The terrain inside has been completely destroyed by the energy cannons, so we cannot take a look. But rest assured, the situation has been under complete control. It's very safe." George nodded, then he turned to Axe and said, "Young lord, I'll arrange a modified Tiger war tank to go with you." Axe gave a nod. "All right, go prepare." "Right, let's go in together. I want to see what happened on the other side." George complied and immediately turned around and left. Before long, a modified Tiger war tank stopped beside Axe. George opened the door of the war tank and welcomed Axe in. After Axe and George was inside, the war tank immediately entered the spatial rift. It didn't take a long time before the war tank emerged from the other side of the spatial rift. Upon exiting, George couldn't help but frown. Then he whispered to Axe, "Young lord, the fog is much lighter compared to before. Last time, we only have 3 meters of visibility, but this time it seems to be 10 meters. Axe stared, then he turned to George and said, "Are you sure?" George nodded. "I am absolutely sure, young lord. I entered this place several times. I have a good understanding of the situation here." Axe gently knit his brows and said, "Since the fog is disappearing, does it mean that the enemy has retreated? Did they discover our army so they decided to pull back?" George gave a heavy nod and said, "Perhaps that is the case. I've been unfair to the young lord. My battle plan has wasted a lot of the O'Neill family's shells." Axe smiled and said, "That doesn't matter. We still managed to seize the area, have we not? This cannot be blamed on you. Your battle plan is perfect." George nodded. After a while, the war tank went through the mist. Axe and George stared as the scene appeared before them. It was a great plain. They could also see a mountain in the distance. There were trees here and there. The environment was very good. In this plain were the magic cannons and war tanks. Naturally, these were the ones who were sent to attack. Axe calmed down after a while and looked at the plain with a smile on his face. His smile became wider and wider before it evolved into laughter. George recovered the moment he heard Axe laugh. He also looked at the giant plain and understood why Axe laughed. Such a big land would naturally have a lot of resources, minerals, and population. If they managed to conquer this land, then the O'Neill family would become the Atlanta Plains top clan. George quickly said, "Young lord, congratulations." Compared to the Arknodanet, this place seemed to be much bigger. The young lord has greatly contributed to the O'Neill family. "Young lord, You should tell the Patriarch about this as soon as possible. George opened the door as Axe jumped out of the war tank. At this time, they were approached by squad leaders as well as war tank commanders. They reported the situation to Axe. They haven't run into any enemies. There was nothing noteworthy to report. Axe looked at the surrounding place and nodded. Inform the reserve troops and have them deliver the supplies immediately. Build a base here as soon as possible, and have scout troops look into the surrounding area. The captains immediately prepared everything. Axe excitedly looked at the land. He suddenly thought that his decision to enter the Ark Continent's spatial rift was the most correct decision he had made in his entire life. His discovery of the Ark Continent was certainly due to his luck. Although there was a dangerous region in the Ark Continent, the continent was abundant in resources. Discovering this new plane was a very good thing for the O'Neill family. Before long, the follow-up team from the Ark Continent arrived and began to build a base. The scouts had also been sent out. Axe had also sent people to send word back to his father about the current situation. After having arranged these things, Axe sat inside the war tank and looked at the busy people. He couldn't help but feel uplifted. George was also standing right by Axe's side. His heart was similarly moved. He knew what the discovery of this place meant for Axe. This meant that his status in the O'Neill family had become more stable. When the water rises, the boats rise as well. After thinking about this, George couldn't help but feel excited. After some time, Axe said, "George, you said that you met enemies here. Why didn't they resist our entry this time?" George, who was still daydreaming, woke up upon hearing the question. He frowned for a moment before he turned to Axe and said, "Young lord, I think they must have noticed our reinforcements. They thought they couldn't resist, so they gave up on this place. They should be ready to deal with us on this continent. I think we need to be careful." Axe nodded. "That's possible. Moreover, I suspect that this matter has something to do with that Zhao Hai I met before. Remind everyone to stay on guard. The enemy might not give us an opportunity to relax." George nodded before he turned around and left. Axe turned his head towards the Taurus continent and said, "Zhao Hai, I know you're in here. Wait for me. I will certainly find you. You'll pay for deceiving me." Zhao Hai looked at the monitor and smiled faintly. Interesting. This fellow actually wanted to take revenge. Unfortunately, I cannot spare any time right now. I really wanted to play along. Laura smiled and said, "You don't have to go there yourself. The undead are enough to deal with them." "Right, Brother Hai. Now that we have dealt with the Sagittarius continent, where do we go next?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "We'll go to the Pisces continent." Chapter 939, Laying It Out. Just as Zhao Hai prepared to attack the Pisces continent, Thur and the others were also busy with something. They were sitting inside the space with a small table in front of them. On the table were some cups as well as several side dishes. Ding drank some liquor. He took a whiff of the cup and said, "Mister's liquor is really tasty. Our barbarian liquor isn't as strong as this one." Thur also took a sip of the liquor as he smiled bitterly and said, "I don't know why, but I feel that it's quite bitter." Upon hearing Thur, Shan also smiled bitterly. He drank some liquor in order to forget the pain. Every barbarian would be transported to the space soon. They didn't suffer any loss. On the other hand, the Winged Pegasus clan were still yet to agree on something. In the past few days, it can be said that Shan was the most busy. He helped the barbarians move while at the same time returning to his room every night to wait for Speaker Fang. However, the clan's current situation wasn't doing good. Nobody knows why, but the 9 Supreme Elders weren't attacking strongly. This gave hope to the clan. Some people who decided to enter the space changed their mind after hearing about this. At this time, there were less than 100,000 Winged Pegasus households inside the space. This was what Shen was most worried about. He didn't believe that the Supreme Elders would let them off easily. The reasons why the Supreme Elders slowed their attack might be because, first, they wanted to exert pressure on Zhao Hai so that he would return, and second, they wanted to keep the Winged Pegasus hope, so that they would be able to eliminate them all when the time comes. However, Shan was currently a criminal in the Winged Pegasus clan. He simply didn't dare to appear in public. But at the same time, Speaker Fang's authority had been limited. Although he was a council speaker, his actual rallying strength wasn't good. Because of these reasons, most of the Winged Pegasus members weren't willing to enter the space. This was something Shan didn't want to see the most. At this rate, then there would be more Thunder Clan members in the space compared to the winged Pegasus. Ding looked at the two and sighed. Brothers, we can only do what we can do right now, and leave everything else to fate. How about this, Shan? How about we talk to Mr. about this? It might be possible for Mr. to come and help you. No matter what, we can't have the winged Pegasus be eliminated by the 9 Supreme Elders. Shan smiled bitterly and said, I want to contact Mr., but I think he is also having a hard time. Moreover, with the performance of my clan, will Mr. still help us? Just as Shan said that, Zhao Hai's voice suddenly came. How will you know if you don't try? The 3 stared before they turned to see Zhao Hai. Upon seeing Zhao Hai, they immediately said, Mister, you're back? How come you're here? Zhao Hai looked at the 3 and smiled. I've heard of your current situation, so I came back. I'm still preparing to deal with the Pisces continent. But do you really need me here? Shan quickly knelt down and said, Mister, I ask you to please rescue my people. Although they have wronged you, I still ask Mister to help them. Then he proceeded to kowtow to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai waved his hand, making Shan get up. Then he said, I'm aware of what's happening to your clan. However, even if I go and help, it's not necessary that they would accept it. Moreover, I'll tell you that I already have plans to deal with the Pisces continent. At the same time, the foreign races have sent their troops to the Leo continent. When they arrive at the Leo continent and occupy it, then the Supreme Elders might retreat. Thur and the others looked puzzled at Zhao Hai. Why would the Supreme Elders retreat? They already reached this point, so why would they give it up? After seeing the expression on their faces, Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, if I deal with the divines, then the divines would want to deal with me. But if the foreign races are added to the equation, then things would become different. When the foreign races come, then the Supreme Elders might change their target and deal with the foreign races instead. Thur and the others nodded. However, they also knew that this was just a possibility. This wasn't for certain. Although the hatred between the divines and the foreign races was quite large, the hatred between Zhao Hai and the divines weren't small as well. It was still not certain that the Supreme Elders would shift their targets to the foreign races. Also, the current Winged Pegasus clan had some hatred for Zhao Hai. Even if Zhao Hai wanted to help the Winged Pegasus, it might be possible that the Winged Pegasus would not let him. Shan didn't know what to do in this situation. He was clear that the outcome wouldn't be good, but he had no way of persuading the patriarch. This caused him to feel extremely uncomfortable. At this point, he was really hoping that the Supreme Elders would change their target. Just like Zhao Hai said. Zhao Hai sat in front of the small table and took his own cup out before pouring himself some liquor. Then he looked at the 3 people and said, sit down, let me tell you something. The 3 began to sit down and looked at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at the 3 and began talking. Presently, the defensive line in the Taurus continent has fallen to the enemy. The O'Neill family's magic armors have arrived. I'm organizing some undead to drag them down. Therefore, Ding, you need to transfer all of your people to the space soon. Ding nodded. He had seen the attacking power of the O'Neill family's magic armor. To be honest, he didn't have the confidence to block them. Then Zhao Hai said, also, there's something else. I'm close to ascending. As soon as the 3 heard Zhao Hai say this, their expression immediately changed. No matter which race, all of them had legends about ascension. The divines especially had plenty of ascension stories. Because of this, when the 3 heard Zhao Hai state that he was close to ascending, they couldn't help but get startled. However, their thoughts quickly changed. If there was someone in the divine realm who had the qualification to ascend, then that would be Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at the 3 and said, the divines have a deity. He's a person from the cultivation realm and is the one in charge of our planes. He uses the divines in order to collect something called faith power. Although I don't know what this faith power is, but it seems to be very important to them. They really wanted it. But this deity has been defeated by me twice, and with how I am currently dealing with the divines, it can be said that I have some enmity with this deity. The 3 listened carefully to Zhao Hai's words. This was the first time that they've heard of this, and they were very surprised. Zhao Hai looked at them and continued, the reason why I made the 3 clans enter the space was because I want to take you with me when I ascend. This way, you won't be under the control of the deity any longer. Your relationship with me, being my ally, it's the same as offending that deity. In that case, will he let you off when I'm gone? When the time comes, Your clans could only be exterminated. The bodies of Thur and the others shook. Their expressions greatly changed. Naturally, they thought of the horror of the situation. Zhao Hai then went on to say, I know that you've already discovered by this time that I've been using the Supreme Elders in order to force the three clans into the space, but I had no choice. If I told you this before, then you wouldn't have believed and even if you did, your people won't. The three smiled bitterly. They had thought about this point before. Ever since they had entered the space, they came to understand that if Zhao Hai wanted to help them deal with the Supreme Elders, then he certainly had the ability to do so. However, Zhao Hai actually didn't do it. It seems like Zhao Hai was using the Supreme Elders to compel the three clans to move to the space. But even if they had thought about this, they still trusted Zhao Hai and didn't say anything. In their opinion, Zhao Hai's space had better conditions compared to their own planes. Entering the space wouldn't be bad for their clan. They just didn't expect that Zhao Hai would have an extraordinary reason. Zhao Hai looked at the three people and smiled bitterly. I do indeed have the ability to deal with the 9 Supreme Elders. However, I won't dare to make a move. I discovered that the plane has started to repel me. If I fight with my full strength, then I would be thrown out. Even if I managed to defeat the Supreme Elders, I would then be leaving the three clans behind. After speaking up to here, Zhao Hai sighed and said, if you stay in this place, then your three clans can only wait to be destroyed. You've seen how strong my Hell King's ship is. The divine race's deity has a lot of those weapons. As long as the divines get their hands on a weapon like the Hell King's ship, then dealing with you would be very easy. Because of this, I didn't dare to make a move. I can only avoid the 9 Supreme Elders. I can't risk ascending and leaving you here. Thur and the others looked at one another. They believed Zhao Hai's words. When they first met Zhao Hai didn't have the Hell King's ship. If Zhao Hai had the Hell King's ship, then he wouldn't have needed to fear the divines and the demons. The Hell King's ship was simply an item that goes against the heaven's will. Ding stood up and bowed. This Ding pledges to Mr. Starting today, the barbarians will treat Mr. as a deity. This Ding is ashamed for doubting Mr. Thur and Shan did the same. The two stood up and gave Zhao Hai a bow, feeling shame. They suspected Zhao Hai before, but now that Zhao Hai laid everything into the table, they couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, all right, I've made mistakes as well. If I haven't dealt with the divine race's deity, then this wouldn't have happened. Also, you're free to do whatever you want. Worship me as a deity or not, I don't really care. You can believe in whoever and whatever you want. I won't stop you. Thur and the others sat back down before Zhao Hai continued. The Taurus divines have used a formation in order to change the laws of the Ark continent. This caused the barrier of the Ark continent to collapse. The O'Neill family is from the Atlanta plain. Originally, there was one continent in the Atlanta place, but later on, because of a massive war, the continent was divided into 3. The 3 continents are different from one another. One continent practices martial arts. This continent is known as the warrior continent. Another continent specializes in magic. It's called the mage continent. And the last continent uses things like magic armors. It's called the magic armor continent. The O'Neill family is just a big family in this continent, and I suspect that the Atlanta plain isn't managed by the divine race's deity. The 3 looked puzzled at Zhao Hai as Fair said, why does Mr. think so? Zhao Hai replied, I think there's a reason for this. You must have heard about the goblin race. They were destroyed by the divines and turned into slaves. They were living in peace along with the divines, but why were they suddenly destroyed? The 3 looked at each other. They haven't thought about it before. They just thought that it was due to the ambition of the divines. But now that Zhao Hai said something, it seems like there were some underlying facts. Zhao Hai looked at the 3 and said, the divine race's destruction of goblin race was due to the command of their deity. It was because the goblins have developed magic armors. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Thur stared. He had seen one of these goblin constructs before. These goblin magic armors couldn't even be compared to the strong ones used by the O'Neill family. So why would the divines choose to destroy the goblins? Zhao Hai turned to Thur and said, the problem lies here. This is where my suspicion comes from. The goblins had just started researching magic formations and magic armors, yet they were already decimated by the divine race's deity. Meanwhile, the Atlanta Plains magic armors have reached an extremely high level, but the deity just let them off. Isn't it strange? Because of this, I suspect that the Atlanta plane isn't in control of the deity. It was only because of the Ark continent that the two planes became connected. If this was the case, then does the Atlanta plane have another deity managing it? If there was, then what would happen if he discovers the Ark continent? If both sides get into conflict, then what consequences would there be? With Zhao Hai laying out the facts, the expression on Fer and the others' faces continually changed. Chapter 940. The O'Neill family's worry. To be honest, Fer and the others hadn't thought about this before. They were too small for matters like these. What were these people? They were deities, the managers of planes. Compared to the Divine's race's supreme elders, these people were much more powerful. However, the one thing they could understand was that the moment these two existences fought, small people like them would surely be affected. What would happen if these two deities fight and take their treasures out to deal a fatal blow? It would be impossible for small people to survive such an impact. Moreover, in the eyes of these two people, those on the lower planes were merely tools used to gather faith power. Zhao Hai looked at the three and sighed. Presently in the Ark continent, besides the O'Neill family, the underworld's undead and magic beasts are also present. The undead and magic beasts are currently hiding inside the poisonous dark mist. If we go in, not only would we get poisoned, we would be assaulted by the underworld's creatures as well. Among these creatures are beings with spiritual wisdom, much like humans. At this time, the underworld had seized the Wuxia Empire and it will slowly swallow the entire Ark continent. After that, the dark mist would surely enter the spatial rifts and enter the divine realm. When that time comes, the divines wouldn't be able to stop them, much less you. After speaking up to here, Zhao Hai let out a long breath and said, because of these reasons, I have to use some methods in order to compel you to enter the space. At the very least, I would be able to provide you with absolute safety. You can live here with relief. Nobody will come to attack you. You won't need to worry about having something to eat. Zhao Hai continued, I can help you block the 9 Supreme Elders, but I cannot use my full strength. I could only entangle the Supreme Elders, but this will just waste even more time. Most importantly, I cannot stay in this plane for too long. If I couldn't send you to the space as soon as possible, then I would risk leaving you behind when I ascend. Because of this, I can only resort to this terrible plan. Although your clans would suffer serious losses, you won't be exterminated. At the very least, your clan could still continue and develop slowly. After speaking up to here, Zhao Hai looked at the three people's eyes and said, I don't care about what you might think right now. You may hate me or blame me. I only did what I think is correct. Fer and the others stayed silent. They understood what Zhao Hai meant. However, even after hearing the truth from Zhao Hai, the three still couldn't blame him. Fer shook his head and said, Mister, we won't be unfair to you. You have tried your best. The ones to be blamed should be us. Ding and Shan nodded in agreement. Zhao Hai sighed and said, how are you planning to deal with the winged Pegasus now? Have you figured out a way? Shan frowned and replied, Mister, the clan's situation is already out of my control. The patriarch accused me of trying to assassinate him, ordering the entire clan for my arrest. Because of this, the clan became in opposition to Mr. Moreover, the 9 Supreme Elders weren't showing their fierce sides. This caused the clan to keep their hopes up. Those who initially wanted to move to the space changed their minds. Speaker Fang is also trying to convince our clansmen, but the result isn't ideal. Zhao Hai gently knit his brows. It can be said that dealing with this ally was more difficult than dealing with an enemy. For his enemies, Zhao Hai could just dispatch his troops and throw them to the space. But to an ally, this wouldn't be a good idea. Ding said, the barbarian patriarch will enter the space in about 2 days. He said that he would try to persuade the winged Pegasus patriarch in hopes that he would enter the space. Zhao Hai sighed and said, I'm afraid that this wouldn't be easy. It may not succeed. But go on and still try it. I don't much time to take care of your affairs recently. I can only leave this matter to you. Let's just hope that the Supreme Elders would shift their target to the foreign races. Otherwise, the situation would become more dangerous. Shan and the others had a heavy heart. In this case, they had less methods to use. Even if Zhao Hai was willing to help them, things still wouldn't be positive. After all, Zhao Hai can't just forcefully take the winged Pegasus clan and throw them to the space. Zhao Hai looked at the three and then said, all right, I already told you what you need to know. I must go back and prepare to deal with the Pisces divines, so I won't be staying here for long. You need to be careful, and Shan, you need to find a solution as soon as possible." Shan nodded. Then Zhao Hai's figure flashed before disappearing. After Zhao Hai left, Shan turned his head to Fir and said, "Fir, do you think that what Mr. said was real?" Fir nodded and said, "It should be at least 80% true." You had seen the O'Neill family. The divine race had ruled the divine realm for a long time. If they really allowed the study on magic formations, then they surely would have magic armors no lesser in ability compared to the O'Neill family. But after such a long time, did the divine race's magic formation change even a little bit? Because of this, I believe that Mr. was telling the truth. Just like Mr. said, if our three clans don't enter the space, then sooner or later we would be eliminated. Shan and Ding nodded. They agreed with Thur's words. Given Zhao Hai's strength, if it wasn't for their relationship, then Zhao Hai would just completely ignore them. They believed that Zhao Hai didn't lack people. The three suspected that the Arc Continent's people, the demons, and even the Taurus divines were also inside the space. Zhao Hai wouldn't have any losses if he leaves the three clans behind. This also made Shan worry. Zhao Hai had shown them the future, but his clansmen still weren't moving. This caused Shan to be at a difficult position. Zhao Hai emerged inside the Hell King's ship upon exiting the space. Upon seeing Zhao Hai, Laura said, "Brother Hai, why did you suddenly decide to tell Thur and the others everything?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "They already had suspicions, so I might as well tell them the truth. In any case, they are already inside the space. If they wanted to leave, then that won't be a problem. If they decide to leave, then nobody could blame me for what happens to them." Laura nodded. She also knew that what Zhao Hai said was true. Zhao Hai agreed to move the three clans to the space because of the current situation. It can be said that the three clans moving to the space would offer no immediate advantage to Zhao Hai. They would only provide faith power in the far-off future. Lizzie looked at the monitor. It was currently showing the situation with the spatial rift. She turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, now that the O'Neill family has entered the rift, how do you plan to deal with them? Will you try to direct them towards the Wing Pegasus clan?" Zhao Hai slightly smiled and said, "Right, let's just lead them over. Let's see how strong the magic armors really are. There are god-rank magic armors in the O'Neill family. I want to see how formidable those are." Lizzie nodded and said, "What about now? Do we attack their base? Stop them from building it?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Just let them build it. The O'Neill family isn't doing very well. We will to deal with the Pisces divines first." Zhao Hai's words weren't cursing the O'Neill family. The O'Neill family really weren't having a great time. The O'Neill patriarch was currently sitting inside his study, a letter in front of him. The letter was written by those in the northern defensive line. They had made the proper arrangements for the northern defensive line, even sending strong energy cannons. But in the letter, the general in charge of the North reported that the energy cannons were doing a poor job in holding the dark mist back. Even if they used all of their firepower, the dark mist was still expanding. It wasn't showing any intention to stop. To say it bluntly, all of their previous efforts were useless. This was the most worrying thing for the O'Neill family. If the Northern Army couldn't defend, then what could they do? The expansion of the dark mist was almost constant. It wouldn't reduce its speed for anything. It wasn't that fast, but it couldn't be said to be slow either. If the dark mist continued expanding at this speed, then in a few months it would prove to be a threat to the O'Neill family. This caused the patriarch to have a headache. At this time, footsteps were suddenly heard. Then a servant's voice was heard. "Patriarch, the junior patriarch has sent word." When the patriarch heard his servant, he couldn't help but stare for a moment before his expression changed as he said, "Give it here, quick." The servant complied immediately and opened the door to enter and deliver the letter to the patriarch. The patriarch looked at the letter, then he broke the seal before opening it. He thought that Axe had suffered setbacks in the attack and was asking for reinforcements. But after reading the letter, the patriarch's expression couldn't help but light up. He placed the letter down on the table and laughed. The letter's arrival was too timely. There's no need to worry about the northern defensive line now. This letter happened to give them a way out. At this point, the patriarch believed that Axe was the O'Neill family's good fortune. Not only did he discover the Arc continent, he even found a new plane, Chapter 941, Skeleton King. Louis looked at the dark mist. He was the Northern Army's first squad commander. Because of this, he remained behind. Moreover, he was continuously entrusted with heavy responsibilities. Louis was clearly aware about how much importance the clan attached to the northern defensive line. Moreover, he also understood the present situation. The methods the clan prepared to deal with the dark mist were simply useless. The dark mist was still expanding. For the family, this was a great trial. If they don't do well, then the family would suffer a loss. But there was no other method for Louis. The innate yin domain appearing here was strange in itself. The fact that it was also expanding made it even more mystical. Louis was constantly worried. However, today, he was feeling extra worried, and he didn't know why. He seemed to have an apprehensive feeling. Louis was very convinced of this feeling. This ability wasn't born with him, but instead he acquired it after suffering a serious injury. This intuition was very strange, but it was real, and this feeling has helped Louis several times. After he became a war tank driver, he managed to avoid several dangers by relying on his intuition, and now, the danger he felt was unprecedented. This caused Louis to feel fear and apprehension. The people who were with Louis couldn't help but feel strange. This was because Louis looked very anxious this particular day. Louis couldn't explain his feeling to them. Even if he did, the others wouldn't necessarily believe in him. Because of this, Louis can only prepare to deal with the emergency the moment it happened. Although the sun was hanging high up in the sky, making it the hottest time of the day, Louis still felt a wave of chills. He would have a cold sweat from time to time. Suddenly, the dark mist in front of them tumbled. Louis became even more anxious. But the strange thing was his heart beginning to calm down. He knew that his intuition was acting up again. Something was about to happen. Louis didn't think too much. He didn't want to wait until something happened. He immediately turned his war tank around and began to run away as fast as possible. Louis' action made the people around him feel strange. The person who opened his mouth to talk to Louis was Theo. Theo looked at Louis strangely and asked, "Big brother Louis, what's wrong? Why are we retreating? Shouldn't we stay to observe the dark mist?" Louis shook his head and said, "It's not good. The place has become dangerous." Just as Louis said that, a magic armor pilot suddenly called out in alarm. Louis and Theo quickly looked at the war tank's rearview mirror. What they saw made them turn blank. Flying out from the dark mist was a group of people, or it could be said to be a group of undead. Most of these undead were golden yellow. They looked like they were cast from gold. The golden yellow skeletons were riding similarly golden yellow magic beasts. In their hands were golden yellow weapons that seemed to have extraordinary might. In the middle of these undead was another group of crystal skeletons. The appearance of these skeletons was just like the golden yellow undead, but they looked much more advanced. And in the very middle of these crystal undead was a carriage. It was a very unusual carriage as it was made out of bones. Pieces of crystal bones made up the pieces of the carriage, and it was pulled by 4 crystal undead magic beasts. Inside this carriage was an undead. However, this undead was different from the others. This undead was wearing full body armor. Correct, it was a full body armor. It was a radiant, golden armor. It seemed to be made out of gold, but if you look closely it was made the same way as the carriage. The armor was made out of small pieces of bone, all connected to form this golden crystal bone body armor. At the same time, the helmet, shoulder, elbow, and knee armors were all made out of golden skulls. Not only did it look defensive, it looked terrifying as well. The helmet itself looked very special. It was made with a golden ox head. Its horns pointed to the skies, looking extremely domineering. On the back of the undead was a cape. However, the cape didn't look very neat. It looked like it was worn for a very long time, but although it was ripped and fragmented, the cape didn't make the undead look inferior. Conversely, the cape increased morbid feeling one would feel upon gazing at the undead. There was a visor on the helmet, but at this time, it was opened. As the undead sat there, its 2 golden eyes were burning, giving people a huge sense of pressure. The undead just sat quietly inside his bone carriage. His body was motionless, but his aura announces a presence of a king, the king of all skeletons. When Louis saw these undead, he couldn't help but violently shake. His expression changed for the worse as he sped up even more towards the southern part of the Wuxia Empire. It didn't take too long before the undead discovered them. A squad of golden skeletons immediately charged. Louis opened the war tank stores as Theo and other people entered their magic armors and shot towards the sky. Louis paid extreme attention to the current matter. He told Theo and the others to not stray away from the war tank. The nearer they were to the war tank, the easier would it be for the war tank to provide support. If they were far, then they risked getting into a dangerous situation. Theo and the others have experienced actual combat, so they were quite aware of what to do during battles. They didn't fight the undead head-on. Instead, they used their magic armors to fire energy beams towards the enemy. But much to the surprise of Theo's group, the undead were very agile. They were able to dodge the energy beams as they continued to rush towards the magic armors. Theo and the others stared before they became shocked. They didn't think that the undead would be this agile. Moreover, they were quite fast. The magic armors that they were proud of actually couldn't escape the undead's pursuit. Theo and the others immediately launched bombs. After a loud explosion, the undead came out. They were basically uninjured, causing Theo to be startled once more. At this moment, several energy beams hit the undead. The golden undead shook fiercely before they fell. Theo and the others stared before they looked at the direction where the energy beams came from. The group couldn't help but turn red as they immediately began to lower the undead around. But at the same time, the undead also noted the war tank on the ground. 10 undead immediately rushed towards the war tank. Louis wildly drove the war tank around to get away from the undead while also firing energy beams. However, not everyone managed to notice that the undead who fell to the ground didn't actually die. Instead, the fires in their eyes just became faint. But when they fell to the ground, spatial rifts suddenly opened, taking them all in. Once the undead entered the spatial rift, the rift would also disappear. Although not everyone managed to notice this, the Skeleton King did. Upon seeing his golden skeletons vanish, he seemed to stare. Then he stood up and slowly went towards the carriage door. A crystal undead quickly opened the door for him. The Skeleton King stepped out of his carriage and descended as though he was walking down a staircase. Every undead stopped in place, aside from those who were fighting Theo's group. Before long the Skeleton King reached the ground. He arrived at a place where a golden skeleton vanished. He carefully examined the ground, only to find nothing special there. Even a hint of energy was absent from the area. At this time, a spatial rift suddenly opened while a person walked out of it. The skeleton just looked at the person that appeared before him. He didn't make a move. This person was wearing a black magic robe. In his hand was a blood-red crystal skeleton staff. He had a smiling expression on his face. There was no need to say about He-Man's status. He was a dark mage. This person was Zhao Hai. When the skeletons went out of the dark mist, Kair immediately informed him. Because of this, Zhao Hai paid attention to the scene. After seeing the golden skeletons falling to the ground, Zhao Hai couldn't help but absorb them into the space. Although the space issued some prompts, it was actually very short. It just identified them as robots and improved the defensive abilities of the space's undead. But when he saw the Skeleton King's movements, Zhao Hai couldn't help but get curious. Because of this, he decided to personally meet the Skeleton King. While the Skeleton King was sizing up Zhao Hai was also observing the Skeleton King. To be honest, this was the first time that Zhao Hai had seen an undead as eye-catching as this one. At this moment, the Skeleton King sent a spiritual wave towards Zhao Hai. This wasn't an attack, but instead a means to communicate. Zhao Hai had also experienced a similar situation before, so he wasn't startled as he sent a similar spiritual wave to meet the other party. Upon contact, Zhao Hai suddenly felt an ancient but domineering voice inside his mind. Who are you? Are you the one who took my subordinates? Chapter 942, Zhao Hai's Guess. Zhao Hai looked at the undead and smiled. Is Excellency the Underworld's Skeleton King? The Skeleton King curiously looked at Zhao Hai and said, Who are you? Where is this place? Why do you know my status? Are you the one that opened that spatial rift? Zhao Hai looked at the Skeleton King and smiled faintly. I don't have that great of an ability. I might be able to open spatial rifts, but I can't open rifts as large as the one you went through. And to be honest, no plane would want to open a spatial rift to the underworld. The Skeleton King looked at Zhao Hai and gently tilted his head. It was obvious that he was quite curious about Zhao Hai. Then he said, "You're a man who is well informed. You know that I'm the Skeleton King and that we're from the underworld. Yet you don't seem to be afraid. Are you strong?" Zhao Hai slightly smiled as he said, "I have some confidence in my strength. Also, before you appeared here, I have already moved everyone, my family, my friends, as well as those who have a relationship with me. So even if you overturn the heavens here, it would still not affect me. However, I will take your subordinates away. I'm quite curious about them. I want to study them well." The flame in the Skeleton King's eyes suddenly increased in intensity. He looked angry. The Skeleton King looked at Zhao Hai and spoke in a calm manner. "You want to turn us into your slaves?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "You can't say that, but it's about the same. I have an ability to turn all the undead I caught into my own servants." The flame in the Skeleton King's eyes blazed even greater. He looked straight at Zhao Hai and said, "Human, I know that you are strong, but you must die." After speaking this, the Skeleton King reached back to his cape. When his hands came out again, two golden axes could be seen. Huge golden rod axes. The edges on these axes were like two huge semicircles with a diameter of about a meter. Engraved on the back of each blade was a skull pattern. The axe's handle seemed to be made of sections of vertebrae. Zhao Hai looked at the Skeleton King's appearance and couldn't help but smile. He shook his magic staff, turning it into a sword. The appearance of this sword was just like a tang blade. The Skeleton King looked at Zhao Hai's sword with curiosity. However, he didn't say anything as his figure moved and, just like a tornado, swung himself towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai discovered that the Skeleton King's movements were very unusual. His whole person was continuously brandishing the two axes as he revolved. With the rotation as well as the weight of the axes, the force exerted by each axe was evidently astonishing. However, at Zhao Hai's level, this kind of attack wasn't a threat. The weight of the weapon itself was useless against Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai waved his sword in order to block the axes. Bang! A huge force rang through the tang blade. Zhao Hai couldn't help but be stunned. He didn't expect the strength of the Skeleton King to be this strong. Even with his strength, he could still feel the impact of the attack. If it was any other god rank expert, then they surely wouldn't be able to receive it. But what made Zhao Hai feel strange was the fact that the Skeleton King was evidently a very strong god rank expert. He might have even reached the upper ranks of god rank. However, the Skeleton King didn't use a domain, which puzzled Zhao Hai. Still, the other party wasn't useless even without using a domain. After blocking the enemy's attack, Zhao Hai's body moved and went on to retreat. However, the Skeleton King kept attacking Zhao Hai. This was where Zhao Hai discovered that the Skeleton King's revolving attacks weren't only used to amplify his attacks, but it also allowed him to attack repeatedly. Each attack was linked, tightly connected, that even if the enemy steps back they would still be met with an attack. Zhao Hai was in this situation. The Skeleton King looked like a tornado spinning towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai saw this situation and knew that he couldn't drag this on. He transformed his tang blade into a huge shield as he placed it in front of him to block. The Skeleton King didn't expect Zhao Hai to use this move. He didn't think that Zhao Hai's weapon could become this big. But the Skeleton King didn't stop. He continued to revolve towards Zhao Hai, seeking a flaw in his defense. Zhao Hai held his huge shield on one hand, and suddenly a red blade appeared on the other. The blade had a thick back, making it quite heavy. Naturally, this blade was made from the blood ghost staff. As Zhao Hai grasped his shield, he brandished his blade to attack the Skeleton King. Finally, the Skeleton King's rhythm was disrupted. At this time, Zhao Hai used his shield to smash towards the Skeleton King. Unable to bear the impact, the Skeleton King drew back several steps. Zhao Hai used this opportunity to jump out of the Skeleton King's range. The shield and blade vanished as they returned to being the blood ghost staff. Zhao Hai looked at the Skeleton King and smiled. "Your Excellency, I still have some matters to attend to, so I couldn't fight with you for a long time. When I have time later on, I will certainly ask Your Excellency for advice." After saying this, his body immediately vanished. Although they had only fought for a short time, Zhao Hai actually felt that the Skeleton King was very formidable. If he wanted to deal with the Skeleton King, then he would have to exert some effort. Because of this, he chose to retreat. Since the clash was very short, Lewis and the others were unable to notice anything as they fought with the undead. Upon seeing Zhao Hai vanish, the Skeleton King's eyes couldn't help but blaze up more vigorously. It can be said that the Skeleton King was truly angered by Zhao Hai. Then he turned to look at Theo's group who were still fighting with the golden undead. The axes disappeared from his hand before he waved to his subordinates. Then a small number of crystal undead flew out and directly threw themselves towards Lewis and the others. At this point, Lewis and the others could neither run nor fight. Since this was the case, then they could only drag on. They knew that their base wasn't far away. They were hoping that someone would be able to see their situation and send some support. Otherwise, they would surely be in extreme danger. Fortunately, Lewis' hopes came true. From their base's direction, 1,000 magic armors suddenly began to head out. But at this time, the crystal skeletons were already near and had initiated their attack. This began an exchange that made Theo and the others feel chills. They didn't expect the undead to be this violent. The magic armors were completely unable to block. In a short time, 4 magic armors were destroyed by the crystal undead. They fell down to the ground, their pilots certainly dead. After seeing this situation, Theo immediately made everyone throw every bomb they had. They need to resist these skeletons long enough for their reinforcements to arrive. In the war tank, Lewis also had a similar type of bomb. He kept launching them to the point of covering the heavens and the earth. These bombs managed to keep the undead off, but they did little to no damage. However, the reinforcements had already arrived. Both sides quickly began to fight each other. With such a large movement, it was impossible for the other O'Neill family members to not notice it. Before long, more and more magic armors and war tanks began to head towards the ensuing battle. Upon seeing the situation, the Skeleton King returned to his carriage. He knew that continuing wouldn't be good, so he waved his hand, causing the undead to retreat. Then they slowly went back to the dark mist. Although the O'Neill family wanted to pursue, they didn't do it in the end. The Skeleton King didn't go too far from the dark mist. Before long, his entourage was surrounded by the underworld's fog. There were still some magic armors who decided to head into the dark mist, but since the dark mist amplified the strength of the undead, they could only be destroyed. The O'Neill family's general saw this situation and immediately ordered a retreat. After returning to their base, he quickly wrote a letter and had it sent to the Patriarch at the quickest speed. After Zhao Hai returned to the Hell King's ship, Laura immediately went to welcome him. Then she asked, "Brother Hai, how was it? Is that really the Skeleton King? Was he strong?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "He's indeed the Skeleton King, and he's very strong. Even if the Supreme Elders use their ultimate weapons, they might not necessarily be his match. Moreover, I suspect he is just like the O'Neill family. They weren't governed by Lu Wei." Zhao Hai said this as he entered the room. Lizzie and Megan were currently directing the undead to deal with the Pisces divines. They were now having a much easier time since they now have a lot more ranged undead. All of these new additions came from the Sagittarius continent. Now, they were all Zhao Hai's people. The space also increased their strength, so it was no wonder that the Pisces divines simply couldn't block their assault. This was exactly where Zhao Hai's abilities shone when fighting against people. His subordinates would only increase while the enemy's number less and less. In this case, he naturally had the upper hand. Seeing that Lizzie and Megan were wholly absorbed in their task, Zhao Hai decided to not disturb them. He looked for a place to sit down inside the room. Then Meg offered him tea to drink. After that, Laura said, "Brother Hai, how are you sure that they weren't managed by Lu Wei?" Zhao Hai replied, "This is just a feeling. It's quite obvious that Lu Wei has handed this plane over to the divines. Then he used the divines to conquer other planes. However, the strength of the underworld is obviously stronger than the divines. If the underworld was also under Lu Wei's control, then why would he need to support the divine race? A territory only needs one king. If the underworld was controlled by Lu Wei, and he still supported the divines, then doesn't it seem wrong? Moreover, have you noticed? The divines as well as its contemporaries use domains in order to fight. At the same time, even other races would use domains during battles. I suspect that this is a feature of the planes being managed by Lu Wei. When I fought against the Skeleton King, he didn't use his domain." Laura nodded. Then she said, "So you mean that since the divines changed the laws of the Ark continent, they managed to connect to other planes that weren't under Lu Wei's control?" Zhao Hai nodded. That is the most likely case. If that is so, then the cultivation world might be more complex than we thought. Think about it. Lu Wei forbade anyone from studying magic armors. Magic armors belong to type of technological civilization. From this point, we can roughly infer that Lu Wei had some relationship with people using magic armors, or he might have a hatred against technological civilizations. The case of the underworld is much more complicated. Almost all energy in the underworld is dark and toxic. I can remember that there are demonic influences in the cultivation realm, and since Lu Wei is from an orthodox sect, he would have a grudge against them. Now that these three planes were connected together, I'm afraid things wouldn't turn out well. Laura knit her brows and said, Brother Hai, you mean this thing might cause some chaos in the cultivation realm? Zhao Hai shook his head and said, as for its effect, I don't know. But from what I can see, since the planes are divided, those who ascend would have a mark of the planes where they came from, and since we have a grudge against Lu Wei, we would be marked by Lu Wei's group when we ascend. I'm afraid that we would be chased down when that time comes. Laura's expression couldn't help but change upon hearing Zhao Hai. With an anxious voice she said, Brother Hai, so what do we do? Can we do anything? Will our situation be even more difficult after we ascend? Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, I'm afraid it can only be like this, but I still want to see what happens if we ascend in either the Atlanta plane or the underworld. Will we still be marked by Lu Wei? As long as we can temporarily avoid Lu Wei's detection, then with the space's abilities, we would be able to have a stable foothold in the cultivation realm. When the time comes, it would be impossible for Lu Wei to deal with us. Chapter 943, The hard-to-deal-with Gemini and Aquarius continents. Laura didn't think that Zhao Hai would have such thoughts. She looked puzzled at Zhao Hai as she asked, Brother Hai, how did you come up with such ideas? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, just after fighting the Skeleton King. The Skeleton King reminded me that the underworld and the Atlanta plane weren't managed by Lu Wei. After we ascend, we might not be far from Lu Wei, but we might end up in his enemy. If Lu Wei wanted to deal with us, it won't be very easy. Laura nodded and said, that would be the case if that is true. It's worth trying. But Brother Hai, isn't the energy inside your body increasing? With so many things left unsolved, what will happen if you suddenly ascend? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, then I could only count on a reserve plan. I think the Atlanta plane would be good. Since I had this idea, we might as well pick this direction and go. What we have to do right now is to settle things we needed to settle before we go. Laura nodded before she turned her head. She looked at Lizzie and Megan's progress in commanding the undead to deal with the Pisces divines. Zhao Hai wasn't worried about Lizzie and Megan. Without their supreme elder to help, the Pisces divines could only fall to the undead. Sure enough, just like what Zhao Hai thought, Lizzie and Megan were able to deal with the Pisces divines with little effort. At this time, Zhao Hai was carrying a few undead in order to deal with another continent. Upon seeing that there were no issues in the Pisces continent, Zhao Hai turned his head to Laura and said, since there are no problems in the Pisces continent, should we go on to the next step? Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, what does Brother Hai plan to do? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, aren't the foreign races sending their army? Since we're doing well, we should prepare to support them. With the help of the foreign races, we would be able to deal with the Supreme Elders. As long as we dealt with the Supreme Elders, we can then start making a move on the O'Neill family. Now that the underworld has begun to make moves, we need to settle our plans a little bit faster. Laura nodded then said, Brother Hai, how about this? Since we have enough numbers in our hands, it would be better for us to attack two continents at once. This way, we would be able to deal with the divines as soon as possible. The Leo continent is currently being left to the foreign races. As long as the Supreme Elders know that the divines have been extinguished and that the Leo continent was being conquered by the foreign races, then they will certainly settle accounts with the foreign races. At that time, we can clean them up and take their combat suits. Zhao Hai nodded. Then he said, then we'll deal with two continents at once. Right, we need to study the continent we'll attack next. As Zhao Hai was researching his next target, the O'Neill family began to worry about one matter. In the past, they only needed to think about the Dark Mist's expansion. But now it was different. The undead has started to venture out. Moreover, Their fighting strength was very formidable, and this was only a small group. If more of these undead come out, how would the O'Neill family deal with it? It was because of this that the people in the Xu Empire's defensive line immediately sent a letter to the family, and while waiting for the family's reply, the defensive line became even more careful. The patrols sent at night had increased a lot. They were clear that the undead would have reduced strength during the day, but at night, they would be strengthened. The undead that came out this time went out during the day, and the O'Neill family already had difficult time dealing with them. If they came out during the night, how powerful would they be? The O'Neill family's northern defensive line became more vigilant than before. They didn't want to fall under the undead's blade. Sending reports back to the O'Neill family was now faster than before. This was due to the Patriarch's arrangements. Between the northern defensive line and the Divine Realm's spatial rift were a lot supply stations. They could now send magic armors to send their letters since they could just resupply at these supply stations. The reason why the Patriarch did this was because they need to make the communication more convenient. The Patriarch knew too well how important communication was when it came to the family's operations. When the letter reached his table, the Patriarch couldn't help but get stunned. He never thought that an accident would happen in the northern defensive line this soon. This caused the final hesitation on his heart to disappear. When he received Axe's report, the Patriarch still had some reservations. Must they really risk moving their operation to the plane that Axe discovered? In any case, they already found their enemy in that plane. If they left the Ark continent now, wouldn't it be a waste? But this letter finally made the Patriarch determined to shift the family's focus to the south. The reason why the O'Neill Patriarch thought about this was because their headquarters was already much closer to the south. Therefore, it would be fine to shift the family's focus there. Additionally, the dark mist had become much more dangerous. The Patriarch also knew that there seemed to be no immediate danger in the plane that Axe discovered. Moreover, that plane was much bigger than the Ark continent, which was important for the O'Neill family. Therefore, upon receiving the news from the north, the Patriarch immediately sent a family elder in order to observe the plan that Axe discovered. The Patriarch was still quite worried about Axe. After all, Axe wasn't very successful in the beginning. He just listened to Zhao Hai's words and returned home prematurely. He didn't take the time and see the Ark continent for himself. If he made the effort to scout the Ark continent beforehand, the O'Neill family would not have been in an embarrassing situation in the beginning. Although he had decided to develop the south, the O'Neill family didn't relax their surveillance over the northern part of the continent. The undead were too strong. The O'Neill family needed to be careful. Just as the O'Neill family was preparing to move to the Divine Realm, the foreign races arrived at the Leo continent. Recently, the atmosphere of the Leo continent was becoming more and more tense. Ever since Zhao Hai's attack, the Leo divines have always waited for him to come back. Once he did, they would surely teach him a lesson. However, Zhao Hai didn't go to the Leo continent. Instead, he destroyed the other continents one by one. This caused the Leo divines to feel even more terrified. They didn't expect Zhao Hai to be this strong, but the Leo continent didn't forget that they were members of the divine race. This caused the fire inside them to blaze more and more. As they were preparing to go all out against Zhao Hai, the foreign races' attack came. The divines and the foreign races had a grudge, but just as the Leo divines weren't having a good time, the foreign races came to attack. This made the Leo divines even more angry. A great battle between the foreign races and the Leo divines quickly ensued. The foreign race army was a coalition between 3 continents. They numbered more than 50 million in total, and since the Leo divines had the territorial advantage, they already had an army prepared. Additionally, compared to the foreign races, the Leo divines had the help of the Fishman race. Because of this, both sides were at fairly equal states. Naturally, Zhao Hai was aware of this situation. At this point, besides the Leo continent, only the Gemini continent and the Aquarius continent was left. The other continents were destroyed by Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was now preparing to deal with the 2 remaining continents. After carefully researching the Gemini and Aquarius continents, Zhao Hai discovered that they were the most difficult continents to deal with. It wasn't strange for Zhao Hai to just know about this at this time. He didn't know much about the divine realm. He was unaware about the various groups in the divine realm and what they were good at. It was only after he met these people did he know their abilities. The Gemini and Aquarius continents were difficult to deal with because they had their own unique abilities. The Gemini divines were really worthy of their name. The number of twins in the Gemini continent was much higher compared to the other continents. In 10 households, 5 of them would have twins as their offsprings. It was a quite surprising statistic, because these twins grew together and trained together. They were able to have a tacit understanding about each other's abilities. This boosted their strengths compared to any other paired groups. Because of this, the Gemini divines were very well known to be very hard to fight against. On the other hand, the Aquarius divines were also quite formidable. They don't have a lot of twins. But what made the Aquarius divines very hard to deal with were their extreme talent for potions. They had potions that were very strange and unusual, with endless functions and uses. They could poison a person, or heal them. They could enhance one's cultivation or just cure common illnesses. Because of their potions, the Aquarius divines were known to be people one wouldn't want to provoke. They had a similar status as the Dark Mages back in the Ark continent. Chapter 944. The Proud Winged Pegasus Patriarch. Actually, the various divines in each continent had their own characteristics. Although they were collectively called the divine race, each group actually had various qualities. The Gemini divines had a lot of twins, the Aquarius divines used potions, the Central divines were the most arrogant, the Leo divines were the most domineering, and etc. Some of these characteristics can be seen immediately while some were seen later on. In the past, Zhao Hai wasn't very familiar with these, but after dealing with the other divines, he learned that each divine group were terrifying in their own way. The people in the central continent might look elegant in the surface, but they were also very arrogant. They wouldn't get offended over ordinary things. After all, they were central divines. With their identity, it would be too below them to be offended by the smallest of things. After Zhao Hai destroyed the connecting heaven palace, the central divines turned insane. This was because of their arrogance. They couldn't bear such a blow. They were like princes being held down by a mere beggar. They couldn't stomach such an insult. After seeing the foreign races clash with the Leo divines, Zhao Hai did intend to intervene. He wanted the foreign races to meddle in order to distract the 9 supreme elders. Meanwhile, Zhao Hai would be dealing with the Gemini and Aquarius continent. Although it was said that the Gemini and Aquarius continent were very hard to deal with, they weren't that formidable for Zhao Hai. The Gemini divines might pose a challenge, but the Aquarius divines were nothing to Zhao Hai. The Aquarius divines used potions, but Zhao Hai's subordinates were undead. The undead creatures were mostly immune to the potions of the Aquarius divines. Because of this, the Aquarius divines weren't in Zhao Hai's view. The more difficult ones were the Gemini divines. Twin Gemini divines had great understanding of each other, which made them difficult to deal with. The power of twin Geminis outweigh the power of 3 people. Because of this, most of Zhao Hai's attention was focused on the Gemini continent. Although the Gemini divines were a bit difficult to deal with, Zhao Hai still wasn't worried. After all, he had the superiority in numbers. At this time, the barbarians had completely moved to the space. Meanwhile, the winged Pegasus were still fighting against the Supreme Elders. Along this span of time, the disadvantage of the Supreme Elders' ultimate armors were beginning to show. Unlike Zhao Hai's undead who could attack day and night, the Supreme Elders needed to stop once in a while. Therefore, their assault on the Winged Pegasus clan wasn't going very smoothly. The 9 Supreme Elders had truly overestimated themselves. In their opinion, Zhao Hai alone wouldn't be able to completely deal with the divine race territory. However, they've forgotten about one point. Zhao Hai had more than 1 billion undead in his hands. On the other hand, they were only 9 people. With this disparity, it would be hard for them to keep up. This didn't mean that the Winged Pegasus were their match, but the Winged Pegasus were able to entangle them, even if the Supreme Elders weren't paying any hard sacrifices. In the first few battles against the Supreme Elders, the Winged Pegasus suffered heavy casualties since they didn't understand the Supreme Elders. However, even if this was the case, this wouldn't remain forever. The Winged Pegasus weren't stupid. After a few more battles, they were able to find means to deal with the Supreme Elders. After a while, the Winged Pegasus found ways to entangle the Supreme Elders. They would approach the Supreme Elders in a loose formation so that the Supreme Elders would have to fight for a longer time. Because of this, when the Supreme Elders retreated, the Winged Pegasus didn't suffer very large losses. This also made the Winged Pegasus Patriarch more and more confident. At this time, the Barbarian Patriarch appeared in the Winged Pegasus plane along with Shan and the others. The Barbarian Patriarch didn't regret moving to the space. The environment inside was much better compared to their previous place. This made the Barbarians very happy. After settling for a bit, he immediately went with Shan to the Winged Pegasus plane. Shan was anxious since he knew that they didn't have much time. The O'Neill family had entered the Divine Plants, but Zhao Hai was still dealing with the Divines. Even if the Winged Pegasus were able to block the 9 Supreme Elders, they could still be attacked by the O'Neill family. Shan didn't have confidence in the Winged Pegasus when it came to defending against the O'Neill family. Upon knowing these facts, Shan badly wanted his people to enter the space as soon as possible. Shan also knew why Zhao Hai didn't offer any more help, and he couldn't blame Zhao Hai for it. Besides Shan's group, the Barbarian Patriarch only brought 20 barbarian guards along. However, when they came out of the room, they immediately attracted the attention of the Winged Pegasus members. Before long, they were encircled. Shan was fearless as he looked at these people and said, "Let us pass. The Barbarian Patriarch is here for a visit." Upon hearing this, the Winged Pegasus couldn't help but freeze for a moment. They didn't expect Shan to become in this situation, and since the barbarians were too imposing, the crowd immediately opened a path for them to go through. The other Winged Pegasus looked at Shan with complication gazes. Shan's reputation in the clan was very high in the past. A lot of people were optimistic about him, but now, he was seen as a criminal, and through the continuous propaganda by the Patriarch, Shan had become someone who wanted to sell their entire clan into slavery. Shan didn't care about the looks his clansmen were giving him. After talking with Zhao Hai, his mind has been opened up. Just like Zhao Hai said, there's no need to worry about how they saw him. As long as he was doing the right thing, all Shan had to do was do what he thought was correct. Shan and the others didn't stop and walked towards the Pegasus clan's grand hall. Upon arriving, they saw the Winged Pegasus Patriarch in the entrance preparing to meet the Barbarian Patriarch. No matter what, the barbarians were their close allies. The Winged Pegasus Patriarch had to give face. Upon seeing the Barbarian Patriarch, the Winged Pegasus Patriarch immediately gave his greeting. "Brother Jinsong, you actually have time to visit us? Please, come inside." The Winged Pegasus Patriarch didn't even spare Shan a glance. He just treated him as though he didn't exist. This attitude showed the Winged Pegasus Patriarch's current thought. Jinsong looked at the Winged Pegasus Patriarch and laughed. "Brother Yi-Fi is too polite. There's no need for you to meet us outside." Before long, the group arrived inside the assembly hall. Inside the hall were Winged Pegasus members who held certain status. They were already inside waiting to welcome Patriarch Jinsong. The banquet has been set up. Patriarch Yi-Fi even went on and personally served Jinsong. After the dishes had been set up, Winged Pegasus Yi-Fi took up his wine glass and said, "Brother Jinsong, your visit to the Winged Pegasus clan truly made me happy. Unfortunately, since we are currently busy, you caught us unprepared. Please forgive me." Jinsong smiled faintly as he also held his wine glass up and said, "I'm aware that the Winged Pegasus are in a special situation. Brother Yi-Fi's preparation actually exceeded my expectations. Brother Yi-Fi doesn't need to be polite." Patriarch Yi-Fi laughed and said, "Brother Jinsong's words truly make me glad. In any case, the Divine Supreme Elders look very mediocre. They wouldn't be able to pose a threat to the Winged Pegasus clan. There's no need for Brother Jinsong to worry." Jinsong smiled faintly. He stayed silent and only raised his glass before downing it together with Yi-Fi. Shan held a calm expression as well. He knew that Yi-Fi's words were directed at him, but he didn't care. Instead, he felt pity for Yi-Fi. He didn't know anything yet. He was acting as though he had everything in control. Yi-Fi gave Shan an emotionless gaze. He knew that he couldn't do anything to Shan at this time. However, he thought that Shan was here because he asked Jinsong a favor in order to let him back into the Winged Pegasus clan. The Winged Pegasus Patriarch plans to accept in order to show his magnanimity. After drinking his wine, Yi-Fi went straight to the point as he turned to Jinsong and said, "Brother Jinsong, Are you here just to share a drink with me? If Brother Jinsong needs anything, then please don't hold back." Barbarian Jinsong looked at Patriarch Yi-Fi and said, "Brother might not believe me, but I really did want to visit the winged Pegasus a long time ago. But since there were a lot of recent matters I need to take care of, I only had the chance today. However, there is indeed one thing I came here for. Brother Yi-Fi, I hope that you can agree to move the winged Pegasus to Mr. Zhao Hai's space." Upon hearing Jinsong say this, Yi-Fi couldn't help but get shocked. He didn't expect Jinsong to persuade them about this matter. This was completely in the opposite direction of what he thought. After he gawked for a moment, Yi-Fi's expression changed. "Brother Jinsong, are you cracking a joke? Why would I enter Mr. Zhao Hai's space? The Divine Supreme Elders have no means to deal with us right now. Why would I subject myself to being a slave?" Jinsong looked at Yi-Fi and said, "Brother Yi-Fi, can you really completely defend against the Supreme Elders? The Supreme Elders have yet to go all out. Once they do so, things won't be this easy anymore." Chapter 945, Selfishness That Leads to Insanity. Patriarch Yi-Fi looked at Jinsong and said, "Brother Jinsong, what are you saying? Are you looking down on my winged Pegasus clan?" Jinsong shook his head and said, "I'm not. The winged Pegasus and the barbarians have been allies for a long time, so I'm very clear about the strength of the winged Pegasus. However, there's something that Brother Yi-Fi doesn't know. Mr. Zhao Hai has already eliminated the Central Divines, Cancer Divines, Capricorn Divines, Sagittarius Divines, and the Taurus Divines. He is now planning to deal with the other continents. At the same time, the foreign races are also planning to deal with the Leo Divines. If the Supreme Elders come to know about this, they will certainly go all out in dealing with the winged Pegasus. Brother Yi-Fi, are you really confident in dealing with the Supreme Elders?" When he heard Jinsong, Yi-Fi's expression couldn't help but change. He didn't expect Zhao Hai would have the strength to deal with several continents. Patriarch Yi-Fi was clear about how the Divines would seek revenge upon this grievance. If they knew about this matter, they would definitely go mad. When the time comes, can the winged Pegasus really block their attack? Yi-Fi wasn't too confident about this. After all, the strength of the Supreme Elders were well known. Patriarch Jinsong looked at Yi-Fi and said, "Brother Yi-Fi, to tell you the truth, I wasn't able to come here earlier because I was busy moving my people to Mr. Zhao Hai's space. We've just finished moving recently. The environment inside the space is very good. We won't need to worry about fighting. We won't worry about eating and drinking as well. And if we want something, we can earn it with our own hands." "Shut up." Jinsong didn't even finish talking as he was interrupted by Yi-Fi. He looked at Jinsong and said, "The decisions of the barbarian clan is the barbarian clan's matter. The winged Pegasus will never enter Mr. Zhao Hai's space and become slaves. How strong could the Divines be? Up until now, they had yet to deal with us." Initially, Yi-Fi was expressionless as he listened to Jinsong's words, but suddenly a thought passed through his mind. If we enter Zhao Hai's space now, then wouldn't he look like a joke to Shan? It was because of this that he decided to interrupt Jinsong. Even after hearing Yi-Fi, Jinsong didn't give up. He sighed and said, "Brother Yi-Fi, let me tell you, in the past, Mr. Zhao Hai asked us to help him deal with the O'Neill family. Now, the O'Neill family has entered the Taurus continent. It's possible that they would discover our three planes soon. Brother Yi-Fi, do you really want to plunge the winged Pegasus war into endless fighting?" When he heard Jinsong, Yi-Fi's expression turned angrier. He looked at Jinsong and said, "Is Brother Jinsong serious? Didn't Mr. Zhao Hai say that he will block the O'Neill family by entering the spatial rift?" Upon hearing Yi-Fi, Shan's expression changed. Yi-Fi already didn't give Zhao Hai any face and doubted everything. But now, he decided to trust Zhao Hai about this matter. How thick can one's face be? Jinsong also despised Yi-Fi, but he didn't show it. He only replied, "Mr. wanted to compel the Supreme Elders to return, so he had to withdraw majority of his troops away from the spatial rift. Moreover, there are a lot more O'Neill family troops this time. They were able to easily rush through the defense." Yi-Fi looked at Jinsong and asked, "Brother Jinsong, this information, where did you get it from?" Jinsong replied, "It's from Mr. Zhao Hai." "What's wrong?" Yi-Fi laughed and said, Of course there's something wrong. That's a serious problem. Why would I believe the words that Mr. Zhao Hai spoke? He just said this to deceive us into moving towards his space. Jin Song stared. He never expected Yi Fai to say such words. At this point, why would Zhao Hai deceive them? What kind of person would actually think like this? Jin Song quickly replied, Brother Yi Fai, I'm afraid Mr. Zhao Hai would not use this to deceive us. If the O'Neill family really arrives, then what would you do? Yi Fai waved his hand and said, so what if the O'Neill family arrives? I don't believe that they are stronger than the 9 Supreme Elders. We managed to block the Supreme Elders, so why do we need to fear the O'Neill family? Brother Jin Song, when did your barbarian clan turned into cowards? You actually got scared by just a few words. You became slaves for another and you still wanted to persuade me. When Jin Song heard this, his expression couldn't help but change. This wasn't only an insult to him, it was also an insult to the entire barbarian clan. How could Jin Song just bear with it? Barbarian Jin Song's brows knitted as he stood up and looked at Yi Fai. Wing Pegasus Yi Fai, since we're disregarding face, do you really think that your Wing Pegasus clan could contend with the various groups of the divine race? Mr. Zhao Hai has already cleaned many divine race continents. For him to deal with you would be very easy. Why would he even try to deceive you? You shouldn't look too highly of yourself. When he heard Jin Song, Yi Fai couldn't help but sneer. What, you want to scare me? If Mr. Zhao Hai really wanted to destroy the Wing Pegasus clan, then let him come. Jin Song looked at the rotten Yi Fai. After a while, he calmed down and said, I don't think Mr. Zhao Hai has time to waste on you. Just wait until the O'Neill family and the underworld deals with you. We're leaving. Then he turned around and proceeded to leave. At this time, Yi Fai suddenly opened his mouth. Coward Jin Song, do you really think you can just leave like that? Jin Song turned back with a fierce look on his face. A killing aura began to well up from his body as he looked at Yi Fai and said, What, Yi Fai, you also want to capture me today? Yi Fai looked at Jin Song and sneered, I won't be stopping you from leaving, but Shan couldn't go with you. He is a winged Pegasus. Moreover, I've issued an arrest for him. He cannot leave. Jin Song looked at Yi Fai and sneered, Yi Fai, the reason for your order of arrest, you know what it is better than anyone. You also issued an arrest for Fer and Ding, so you also want them to stay? Yi Fai, it's not that this Jin Song is looking down on you, but if Shan and the others really did want to kill you, do you really think that you would still be alive today? As a fellow patriarch, I will take them with me and there's nothing you can do about it. Yi Fai looked at Jin Song and said, don't forget whose territory you're in. You actually dare to talk to me like this in my winged Pegasus clan? Do you really intend to leave? Jin Song laughed and said, we barbarians don't fear death. Dying in battle would be an honor to us. You want to use death to threaten me? You're dreaming. The guards were already putting on a show. Jin Song's guards wanted to open a way to outside, but the Wing Pegasus guards wouldn't allow them. It didn't take long before a conflict occurred. When the Wing Pegasus members in the Great Hall saw this situation, they couldn't help but stare. Their expressions were very complicated. If Jin Song suffers an accident here, then the barbarians surely wouldn't take it lightly. The Wing Pegasus couldn't risk having another enemy at this time. Also, at this time, the Wing Pegasus members in the hall discovered that Patriarch Yi Fai had turned mad. His arrogance has been turned to insanity. At this moment, a person suddenly appeared inside the hall. This person wore a black mage's robe. As soon as he appeared, the place immediately turned quiet. All eyes were concentrated on him. This person was Zhao Hai. When Zhao Hai appeared inside the hall, he looked at Patriarch Yi Fai as well as the Winged Pegasus members and said, I didn't think that even after being careful, people would still doubt this Zhao Hai. Ha ha ha. I want you to be my slaves? In my hands are a billion undead. Why would I want to enslave you? You Winged Pegasus really think highly upon yourselves. Good. Since you don't want to enter my space, then I won't persuade you any longer. If you don't enter, then you won't enter. I won't lose anything in any case. Yi Fai couldn't help but stare at Zhao Hai. He had met Zhao Hai one time before. This was when they were going to deal with the Taurus divines. At that time, the three patriarchs visited Zhao Hai. To be honest, his impression of Zhao Hai at that time wasn't so good. This was because Zhao Hai looked too ordinary. He had no traces of extraordinary features. This was where he started to look down on Zhao Hai. However, he didn't expect Zhao Hai to suddenly appear inside the hall. After he stared for a moment, Yi Fai's eyes shone. It was as if he had something on Zhao Hai. He looked at Zhao Hai and shouted, "Zhao Hai, are you really incapable of helping us, or are you just looking at the sidelines? Tell me the truth." Zhao Hai looked at Yi Fai and smiled. "Patriarch Yi Fai, you are truly smart. But unfortunately, you used your intelligence in the wrong place." "Correct. From the very beginning, I was capable of helping your clan, but I chose to stay and observe in the side." Upon hearing Zhao Hai say this, the mouths of Wing Pegasus members couldn't help but drop. The Wing Pegasus always thought that Zhao Hai had no time to save them. Now that Zhao Hai said this, it was equal to telling them that he was using the Supreme Elders to force them to enter his space. This caused the current atmosphere to change. Yi Fai proudly looked at Jin Song and the others, then he sneered, "Good. So you finally admit that you are only using the Supreme Elders to compel us to your space, right?" Zhao Hai nodded. "Correct. I intend to use the divine race in order to compel you to the space." Yi Fai laughed loudly and said, "Jin Song, Fear, Shan, can you see this?" This came from Zhao Hai's mouth. "The one you're trying to help." "Ha ha ha ha. This is too funny." Jin Song looked at Yi Fai and sneered. "Funny, we already knew about this matter. Mr. already has a lot to think about. Besides the Supreme Elders and the O'Neill family, there's also the underworld in the Ark Continent. The underworld's undead aren't any weaker compared to the divine race. With all of those enemies, do you really think that you can block them by yourself?" After speaking up to here, Jin Song turned to look at the other Wing Pegasus inside the hall and said, "In the past, when they dealt with the Taurus Divines together with Mr., we didn't even need to dispatch troops. We only did so since we don't want to one-sidedly accept Mr.'s kindness. We sent troops in order to gain an equal position as Mr. At that time, Mr. didn't say anything about it since he respected our decision. This caused our clans to suffer a huge loss. At that time, we blamed Mr. We thought that Mr. asked us for troops so that we would suffer losses. Tell me, did we really trust Mr.? What about later on? When we heard that the Divines are going to attack us, Mr. sent troops in order to act alongside us against the Taurus Divines. Mr. had always been helping us unconditionally. I just want to ask you, why was that?" After speaking up to here, Jin Song looked at them and said, "Why would Mr. save us now? We didn't trust Mr. In the face of such an ally. Would you come and save them?" The Wing Pegasus listened to Jin Song's words. They had to recognize Jin Song's words. They didn't trust Zhao Hai, so why would Zhao Hai save them? Jin Song looked at the crowd and continued, "Mr. has been silently helping us all this time. Because of the war against the Taurus Divines, we suffered huge damages to our strengths. Therefore, we were forced to return to our planes in order to recover. If not for Mr., we wouldn't have been able to recover for a long time. The Divine Race's army should have already attacked us. And now, we still suspect him. Now that is funny." Zhao Hai smiled faintly. Then he turned to Jin Song and said, "Patriarch Jin Song, there's no need to waste words. We're already aware that Patriarch Yi Fai isn't willing to move to the space. I just didn't expect the other Wing Pegasus members to be the same as him. They clearly knew what was going on, but they still don't know what to do. This Zhao Hai doesn't want to bother saving such a race. Let's just leave them on their own." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Shan immediately knelt down and said, "Mr. I ask you to please save my Wing Pegasus clan. Otherwise, we will surely perish." Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "In this case, what could I do? I'll be unfair to you, but there's nothing that I can do." Chapter 946. I will play with you next time. When Shan heard Zhao Hai, his expression couldn't help but turn gray in defeat. After some time, he suddenly clenched his teeth. His eyes turned fierce as he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Mr. I ask you to remove Wing Pegasus Yi Fai. This way, nobody would stop the clan from entering the space." Zhao Hai and everyone inside the hall stared. Nobody thought that Shan would actually request such a thing from Zhao Hai. This was equal to publicly declaring his rebellion. Everyone inside the hall stared at Shan, especially the members of the Wing Pegasus clan. These people were high-level members of the clan, and it can be said that they observed Shan grow up. They completely understood what kind of person Shan was. but they didn't expect Shan to actually say those words. In an instant, all sorts of gazes turned towards Shan's figure. Shan remained unmoving as he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, I'm not trying to rebel, but mister, think about it. If mister doesn't kill those who oppose the clan entering the space, then the winged Pegasus could only wait to be annihilated. In comparison, killing a few people could be considered nothing. I ask mister to please accept my request." Zhao Hai gawked. To be honest, he really didn't think much about it. To be honest, it was very easy to deal with Yi-Fi. However, if he killed Yi-Fi here, Jin Song and Fer might develop worries. This would be disadvantageous to Zhao Hai. Most importantly, if this matter gets passed on and the vassal races and foreign races, Zhao Hai would have problems later on. Actually, Zhao Hai had met a lot of vassal races during the times when he was dealing with the divines. The vassal races had been lukewarm to Zhao Hai. The foreign races also had their own thoughts regarding Zhao Hai. If his meddling in the Pegasus clan's matter was known by the vassal races, then these vassal races might cause troubles for Zhao Hai later. This was something that Zhao Hai didn't want to see. But now that it was Shan who asked him, Zhao Hai didn't immediately decline. With Shan's request, everything had changed. If Shan didn't ask Zhao Hai and just interfered with the winged Pegasus clan, then this would be akin to him wanting to usurp the winged Pegasus clan. Shan's request transformed the situation into Zhao Hai being asked for help. This narrative was completely different. Naturally, as for how other people saw it, Zhao Hai really didn't care. Maybe in the eyes of the others, Zhao Hai and Shan were doing a two-man play. Zhao Hai paused before turning his head to look at Jin Song. Although Jin Song was a straightforward barbarian, he was clear about what Zhao Hai thought about at this time. Jin Song said with a serious tone, "Mister, if you deal with Yi-Fi, you will save a lot of people." This Jin Song requests Mister to do it. When Yi-Fi saw this situation, he panicked as he screamed loudly, "Zhao Hai, if you dare make a move on me, the winged Pegasus clan will not let you go." Zhao Hai looked at Yi-Fi as though he was looking at a clown. Then he coldly said, "The winged Pegasus clan wouldn't let me off? Ha ha ha, do you think that I'm afraid of the winged Pegasus clan? If it wasn't for Shan, I wouldn't have considered your winged Pegasus clan. Haven't you heard of how many people I killed in the divine race territory?" When Zhao Hai said this, Yi-Fi couldn't help but be stunned. He knew that Zhao Hai wasn't lying. The moment Zhao Hai stepped into the divine realm, he had already started killing. The number of Zhao Hai's kills was much more than the entirety of the winged Pegasus clan. It was at this moment that Yi-Fi discovered that the things he has been clinging on were worthless in the face of absolute strength. Status and authority were mere sandcastles. Once a wave comes, they will quickly collapse. After thinking about this, winged Pegasus Yi-Fi suddenly knelt to Zhao Hai and said, "I ask Mister to spare my life. I agree to move my clan to the space." For Yi-Fi, this wasn't shameful. In order to survive, he didn't hesitate to do it. Zhao Hai looked at Yi-Fi and said, "If you think you can still save yourself, you're too late. To be honest, I'm tired of talking to you. You threaten me, and you think you can still go away? Stop dreaming." After that, Zhao Hai waved his hand. In the next moment, he was already holding Yi-Fi's head. Nobody even saw him move. Then Zhao Hai turned his head to the other winged Pegasus members and said, "Is there anybody else who wants to object?" The winged Pegasus clan members looked at the bloody head in Zhao Hai's hand. Nobody dared to speak. After seeing the head, nobody wanted to object. Zhao Hai looked at those present and said, "Since everyone agrees, then everything else is easier to do. Go and prepare. I will go and see the 9 supreme elders." After Zhao Hai went out, Ther and the others also left while Shan stayed. Now that the patriarch is dead, the person with the highest influence was Speaker Fang. But since Speaker Fang and Shan were in the same faction, everyone was looking at Shan. With Speaker Fang and Shan, and the fact that the Zhao Hai was still in the winged Pegasus plane, nobody dared to stop them. This allowed the migration to smoothly begin. At this time, Zhao Hai was already inside the Hell King's ship along with Ther, Ding, and Jin Song. They also found 2 winged Pegasus members to guide them towards the Supreme Elders. It was still daytime, the time where the Supreme Elders would make their move. At this point, The winged Pegasus had been very slippery. They didn't fight the Supreme Elders, but they swarmed them like flies. This caused the Supreme Elders to feel terrible. Gold Ben and the others were exploding with rage in these past few days. They knew that the more time they spent here, the more losses the divine race would have. However, they couldn't retreat now. If they retreat, then they would sooner or later be dealt with by the Daemon Zhao Hai. Because of this, even if they feared that the divines were already extinguished, they still need to persist. Without the means to cure the hatred in their heart, Gold Ben and the others vented on the winged Pegasus. This caused their attacks to be more fierce. However, with the arrangement of the winged Pegasus clan, their attacks were loud thunders but with small rain. 1. On this day, Gold Ben and 3 others were fighting with the winged Pegasus while Elder Star and the others were resting. Suddenly, Elder Star saw a small golden dot on the horizon. The dot got bigger and bigger until it became Zhao Hai's Hell King's ship. Upon seeing the enemy, one couldn't help but feel hatred. Elder Star's eyes were red after seeing Zhao Hai. However, he didn't immediately attack. He just looked at the ship with his red eyes as it approached. He looked like an injured beast waiting to take revenge. After staring at Zhao Hai for some time, Elder Star said, "Everyone, Zhao Hai has finally appeared. Get ready." Upon hearing this, Gold Ben and the 3 others stopped. They immediately noticed Zhao Hai's ship. This caused them to be happy before they moved and went into their positions with the 7-star Heavenlock discs in their hands. Elder Star didn't participate in this formation as he held his star disc, preparing to attack Zhao Hai. Before long, Zhao Hai appeared in front of Elder Star and the others. Zhao Hai decreased the ship's altitude as he looked at Elder Star and said, "Elder Star, we meet again. I didn't expect that you would use this method. It's not easy to compel me to show up. However, you really are heartless. You chose to sacrifice your people just to deal with me." Elder Star icily looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, you finally appeared. We didn't think that you would have such a ruthless heart. You actually allowed the Thunder Clan to be extinguished." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Elder Star, do you seriously think that you've eliminated the Thunder Clan? I'm only here today to tell you that of the 10 divine continents, only the Leo, Gemini, and Aquarius continents are left. The Gemini and Aquarius continents are currently being attacked by me while the Leo continent is assaulted by the foreign races. I came here to give you the last chance to save your divine race. Let me tell you, even if you eliminate the Winged Pegasus clan today, I still wouldn't stop. Do you really believe that the Winged Pegasus are important to me?" Elder Star looked at Zhao Hai and smiled coldly. "Zhao Hai, do you think that you can escape today? Arrange the formation." Just as Elder Star's voice fell, Gold Ben and the others immediately moved and started the 7-star Heavenlock formation. As the 7-star Heavenlock formation was being established, Elder Star also used his star disc. Upon seeing this situation, Zhao Hai couldn't help but faintly smile. He didn't move and just allowed Elder Star and the others to finish their action. Before long, Gold Ben and the others launched their discs before returning to Elder Star's side. The 7-star Heavenlock formation suspended in the air as it sent 7 colored lights from time to time. When they arrived by Elder Star's side, Gold Ben and the others immediately equipped their combat suits as they prepared to combat Zhao Hai using Elder Star's ultimate weapon. Zhao Hai looked at the situation before he suddenly laughed. Then he maneuvered the Hell King's ship towards the 7-star Heavenlock before he waved his hand and taking the discs. After the discs were taken to the space, Zhao Hai turned to Elder Star's group and said, "Everyone, I'll be taking the 7-star Heavenlock today. I will play with you next time. Ha 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 ha. Everyone, farewell." After that, the Hell King's ship vanished from sight. 1. Strong but with little effect. Chapter 947, Protecting the Last Bloodline. Elder Star stared at the place where Zhao Hai disappeared. It took him quite a while to recover. Then suddenly, he vomited blood. He was completely mad at Zhao Hai. Gold Ben and the others also had the look of defeat on their faces. They knew that they truly lost this time. They had no way to deal with Zhao Hai. After Gold Ben saw Elder Star shake and collapse, he immediately went forward to offer support. He wasn't mad at Zhao Hai at this time. It can be said that he couldn't afford to be angry at Zhao Hai. When one meets a well-matched rival, one would get angry whenever one couldn't defeat him and lose. However, When one meets an enemy that couldn't be defeated, one wouldn't have the means to be angry. Perhaps the words that could describe Goldben's emotion right now was accepting fate. Goldben had accepted his defeat. After some time, Elder Star took a deep breath before looking at Goldben and the others and said, "We're finished. We miscalculated. We didn't expect Zhao Hai to be this strong. The divine race has been destroyed by his hands." Jiu's eyes were scarlet red as he said, "No, we must deal with him. We need to kill him." Elder Star, we can use blood sacrifice in order to have the deity deal with Zhao Hai. Elder Star smiled bitterly and said, "Jiu, haven't you understood Zhao Hai? If the deity could deal with him, then he would have made a move already. He wouldn't have allowed Zhao Hai to destroy the divine race. Don't forget, he needs us in order to collect faith power. Also, where did you think Zhao Hai get his Hell King's ship? He took it from the deity." Jiu couldn't accept it as he said, "Then what do we do now? Do we just wait?" Elder Star shook his head and said, "It would be too late for us to provide help, but we could still protect our last bloodline." Goldben and the others stared. They looked confused at Elder Star. They didn't know what Elder Star meant. It was already too late for them to provide help, yet they would protect their bloodline. Elder Star looked at the group and said, "Haven't you heard Zhao Hai?" Although his words said that he had destroyed the divine race, he revealed that he was still dealing with the Gemini and Aquarius continents. Although these clans couldn't stop Zhao Hai, they could at least delay him for several days. Otherwise, Zhao Hai wouldn't have came to pester us here. He also revealed another matter. He said that the foreign races are now dealing with the Leo divines. As soon as they heard Elder Star, Goldben and the others quickly nodded. They understood what Elder Star wanted to say. They had fought against the foreign races for many years, so they knew how strong the foreign races were. It would be impossible for the foreign races to smoothly take the Leo continent. Moreover, the Leo divines had been holding their anger down all this time. Now that the foreign races came, they would be the target for this hatred. The foreign races wouldn't be able to succeed in a short time. The Gemini and Aquarius continents were too far for them to rescue. Moreover, they had no way to deal with Zhao Hai. On the other hand, there were a lot of ways to deal with the foreign races. Goldben and the others were watching Elder Star. They were waiting for what he would say next. Elder Star continued, "There's no point in dealing with the Winged Pegasus clan anymore. We'll set out immediately and deal with the foreign races. As long as we attack the foreign races, their army would come back. And when they do so, we will return to the Leo continent." Whether it was Zhao Hai or the foreign races, they would still have a hard time dealing with all 9 of us. As long as we block their attacks, the Leo continent would be saved, saving the last blood of the divine race. Goldben and the others nodded. However, Goldben had some doubts. What do we do if the foreign races don't return? Elder Star shook his head and said, "No, the foreign races aren't Zhao Hai." As Zhao Hai said, he had no close relationship with the Winged Pegasus clan. Therefore, even if we deal with the Winged Pegasus just like the Thunder clan, Zhao Hai might not return. On the other hand, the foreign races are different. Their roots lie in their continents. If we attack them, then they would definitely return. Goldben and the others nodded. They agreed with Elder Star's words. After seeing the group agree, Elder Star nodded and said, "Since everyone agrees, then let's not waste time. Let's go." Jiu looked towards the Winged Pegasus clan and said with indignation, "Do we let them off just like that?" Elder Star replied, "We will find opportunities to deal with them in the future. In any case, they won't be able to run away. Let's go." Jiu looked at the Winged Pegasus once more before he turned around and followed Elder Star. After seeing Elder Star and the others leave, Zhao Hai relaxed. If Elder Star and the others didn't leave, then he might make some moves. It wouldn't be good for Zhao Hai to fight right now, or else he would ascend. The reason why Zhao Hai told Elder Star too much was because he wanted this result. He wanted the Supreme Elders to shift their hatred towards the foreign races. Now, it seems that he had succeeded. Zhao Hai was sitting in his room as he was looking at Elder Star and the others. Because of this, Jinsong and the others were still unaware of what happened. Jinsong and the others were still inside the Hell King's ship. They were anxious, afraid that they would encounter the anger of the Supreme Elders. At this time, Zhao Hai exited from his room. Then he turned to Jinsong and the others and smiled. "It's fine. There's no need to be worried. The 9 Supreme Elders are leaving the Winged Pegasus plane." Jinsong and the others stared. Naturally they didn't know that Zhao Hai was able to see Elder Star and the others. Because of this, they didn't believe Zhao Hai immediately. On the other hand, Thor didn't doubt Zhao Hai. He had the longest contact with Zhao Hai, so he was aware of all the magical things that Zhao Hai could do. Thor laughed before he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Mr. is truly fierce." In just a few words, you managed to shift their target to the foreign races. Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "It wasn't that easy. If I told them yesterday, then they might not have retreated. It was only today that the foreign races arrived at the Leo continent. If I told the Supreme Elders before that, then they might have stayed here." Thor nodded. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and asked, "Mister, are you telling the truth that the only divines left in the divine realm are the Leo, Gemini, and Aquarius divines?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "It's true. I already told you when you entered the space. I have many means, but the divines aren't the ones that worry me. There's the O'Neill family as well as the underworld. When the Supreme Elders decided to deal with you, I'm already prepared to send you to the space. Even if not everyone entered the space, I could still send people to constrain the Supreme Elders while you enter. I will also be dealing with the divines in the meantime. When the time comes, I will release information so that the foreign races wouldn't be able to sit by and do nothing. They will certainly dispatch their troops, providing a new target for the Supreme Elders' hatred. You will be safe during that period of time. You won't be having too much losses." Unfortunately, matters turned into this messy situation. Thor had the look of shame on his face. He bowed and said, "I've been unfair to Mr. I have disappointed you." Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "This isn't your mistake. You already tried your best. In any case, things had already happened. There's no need to think too much about it. Just go and help Shan out." The group nodded before Zhao Hai led the Hell King's ship towards the Winged Pegasus Palace. Shan was also inside the palace. Upon seeing Zhao Hai and the other come back, the expressions on the Winged Pegasus members' face changed. They didn't know what Zhao Hai came for this time. Zhao Hai looked at Shan and smiled. "The Supreme Elders have retreated. You can now prepare in peace. I will be heading back. I still have a lot of matters to attend to." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, the Winged Pegasus members relaxed. However, there were some members who had the look of indignation on their faces. They thought that Zhao Hai went too far. He obviously came intentionally late. This caused the Winged Pegasus to suffer huge loss. Moreover, he even forced them to enter the space. Zhao Hai didn't care about the expressions of these people. He turned his head to Shan and said, "Shan, I will leave things here to you. If something came up, then just contact me. I will come and help you." After saying this, Zhao Hai scanned the Winged Pegasus members. These people couldn't help but lower their heads. These people were clearly aware. Although Yi-Fi wasn't the clan's strongest expert, as a patriarch, he wasn't weak. He had achieved god-rank strength. However, such strength couldn't even block Zhao Hai's move. He couldn't even make any move to resist as he was instantly killed. Zhao Hai's strength made the Winged Pegasus members startled. They became afraid. Shan understood what Zhao Hai said. He didn't say anything else as he nodded and said, "Yes, mister. I will move the clan to the space as soon as possible." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he turned to look at Jinsun and Speaker Fang. Then he bowed to them and said, "I will have to ask your help in order to settle the Winged Pegasus clan. You need to move the clan in the fastest way possible. I'm afraid I won't have time to manage things here. The Supreme Elders are now heading towards the foreign races. I need to quickly take care of the Gemini and Aquarius divines in order to face the Supreme Elders. I hope I would have enough time to work with the foreign Supreme Elders. Otherwise, things would be troublesome." Jinsong and Fang immediately returned the bow and said, "Mister, you can rest assured." Zhao Hai nodded. Then his figure flashed as he disappeared from the Winged Pegasus clan's palace. Chapter 948, Different Ways of Ascending. Zhao Hai returned to his room. Laura and the others were looking at him with smiles. Although they were fighting with the Gemini and Aquarius divines, the situation was already under Lizzie and Megan's control. Because of this, they were able to relax. When Laura saw Zhao Hai, she immediately said, "Brother Hai, very well done. I didn't expect that this matter would be solved this quickly. I must admit, Shan is very good." In the critical moment, he was able to make a firm decision. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "That fellow is indeed very good. All right, There's no need to manage them. We need to focus on our next step. First we need to deal with the Gemini and Aquarius divines. Also, make sure to get the Aquarius continent's potion formulas. They might prove useful someday. Lizzie nodded. Then Zhao Hai continued. Second is to lead the O'Neill family to the winged Pegasus. I expect the migration to not be smooth. We'll need to use the O'Neill family to whip them. Laura and the others stared. Laura looked confused at Zhao Hai and said, Brother Hai, are you sure? Will they still dare? Didn't the winged Pegasus agree? Zhao Hai sneered and said, Agree? It was because they were afraid. Most of the winged Pegasus members are still reluctant to relocate. Do you really think that Jinsong would be able to convince them? To the winged Pegasus, Jinsong is an outsider. He wouldn't be able to control them. At the same time, Shan is too inexperienced. If the winged Pegasus decided to drag on, then that wouldn't be good. Me being able to force the Supreme Elders back only added to the winged Pegasus clan's dissatisfaction. They think that I always had the ability to save them, but I just decided not to. They certainly hate me more now. If you don't whip those kinds people, then they will not believe you. Lizzie and Megan nodded. Commanding troops were their job, so luring the O'Neill family would also be left to them. Zhao Hai continued. Third, we need to support the foreign races. The Supreme Elders wouldn't be polite to the foreign races. We will use this opportunity to get the divine races combat suits. As for the foreign Supreme Elders, we will need to find a way to get theirs. The group nodded. But as for the third one, Lizzie and Megan didn't have anything to do about it. They were tasked to direct the army. As for the Supreme Elders, that was for Zhao Hai. At this time, Laura opened her mouth and said, Brother Hai, since we have time, why don't we combine the 7-star Heaven Lock and the Hell King's ship? This way, the ship would be stronger. Then we would be more relaxed when dealing with Elder Star. Zhao Hai nodded. Right, I forgot. But let's place the 7-star Heaven Lock in the space first. Let's see if a prompt would appear. Then Zhao Hai waved his hand, taking the 7-star Heaven Lock from the warehouse to the space. But much to Zhao Hai's surprise, there was no prompt. This caused him to feel awkward. After that, Zhao Hai decided to run the formation through the universal scanner. When the entire procedure was finished, the scanner issued a sound. 7-star Heaven Lock discs detected. Asking for permission to proceed. We'll need 100,000 gold coins to continue the analysis. Zhao Hai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Then he turned to Laura and said, You always said that I would die for money. Look, it seems like I really would. Laura and the others laughed. Then Zhao Hai said, Immediately start analyzing. 100,000 gold coins immediately vanished from Zhao Hai's stockpile. Before long, the scanner spewed out some words. Analysis completed. 7-star Heaven Lock discs detected. Item is unique to the cultivation realms. Grade, low. Materials used are gold essence, silver essence, soul stone. Proportions are 1:3 to 0.5. Forging method used is a common method of the cultivation world, which contains 49 sets of arrays. Arrays used respectively are magnifying array, reduction array. Asking the host for permission to extract the 7-star Heaven Lock's abilities. Minerals required are present inside the space, but are not enough. If host want to proceed, 10 million gold coins are required. If host wants to extract the formation, 1 million gold coins are required. Zhao Hai smiled bitterly, then he turned to Laura and the others. The women understood Zhao Hai's gaze. The space was asking for money once more. After seeing Zhao Hai's bitter smile, they couldn't help but laugh again. Fortunately, there were a lot of saved money inside the space. In addition to the mines in the demon realm, Ruian was also doing great business in the Ark space. Because of this, the space wasn't short on money. Zhao Hai sighed and said, Proceed. After issuing this order, 11 million gold was immediately deducted. Zhao Hai sighed, then with an intention, he sent the Hell King's ship into the space. As the ship entered the space, a prompt was immediately heard. 7-star Heaven Lock discs may merge with the Hell King's ship to increase the ship's strength. The Hell King's ship will acquire the ability to trap enemies. Asking host for permission to proceed. Zhao Hai stared for a moment. He thought that this action would cost money once more. However, it seems like the space was doing this for free. Zhao Hai quickly felt happy as he quickly said, Begin merging. After issuing this order, The 7-star heaven-lock discs immediately flew towards the Hell King's ship. In a flash, the discs and the ship met each other. The integration caused a bright light to emerge. When the light vanished, Zhao Hai observed the Hell King's ship. On each side of the ship, 4 discs could be seen. These 8 discs looked like wheels. Naturally, these discs were the 7-star heaven-lock discs. As the 8 discs stood on each side of the Hell King's ship, they kept on spinning. This caused the ship to have the feeling of being fast. It looked like it was there for a moment, then at another place in the next. An outsider wouldn't be able to determine its specific position. Zhao Hai knew that this was due to the formation. With the addition of the formation discs, the Hell King's ship looked even more mystical. Zhao Hai made an intention in his mind, making the Hell King's ship approach. However, they didn't embark. They just stood outside and looked at the ship. In the past, the Hell King's ship would give one the feeling of brilliance. But now, the ship had a ethereal aura. It fluttered in place as though it was a mirage. Laura's eyes shone as she said, "Very good. It looks very nice." Zhao Hai smiled faintly. At this time, the ship had already arrived in front of them. Laura and the others stood on the ship and looked around. However, they were left disappointed. There were no changes inside the ship. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "All right, don't worry about it. Let's go. We still need to carry out our plans." Lizzie, Megan, I will leave the Gemini and Aquarius divines to you. Deal with them as soon as possible. Don't forget about the potion formulas. The two nodded before they turned around and left the room. After that, Zhao Hai turned to Laura and said, "We need to update Binia and the others about the situation. They had been crazily cultivating these past few days." Laura smiled and said, "Right, if you didn't say that, I would have forgotten about them. They didn't come out when the Hell King's ship was being modified. Will they have any problems?" Zhao Hai replied, "It's fine. Rest assured. They wouldn't be able to hear any noises from outside, just like how they didn't hear what we said to Fer and the others." Laura nodded and said, "Right, we can't let them know that. From what I can see, even if they are getting more and more loyal towards you, they are still very concerned about their families. If we let them know about our plan, then they might inform their clans and think that we are planning on doing bad things to them." Zhao Hai sighed, "I feel like I have no choice. The Divine Realm's 13 ultimate weapons would be a very big help to us if we gather them all." Laura nodded, then she went on to comfort Zhao Hai, "Brother Hai, don't think too much about it. After we ascend, there would be a lot of enemies going after us. If we suffer any accidents, then everyone inside the space would be gone." Zhao Hai sighed and said, "Right, we cannot control the incoming danger. We just need to be extremely careful." Laura nodded, "Brother Hai, if you can choose where to ascend, would you pick the Atlanta Plain or the underworld?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "If I could choose, then I would head to the Atlanta Plain. The underworld is full of undead. Even if I ascend there, we wouldn't be able to live well." Laura agreed. "Then we need to know more about the O'Neill family." "Right, Brother Hai, how about we ask the O'Neill family undead about any legends of ascension that they have?" Zhao Hai stared, then he nodded and said, "Right, I forgot about this. Let's go ask them right now." Then he waved his hand as 3 undead magic armor pilots appeared in front of him. The 3 undead quickly bowed and said, "We have seen the young master." Zhao Hai had met them before when he asked about the magic armors, so after Zhao Hai nodded, he immediately went straight to the point. "Have you heard any tales of ascension from the Atlanta Plain?" The 3 undead nodded. Zhao Hai's mind shook as he pointed to an undead and said, What tales have you heard?" The selected undead stepped forward and said, "Young master, in the Atlanta Plain, tales of ascension are divided into 3 types. Each of the 3 continents have their own tales. In the warrior continent, I heard that after one practiced to a certain degree, then they would be able to use their battle chi to cut the firmament open before ascending. In the mage continent, the situation is similar. As long as a mage practices to a degree, they can rend the firmament in order to ascend. However, our magic armor continent is somewhat special. We practice spiritual force and our method of ascending is different. If someone from the magic armor continent wants to ascend, then we would have to rely on our magic armors. In the magic armor continent, The clans keep a special type of magic armor. These magic armors are called Ascension magic armors. These magic armors aren't the same as conventional magic armors. Their attacking strength is more powerful but are more difficult to operate. Whenever someone thinks that they could operate the magic armor, then they would have to apply to the families and be tested. Only those who passed the tests would be qualified to use those magic armors. Once they manage to successfully use the magic armor, then they can assault the heavens in order to ascend. I heard that even if one ascends, the ascension magic armor would remain. Zhao Hai nodded. Then he turned to the other two and said, "Do you have anything to add?" The other two shook their head. Then Zhao Hai waved his hand, putting those undead away. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, "It looks like we need to go to the Atlanta Plain. As for ascending, I'm afraid we would need to head to the mage or warrior continents." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That wouldn't be easy. It seems like ascending would not be so simple. If we have time, we'll have to go to the Atlanta Plain to take a look." Laura nodded. Then suddenly she said, "Brother Hai, you could also head to the Magic Armor continent and find a way to get your hands on these Ascension magic armors. See if you can operate them. If you can, then you can just use them to ascend. What do you think?" When he heard this, Zhao Hai's eyes shone. "That's good as well." "Good. Then after we settle things here, we'll go to the Magic Armor continent and see if we can steal an Ascension magic armor for ourselves." Chapter 949. Letting me do free work. Axe quietly sat on top of the war tank as he stared at the vast expanse of land outside their base. He could see that the land was very fertile and its air was much better compared to the Ark continent. But aside of being happy, Axe was also annoyed. They didn't encounter any attacks in the defensive line, but when they sent their scouts for reconnaissance, they began to be assaulted, and all of the enemies were undead. However, the situation made Axe more annoyed than worried. There weren't a lot of undead, but they were very fast. Their coordination was very good as well. One would be easily entangled once one fought them. Although they weren't a threat to Axe, they made it very difficult for the scouts to do their job. After failing several times, Axe lost his patience. He dropped the scouting plan and instead focused on the base's construction. It's also strange that while they were building their base, the undead didn't came to attack them. This caused Axe to be confused. He already told his father about this matter. Axe was also informed by his father about the appearance of strong undead in the Ark continent's dark mist. Because of this, the family has decided to shift their center of development. Moreover, in the near future, his father would bring important people of the family to this place. After hearing about this, Axe became both worried and happy. He was worried about the dark mist but happy because the family has decided to shift their attention to this place. This was equal to Axe having set up a great contribution. This was something good for him. While Axe was thinking about these matters, someone suddenly arrived. Axe turned his head and saw that it was George. After accepting the other party's salute, Axe looked at George and said, "George, why did you come?" Axe's war tank was now stopped right outside the base. He came out in order to relax. Because of this, he was surprised to see George appearing here. He already told his people to leave him be unless an important matter had come. George bowed to Axe and said, "Young lord, the clan's elders have arrived." This time, they presented the patriarch's mark to inspect. After their inspection, it's possible that the patriarch would come here. Upon hearing this, Axe gave a nod and said, "All right. Let's go back." Then he proceeded to command the war tank and return to the base. Actually, this investigation was just a casual stroll in the surroundings. The O'Neill family's elders were already clear about their current state. The north wasn't getting any quieter and the family had no way to deal with it. Because of this, it was inevitable for the family to move southward. Additionally, the environment here was really good. Although there had been some traces of war here, it had already happened months ago. With time being the only factor left, the grass grew back, causing the natural appearance of the place to be appealing. The elders didn't dally for too long. They immediately wanted to tell the patriarch about the situation. After they left, Axe quickly ordered for the expansion of the base. Just as Axe was busily expanding the base, the underworld was also beginning to make their move. The expansion of the dark mist went faster and more undead began to venture out at night. The scope of their operations were also becoming bigger and bigger. In the face of this, The O'Neill family could only draw back. Their relocation was already imminent. The O'Neill patriarch immediately issued the order to move. It's fortunate that the Ark continent wasn't their land. Because of this, they managed to pack up their things quickly. However, the relay stations were kept in place. The O'Neill family's patriarch still wanted to use them to monitor the dark mists situation. While the O'Neill family was preparing to move, Zhao Hai's battle against the Gemini and Aquarius divines was nearing its end. In fact, the Aquarius continent was already done. The potions of the Aquarius divines were indeed very good, but they had little to no use against the undead. Because of this, their defeat came faster. The only remaining target right now were the Gemini divines. On the other hand, the Leo divines and the foreign races were still fighting. The tenacity of the foreign races was quite strong, but the Leo divines were able to block their attack, dragging the foreign races into a long-term battle. The foreign races wanted to take advantage of the situation while Zhao Hai was attacking the divine race. They dispatched their troops in order to gain profits. However, they didn't think that they would be met with the Leo divines, halting their advance through the divine race territory. With the Leo divines blocking their attack, the foreign races weren't having an easy time. The foreign race territories weren't close to the Leo continent. Because of this, their supplies only depended on their rear ships. With this, their supply line would inevitably suffer some issues. As time passes, the price that they would pay could only rise. The foreign races didn't have any good means to solve this situation. If they don't succeed in this war, then they would have wasted their earlier investments. Giving up at this point would cause them huge losses, but if they continue, they still wouldn't be able to take the Leo continent in a short time. Actually, from the very beginning of the battle, the foreign races felt that something was wrong. The Leo divines seemed to be prepared for war. This caused the foreign races to suffer huge loss. They were placed in a disadvantageous position. Zhao Hai was paying attention to this matter. He was also aware that the Supreme Elders were heading towards the foreign race territories. He wanted to see the reaction of the foreign races when they hear this news. Just as Zhao Hai was being busy with these things, the O'Neill family officially began their relocation. The entire O'Neill family took their troops and began to gather in the Taurus continent. Naturally, Zhao Hai knew about this. However, he didn't make a move. He was just waiting for them to finish making their base. When that time comes, they definitely won't just stay still. Once they begin to expand outward, he would lead them to the Winged Pegasus clan. The Winged Pegasus clan's migration wasn't going very smoothly. The Winged Pegasus were angry at Zhao Hai because of what happened. Although they agreed to move under his threat, the speed of relocation was going at a snail's pace. Shan was aware of this development, but he didn't want to trouble Zhao Hai. He already asked Zhao Hai for help once. If he couldn't manage things this time, then he really wouldn't have any face left to meet Zhao Hai. Even if Zhao Hai knew about the situation of the Winged Pegasus clan, he still didn't go and deal with them. He knew that the more he interfered, the more the Winged Pegasus would resent him, and Zhao Hai didn't want this to happen. After 3 days, the Gemini divines were finally dealt with, making Zhao Hai feel at ease. He was now waiting for the news regarding the 9 Supreme Elders beginning their attack on the foreign races. Zhao Hai believed that when the 9 Supreme Elders attacked, the foreign races would surely inform Binya and the others. At that time, he would know. The 9 Supreme Elders didn't let Zhao Hai wait for long. 2 days after Zhao Hai had dealt with the Gemini continent, Binya suddenly went to see Zhao Hai. After allowing Binya into his room, Binya immediately said, "Mister, please help the foreign races." When he saw Binya's appearance, Zhao Hai knew what Binya was going to say. He smiled faintly and said, "Binya, what's wrong? Say it slowly. There's no need to be anxious." Binya stabilized his mood before he said, "Mister, we don't know why, but the Divine Supreme Elders suddenly attacked the foreign race territory. Our 3 Supreme Elders are currently resisting them. I ask Mister to help us out." Zhao Hai nodded. "All right, I will depart immediately." Binya happily nodded before he turned around and left. After Binya left, Lizzie immediately opened the monitor to show the situation with the Leo continent. They wanted to see the response of the foreign race army. Zhao Hai looked at the monitor and said, "Did the foreign race army not receive any news? Why aren't they preparing to head back to help?" Lizzie shook her head and said, "They should have. A messenger fish is certainly present in the army, They can't just keep their soldiers in the dark. I think they had already received the news, but they don't plan to retreat. And this time, Binya asked us for help. I reckon they plan to have us cooperate with the 3 foreign race Supreme Elders in order to constrain the 9 Supreme Elders. Meanwhile, they will use this opportunity to sweep the Leo continent. Zhao Hai thought about it for a moment before he laughed and said, "So the foreign races wanted me to do free labor. Ha ha ha. Interesting. I figured they'd do that." Lizzie looked at Zhao Hai and asked, "Big brother Hai, what do you plan to do now? Should we help them?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "We'll help. Why wouldn't we? Not only would we help, we'll see it to the very end. Since they wanted you to cooperate with the foreign Supreme Elders, then we'll cooperate in order to deal with the 9 Supreme Elders. However, don't forget that our goal are the combat suits. Other matters aren't important." Lizzie nodded and said, "All right, I understand. But Big Brother Hai, do we just let the foreign races gain such a huge benefit?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "We do not have something we need in the Leo continent. If they want it, then we'll just hand it over. This would also have them owe us a favor. In this case, if we were to borrow their ultimate weapons, they surely would have a hard time rejecting." Chapter 950, 2 Matters, 1 Problem. When they heard Zhao Hai, Lizzie and the others stared. Then they quickly understood what Zhao Hai meant. The foreign race were really quite sly this time. They actually wanted to use Zhao Hai as free labor. However, Zhao Hai plans to use this opportunity to have the foreign races owe him a favor. Otherwise, the foreign races wouldn't comply if he ever wanted to borrow their combat suits one day. If it was someone else, then even if they managed to borrow the combat suits, they still wouldn't be able to gain something from it. However, Zhao Hai was different since he has the space. As long as he managed to borrow the combat suits and sends them to the space, he could immediately produce seeds. When those seeds are made, he can then return the combat suits to the foreign races. In this case, the foreign races could only benefit from the situation. After thinking about this, Lizzie and the others smiled. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, do we head to the foreign race territory now?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Rest assured, we will head to the foreign race territory. You go and rest. I'll be heading out. Binya and the others should still be outside their rooms." After he said this, Zhao Hai walked out of his room. Indeed, Binya and the others were outside and had yet to return to their room. At this time, Binya and the others were extremely worried. They didn't expect the 9 Supreme Elders to attack the foreign race territory. For them, this was terrible news. Binya and the others had experienced the strength of the 9 Supreme Elders. Even Zhao Hai wouldn't dare to meet them head-on, not to say about other people. Although the foreign races also had 3 Supreme Elders, and their ultimate weapons were the same as the divine race, they were still at a numerical disadvantage. Moreover, Binya and the others knew that overwhelming the 9 Supreme Elders with numbers was impossible. Only people with the same caliber could match them. Therefore, they were anxious. One shouldn't underestimate the 9 Supreme Elders. Their collective strength was enough to make the foreign races shudder. After looking at their expressions, Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Why don't you enter your rooms and rest?" "Rest assured, I will provide help. Since I haven't been to the foreign race territory, I can't use my space transmission. We can only head there slowly using the ship." Although Zhao Hai mentioned that they were going slowly, their actual speed was actually very fast. After being upgraded by the 7-star Heaven Lock discs, the ship's speed was greatly improved. However, Binya and the others weren't able to truly notice this point. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, the 3 quickly turned their heads. They immediately gave Zhao Hai a bow and said, "Mr." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he smiled and said, "It'll be fine, don't worry about it too much. The troops sent by your clans to attack the Leo continent haven't retreated. It seems like the 9 Supreme Elders aren't going all out, so there's no need for you to be anxious about it." When Binya heard this, his eyes couldn't help but reveal a trace of shock. He didn't know if Zhao Hai's words were intentional or not. In fact, Binya and the others already knew about their clan's plan. They weren't excluded from knowing the facts. Although they thought that using Zhao Hai wasn't good, they continued to keep quiet for the benefit of their clan. However, they didn't expect Zhao Hai to be this frank about the topic. Binya looked at Zhao Hai with some anxiety. Zhao Hai's smile was the same as before. Binya didn't know if it was an illusion or not. but he felt that Zhao Hai's eyes seemed to flash for a bit. Binya could feel a cold sweat coming out, but he still bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Yes, Mr. should also know that using ordinary troops against the Supreme Elders would be useless. There's no point in them heading back." Zhao Hai smiled faintly at Binya and said, "Really? I haven't thought about this point." "Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. According to our present speed, how long do we need to travel in order to reach the foreign race territory?" Binya thought for a moment and answered, "By our current speed, we should arrive at the foreign race territory in 3 days." Zhao Hai nodded. "Go and send word to your clans. Tell them to drag the 9 Supreme Elders as long as possible. The sudden attack of the Supreme Elders is certainly because of the attack made by the foreign races. They want you to retreat, so they went to the foreign race territory. If they see that your army didn't retreat, then they might go to the Leo continent, or else they risk being exterminated." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Binya immediately knew that Zhao Hai was aware of their plan. He even guessed the plan of the 9 Supreme Elders. Binya couldn't help but be ashamed as he answered, "Yes, mister, I will send word immediately." After that, Binya and the others returned to their room. Zhao Hai looked at the 3 and faintly smiled. He said so much because he wanted to send a strike at Binya. At the same time, he wanted to borrow Binya's mouth to tell the foreign races that he was aware of their plan. Zhao Hai wasn't the type to grab merit, but there were some times where it was necessary. If he didn't let the other side know that he was aware of the tricks they were pulling, then they would only treat him as a fool. But if you make them aware that you knew about their plan, then they would need to feel grateful to you. This was Zhao Hai's intent. When Binya returned to his room, he immediately took his messenger fish out and said, "Patriarch, Patriarch, are you there?" A low and deep voice was heard. "Binya, how was it? Did Zhao Hai agree?" Binya's heart couldn't help but skip a beat. There were no means of respect from the Patriarch's words. This caused Binya to feel uncomfortable. However, Binya still replied, "Patriarch, Mr. Zhao Hai seems to be aware of our plan. He just told me that our troops in the Leo continent aren't planning to withdraw. I think he's implying something. However, he still decided to help us and is currently rushing towards the territory. He told me that the 9 Supreme Elders were attacking us because they want our army to withdraw, and if we don't retreat, they would head back or else risk losing everything." However, Binya didn't expect the Patriarch to just snort and said, "I don't need you to teach me how this works. Tell Mr. Zhao Hai to rest assured. We will hold the Supreme Elders here." Binya's expression sank. However, he still nodded and said, "Yes, Patriarch, I will relay your words." After that, Binya placed his messenger fish down. Binya's conversation with the Patriarch was also heard by Ryder and Yida. Their expressions weren't attractive. The Patriarch was very impolite. This impoliteness made them feel disgraced. The 3 were with Zhao Hai for a long time, but they also gave huge contributions to their clans. The 3 always thought that they were regarded as great characters, but now, it seems like they were treated as nothing. This made the 3 feel indignant. Zhao Hai was very strong, but even he was very polite to them. He was very kind. Zhao Hai never treated them as though they were his subordinates. Zhao Hai even treasured his undead. Compared to Zhao Hai, their Patriarch's response was truly poor. After some time, Binya turned to Ryder and Yida. He sighed and then said, "The Patriarch is really too tall to see the picture. He really thinks that he can plot against Mr. From what I can see, Mr. already knew about their plan." Ryder forced a smile and said, "If Mr. isn't someone who can do those calculations casually, then he wouldn't have lived up to this day. I just hope that the clan wouldn't do anything excessive. Otherwise, the foreign races might follow the steps of the divine race." Binya sighed and said, "Alright, let's not talk about this. In any case, Mr. already knows what we are doing, and we don't have a control of the direction we're heading at." Ryder forced a smile and said, "We want to take control, but unfortunately we can't. Forget it. We'll just let it be." After not saying anything for a while, Yeda suddenly said, "If Mr. becomes hostile against the foreign races one day, which side will the both of you help?" If Yeda brought this issue up earlier, then Binya and Ryder might immediately say that they'll help the clan. But now, Binya and Ryder were unsure. To be honest, their hearts were leaning towards their clansmen. However, the way their patriarchs handled things left the 3 of them disappointed. On the other hand, The three had seen how Zhao Hai handles things in the past few days. Although the relationship between Zhao Hai and the foreign races was just superficial, Zhao Hai still greatly helped the foreign races. In this case, instead of being grateful to Zhao Hai, the clan actually plotted against him. They were acting like fools, something that Binya and the others couldn't accept. After the two didn't say anything, Ye couldn't help but bitterly smile. To be honest, she also didn't have an answer. It was because of this that she decided to ask Ryder and Binya. She didn't expect the two of them to be indecisive as well. As the three became silent, their mood became complex. They just hoped that Zhao Hai wouldn't become their enemy one day.